From Zeus to Poseidon, Ares to Hermes, Athena to Pandora, even Japanese gods like Susanoo and Tsukiyomi, Norse ones like Odin, even Kronos, and so many more gods all tried the same thing: save Earth and protect its past and future. The tower was the threat put on our world, as a way to bring the end of all humanity as it's known. Gods and heroes from all eons of time decided to work together to save the world from something unknown, called the outer gods, creatures from somewhere else, maybe other planets or galaxies that for some reason felt threatened by the beings on Earth. So all the gods marched together to destroy the so-called tower, but from the last run only one man came back alive, the only one who marched side by side with the gods despite being a human. And the one who went the furthest in the tower, Kim Yuan, and he brings the news they're all dead. One of the hunters asks, even Merlin, Asura, and Vishnu are dead? And Kim says yes. Wukong hits his staff on the floor and shouts that this is not over. But Hercules tells the immortal, who's on the brink of death, that he speaks big but couldn't act so mighty in front of the outer gods. Even he, who was an Olympus hero, had no chance. Everyone there was scared that the position they held would eventually be found, and everyone wiped out, until a strange orb hits the floor, and Wukong asks what that is. Kim says this was foolish chaos, one of the outer gods, and having one against one, he's now sure they from the earth, known as inners, could not beat the outers. He finally found a way, but now it's too late. That's when Kronos appears and says that there is a way, returning to the old world line and starting over. The only problem is, in the world he returns to, Kronos will not exist. That's the price for him to go back to when everything began. But he tells everyone that this is his reason for being alive. It would be better to end things there if possible, but the final chance has come. Kim then asks who's going back, and suddenly every god turns to him. He asks why not son Wukong, who replies that the boy was one of the last to enter the tower, yet he adapted faster than anyone else. Hercules reminds him, beings of the upper floors are restricted in how they can intervene, so only he who starts at the bottom has a real chance to make a difference. The gods now know they will not have the same relationship and that he will have a very hard time, but if anyone has a chance to win against those gods, it's him, and Kim, with no other option except saying that they really are never short of words. With that, Kronos' clock spins and time begins to rewind itself. As everything fades to light, Kim stares at his hands, confused. His body was strangely heavy and all his arcane power gone. He thought that he would have his old body, but suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a fist smashing into his face. The blondie is impressed that he actually withstood that, but Kim is confused. He barely knows who this guy is, but seeing the university shirts, he remembers where they are. As the blondie punches, he dodges while asking what day it is. The guy loses his temper and tells him to shut up, just to get a bomb to the chin while Kim is thinking about how much time is left until the tutorial begins. Then it hits him. It's starting today. He has 9 hours left before the tutorial begins. The date is December 31st, 2019 at 8 p.m. He's in Hongdae. Back then, this place was packed with people. The blonde bully is furious after getting hit back. With so many people around, he can't even spot his friends. A moment later, they find him and call him over, asking why he took so long. That reminds him why he had gone to campus just to beat up the mecha boot. But for the first time, the mecha fought back. He even said he remembered him now, calling him a pathetic loser who came to campus during vacation just to pick a fight. Still on the ground, the bully remembers the Mac saying he deserved worse, but there was no point wasting time on him. The bully thinks the Mac has gone crazy, talking about things he couldn't understand and swears he'll make him pay. Later he lies to his friends, bragging that he beat the Mac so badly he's probably in the hospital. One of them jokes that if they keep pushing him like that he might kill himself. The bully shrugs it off and says he wouldn't care. No one would miss him anyway. Then they spend the night drinking until everyone is wasted. At one point someone checks the time. It's 11:50. The Mac returns and sees the streets still crowded. Off in the distance, the bullies group is partying, waiting for 2020 to begin. They go for another round and the bully tells them to hurry before he gets too drunk. Then he checks his phone and sees midnight is close. One of his friends suddenly spots someone coming and points out the Mac, the same guy the bully claimed he had destroyed. The Mac walks through the crowd, carrying a large bag. One friend jokes that the Mac looks perfectly fine for someone who was supposedly half dead, then asks what's in the bag. Right there the bully's lie starts to fall apart. Everyone is about to realize he was the one who got wrecked, and that makes him furious, so he finally makes his move. He storms after the Mac and tells his friends to come with him, so the four of them can jump him. The Mac doesn't even stop. He walks right past them and the bully calls out to him, telling him to wait. The Mac turns back, looks him in the face and asks what he wants. Then he asks why he's here. People nearby start noticing trouble is about to break out. The Mac ignores all of them and takes off his watch. He tells the four guys it's almost midnight, so they should enjoy their last 3 minutes. After that, hell begins. Then he tosses the watch to the ground. The bully marches up, cursing at him and telling him to stop talking nonsense, but the Mac just opens his bag. The second the bag opens, the bully nearly jumps out of his skin. Inside is a backpack full of knives, and his friends instantly think the Mac has snapped. Now they're terrified, and they beg the bully to apologize right away. The group quickly backs down, admitting they were wrong and asking the Mac to let it go. But the Mac pulls out an axe. Everyone starts pleading with him, saying it was just a stupid joke and that the bully is sorry. He barely listens. His only concern is how crowded this place is because he knows what's coming. Then he kicks the bag, sending the weapons toward the group. After that, he stops and starts counting down, knowing it begins now. Only 1 second remains. That final second feels endless. Then midnight arrives on January 1st, 2020. Everyone suddenly feels crushing pressure in their heads, along with a loud ringing in their ears. At the same time, the whole city is covered in beams of light and glowing pink markings. With a grin, the Mac tells the bully his 3 minutes are up. Welcome to hell. The bully still has no idea what he's talking about. Then a system message appears. Sector 20,131. Total population 12,014. The system announces that the tutorial is starting now. The first test is survival. They must live through a zombie horde. This first tutorial lasts 30 minutes. After that, every zombie will disappear. Then thousands of zombies appear all at once. People panic, wondering if they're real, but the Mac already knows they are, and there are a lot of them. He understands why the number is so huge. The tutorial's difficulty scales with the population in each sector, so a crowded place like this gets a brutal setup. The balance here is completely against the survivors. Without hesitation, the Mac opens his status window. He's done this before. He also knows no one can escape, since the city has been split into separate sectors. After that, he pulls an old knife from his inventory. He knows this whole place is about to turn into a bloodbath. The system also tells everyone they can now check their stats. The system gives people starting gear, but most of it is trash. Some unlucky guy gets nothing but a hammer to fight zombies with. The Mac tosses aside the useless knife the system gave him. Before, surviving the first tutorial was enough for him. Not anymore, so he takes out a knife from his bag and gets it ready with practiced hands. Looking at the sharpened blade, he decides he's ready to begin the slaughter. Then he bursts forward at full speed. The first zombie doesn't even have time to react before his blade takes its head off in one strike. Right away, the system announces that he is the first person in the area to kill a zombie, and rewards him with 100 points. The kill also gives him a huge amount of experience, and he levels up immediately. As he levels up, he feels it at once. His body grows lighter and the mech keeps going, cutting down every zombie in his path. His level keeps rising fast too. Not a single swing is wasted. Every hit kills, heads are flying everywhere. People watching from far away start thinking the zombies must be weak. Since Charlie is tearing through them so easily, they gather their courage and rush in too. One extra gets fired up and charges a zombie. He brings his weapon down with all his strength. Sure, the hit will finish it, but it does nothing. The zombie's skin is too tough, and the blade barely goes in. He can't understand it. Charlie was wiping them out so easily, right beside him. Then a loud scream cuts through the chaos. Charlie turns and sees a zombie biting into that man's neck. Seeing that, the protagonist realizes normal strength isn't enough. Charlie explains the zombies are slow and weak, but they're hard to kill. Early on, they don't feel pain at all. One by itself isn't much, but a whole group is deadly. He knows some people will survive and keep climbing the tower, but plenty won't make it. Charlie goes for another zombie, but this time his attack doesn't work. Annoyed, he smacks it away and realizes the coating on his blade has worn off, so he opens his bag again. Zombies are tough, but they do have one weakness. He pulls out another bottle like before and tosses it up. Then he slices it open and coats his knife with the stuff again. That reminds him of his first run through the tutorial. Back then he met a weak man with no talent, but the guy had luck on his side. He worked at a salt factory and happened to be carrying salt, and that's how Charlie learned it. Salt is a zombie's weakness. Rub it on a blade or throw it at them and they die fast. Soon Charlie pulls off something crazy. He kills 100 zombies in under 10 minutes. The protagonist is rewarded with 3 unassigned stat points he can place anywhere. The system gives the usual notice explaining it. Standing in the middle of the slaughter, the mech is shocked. He didn't know the tutorial could give bonus unassigned points. For a second he thinks about using them now, but he knows what's coming next, so he saves them. He doesn't need extra stats just to kill zombies. With only 10 minutes left in the first phase, the protagonist decides to find the biggest pack he can. He hears a massive zombie cries somewhere else and heads that way, knowing a huge crowd is gathered there. At that spot, Pet and Warren is struggling hard against just one zombie. Even with its face smashed up, the thing keeps coming because it can't feel pain. Pet and Warren can't stop thinking about it. He's having a brutal time against one zombie, while Charlie was killing them one after another with a single hit. He figures Charlie's secret must be his weapon, and thinks that if he had Charlie's blade, he'd have dropped dozens by now. Then the zombie in front of Pet and Warren starts twisting out of shape and lets out an even louder scream. Pet and Warren kicks it away. His friends run up, but things look even worse than before. They're surrounded. More and more zombies keep closing in. No matter how many they kill, the number only grows. Pet and Warren asks if anyone knows where Charlie went, because staying near him might be their only chance to live. Pet and Warren glances back and sees the ring of zombies tightening. He keeps wondering where Charlie is. He looked away for 1 second, and now they're already on top of him. He barely has time to react. At the last second, he manages to strike one, but the zombie's tough skin holds, and Pet and Warren's weapon finally breaks. Now he knows he's in real trouble. As the whole mob closes in, he starts thinking this is the end. He curls up to protect himself. Then something strange happens. The zombies begin to melt. He opens his eyes and sees all the zombies around him dissolving. One of his friends yells that something is falling from the sky onto them. Pet and Warren looks up and sees a thin white dust dropping over the horde. He reaches out and catches some in his hand. Then, for some reason, he tastes it and realizes it's salty. The salt. The protagonist is up on the rooftops, leaping from building to building and raining salt down on the zombies below. As they melt on contact, his level shoots up. He figures hauling all that salt around was totally worth it. His level keeps climbing fast. After emptying the last of the salt, he lands on another rooftop. Right then, the first tutorial ends. Out of 12,014 people, only 4,007 are still alive. The system starts handing out rewards based on performance, and the protagonist gets an incredible 1,427 points. On top of that, he earns bonus stat points, 1 strength, 2 vitality, and 1 more unassigned point. Since he's the MVP of the sector, he gets 500 more points, and it still isn't over. The system says he achieved something nearly impossible, and gives him another 1,000 points. The Mick is stunned as reward windows keep popping up. He never expected the tutorial to pay out this much. He's gotten over 3,000 points total. The first time he cleared this phase, he only got 10. That means this run gave him more than 300 times as much, and for a first tutorial that's huge. The system wastes no time and announces that the second tutorial will start right away. No break at all. The protagonist tries to remember what's next. Then suddenly a voice echoes in everyone's head. "Hello everyone, how are you?" Hearing it catches the protagonist off guard. Everyone else is shocked too. The voice congratulates them for surviving, but sounds embarrassed that so many people in this sector made it. Players start asking who's talking and whether the others can hear it too. The voice says it has an announcement for everyone, even though it was supposed to come after the second tutorial. Charlie realizes it's one of the system's lackeys. The speaker says someone here leveled up way too fast and earned a ton of points. Because of that, it has to explain how points work now. The players panic. They thought they were going home, but the lackey makes it clear there are more tutorials ahead. Then it says there are 2 main ways to spend points. The first is the shop, which sells all kinds of items. The second is trading points with other players. To do that, 2 people just need to make contact and the points can be transferred. Charlie already knows all this. Points can turn someone into a god, and the shop is one of the most important parts of this world. From now on, everything becomes a fight over points and levels, which means things only get harder. After that, the smug lackey asks if everyone enjoyed the short break. Then it starts the second tutorial. and a yellow circle appears in the middle of the sector. The system announces that a safe zone is being created at the center of each sector. It tells everyone to get inside and adds that every survivor will receive 100 points every 3 hours. Then the system changes color and announces the second tutorial has begun. The safe zone forms with 2 rings inside it. People outside immediately start heading toward it. One guy grabs his friend's shoulder and urges him to run for the safe zone. Meanwhile, the blonde guy is panicking, still trying to understand what the hell is going on. Charlie asks him if he's seen their missing friend, and the blonde guy answers that he doesn't know. He thinks the guy is dead. So their group of 4 is down to 3. The blonde guy keeps looking around, and when asked what he's searching for, he brushes it off. Then the third friend says he can't see Charlie either, and wonders if he died. The first guy says Charlie was fighting like a monster, so he's probably fine. And while the blonde guy keeps scanning the area, he finally spots Charlie. He takes off toward him, yelling for people to move. His friend shouts that the safe zone is the other way, but the blonde guy doesn't care. He wants to talk to Charlie. When he catches up, he grabs Charlie by the shoulder and tells him he's headed the wrong way. The safe zone is behind them. Did he forget? He urges Charlie to come with him, saying he's the veteran and will protect him. But really, he just thinks staying near Charlie will keep him alive longer. Charlie barely glances at him and says he knows exactly what he's doing. He has somewhere else to be and he wants to be left alone. He was never close to this guy and he doesn't even like him. At the same time, Charlie pulls the blonde duckling's hand off his shoulder and gives him one warning. If he wants to live, he can't rely on other people, he has to rely on his own strength. And he tells him to turn around and get back to the safe zone. Only then does Charlie look him in the face and add that he should learn his place. Calling him an idiot sets the blonde duckling off. He snaps back in anger, but Charlie is already moving away and heading where he needs to go. The blonde duckling is boiling with rage, cursing Charlie in his head. After that, he goes into the safe zone, but his third friend isn't so lucky. He slams into the barrier around it. From outside, he yells that it's blocked and says he can't get in. He calls for the blonde duckling to turn around, and that's when they notice the safe zone has reached its limit. It's 2038 out of 2038. No one else can enter and only one person can leave. The safe zone's limit is half the number of survivors. At that moment, a dwarf trying to get inside is dragged underground by a creature that bursts out below him. The duckling stares over and blurts out, "What is that over there?" More ducklings are coming up from the ground and they start tearing into people. Not far away, a sword slams into a duckling with brutal force. Charlie has already taken down his first one. All around him, people are screaming for help and panicking over what's happening. Charlie realizes it's started. The second wave is here. The system congratulates him for being the first person in that sector to kill a duckling. He gets 300 points and 2 bonus stat points. Then his stats begin to rise. Consciousness, strength, and dexterity each go up by 1. Charlie then shows how to spot the ducklings. He says the first step is to close your eyes and focus with your other senses. If you do that, you can feel the ground shaking and hear the sounds they make, which makes them easy to track. Charlie focuses and catches a faint vibration under his feet. Something is coming from below. When the shaking gets stronger, he knows the duckling is about to surface, so he jumps high into the air. Then he drops down with all his force and crushes its head. After that, it's simple. He pulls his sword and cuts to one side, then the other, splitting the duckling apart. That makes number 2. The system alerts Charlie that he leveled up again, giving him more strength, dexterity, and perception. He's thrilled. Reaching a new level after killing only 2 means this grind is going to pay off fast. Once the ducklings stop appearing, Charlie heads deeper into the subway. He keeps thinking that if he keeps this up, he'll collect a huge number of stat points. A moment later, he reaches the subway's first level. He knows the ducklings live underground, making tunnels and hiding their nest somewhere below. That's what he plans to find. Charlie explains that the subway is the perfect hunting ground because it's already underground. Ahead of him, dozens of ducklings are waiting below. At that moment, the system announces that the Mycurve has found a secret dungeon. As a reward, the Mycurve gets another 100 points. Charlie barely has to search before he finds the duckling's nest. He gets fired up, spins his weapon, and says that now that he found their nest, hunting them will be easy. He's gonna wipe it out. Then the protagonist sets himself a goal. Reach level 20. That's his first target. The ducklings start shrieking, but it's a scream of pain. The protagonist doesn't slow down. He charges through them, turning the whole place into a bloodbath. Everywhere he goes, green blood sprays across the screen. Charlie cuts through the ducklings with ease, dropping them one after another. Then suddenly a round object falls out of one of the ducklings. It immediately catches the protagonist's attention. The moment he sees it, he knows it's valuable and he feels incredibly lucky. He didn't expect to find something like that in the second tutorial. So now he has an even bigger reason to keep slaughtering them. When he picks it up and checks it, he realizes it's even better than he thought. That makes the ducklings far more worth hunting. Holding the sphere, Charlie looks at the ducklings and apologizes, but now he's way too motivated to stop killing them. Meanwhile, up above, the ducklings are devouring everything. The people inside the safe zone watch in horror. Then the first 3 hours pass. Everyone receives 100 points and system windows start popping up everywhere. People wonder if 100 points is a lot, since points are basically the currency of this tutorial. But the system has another twist. It announces that the red zone will be deactivated, and the safe zone's limit starts to shrink from 2,038 people down to 1,500. The system explains that if the safe zone is over capacity, people will be expelled at random. One after another, people are thrown out of the safe zone. They're kicked outside with no warning, and the ducklings jump on them immediately. One person gets tossed out right in front of a duckling and it takes full advantage and eats him. Someone forced outside tries to rush back into the safe zone. In the chaos, a huge guy shoves someone aside and says it would be a joke if his father died before him. He has to get back in. All around them, people desperately fight to return to the safe zone. Inside the safe zone, Little Red Riding Hood boldly tells everyone to shut up and listen. For some reason, the crowd actually goes quiet and turns to him. He says that from now on, they have to choose who will die so the rest can survive. Little Red Riding Hood knows that if he does nothing, he might be the one thrown out at random. So he decides he has to kill someone first. His eyes land on an old man, and he decides that will be his target. He grabs the old man by the throat and says he's going to kill him right now. Everyone around them is terrified and asks if he's lost his mind. Being the coward he is, he thinks the old man will be easy prey because he barely has any strength. But the axe swings free and the protagonist turns the tables. The protagonist kills another duckling, carving it open so deeply the wound splits its body wide. Charlie can feel himself getting faster and stronger with every worm he kills. Soon, cutting down 2 worms at once becomes easy for him. A little later, the system tells him he leveled up again. Worm corpses are piled on the ground along with several of the round stones he's after. The system also notes the points he put into dexterity, vitality, and perception, 1 in each. At last, Charlie reaches level 20. He unlocks a new stat called Arcane Power, and he knows he finally made it. In just about 3 hours, he killed enough worms to hit level 20. He's exhausted, but every level up has made his body feel even lighter. Charlie now has 5 unspent stat points, and he thinks that's a solid result. He's been waiting a long time to use them. He plans to put every single one into Arcane Power. Once he confirms it, all 5 unspent points go straight into Arcane Power. The protagonist feels a huge surge run through his body, because 5 extra points in Arcane Power is a massive boost. He explains that Arcane Power is the core stat, the base for all the powers he'll gain later. To him, it's the most important stat of all. Now the protagonist has 18 Arcane Power. Charlie explains that everyone he met who was supposedly blessed by the tower started with at most 12 Arcane Power. He's starting with 18. With his first goal done, Charlie moves on to the next one. As he walks through the subway corridor, he senses something strange. Looking around, he realizes someone is watching him. So he calls out and asks why they're staring. He says he knows they're there, and the being watching him stays silent for a moment. Then it finally asks how he knew it was there. Charlie says the watcher stands out too much, then tells it to come out of the hole instead of hiding and spying on him from there. The being admits he has a point and says fine, he'll come out. It steps out and thanks Charlie, saying it was annoying staying in that hole. Watching Charlie fight made its boring job a lot more fun, and it loved seeing him kill those animals. The being is a small clown covered in blood, and it introduces itself as the administrator's lackey. Even it is shocked that Charlie already reached the end level mark so fast. Charlie shrugs it off and says he just got a little lucky. The clown instantly snaps back. This wasn't luck. He saw everything, and Charlie is downright terrifying. Then the little clown asks why Charlie called him over. Charlie gets straight to it. He wants to open the shop. The lackey asks if he wants to buy an item, but Charlie says no, he wants skills. That catches the clown off guard. A moment later, the lackey opens the shop and tells him he's the first person in the second tutorial to buy skills. Charlie checks the shop and sees a huge list of stuff. Finding the one thing he wants won't be easy. Since there's no search window, it takes him a while. But once he finds it, Charlie still plays it smart. He looks at the pygmy and asks if these are really all the skills available, or if there's something better. The pygmy says this is everything he can buy during the tutorial. The clown tries to fish for more, asking if he's after something specific. Charlie doesn't bite. He casually says he's just looking around, knowing any real question would bring attention he doesn't want. Then he points at one skill and says he'll take it. Monkey eyes. The pygmy stares at him, surprised, and says that skill isn't even that good. Charlie doesn't bother explaining. He buys monkey eyes right away, then jokes that he picked it because the name sounded cool. Somehow the clown actually buys that excuse. Even after that, the mix still has a lot of points left. More than 1,500, so he spends over 1,500 points on a basic arcana sword, leaving himself with only 27 points. Seeing that choice, the pygmy says Charlie picked well. It's a solid beginner weapon. As Charlie heads deeper into the dungeon, the clown says he's leaving and hopes Charlie enjoyed the visit. He tells him not to miss him and adds that he has high hopes for him. That line catches Charlie's attention. To him, high hopes means the administrators now see him as someone special, and they'll be watching closely. Still, Charlie isn't worried. He knows he never broke the rules, so they can watch all they want. They have no reason to punish him. What really bothers him is the fact that he came back in time. He keeps wondering whether the administrators could ever figure that out. Charlie explains that the item used to turn back time was made by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. Kronos, who led its creation, had his very existence erased as punishment. Because of that, Charlie believes not even an administrator should be able to learn about his return. The system then shows the details for monkey eyes. It boosts vision and sharpens all 5 senses. Charlie decides that even if someone finds out the truth, his goal stays the same: grow stronger and destroy the outer gods. Getting these eyes also lets him complete one of his early goals, obtaining the eyes that once belonged to that man. But for them to matter, he knows he has to kill that target quickly. And after that, he'll gain something huge in this place. Not far away, a bunch of worms have gathered in the slum. They're eating and messing around, but the second they sense the protagonist coming, they start dropping everything. Charlie knows he only has 29 minutes left, so he'll have to go all out. He draws the sword he just bought and pours arcane power into it because he needs to raise his skill with it. At last, Charlie finds what he came for. After searching through the subway area, he reaches the deepest part and spots his prey. It's the boss of the second tutorial, the mother worm. She watches Charlie from a distance, and to provoke her, he stomps hard on another worm. The smaller worm writhes in pain, and seeing her child suffer sends the mother worm into a rage. She charges so fast that she crushes the male worms in her path. Charlie barely avoids the hit with a quick jump backward. Facing the monster, Charlie realizes something important. She's huge but stupid. That means the fight will come down to simple moves done right. The worm rushes him again, and Charlie easily evades it with a huge leap, landing above her in midair. He wants to end this in one strike. Twisting through the air, he slams his sword down with all his strength. But the hit tells him right away that she's tougher than he expected. One blow won't be enough, so Charlie races along her body, landing hit after hit. The mother worm starts to panic under the non-stop strikes. Fluid starts spraying everywhere as the damage piles up. Charlie keeps taunting her, asking what she's going to do now. She almost seems to understand him. He puts himself in a spot that looks nearly hopeless, knowing she'll come at him with everything she has, and she does exactly that. The protagonist slips past her attack with ease and tears a huge hole into her body. The mother worm lets out a scream of pain. Even so, Charlie knows it's not over yet. She still has strength left, so the mech keeps cutting, carving more and more deep wounds into her. With all that foul liquid pouring out, Charlie can tell her end is close. He jumps as high as he can, leaving himself exposed on purpose. The mindless worm falls right for it. She lunges up and opens her huge mouth to swallow him whole. Charlie is glad she did exactly what he expected, so he saves all his power for this moment. Using his new eyes, he lines up one powerful attack. Then he drives it straight through the worm's head. The scene cuts back above, where a man begs to be spared. He says dragging him out of the safe zone is basically the same as killing him. The blonde guy doesn't care. He tells him to shut up and smacks him across the mouth. Then he claims everyone agreed to choose that man, so he's being thrown out. Others immediately call that a lie and say he made the choice alone. The blonde guy forces dozens of scared people out of the safe zone, and none of them dare stand up to him. He warns them that if they come back, he'll kill them himself. Now they're stuck near the edge of the safe zone, but not inside it. Once 30 more seconds pass and the zone shrinks again, those people will be left outside. So he starts counting down with a vicious grin. 17, 13, 6. The male worms are thrilled, thinking their meal is ready. 3, 3, 3, then everyone freezes. Stopped at 3. No one understands what's happening. The blonde guy looks around in confusion. The counter really has stopped at 3. Something is wrong. It should have reached 0. Everyone else notices too and stares at the timer, realizing it suddenly stopped working. Then the system announces that they cleared the second tutorial, and the safe zone will no longer shrink. The blonde guy can't understand why, while the people who thought they were doomed are flooded with relief. With the tutorial over, everyone gets 600 points, even though there are still 15 hours left in the second tutorial. The scene cuts to the mother worm's corpse. The administrator's lackey is stunned that Charlie actually killed her, something he thought was impossible. Charlie, acting modest, just says it was really hard. The lackey offers to heal him, but Charlie refuses. He says he'll recover on his own, and he makes it clear that doesn't count as a reward. With his higher vitality, a wound like this will heal soon enough. The clown starts clapping and praising him. For an ordinary human to kill the second tutorial's boss is unbelievable, and the lackey can't hide his shock. Charlie tells him he's being too loud. Charlie notices around 30 minutes have passed since he killed the mother worm. He can tell the lackeys are still stunned, because they clearly never expected that boss to die here. That worm was the core of the tutorial itself. If she dies, the whole trial ends. Charlie is sure there was no planned reward for this, since nobody thought it would happen. In other words, the lackeys don't even know what to give him. Pleased with the chaos he caused, Charlie asks for his reward anyway. The clown asks how he's so sure there is one, and says Charlie seems to understand this world unusually well. Charlie answers that what he did is so far outside the norm that there has to be compensation. The pygmy keeps pressing, saying most people wouldn't know that. Charlie cuts him off and asks again, where's his reward? Seeing Charlie won't back down, the clown gives in and says fine, he'll hand it over. The clown pygmy tells him he can choose from 3 rewards. The first option is to skip straight from the second tutorial to the 5th, avoiding the 3rd and 4th entirely. If Charlie picks that, he'll also receive the rewards and information from the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Charlie can tell the clown is looking down on him, like the 3rd and 4th tutorials would be too easy to matter. Then the clown gives the second reward option, 1 item or 100 points if he prefers. Pygmeo asks what he'll pick. Charlie stares him down and asks for the 3rd option. The clown lowers his voice and says the 3rd choice is a direct connection to a sponsor. Pygmeo admits Charlie really shouldn't know about that yet. This tutorial is only the beginning of the world ahead. Up in the tower, he'll face huge groups and countless godlike beings. That is the 3rd reward, a direct link to one of the strongest powers in this world. Pygmeo tells Charlie that Olympus is one of the great factions ruling the tower, and being backed by Olympus is a huge honor. Charlie is caught off guard. He knew Olympus was powerful, but he never expected them to interfere this early, even in the tutorial. He also knows that if he borrows Olympus power, climbing the tower would become much easier. Even so, he chooses the second reward. Pygmeo snaps, shocked, but Charlie cuts him off. He wants the points, the second option. At that moment, Charlie also gets 10,000 points for killing the mother worm. Still, the bloody clown keeps pushing, saying Charlie can change his mind since he hasn't spent his points yet. Pygmeo insists he can still speak with Olympus. He keeps trying to persuade Charlie, saying he shouldn't decide so fast. Then he claims Charlie only refused because he doesn't understand what Olympus really is. Tired of the nonsense, Charlie finally answers. He tells the clown that if he's here as a plant, he should do his job better. Charlie is sure he never cleared this 3rd option with the other lackeys, and he doubts the administrator approved it either. The angry clown starts trembling and asks how Charlie knows about the administrator. Charlie presses harder. Have the other lackeys gotten deals like this too? Did Olympus buy them all, or are some working for the celestial kingdom, Deva, or somewhere else? The lackey starts to panic. He blurts out, asking who Charlie really is. Charlie doesn't care to answer. He opens the system panel and thanks the clown instead. Thanks to that loose mouth, he just learned one more thing he needed to do. The lackey notices the panel and asks what he's doing. The system has an option to request a meeting with the administrator for 1,000 points, so Charlie pays it. Then he tells the lackey he'll find out soon enough. A few seconds later, the ground starts shaking and the lackey realizes something is coming. The administrator accepted Charlie's request and is coming to the meeting. Charlie knows the tutorial is supposed to stay separate from the tower, so he can't ignore Olympus meddling here. If they can interfere in the tutorial, they can ruin his plans later too. Then a dimensional portal starts opening in front of him. On the portal, a massive foot and the hand of a huge warrior emerge. A voice says, "A meeting request during the tutorial." For 1,000 points, the administrator looks at Charlie and asks if he was the one who called him. The mech introduces himself as Charlie, a tutorial participant. The giant immediately recognizes him, the one who killed over 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial. He's heard plenty about Charlie. The system reveals that this figure is the tutorial's administrator, and also one of the administrators of the tower's lower floors. The administrator asks how Charlie even knew he existed and how he learned to request a meeting. Charlie answers simply, by the law of the tutorial. He explains that all tutorial information has to be learned through a player's own ability. The administrator and the tower can't just hand it over. Looking closely at him, Charlie points out that this rule was set by the administrator himself. That makes the administrator pause. After thinking for a moment, he agrees. Charlie's right. Then Charlie points past him and says the real issue is interference from the tower. The administrator asks what he means. Charlie points to Pygmeo in the back, who's already starting to crack. Charlie says Olympus contacted him through the clown. He adds that the clown offered an Olympus sponsorship as a reward. The lackey tries to explain himself, stammering that it's not what it looks like, but he's already panicking. The administrator glares at him and doesn't hesitate. He throws a crushing blow. The lackey explodes into a red mess. Furious, the administrator curses Olympus for spreading its influence all over the tower and now daring to force its way into the tutorial too. After brushing off the remains, the administrator thanks Charlie. Because of him, he can now clean out the tutorial properly. Charlie, who didn't even know that was possible, immediately brings up the tutorial law. He quotes the rule saying every achievement made during the tutorial must be rewarded with something equal to its merit. The administrator listens carefully. Charlie points out that he spent a lot of points to call the administrator, and because of that, the administrator was able to catch a corrupt lackey. Then he looks him in the eye and asks what he thinks that should be worth. The administrator says his subordinates checked Charlie before and found nothing unusual or especially noteworthy. But now that seems to be the strangest thing about him. Nothing about Charlie stands out, and that itself is suspicious. Still, the administrator says Charlie didn't kill the lackey directly, only indirectly, so he doesn't immediately agree to a reward. Then he compares a lackey to a ranker and realizes what that means. A player in the second tutorial just brought down something on that level. A mere participant did that. Charlie says he'll take it as a compliment. The giant drops to the ground laughing, amused by the answer. He says Charlie really did pull off something incredible and asks what kind of reward he thinks would be fair. Sitting there, the administrator starts checking Charlie's status and thinking it over. He reviews Charlie's condition, sees how many points he's already earned, and finally reaches a decision. At last, he says he's figured it out. Charlie deserves at least this much. He stretches out a huge hand toward Charlie. Charlie realizes he's trying to trade something with him, the basic method used for point exchanges. At first, Charlie is disappointed. He assumes he's only getting points for the lackey's death. Then he realizes he was wrong. The administrator gives him a skill, Master of Mana, and it's insanely overpowered. The skill boosts mana recovery, resistance, sensitivity, and even raises total mana a little. On top of that, Charlie gains 5 more mana. Now he's completely stunned. This reward is way beyond what he expected. Seeing Charlie's shocked face, the administrator smiles. He figured the participant would be pleased. Then he stands up, tells Charlie he still has to deal with his other lackeys, and says they'll meet again after the third tutorial before saying goodbye. Once he's gone, only Charlie, a splatter of remains, and the dead female worm are left behind. Charlie stares and mutters, "Master of Mana, what the hell?" He's thrilled because he thought there was no way a skill like that could appear in a tutorial. Mana is an S-rank skill. Absurdly strong, it belongs to the administrator class of powers that govern mana. And even better, it has proficiency so it can grow. Charlie notices the proficiency is still low, but once it rises, his mana control will become ridiculous. He knows mana-based arcane power will be one of the most important things in the tower, so he immediately starts forming a ball of mana in his hand. He's trying out a new mana explosion technique, but the orb starts losing shape. He still doesn't have the 40 arcane power needed to use it properly. With only 26, this is the result. Charlie quickly realizes it's going bad. The ball is getting unstable like a bomb about to go off. Not being stupid, he hurls it far away. The mana explosion tears through the concrete in its path. Good thing he didn't keep that ticking bomb in his hand. Even incomplete, the technique is way stronger than he expected. Charlie is thrilled. The only reason it was unstable is because he's still below 40 points, so once he reaches that mark, using mana explosion should be easy. For a second, he even thinks he should thank Olympus, exposing them is what got him this reward. Still, Charlie knows this is nowhere near enough. He needs much more power to face the outsiders. He can't be satisfied with just rebuilding and copying the strength he had before going back in time. So far, he has gained two things he didn't have before: the eyes of the macabre and master of mana. He checks the timer and sees he still has 13 hours left to farm. He has no plan to waste even a second. He wants more, a lot more. But the male worms are a real problem because they can fly. Charlie runs over the worms and thinks the same thing again. He needs way more attack power. The externals killed everyone who faced them before. He was the only one who made it out alive, so he can't afford to stay weak, so he starts pulling more worms toward himself. Time passes, and only 11 seconds are left in the second tutorial. Inside the safe zone, some people still hope the government will save them. Others are more realistic and expect a third and fourth tutorial, but they all share one thing: despair. 3 people inside the safe zone beg everyone to stay put until the timer ends. Then someone grabs one of them hard and tells him to shut up. Turns out Lauren Tapetin is running the place. He orders people to form the next group and go outside for supplies, then warns that anyone who refuses will be thrown out by force. Lauren pushes them to go, saying the people staying inside will live because of him. In his mind, that means the others should risk themselves for the group's survival. He also declares that this is now a world ruled by strength, and since he's the strongest there, he gets to rule. For the last time, Lauren orders them to move, but before anyone can react, someone points out a figure in the distance. A lone person is walking toward them from outside the safe zone, straight through the area full of worms. A lot of people think he's insane for walking around out there like that. Then someone yells for him to watch his feet. Lauren, whose senses are sharpened, feels a vibration from a male worm underground. The giant worm bursts out, eager for another meal, but the mech doesn't even glance at it. He just keeps walking. The worm lunges at full speed, trying to swallow the mech whole. He calmly jumps high into the air. Then he comes down hard, channeling mana into his feet and crushing the worm in one stomp. Everyone in the safe zone is left staring. The mech just killed that monster with his feet, and the second tutorial timer suddenly changes. Instead of 11 seconds left, it now shows 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Charlie walks right past Lauren and the others, telling them to ignore him and keep their little talk going. It's obvious Charlie is on a completely different level from everyone else there. He thinks of this as nothing more than a short stop to collect his reward. But Lauren suddenly shouts Charlie's name. Charlie looks over and quickly realizes that Idiot has been acting like the leader. Lauren rushes over like an eager puppy and acts like they're close friends, asking where Charlie has been. In front of everyone, he puts on a show and claims he started looking for Charlie the moment he disappeared. But Charlie sees right through it. People in the safe zone start assuming he and Lauren are good friends. Just then, many people return to the safe zone carrying a lot of food, only to be swarmed by others who force them to hand everything over. Lauren tries to hide that and quickly calls Charlie farther inside, so he won't keep watching. Charlie asks him straight out if he forced everyone to gather supplies for him. Lauren freezes when he realizes Charlie figured it out. Lauren claims he did it for the group's survival, saying it benefits everyone. Charlie fires back, asking if he risked other people's lives again just to collect food. Lauren can't answer. Charlie tells him the story doesn't add up. That sets Lauren off, and he snaps at Charlie to listen. He says that in this new world, surviving means being a coward, so that's exactly what he'll be. Then he asks Charlie if laws and morals still matter here. To Lauren, survival means being savage, selfish, and cruel. He calls that the natural order. Laughing at Charlie, Lauren mocks him for not understanding that already. Charlie finally answers Lauren, and at that exact moment the second tutorial timer resets. Everyone in the safe zone is hit with a punishment. They all lose 500 points, and every item in their inventory is taken away too. If anyone dies, their items will be erased completely. As food and supplies vanish, panic breaks out. Charlie tells Lauren that if he wants to live like a beast, that's his choice. Charlie won't join him, and he won't tell him how to live. Lauren can make his own decisions, but Charlie gives one warning. There is one line he can never cross, no matter what happens. Everyone is left stuck on that word line. He has no idea what Charlie means. Then, after only a 5-second pause, the next tutorial gets ready to begin. Everyone is stunned. They can't believe the third tutorial is starting already. The new order is simple. Kill 50 monsters in the sector and collect 50 essences. Giant centipedes appear everywhere, and they have 72 hours to gather the essences. And it's not just centipedes. Spiders, zombies, wild boars, and more start spawning too. Worst of all, the system announces that the whole sector will be destroyed when time runs out. Within 24 hours, the gate will activate. A green portal appears near the safe zone, but it's surrounded by countless monsters. Everyone panics again. More monsters, more death, and no one knows when any of this will end. Someone asks if the safe zone is still actually safe. A few people try to make sense of it, saying it's basically like a game now. Kill monsters and collect essences. Lauren immediately gets an idea. He has no plan to collect 50 essences himself, so he turns to the crowd and orders them to go do it for him. Then essences start dropping one after another, and they all belong to the Macbeths. His total keeps climbing. The Mick already has 132 essences. He takes off his old bag because it's too small to hold them all. Then the Mick grabs a much bigger bag with room for far more essences. Looking at the monsters ahead, he knows it's time to farm. Even the rat is still around. Charlie has a clear goal. He wants 1,000 essences. So it's simple. Farm non-stop. Seeing that horde in front of him, Charlie starts gathering magic in his hand. His mana has grown too. We've seen this move before. He's building a mana explosion with dozens of monsters right in front of him. The proficiency of Master of Mana goes up by 0.5. Charlie knows he already got lucky in the second tutorial by collecting 182 mana essences, but that still isn't enough for his goal. The mana explosion grows in his hand and starts warping like always. When the charge reaches its limit, Charlie knows it's ready to fire. Then the Macbeths are fired up and Focus creates a new technique. It's mana explosion. Since he still doesn't have 40 points, controlling that much mana is rough, and there's no way he's keeping that unstable blast in his hand. So he throws it into the swarm, and the mana rips through everything in front of him. Even Charlie is shocked because he didn't expect it to work this well. His hand hurts badly from trying to control the blast, and the attack burns through all his mana. Still, he learns something important. If his stats and Master of Mana proficiency keep rising, this skill will become incredibly useful. Charlie is completely drained after using the explosion, but it was worth it. It wiped out every monster in front of him. He starts picking up the mana essences on the ground and treats mana explosion like a test for how good his mana control really is. The rats that weren't caught in the blast shake in fear. Death passed right in front of them, and they couldn't do anything. Even the Mick notices it. It's not just the rats. Every surviving monster is scared of him now. So the Mickey goes back to basics, pulls out his blade, and gets ready to start cutting them down. Not wanting to waste time, Charlie coats his weapon with arcane power. A lot of time passes. Now it's the last day of the tutorial. 3 people move alone through the subway station, clearly terrified of the place. One of them, Julio, says that when the third tutorial began, there were 1,400 people, but only 400 are left now. That's why they need to stay hidden. Hang Songshan, who we call Sebastian, agrees. As they head deeper into Hongjie Station, one of them wonders if this place was always this huge. The third member is introduced as Lin Junhong, though we'll call her Julia. She suddenly gets the group's attention. Further ahead, she spots a convenience store. They're thrilled. At least now they might be able to refill their food supplies. Junhong, starving and eager for ramen, rushes ahead. Sebastian, just as excited, points out one problem. They won't have any water to cook it, still smiling and not paying attention. Junhong jokes that he can eat it raw if he has to. He just wants ramen and a full stomach. But to the spider, he's the meal. The spider doesn't wait. It drops from above and bites into Junhong's head. Sebastian and Julia freeze in shock. Their hungry friend rushed in for food, then became food himself. It gets worse fast. More monsters swarm them. Sebastian already knows this is bad. There are too many packed into one spot. He pulls out his club while Julia trembles in fear. She wonders how they can fight this many at once. She worked so hard to survive and even leveled up, but now none of that feels like enough. Julia is so scared she can't even move. A rat doesn't hesitate and charges in for its next meal. Acting on pure instinct, Julia blocks the rat. She throws it aside, but another one was waiting for that opening and lunges at her from the other side. This rat is smarter than the first. It grabs Julia's arm. Sebastian sees she's in trouble, but he can't help. A strong zombie is right in front of him. Even after taking a hit, the zombie keeps coming. It feels no pain and rushes Sebastian again. Sebastian can't stop it. The zombie goes for his arm and bites down with its ruined teeth. Julia barely shakes off the rat. At the same time, Sebastian is in serious trouble with the zombie latched onto his arm. She glances at him and loses focus. If this keeps going, both of them die here, and she wanted to live more than anything. That brief opening is enough. Another rat jumps on Julia and she falls into total despair. Sure, she won't survive. Then out of nowhere, Julia is splashed with grape leaves and the rat dies on the spot. Covered in the leaves, Julia has no idea what just happened. All she knows is something hit the rat and it died instantly. She quickly looks around, trying to find who threw it. From deeper in the dark, a voice calls out, "You're way too loud. I was sleeping and you woke me up. Now I'm really pissed." It's the Mike. He steps out of the dark with anger in his eyes, holding another can of grape leaves. The moment Julia sees him, she understands just how huge the gap in levels and stats can be. What he just did is insane. She watches him ready his next throw. That only makes it crazier. He killed a monster with nothing but a can. The Mike hurls the second can at the zombie's head and cleanly takes it off. Grape leaves fly everywhere. The can drops after the hit, but he's not done. He grips his weapon and pours power into it. The force is so heavy, it even warps the ground under him. Then he bursts forward at a speed so fast, it almost looks like he's in two places at once. Still furious, he closes the distance and switches from ranged attacks to close combat. One brutal strike lands on the spider's head and cuts it off instantly. Right after that, he tears through the second spider too, ripping it open in one smooth follow-up. By the time the first spider hits the floor, the second is already dead. Julia and Sebastian can only stare, stunned by what they just saw. Only then does the Mike pause to breathe. He did all of that in one rush. Now that every monster is dead, he turns to the two survivors. Sebastian quickly thanks him, and Julia says he saved them. But suddenly Sebastian starts feeling the zombie bite. The pain hits hard. He drops to his knees and Julia rushes to help. The Mike reaches into his inventory and pulls something out. He tosses over a healing ointment and tells Julia to rub it on the wound since it works well. Then he asks Sebastian what his vitality stat is, and Sebastian says it's around 17. The Mike jokes that at least he probably won't die, though his arm might be useless for a while. While Sebastian looks half dead hearing that, Julia hurriedly starts treating Sebastian, hoping he'll be okay and won't turn into a zombie. The Mike, who had only recently woken up, figures he slept around 6 hours. The rest helped, but he still wishes he could have slept longer. Then he remembers that since the tutorial began 4 days ago, he hadn't slept at all. So even that short rest mattered a lot. He also remembers buying odorless powder to hide his scent from monsters. That's the only reason he could sleep without being attacked. Now that he's awake, it's time to farm again. He glances at the pair he ended up sheltering during his nap. Then he simply turns around and starts walking off. Watching him leave, Julia asks if he's going to hunt down there. She warns him there are even more monsters below than above, and if he's unlucky, he could run into the underground snake. The Mike answers that he's not staying here anyway. There are barely any monsters on this level. To him, this place is just his restaurant and resting spot. Julia is shocked and asks how he could possibly sleep in a place full of monsters. With a calm, superior look, the Mike says his real hunting ground is somewhere else. Then he heads deeper into the subway, down to the second level. That area is even emptier. The second level is the dungeon entrance, and that's where the Mike hunts. As he walks, he asks why they came all the way down here. If they knew it was dangerous, Julia tells him things have changed above ground, people formed groups, and some of those groups started killing each other. Upstairs has turned into complete chaos, almost hell, because everyone is trying to steal essences from everyone else. The Mike figures they were attacked and fled down here to escape. Julia confirms it, and Sebastian adds that this place was so dangerous they stopped caring and just followed him. Still moving deeper, the Mike asks if they didn't almost die doing that. Julia says it was still worth it because in the end they survive. Before she can finish, creepy sounds rise from deeper in the dungeon. Sebastian tenses up, scared all over again. The Mike looks back and repeats her words. Thanks to me. Then he coldly reminds them there's no promise he won't kill them and take their essences. That's when it finally hits them. After he saved their lives, they forgot to be afraid of him. Compared to the people above and the monsters below, the Mike might be the most dangerous one here. Speaking, Sebastian says the Mike probably already has all the essences he needs, so there should be no reason to kill them. Sword in hand, the Mike presses him. What if he wants even more essences? Even then, Sebastian says he still doesn't think the Mike will kill them. The Mike points out that even if he doesn't kill them himself, they'll die anyway and he doesn't need to explain why. Julia is shaken, but something about this feels strange. If he planned to kill them, why explain all this first? Then she realizes what he's getting at. So she asks him straight out, what do you want from us? The Mike smiles, now they finally understand. He says it's not a bad deal. If they do a good job, he'll even share essences with them. The two, who were terrified a second ago, are left stunned by the offer. Soon a poisonous snake appears, angry, starving, and ready to eat. It goes straight for Sebastian, and he runs for his life. While sprinting, Sebastian remembers the mech calling this a good proposal. To him it feels awful, he's nearly dying. Then he remembers the mech asking if his legs were fine, and now he finally gets why. The mech tells him he only needs to do one thing: run. So Sebastian runs while screaming that the snake is coming. Then the mech moves so fast he seems to vanish. In an instant, he drives his blade deep into the snake's mouth with all his strength. He lands on top of the snake's body, and immediately launches himself toward the giant lizard charging in from behind. With perfect timing and control, he strikes once. The lizard dies instantly, its head torn clean off. Sebastian finally collapses to his knees, exhausted. When he looks back, he can hardly believe what he's seeing. The mech's hunting speed is unreal. Every monster that had been chasing him gets torn apart almost immediately. Sebastian starts wondering how many essences the mech must have by now. If this is how he hunts, essences keep dropping all over the ground. Sebastian has never seen so many fall at once. He figures the higher level monsters must have a much better drop rate. In just 2 hours, the mech has gathered around 50 essences. Sebastian realizes he isn't just strong, he's completely different from the players up above. The mech walks back over, collecting the essences as he comes. He's tired but still hunting. His whole body is covered in blood, but none of it is his, it all belongs to the monsters. Charles asks Sebastian how much essence he has. Sebastian tenses up right away, scared to see Crota standing there with a sword in hand. Sebastian says he has 6 essences total. Charles tells him to keep one for himself, since he did well. So Sebastian hands over 5 essences to Charles. At the same time, he keeps thinking the monsters are coming in slower than Charles can kill them. That makes him wonder what Charles even plans to do with so much essence, since he already has more than 50. Then Sebastian mentions that Julia is taking a while, and Charles calmly says to wait, she'll be back soon. After that, Sebastian brings up another question, and asks what level Crota is. He says that with how fast Charles hunts, he thought Charles would be leveling way faster than him. Charles says he's only sped up a little, and he isn't leveling that fast anymore. To gain a real level now, he'll have to wait for the next tutorial. That answer leaves Sebastian stunned. If all the monsters there barely give Charles any XP, then Charles's level must be insanely high. Charles then tells Sebastian that levels are personal, so he shouldn't ask other people about theirs. If anyone asks him, he shouldn't answer either. The same goes for stats. He says not to share those at all. Sebastian gets confused, and points out that Charles had asked about his vitality before. Charles replies that he's right. He shouldn't have asked, and should have just let Sebastian's arm rot and fall off. Sebastian quickly straightens up and says he'll remember that. Then Charles gives him a tip. While he's busy luring monsters in, Sebastian should kill some too. Focus on leveling up, and stay careful. Right then, Julia's voice suddenly shouts out, "Oh Charlie, I'm back, and there's a snake, a lizard, a mother-in-law, a brother-in-law, everything's chasing me. Just go." Sebastian nearly panics because when Julia shows up, that means it's time to move. Charles, though, doesn't look worried about her at all. He turns and sees the whole pack of angry monsters charging in. Charles rushes straight at them at full speed while Julia does everything she can to stay alive. Sebastian joins in too and throws a full power straight punch, killing the mother-in-law's son in one hit. That instantly pushes him up a level. Julia asks if Sebastian leveled up, and he says yes before asking about her. She says she leveled up too, and not long after that, all the monsters are dead. Sebastian picks up the last essence from the ground. After that, he gives one more essence to Julia. With that, both Sebastian and Julia now have 50 essences each, and Julia confirms it. Julia's really thankful. She says they only had 20 essences before, but with this hunting pace, they gathered the rest fast. Then she thanks the protagonist again for helping her. He thanks them too, since having the two of them around raised his hunting efficiency by 50%. In his head, he's also thinking that he collected way more essence than he expected. After that, Charles checks the time and sees it's almost time for the gate to open. So he calls the pair over and tells them it's time to head out. He wants to be outside when the gate opens. They're both thrilled, because they'll finally get out of that sea of monsters and go back up. Julia asks if things outside will be as crazy as before. Charles says he'd bet it's even worse. With the third tutorial almost over, there's probably a war going on out there. Sebastian says he's worried about the people outside because there are a lot of good people out there, not just bad ones. Then the scene shifts to the portal outside. It used to be green, but now it's red. It also shows 0 of 50, meaning the portal now charges a toll of 50 essences to send one person out. A lot of people are gathered there, all desperate to get through and move on. One extra checks his essence and sees he only has 45, so he's still short by 5. He notices that everyone else is hiding their essences too, along with their weapons, while speaking in hushed, shady ways. A bald extra says the essence drop rate is awful, so it's smarter to kill people with essences than monsters that are stronger, and might not even drop anything. He tells his partner they need to kill more humans and collect more relics. His partner agrees and says everyone is thinking the same thing, just waiting to see who makes the first move. His friend, who also looks rough, says everything will change the second the portal opens. Everyone must be thinking the same way. Kill whoever drops relics, steal everything, reach 50 and escape before someone steals from you. The bald extra turns to his friend, but then notices the blonde mole behind him. He says the guy seems to be coming their way. Yeah, he's coming straight at us. Something's up. Let's hear what he wants. The bald guy realizes the blonde mole really is heading toward them, and he can already tell trouble is coming. The blonde guy walks up all polite and asks how the two of them have been doing. The bald guy's friend shuts him down right away, saying they aren't friends and don't need fake small talk. The blonde guy just laughs, clearly pleased with himself. He already knows what's about to happen. Then he starts pressuring the bald guy's friend, saying the situation is obvious. The portal will open and a bloodbath will start. The extra thinks this blonde guy is a real bastard and a smart one too, since he's already figured it all out. Slipping away after killing others and diving through the portal won't be easy. The extra asks the blonde mole how much essence he needs. The blonde guy says he has a lot of people with him, so he has a lot of mouths to feed. Looking right at the bald guy's friend, he says, "I need 700. The guy freezes. He expected a big number, but 700? Clenching his fist, he gets furious. His whole group only has 300 essence, and this blonde bastard is demanding 700. He knows that request is insane, which means a fight is probably unavoidable. The blonde guy acts generous and says he'll lower the price. If they hand over 400, they can leave in peace and his group will get the rest somewhere else. The other guy stares at him and realizes this is turning into hell. Refusing would basically mean declaring war. His group has 20 people while the blonde guy has 50. He keeps wondering how he's supposed to come up with 400 essence and finally decides he'd rather fight. But right then someone cuts through all that tension, and it's Julia and Sebastian. The two politely ask to pass and walk right through the middle of everyone. The blonde guy turns to see what's going on. The moment Sebastian sees the blonde guy, he recognizes that huge bastard, And right behind Sebastian comes the fearless Charlie da Silva Azevedo. He walks past everyone and drops a box on the ground. Now the whole crowd is trying to figure out what's inside. Still pretending to be friendly, the blonde guy asks Charlie where he's been this whole time. Charlie doesn't even bother looking up, he just says he had things to do, that's all. Then the blonde guy asks if he managed to gather all the essence, and Charlie says, obviously. At that moment Charlie pulls out his dimensional bag and starts dumping out a huge pile of magic essences. Everyone is left staring in shock at how many are in one place. It's completely crazy. Hundreds of essences. Someone in the crowd asks how many he has, and another says there must be at least 1,000 in that box. The blonde guy can only think what a bastard. How did he collect that many essences? Still, he starts building up confidence. He has plenty of men with him, so he figures killing the mix and taking all those essences should be easy. After all, he has 50 men with him, and he keeps thinking that no matter how strong Charlie is, there's no way he can fight all of them at once. Without even lifting his head, the protagonist suddenly says, "Hey blonde guy." Then he tells all of them to look carefully at the ground. The blonde guy doesn't get it at first what ground, but when he looks down he sees a mark there, and realizes the protagonist drew something on the floor. So that's what he meant. Charlie tells them they all need essence, right? Then he adds that he doesn't need these essences himself anymore, because he already has enough. And once the crowd starts begging for essence, Charlie says sure, he'll give them some, but not for free, he'll sell it. One essence for 100 points, and if anyone wants to buy from him, they need permission to enter the circus first. Only then can they step inside. The crowd immediately starts complaining that it's too expensive. 100 points per essence is way too much. One extra points out that the shop doesn't even sell essence, so the only place they can get it is from the protagonist. The blonde guy pulls out his knife and says, "Oh yeah, is that so?" He aims the blade at the protagonist and calls him a selfish bastard, saying he could save hundreds of people by giving away that essence, but instead he wants to sell it. Being full of himself, the blonde guy points the knife at Charlie and says, "And what if we don't have any money? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" The blonde guy asks, while the angry crowd stares at him. Charlie says that's a weird question. He's not forcing anyone to buy from him. He makes it simple. Anyone who wants essence has to pay first. Then he drops a useful tip. They can earn points by selling items or even their own stats. He doesn't care where the points come from as long as they pay. The extras are stunned. They start asking if they can really sell items and attributes, because they had no idea. The blonde guy burns with hatred and looks ready to start trouble. He begins trashing Charlie, claiming he must have gotten all that by killing and robbing other players, and now he wants to make money off. Then he asks if Charlie really thinks people will accept that. Charlie just looks at him and says, "And if I did steal it, what are you going to do?" Julia, standing behind Charlie, snaps back right away. She yells that he has no right to call anyone a thief when he stole from his own group and killed them. She shouts even louder, saying he murdered all her friends. She asks if he has any idea how hard it was for her to escape him. Sebastian backs her up, saying that's a lie. They were with Charlie the whole time, and he didn't steal from anyone. Sebastian adds that the blonde guy got exposed and is trying to pin his crimes on someone else. The real thief is him, and he's shameless. He also points out that nobody there really knows Charlie yet. It only makes the blonde guy even madder, and he starts screaming at them. He threatens all three, mocking the two behind Charlie and asking if they think they're safe. Then his men pull out their weapons and get ready to fight. Furious, the blonde guy orders everyone to rush Charlie and the other two and kill them on the spot. The extras charge straight at Charlie in a burst of rage. The instant two of them cross the line without permission, Charlie cuts both their heads off in one swing. He stares at the others and says, "So you crossed the line, huh?" Then he warns them again, "You don't cross that line without permission." The two bodies drop and the rest freeze. His strike was so fast they didn't even see it happen. Now the blonde guy finally thinks about the line the mix mentioned earlier. He remembers the warning not to cross it, no matter what. Calm as ever, Charlie tells everyone his offer still stands. If they can pay, he'll sell them essence. But anyone who wants to enter the circus has to ask permission first. He says this is the last warning. Buy or don't buy, that's their choice. But if they cross the line again with bad intentions, he won't let it slide. Then he stands up, looks them right in the eye and says he'll kill anyone who crosses that line trying to attack him. After that, the protagonist draws his basic arcane sword. Even with only 48 men left, the blonde guy still loses his mind. He orders them to kill Charlie right now and send him to hell, while he stays safely in the back. The first man swings at the mech, then he ducks under it. Another attacks from behind. He's way too fast. The protagonist takes off the first man's head and splits the second one apart. Charlie moves like a blur, cutting down 5 men at once from over 10 meters away. Anyone who crossed the line dies almost instantly. The blonde guy starts shaking. What he's seeing feels impossible. No normal person should be that strong or that fast. Then it hits him. His bat is still level 1 because he hid in the safe zone instead of hunting. He forgot what kind of world this is. The strong rule here in the mix is clearly far above him, so he gets ready to run. In his head, he tells himself he'll be fine because he never crossed the line. Since Charlie only kills the ones who did, maybe he can still live. He thinks he can survive as long as he turns around and stays behind the line. But Charlie calls out to him. He says, "Hey Blondie, piece of trash. Did you think staying in the back would save you? If you cross that line planning to kill me, I'll come for you." Then smiling, he adds that he memorized all 48 faces including his. He promises to kill every one of them. The blonde guy goes stiff with fear, realizing Charlie really means it. Before he can even react, Charlie closes the distance in an instant and cuts his head off. After that, everyone who crossed the line and everyone tied to the blonde guy's gang gets wiped out. It turns into a complete bloodbath. With bodies everywhere, the protagonist walks back to his box of essence. He casually says what a mess this turned into and complains about how annoying those people were. Then he decides to move somewhere else. Picking up the box, he walks toward the crowd. Everyone backs away in fear. The other group, which had only been watching, doesn't dare make a move. They're frozen in shock. After all, one person just slaughtered 51 people without taking a single hit. The bald guy can only admit that one overwhelming fighter crushed an entire group by himself. He clenches his fist, realizing he was wrong to think he had already adapted to this. The only one who truly had was the Mac. Then he lets it go and gives up on fighting because brute force won't work against the protagonist. So he asks carefully, "I want to buy essence. Can I come closer?" The bald man wonders what he plans to do without enough points. His friend reminds him that he already asked a lackey before, and the lackey said he'd buy that weapon for 500 points. The bald man still thinks they might try something else, but his friend shuts that down. He says all the essence in Charlie's hands came from hunting. Do they really think they can fight someone like that? If Charlie has around 1,000 essence, then he must have killed at least about 12,000 monsters. The bald man asks how he knows that. His friend says nobody gets that strong without killing thousands of monsters. And the proof is right there, the bodies still have their essence, so Charlie didn't steal from them. That means he earned his essence by hunting, not robbing people. So this deal is fair. Charlie glances back and gives the bald man's friend permission to come closer. The man offers 500 points for 5 essence, and asks how many Charlie can sell him. Then he changes his mind and says he wants 7 instead of 5. The bald man's friend realizes the rules of this world are made by the strong people like Charlie. Just like that, the protagonist gains 700 more points. Once everyone sees Charlie really is selling essence without any tricks, they finally get the courage to buy from him too. After getting his essence, the bald man's friend heads to the portal and vanishes inside. Then a bunch of people rush over to the protagonist. Some want 10, others want 7, but all of them want essence. Meanwhile, the administrator's lackey starts taking advantage of everyone, buying their stuff dirt cheap. He keeps making out like a king, one item for 300 points, another for 200. When someone complains that the weapon originally cost 1,000 points, the lackey says the low price is fair because it's damaged, and when people run out of items, they start selling their attributes instead. The lackey buys each stat point for just 100. While the protagonist piles up more and more points, he notices the lackey is scamming everyone with awful deals. Some people sell way too many attributes, and Charlie thinks they'd honestly be better off dying there without those stats. They won't last long anyway. Still, the protagonist ends up rich. He now has 167,400 points, and that makes him very happy. Charlie had thought 100,000 points would already be a huge win, so getting 167,000 feels unreal. Now he's sure he can finally buy what he wanted. Then Julia looks at him and says, "Hey Charlie, let's go." He turns back and asks why they're still there. Julia says they want to go with him. Charlie tells them he has no interest in taking companions. Sebastian replies that Charlie can just use them like pawns if he wants, and even that would make him grateful. Charlie takes a deep breath and thinks about how to answer. Then he laughs a little before speaking. He tells them it won't work. They're expecting something from him, and that kind of thinking will get them killed. In this world, you can't keep moving forward if you depend on others like that. Sebastian pushes back and asks if Charlie isn't moving forward too. Charlie gestures toward the two of them who are left speechless. Then he says this is where they stop. There's no essence left for him to sell them, and there's no way they can keep up by depending on him. He tells them goodbye, and that's where part 2 begins. Charlie drops his bag to the floor and starts getting ready for what comes next. Sebastian freezes, unable to believe what Charlie just did. In his head, Charlie has to be crazy, so how is he supposed to clear the next tutorial now? Sebastian says Charlie should have kept at least 50 essences for himself. Charlie just shrugs and tells him he's not going so they can leave without him. Julia is even more shaken by that answer. As the mech head heads off, he gives them one last warning. Get out now because this place is about to turn into hell. Hearing that, Julia rushes toward Charlie in panic. But Sebastian stops her, realizing Charlie has already made up his mind. Lightly holding Julia's arm, Sebastian calls her name. Then he tells her they need to go. With nothing else they can do for the mech, the two head for the portal while Charlie walks off on his own. On the way, Charlie thinks ahead. The next tutorial should be defense after survival, competition, and hunting. That pattern makes the most sense. Then some random guy runs up and asks if he really sold all the essences. Charlie looks at him and answers, yeah, he sold them all. The man instantly falls apart, shaking as he says that was his only hope. Turns out he isn't the only one. 3 other people also failed to gather enough essences to move on. Charlie sees what's coming and decides not to get involved. He just keeps walking, knowing this whole place is about to become a battlefield over essences. There are around 12 people left, and if each one has even 5 essences, a massacre is basically guaranteed. Meanwhile, Charlie keeps his distance. He figures there's only about an hour left before hell starts, so he calls for logic. A new presence appears, and Charlie immediately realizes someone powerful has arrived. He expected some lackey to show up and open the store after his request. But that isn't what happens. The one stepping out of the portal is the tutorial administrator. The giant looks at Charlie and asks why he called him here. Charlie says he wasn't trying to call the administrator. He only wanted a lackey. The administrator explains that he's picking new lackeys because they're short-staffed after cutting a bunch of people. Charlie asks if he caused that mess, and the administrator says a third of the lackeys had connections and had gotten lazy. That's why he had to come open the store himself. And yes, he blames the McRotted. According to him, Charlie forced a ton of lackeys to waste time here buying items and skills with points, slowing down progress in other sectors. Charlie looks up at the giant and asks how any of that is his fault. The administrator snaps back that it obviously is because of Charlie. More than 100 people used the store at once and gathered resources just to buy from him. Charlie pushes back, asking if that much business isn't good for a merchant. Then he asks if it really takes that many people to run the store, and if the administrator seriously came in person just to complain. The administrator tells him this isn't just a store, and says Charlie still doesn't understand what's really going on. Charlie knows he's already a special case to the system. Usually, if an administrator can't figure something out, they ignore it, but this time feels different, so something else is clearly happening. Still complaining, the administrator points out that Charlie cleared the 3rd tutorial with over 160,000 points and a very high level. On top of that, his strength alone is enough to dominate the whole tutorial. Charlie answers that that's exactly what he wants to stay on top. He tells the administrator he's chosen the path of the strongest, and that's the road he'll keep following. Then he repeats himself. He wants to use the store. The administrator laughs and calls Charlie stubborn as hell. He says he's been an administrator for a long time, but this is the first time he's met someone like him. Since Charlie clearly won't change his mind, he raises a hand and opens the store. This time only the old man appears, asking Charlie what he needs. Charlie starts with the personal inventory. He spends 10,000 points and gets a medium-level personal inventory. The system explains the keyword to use it, just say inventory. Next, Charlie buys a magic steel sword. It carries strong ice power, so for 50,000 points he thinks it's absolutely worth it. After buying it, he tests both the sword and the inventory. The moment he says open inventory, the sword comes out on its own. Watching that, the administrator says Charlie picked a good item and admits he isn't surprised. Charlie doesn't stop there. He immediately makes an even bigger purchase and buys the pyromancy cloak. After that, he also buys the magic illumination shield, burning through another 20,000 points. Seeing those items, the administrator realizes his guess was right. It's strange enough that the old tutorial system got shaken up like this. But what's more shocking is that Charlie chose gear normally used on the tower's upper floors. Now the mix is fully geared up with the cloak and shield. Then Charlie remembers one more thing and buys 4 ice crystals for acceleration. Each one costs 5,000 points, so that's another 20,000 gone. After that, he decides to buy one last item, another sword. It's a very sharp sword. Simple, good and cheap at only 2,000 points. The administrator is surprised by that last choice. He says the very sharp sword is basic but dependable. Though compared to everything else Charlie bought, it looks completely out of place since the other items are absurdly powerful magic gear. Charlie just says he bought it because he liked it. It looked cute. After all that spending, his 67,000 points dropped to just 5,400. The administrator smiles and says that with this equipment no one will be able to challenge Charlie now. The tutorial participants simply don't have the power to get through that cloak. Then he adds one warning. It only works against participants. Charlie reacts with surprise. A portal opens and the administrator steps into it. Before leaving, he says he's looking forward to the future because he wants to see how Charlie uses those items. That leaves the mech alone in the huge, nearly empty city. Then he feels the ground start to tremble and knows it has begun. He looks up and sees the timer has finally hit 0. Now hell starts. The system announces that the third tutorial is over. The stopwatch display shatters, and right after that the system tells Charlie that he failed the tutorial, so he should prepare himself because the sector's annihilation is beginning now. At once, strange energy and flashes tear through the city from every direction. The portal in the area starts to close. Nearby, a monster pair is still busy with each other even while the world is falling apart. After that, Charlie looks up at the sky and quietly says it's been a while since he's seen it this red. He already knows the weather here is about to change hard. That's why he hopes buying that cloak was worth it. Because hell is about to drop on this place. He's especially thankful for the cloak since it protects his body from the heat. Even after entering the tower, he knows it'll stay useful as strong fire defense. Then the temperature starts rising. Charlie feels nothing, but all around him people scream that it's too hot and beg for help. The heat climbs fast. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 degrees Celsius. People cry that they don't want to die, and from those screams Charlie figures only 3 people in this place can still endure even when it reaches 100 degrees. He spots those last 3 trying to run from the heat wave, while he himself feels perfectly fine, like he's standing in a cool morning breeze. One of them, almost melting alive, stares at Charlie and asks why he isn't affected by the heat at all. Charlie steps a little closer to see what's happening, but then the ground splits open right under those 3. A giant fire moth bursts out, and the temperature in that whole area instantly jumps to 200 degrees Celsius. Even those 3 who had strong heat resistance start screaming for help as their bodies burn apart and collapse. Charlie knows that without the gear he bought he'd be suffering badly too. Then the true annihilation boss begins to appear, and the whole area turns into a blazing sea of fire at 400 degrees Celsius. Among the dead we glimpse a hand from someone who got dragged down into hell and became an infernal skull with only a single life. The system explains that these skulls are trash-class demons, and there are thousands of them roaming around. Charlie realizes there are far more than he expected. Still, he knows these trash mobs aren't the real danger. Looking into the flames, he starts speaking to the fire, so we meet again. The fire moth moves in front of Charlie, and he keeps thinking there's a reason that creature is called Annihilation. Then the system identifies it. A low-class demon named Sarantra has appeared. Charlie starts to smile. Standing far below that massive creature, Charlie shouts even louder. So we finally meet again. He stares at Sarantra and smiles. This is the revenge he came for. Looking at the demon, Charlie remembers Ragnarok, when Sarantra was huge like a mountain. Here in the tutorial he's only about the size of a house, so this is how the place balances things out. Then the demon steps out of the fire, his whole body covered in flames. Sarantra starts talking about worlds being born just to burn and vanish, but Charpy cuts him off right away. He mocks him, asking why he's acting so dramatic when he's only the son of 176, then tells him to quit talking and fight. Only then does the demon really look at Charpy and notice his eyes. You? Sir Robert says those eyes are familiar, then tells Chari to keep wondering whether he'll leave this place alive. After that, the demon casts a spell on the ground, raising a huge pillar with a throne on top. He takes his seat there while his skull servants rush the mech and he just watches from above. Chari doesn't hesitate. He charges the first skull and gets ready to cut it down. The creature barely reacts before he's already on it. He's so fast the skull can't defend itself, and Charlie splits its head in half. But that skull had a trick. It was basically a creeper. The moment it dies, a huge explosion goes off. From a distance, the demon grins, calling the protagonist naive. Anyone who knows what a creeper is should have seen that coming. A little later, the flames settle down, leaving the whole area covered in smoke. Out of that smoke, the mech steps forward, still burning but alive. Perovich's mantle blocked the heat from the blast. Sarantra immediately notices the cloak isn't ordinary, and now it has even gained extra fire resistance. Chari looks up and says, of course it's special. Came from the shop. If he's got money and the shop is selling broken items, he's buying all he can. Then he adds that he didn't prepare all this just to survive. He points at the demon on the throne and yells that he came here to kill him. Sarantra smiles and calls those words bold and foolish. He says Chari should feel honored, since no human has ever even seen his face before. Charing is done with the speech. He tells the demon to get off the chair and fight like a man, but Sarantra just says he needs more training first. Then he sends more skulls. That only makes Charing angrier, so he activates the hockey's eyes. With that power on, he leaps straight into the middle of the swarm to take them all on at once. At crazy speed, Charing starts cutting through everything in sight. The system keeps announcing level ups, but he doesn't slow down. He tears through skull after skull so easily it almost feels too simple. But moving that fast creates another problem. There's no time for the skulls to explode right away. When he looks back, he sees a wave of fire rushing after him. A chain of blasts erupts behind him, wrecking everything in the area. Seeing the danger, the protagonist throws up the magic shield. It holds off the non-stop explosions, but cracks start spreading through it. Chari ignores that and rushes the skulls again. Every slash kills one, and every kill blows up in his face. Yeah, not a creeper, just an explosive skull. The whole place is burning at 600 degrees, and Chari, wrapped in fire, levels up again. After taking down even more skulls, he gets another boost to several stats and feels his body getting stronger. Still, after 2 straight hours of fighting, the place finally starts getting to him. Even with his resistance, Chari can feel the heat building inside his body. He realizes his current plan is bad. Every skull explodes the second he kills it. The damage isn't huge, but he can't avoid the blast, so every attack means another explosion to the face. He pauses to think. Maybe mana explosion could wipe them out from a distance, but the skulls keep spawning, so that plan would drain him dry before it solved anything. Then he checks his shield and sees it's nearly done. That makes sense though. It's already tanked over 1,000 explosions, so Chari decides it's time. He uses the absolute 5th series skill, Absolute Implicancy, then looks up at the demon and taunts him hard. He calls out from below, saying it's all weaklings down here, and telling the only strong one to come down and fight. Gripping his flaming sword tighter, the demon admits he's curious. Those items Chari is using are far from normal, and he wants to know how he even got them in the tutorial. Chari just stares at him, and then a massive explosion erupts in front of the demon, sending a shockwave through everything nearby. The taunt worked, so Rutra took the bait. Chari mocks him again, saying it's pathetic to go all out on someone still in the tutorial, but the demon coldly says this is just a purge for the unworthy. Then he points his giant flaming sword at the protagonist and says Chari is different. He has what it takes to climb the tower and become a ranker. Curious. Now Sirikar asks why Chari would ever give up his essences to a partner, when he clearly has the power to gather plenty on his own. Chari scratches his ear and reminds him again. He came here to hunt him, the low-ranked demon. Mr. Ruda laughs at that and asks if Chari is seriously saying he plans to bring him down. Then he says that's fine. He'll just crush him. With that, the boss raises his flaming sword for a heavy strike. Chari doesn't move. He stays put and prepares to take the hit, feeling that blazing power inside him rising. The giant sword slams straight into the mic. Chari blocks with his shield and instantly knows he can beat this boss. But the shield has already taken thousands of blasts and this attack is too much. It starts showing clear signs of breaking under the pressure. Then the shield finally gives way, leaving Chari exposed to the boss's massive flaming sword. At that moment, he remembers Sano Gong asking if he wants to know how he got those eyes. Back in the present, the boss pours even more power into his sword, pushing the flames past 3,000 degrees Celsius. The memory continues. Sano Gong explains there was a special way to get those eyes and says that even he failed during a third tutorial once. He says he could have beaten the little creatures there, but certain things went wrong. He won't say what happened and Chari presses him on it. Sano Gong refuses, saying the important part is what came after. Then he asks Chari if he knows what kind of annihilation appeared for those who failed the third tutorial. Chari says no, he only knows it already passed. Sano Gong tells him to listen closely, because the next steps matter if he wants to gain his best skill. Chari asks if he's talking about the eyes and Sano Gong says yes, those eyes are his greatest skill. Back in the present, the giant demon stares at the wrecked ground, confused. He can't understand why Chari didn't dodge. It almost looked like he chose to take the hit. Then the rubble starts moving and a wave of heat begins pouring out of it. Saratra thought he had killed the protagonist, but Chari rises from the debris and stands up in front of him again. The mech looks a little shaken and breathes out a hot aura, telling Saratra he really thought he was about to die from that heat. At the same time, Chari thinks about that monster Sano Gong. After fighting him hundreds of times he only won a few, and that made one thing clear, there were real reasons Sano Gong was so insanely strong. One reason was Rue Jimbo, the celestial staff he carries, which can grow without limit. Chari also remembers Wukong's air nimbus, a cloud fast enough to fire lightning and cross space at unbelievable speed. He keeps thinking through it. Another of Wukong's greatest strengths was his endless arcane power, gained after eating all the immortality feathers in the Garden of Celestial Feathers, a treasure of the celestial realm. But even with all that, the biggest reason he was so hard to beat was something else. Chari's eyes start to shine and the system announces that he has fulfilled the secret condition for the monkey's eyes. Now those eyes begin to evolve. They evolved into gray eyes. These eyes are broken. They can tell good from evil, truth from lies, and they get stronger as their mastery rises. On top of that, they boost his senses, give him fire resistance, and let him predict where the enemy will strike. Then the system tells him the protagonist has obtained the gray eyes. Chari lets out a breath. He survived, but even with that gear on, the heat felt like it would burn him alive. That makes him think about Wukong again. Wukong endured all of this with no equipment at all. Chari admits Wukong's body makes no sense. Saratra notices something changed and stares at him. Your eyes, what happened to them? Chari doesn't answer. He opens his inventory, pulls out an ice crystal, and the sword of the air is steel, and admits to himself that the monkey deserves respect. Anyone who can handle this demon's heat with no gear at all is on another level. He thanks Saratra for helping him get those eyes, then lowers his stance and tells the demon his setup is finished. Now it's time. The demon mocks him, saying he looks pathetic and asking what someone in such terrible shape thinks he can possibly do. Chari brushes it off, saying this is nothing, then crushes 2 ice crystals at once. Right away, his body temperature starts dropping fast. Saratra watches in surprise as the burning spreading through the protagonist's body starts getting cancelled out. At the same time, the protagonist gains another boost. Ice is now added to his arcane power. A moment ago, he was just taking the giant's hits. Now the heat around him fades after the ice crystals and Chari plants his feet, ready to strike back. The truth is his body is freezing, so he can't stay still. He rushes forward through the flames. The giant swings his sword at the protagonist. Chari realizes Saratra must understand exactly what this means. His ice-covered body is the complete opposite of the demon's fire. Saratra's huge blade crashes down on Chari, but he manages to block it and hold on. The clash of those opposite elements triggers a massive explosion. His pyromancy mantle withstands Saratra's annihilation flames, and its fire resistance rises even more. And it doesn't stop there. The monkey's evolved gray eyes also endure the annihilation flames. Saratra's flames are even absorbed by the eyes, and the protagonist's body temperature drops quickly again. Now he can resist the burning effect. The giant sword that nearly killed him before doesn't hit nearly as hard anymore, because he has two broken abilities absorbing the heat. Saratra realizes this fight isn't normal. Chari is resisting him and even forcing him back with the element opposite his own. Then Chari throws his strength into the clash and knocks the giant's sword away, spreading his ice aura across the whole area. He doesn't waste the opening. Chari leaps onto the giant and slashes across his ribs. For the first time, the demon actually feels pain. Furious, he roars that a mere mortal has no right to do this and swears he'll kill him. But Chari stays locked in. Now that he's proven he can cut the flame demon, he knows he can kill him too. Saratra isn't dumb. Since close combat is failing, he backs off and starts casting powerful fire magic. The moment Chari sees it, he knows it's bad. He can't afford to get hit no matter what. From the start of the fight, he never turned off his gray eyes. Now they show him the path each fireball will take. Every fireball is packed with killing power. Saratra launches them, convinced the blast will erase the protagonist for good. 2 seconds later, the sword of Asura gives off a freezing aura. The protagonist starts to smile. He didn't know surviving that was even possible. But the items he's using are seriously overpowered. Still covered in fire, Chari uses 2 more ice crystals, then somehow pulls out another and consumes that too. Even with his accelerated thinking, he knows his body can't handle that freezing aura for long. Meanwhile, the giant demon gets ready to cut the protagonist down. Chari understands he has to finish this fast. This time, instead of blocking Saratra's attack, he dodges and sets up a counter. Now he goes all in. He stops worrying about saving mana, switches weapons, pulls out his arcane sword, and floods it with huge arcane power. With one strike, he cuts off one of the giant's legs. Saratra, who had never been wounded before, drops to his knees in agony. For the first time, he feels real pain, glares at the protagonist with pure hate, and spits out, "You," but the protagonist doesn't slow down. As he keeps attacking, the giant realizes Chari has already cast a spell at him, a mana explosion. Unable to move away with his leg gone, the giant takes the mana blast right to the face. For him, it's pure humiliation. The hit leaves his face blue from the heavy damage. Chari doesn't pause to admire it. With battle predictions still active, he doesn't waste even a second. He jumps straight onto the boss's back. After losing a leg and taking a blast to the face, the boss doesn't even get time to recover. The protagonist is already moving for a back attack, pressing his hand onto the fire demon. In pain, the demon realizes Chari is on his back. That only makes him angrier. To him, this is just a kid who hasn't even climbed the tower yet, so he decides to do something drastic. Saratra raises his body's heat even higher, pushing it to an insane 6,000 degrees Celsius. The flames become overwhelming and the protagonist starts to feel it. Still, his ice attribute resists, and the pyromancy mantle keeps fighting off the annihilation flames. Chari realizes he's thrown everything he has against this fire, but the gap keeps growing. The demon pushes the heat higher and higher, 7,000, 8,000, and eventually 10,000 degrees Celsius. By then Chari feels unbearable pain, and his skin starts breaking apart. His resistance finally starts to fail against Saratra's annihilation flames, and the protagonist begins to burn. He gets burn level 1, then it quickly jumps to level 3, But after taking that direct hit from the boss, the protagonist's fire resistance rises by 1. Only now has the fire truly struck him with full force. Even then, Chari keeps going. Holding the sword of the air's steel, he pours arcane power into it for one last blow. In that insane heat, 15,000 degrees Celsius, like the surface of the sun, he yells that he'll win. The giant demon tries to stop him, asking him to wait, but Chari doesn't let him finish. He slams the freezing blade into the boss's neck. The demon crashes face first, and Chari leaves the sword buried there. Fire and ice collide inside the body, setting off a huge explosion. After that strike, the sword can't handle the extreme change in temperature and starts to break apart. The boss can't endure it either. Too much ice power flooded his body, and the system announces that Chari defeated the Doctoral's annihilation. Still shaking, the protagonist smiles. He finally killed the demon. At the same time, the sword of the air's steel crumbles and vanishes from his hand. Then the system announces that he leveled up. Chari shouts in triumph. He really did it. He defeated Surutra, the 166th son of Asura, the giant fire elemental demon. He looks up and remembers the gods and other divine beings who stood with him at the end of the tower's battle. It all feels insane, but this is only the start of a long road. The system keeps going, announcing another level up and then another. Chari can already tell this journey is going to be brutal, but he keeps moving forward. After that, the system says he achieved something unimaginable because he pulled off the impossible. The reward calculation will take more time. After the battle, Chari takes a short break. He dozes off for a bit. He was completely worn out, and even now he can barely believe he won. Still, he gets himself ready for the next step. Sitting down, he lets out a long sigh and wonders how hard the second step will be if the first one was already this brutal. Even so, he's sure he's much stronger now than before. Looking at his arms, he sees the burns are still fresh, so he figures he hasn't finished paying the price yet. Chari notices the ice energy is still inside him, and his condition is far from good. Thinking back on the fight, he remembers how close he came to dying. He went through hell just to get those gray eyes. Still, this is no time to complain. The tutorial isn't over, and he still has a long road ahead, so Chari walks over to the fallen demon's body. Without the flames, it looks even uglier, but he knows this isn't an ordinary corpse. He cuts it open. Sure, there's loot inside, and since this was Surutra's body, the item should be something special. A moment later, he spots a bright glow and realizes he found it. It's a beautiful red gem. The system identifies it as a giant's heart, an elixir packed with a giant's power and a massive amount of mana. Chari gets excited the second he picks it up, but he knows better than to use it now. If he does, his body won't handle it and he'll die. The item can greatly change his physique, but first he needs to raise his vitality by a lot. Then someone cuts into his thoughts. Hey, I'm here. The voice asks if he's done with everything, or if it still has to wait. Chari stores the item in his inventory and turns back. Oh, you're here again. I thought it was just some underling. The administrator already sounds annoyed and snaps that somehow it's always Chari causing trouble. Chari hops over the demon's corpse and says he still has a long way to go. The administrator just starts smiling. He says Chari completely wrecked the tutorial's balance. The other administrators were all on his case because of him. First he soloed the zombies in the opening test, then he killed that giant worm in the last one. The administrator warns him there's no more time to waste. The fourth tutorial started a while ago and is almost over, so Chari will be sent straight to the final area. Chari is shocked. Wait, the fourth one is already ending? How much time is left? The administrator answers, 4 hours. Chari grins. 4 hours is more than enough. Send me there, I'll wipe everything out. The administrator answers with a dry mocking, yeah, sure you will. Then he tells Chari to give him his hand. As he grabs the mayor's hand, he explains that he argued with the other administrators for a long time over what reward Chari should get for all this. In the end, Chari receives 10,000 points. On top of that, he gets an amazing skill, Sky Killer Star, and a bonus of 3 points to every stat, basically like gaining 3 levels at once. Chari is stunned. He's never heard of Sky Killer Star before. He thought he knew every skill, so this is a first. It's an extra rank skill, And he knows something like that should never show up in the tutorial. The system explains that the skill can grow. All he has to do is kill enemies, and the stronger the target, the bigger the increase. As the skill levels up, it boosts his stats too. In other words, it's insanely broken. If he ever pushes it to level 99, the stat gains will be absurd. Chari starts reading through the skill details. It's an extra rank skill that can level up. It's still incomplete, and its main effect is boosting the protagonist's stats. The administrator looks at the protagonist and asks if he wants anything else now that he's gotten his reward. He asks for a scarlet inferior medicine pill. Clearly annoyed, the administrator grumbles like he's handing over a snack, then gives him the pill, a cure that can fully heal him. As Chari thinks things through, he figures he's around level 30 now. Even so, he knows the 5th tutorial will be a race against time, so there won't be any rest. Then he remembers his friends, the promises he made, and the fact that the whole group is counting on him. Chari opens his eyes and sees the world around him starting to warp. It's already happening. This place is about to vanish, and the energy around it starts pulling him in. That force drags the protagonist toward a teleport. The power holding the area together disappears and Chari is sent away. Time passes and the final test, the 5th tutorial, begins. Chari finally arrives at the last tutorial area. Thanks to the pill, he's no longer in terrible shape. Fully healed him. The other players are already there and Chari shows up in his pyromancy cloak with real presence. One random player catches the smell of the sea and asks if anyone knows where they are. The 5th tutorial has gathered people from several different worlds and now they're all here together. Then the tower announces the name of the final tutorial, United World. Some people wonder if this means the tutorials are almost over, but a more experienced player shuts that down right away. No way, this is still just the tutorial and the truly important stage comes after this. The system announces that Baraganda Island is slowly sinking into the sea. It also says there's only one way to escape. Kill the boss at the top of the island, and this isn't a solo fight. It's a raid boss, which means teamwork is required and everyone will be scored based on how much they contribute. At first it sounds almost easy because they're given 30 days, but that thought dies fast. A raid measured in days instead of hours is a bad sign. The timer appears, 720 hours until the raid ends. Everyone is stunned. Nobody expected a full month. The protagonist can tell they're all shocked. The earlier tutorials lasted anywhere from 1 hour to 4 days, so this 30-day test is on a whole different level. At the same time, that also means the boss must be insanely strong. If it takes a month to beat, then this enemy is no joke. He looks around and notices some of the others have already realized how brutal this raid is going to be. One of them comes up with an idea. Since everyone's gathered here already, why not form a team? A lot of people agree right away and the group starts organizing. The man who suggested it keeps calling for everyone to join up. He continues trying to gather the whole crowd together. Over and over he pushes the same plan. Everyone should team up. He keeps urging them to join. Again he asks for everyone's cooperation. He wants the entire group together. He keeps going, still calling out, telling everyone to join the team. He repeats the offer again and again, trying to pull everyone in. Once more, he asks the whole crowd to join, and then his pitch gets interrupted. He says, "Wait there. You probably don't know who I am." Charlie brushes him off and basically tells him he doesn't care who he is. That answer sets off the proud son of Zeus, and he angrily hurls an insult back at Charlie. Right after that, he starts drawing power into his body. He's clearly getting ready to attack. He charges at the protagonist at top speed, yelling for him to stop because he wasn't done talking. But along the way, several monsters jump in front of Hargan. He cuts through them with ease, splitting one clean in half and a spray of blood. Hargan tears through several more in just a few seconds. Even so, he still can't get close to the protagonist. He chased after him the instant Charlie moved, yet somehow he still can't catch up. What shocks Hargan most is that the protagonist doesn't even seem to be using a speed skill. That's just his raw speed. Now Hargan can't stop wondering how high Charlie's stats are. He's never heard of this guy before, so he starts guessing what kind of monster he might be. Maybe the protagonist is from Alfredo, or maybe he's some kind of martial specialist. To be this fast, he might even be a descendant of Eric. Instead of frustrating him, that thought excites Hargan. He was starting to think this tutorial would be boring. But after meeting the protagonist, things just got interesting. Far ahead of him, the scene shifts to Charlie standing on a tree branch. He checks the area and senses everything around him, then realizes Hargan has gone from sight. No one is nearby. Even Charlie is impressed by Hargan. Speed isn't even that guy's specialty. He's built for brute force, yet he's still incredibly fast. Charlie jumps down from the huge tree, since there's nothing around to slow him down. As he moves, he remembers what the administrator said about the tutorial's balance being ruined. Now he understands it wasn't just because of him. Hargan is way too strong for this stage too. Charlie looks ahead after reaching the place he wanted. Whatever the others do has nothing to do with him right now. He's only focused on getting more kills. The system message pops up. He defeated a null and Sky Killer Star's completion rate increased by 0.001%. So Charlie keeps slaughtering nulls without mercy. But after cutting down 10 of them, he realizes each kill only gives that same tiny 0.001%. After 10 kills, the total gain is still painfully small, and Charlie immediately notices how slow this skill is going to be to raise. Charlie says he killed 10 of them and the progress didn't even reach 0.01. If he wants to level up this skill, he'll need to kill much stronger monsters. He pulls out a scentless powder from his inventory and spreads it through the air. He isn't here to hunt. His body has fully recovered from the fight with Siritra, and the icy aura around him is gone. Now he's ready. Then he opens his inventory again and takes it out. This is the perfect time to use it. The system tells him it's the giant's heart, and Charlie remembers what Hercules told him before. Hercules said the giant's heart had to be eaten, and that it had to be done before the tutorial ended. So Charlie bites into it and swallows a piece. Right away he feels something change in his heart. Then his veins start changing fast. The system announces that he has gained the vital energy of giants and demons. After that, giant blood and demon blood begins spreading through the mixed body's body, and Charlie is hit with terrible pain. A battle starts inside him. Human blood against giant blood and demon blood. But the stone is insanely hot, and Charlie starts feeling like he's being cooked from the inside. It gets even worse because the fire is inside his body, so his pyromancy cloak can't block it. Luckily, he has the gray eyes, and they begin resisting the giant flames. Charlie feels his bones and muscles trembling, and even his blood seems to be flowing the wrong way. After a while, even the gray eyes start failing against the giant flames. Charlie realizes the pain isn't going to lessen. The only thing he can do is endure it. He knows this chance will never come again, so he has to absorb as much as possible, and that makes him remember Hercules. Hercules had warned him that giant blood wasn't something a normal person could handle. Eating that stone during the tutorial was basically suicide, and that's exactly what Charlie did. He also said one thing mattered most. No matter what, Charlie had to get the gray eyes. Without them, he would never survive the giant's heart. If he couldn't get them, he should give up on the heart. But Charlie knows this is his only shot. He already got the gray eyes, so now he just has to absorb the whole giant's heart. And with that, another broken shortcut begins. While suffering in agony, Charlie's strength and vitality keep rising. He starts wondering how much time has passed because it feels like he's been in pain forever. Later, the number of points he gains starts dropping. Still, Charlie keeps waiting. He says the thing he really wants should appear soon. The system says the gray eyes and the giant flames are clashing. And through the gray eyes, Charlie manages to control the flames. Then the system announces that he met the conditions for a secret piece and gained a new skill. Colossal fire. Even while suffering, Charlie goes quiet. That wasn't what he was waiting for. Grinding his teeth through the pain, he wonders what colossal fire even is. He's never heard of it, and it's not the ability he wanted. The pain gets so bad that Charlie starts rolling on the ground like he's losing his mind. Time keeps passing and night falls. The tutorial timer, which started at 720 hours, is now at 707. 13 hours have passed since the tutorial began, and Charlie has spent almost 12 of those hours doing nothing but suffering. Even in that state, he can still think. It's been nearly half a day, and the agony still hasn't stopped. As he gets close to death, he wonders if he made the wrong choice. Normally, the power he wants could only be gained by killing 10,000 giants and covering himself in their blood, but he's trying to force a shortcut. The protagonist knows there was never an easy way to do this, so he keeps enduring it. He clenches his fist and wonders if he should just be satisfied with what he's already gained here. Weak and on the edge of death, Charlie starts to lose his sanity. Then suddenly the system sends a message, saying he has met the conditions for a secret reward, almost blacking out. Charlie desperately hopes it's the skill he wanted. The system says he successfully absorbed the vital energy of giants and demons. Because of that, he also managed to perfectly absorb the giant's heart during the tutorial. Almost unable to speak, the protagonist mutters, "I did it," as his vision starts going dark. The next system message is blurry because Charlie is on the verge of passing out. It says he obtained giantification. At last he gets the skill he wanted, giantification. Then about 12 hours pass. Charlie wakes up later. The pain was so intense that he passed out, and while consuming the stone, he blacked out twice. But Charlie isn't done. He knows he still has a record to beat, so he gets back up and prepares for the rest of the tutorial. He remembers that the record for the 5th tutorial was set by Odin. That record belongs to Odin, and Charlie has no intention of losing to him. Before moving out, he checks the rankings. Hargan is in first place, Joyce is second, and the Mick isn't ranked at all. But that makes sense. He barely fought anything, since almost all of his time went into consuming that stone. Just like he expected, Hargan is in first because he's overwhelmingly strong and leading by a huge margin. Then the protagonist notices Paladin in third and Elidor in fifth. He explains that both dark elves are rankers from Pantimium, a world where Grima magic is highly advanced. What surprises him most is that they've taken part in more than one tutorial across different worlds. Second place belongs to Joyce, pure-blood cat. The protagonist has never heard of her. On fourth is Lee Sung-hyun, another name he doesn't recognize, though it sounds like someone from the same world as him. Seeing so many unknown names near the top, Charlie figures they're probably people who died before and never got into the tower. He stops overthinking and opens his status window to check how much stronger he's become. The result is crazy. Before fighting Suratra, the protagonist was only level 30. Now, not long after, he's level 57. Suratra must have given him a massive amount of XP, and his strength, vitality, and arcane power have almost doubled. He also notices that eating the giant's heart gave a huge boost to his strength and vitality. After that, the protagonist checks his new skill, Colossal Fire. It's not top tier, but it's far from weak. For this tutorial, it's a really solid skill. Charlie thinks it has plenty of uses, though what he truly needs is a wide area attack. Now he's finally on his own. He looks out ahead and gets ready to start farming. First, Charlie uses one of his old tricks. He activates Eyes of the Ashes. At first, the protagonist only sees the tree in front of him, but then the skill pushes far past his normal sight, showing what lies beyond his field of view. It zooms in even farther. Even from miles away, the protagonist can clearly spot dozens of orcs. Soon after, he heads toward their village, where the orcs laugh at the human and call him easy prey. Looking at the tribe, Charlie decides they're perfect targets to test Colossal Fire. Fire-filled mana gathers at his fingertip, and moments later, a huge blaze sweeps through the village. Colossal Fire is far stronger than the protagonist expected. He basically sets the whole village ablaze in one attack, and the orcs start running in terror because all of it came from a human. With a cold look, Charlie draws his sword and gets ready to move. Then the protagonist drops into the middle of the orcs like a missile. He lands while cutting down the first one before it can even react. Now his rank appears. Position 15,104 with only 67 points. He thinks about the 6 days left, and knows that if he wants to beat the record, he can't waste any time. His goal is clear. Finish the tutorial faster than Odin. Soon after, the protagonist shoots up from around rank 15,000 all the way to second place, and he keeps climbing. Hargan notices it too. Charlie is already in second. Hargan still doesn't know the mixed M's name, but he's sure it's him. No one else could climb the rankings that fast. He smiles. Finally, a real fight for first place. He used to think Charlie was just average because he never stood out, but now the rankings prove otherwise. Kion notices that grin and asks what's so funny. Hargan tells him he found someone he wants to recruit, no matter what. Listen, Kion. Ask if he means Charlie. Hargan asks if Kion knows him. Kion says no, but judging by the name, they might be from the same country. Still, that's not why he thought Hargan wanted him. It's because Charlie is rising through the rankings so fast, and anyone strong is worth bringing into their group. Then Kion smacks Hargan and jokes that if this keeps up, Charlie is going to beat him. Hargan says he stayed in one place for a while instead of hunting because he was focused on gathering everyone together, and that slowed his climb. He adds that his team has only one spot left. That last opening is for the Mickey. Once his group is complete, Hargan plans to start the real hunt. Sometime later, someone uses a detection spell and says, "Hargan, this is the place." Another voice says they found it. It's Paladin, a dark elf hybrid. Hargan gets annoyed because Paladin called him an old man. After the joke passes, he calms down and thanks the elf for finding the entrance. Then he tells everyone to back away because he's about to use a daily skill, and he doesn't want anyone getting hurt. Hargan charges up a punch. Good thing he warned them first. His blow is so strong it tears open the ground. Looking at the huge crater, Kion asks if this is really the place they spent all day searching for. Hargan says yes. Without Paladin, they would have wasted days looking. Then he tells everyone to head in so the hunt can begin. Kion is the last one to jump into the cave, and he realizes it's much bigger than he expected. The elf asks if they should check the cave first before moving deeper. Then he looks at Hargan and asks what's wrong. Hargan has already noticed something strange about this place. He knows that if this were normal, a dungeon discovery message should have appeared when they entered. Staring into the cave, he wonders if someone else found it first. Then someone calls out, "Captain, come here." It's Kion trying to get Hargan's attention. He tells him to check the rankings. Hargan opens the list and sees it right away. Charlie is now in first and he's dropped to second. He's stunned because he didn't even notice when the mech passed him. That shocks him even more, because ever since their first moment on the island when he failed to catch up to the mech, he hasn't seen him again and has no idea where he's been going. Then they find a pile of sliced-up giant centipedes. Not just one or two, there are a lot of them, all cut apart with incredible speed. Aladdin talks to his twin, who looks furious. Paladin says it doesn't look like anger to him. It looks more like Hargan is fired up. The elf likes what she sees and asks Kion if he thinks this is just rivalry. Kion says, yeah, that's all it is. Joyce points out that if this keeps going, they won't be able to hunt properly, because Hargan is charging ahead and taking down everything by himself, just to keep first place. When Hargan comes back, he agrees and says they should split into two teams. Then we get a better look at Joyce, a pureblood from the tower born into a mercenary family that uses magic. She keeps her eyes closed, but that doesn't matter. Like Goku said, there are plenty of ways to find people. Air movement, breathing, body heat, heartbeat, sound, even the flow a person gives off. She doesn't need her eyes at all. A green aura seems to gather around her. Hargan says the timing works out, because they've reached a crossroads. He'll take one path, while the other team will be led by Dora and Paladin. Both groups will stay in contact the whole time. Joyce's team will include Kion, Typhon, and Fai. Hargan takes the others. He says that group doesn't need to worry if Joyce is with them. They'll be safe. So Joyce takes charge of protecting her whole team. She says they'll meet again soon, and the two groups head in opposite directions. A while later, someone uses mana explosion. It's Kion, and he cuts down every monster in his path thanks to his high mana control. After that, Joyce rushes forward at top speed and dives straight into the centipedes to cut them down. She keeps slashing one after another without slowing down. Before long, Joyce's team wipes out all the centipedes. One of the axe users says, they've been hunting like this for hours. Kion agrees, but inside he's exhausted. He thinks he only has enough mana left to use mana explosion 2 more times, so he decides to save it for the boss, and right then he spots a huge door ahead. Kion says he's not sure, but it might be the boss room. Dora asks how he knows. Kion explains that on his world he used to play video games, and big doors like that usually led to a boss. Joyce walks up and warns them not to relax just because the hunt seems over. She says people get closest to death when they lose focus like they are right now. Kion agrees and gets ready to check the rankings when he suddenly goes pale after seeing what changed. Joyce asks what's wrong and why he froze up. He can barely get the words out, the rankings. At that same moment, everyone feels a huge wave of mana spreading through the area. The others panic, asking what's happening. Someone says all that mana came from behind the door. Joyce steps forward at once and orders everyone to get ready, and they all take position. Kion thinks the tremor from before and the sudden jump in first place points have to be connected. As Joyce starts opening the door, she wonders if that person is inside. The moment they enter the boss room, they find a bizarre sight. Monster remains scattered everywhere. 2 seconds later, a system message appears saying the boss raid is complete. Joyce and the others just stand there speechless, trying to understand what happened. Then Kion looks ahead and gets scared because he knows exactly who it is. He stares at Charlie, then at the rankings and sees Charlie's points still climbing fast. Looking up again, he sees only Charlie's face and those glowing gray eyes. By the time the mech's score stops rising, he's already past 10,000 points. Turn on the light. I can't see anything. There, now I can see better. I'm gonna close the mech's CB eyes. Yeah, his eyes are glowing like they're burning. Charlie remembers the fight from a little earlier. The boss was huge and powerful, but it had no brains, so the battle came down to simple timing. Cut and dodge. Not long after, that stubborn boss finally went down. The mech C levels up again and his agility and arcane power rise too. Charlie thinks he needs to test every skill he has. If he does that, he can raise his combat power by improving his skill use and combining his abilities better. But he also knows that still won't be enough. He's annoyed too because his vitality is low, and that limits how long he can stay giant. The system tells him he earned 3,000 points for clearing the boss room. Killing the boss also raises the completion rate of Starkiller of the cells by 1%. Charlie is thrilled because that's way better than the tiny gains he got from killing normal monsters one by one. Standing on the boss's corpse, the mech realizes something important. Killing hundreds or even thousands of weak monsters won't level up Starkiller of the cells fast enough. He needs to hunt strong bosses like this one, or even stronger. Since the completion rate is still low, he can't fully understand how the skill works yet. So he makes a new plan. Raise that completion rate first. Then he hears a noise and looks ahead. Some people are coming in. Standing on top of the dead boss, he greets them saying they're late. The thing just died, so there's no experience left for them here. It's Joyce's team. The elf is stunned to see the mech standing on the boss. Another one is in complete shock, unable to believe he beat it alone. Jan is even more shaken. Hargan is supposed to be the strongest person in the tutorial, and Jinnan isn't even sure Hargan could solo this boss. That means this person is probably even stronger than Hargan. He studies the room and sees the damage everywhere. The blood, the torn-up ground, the broken marks left behind. Hargan keeps wondering what kind of skills Charlie has because they went through the same tutorial, yet Charlie ended up on a completely different level. This guy is a total monster. No wonder the captain wants him so badly. Then Jinnan asks an unbelievably dumb question. Are you Charlie? Where are your teammates? Charlie just looks at him and says he's alone. Wasn't that obvious? At that point, GM is sure Charlie needs to be brought onto their side. Someone this strong could be dangerous otherwise. So he asks if since he's alone he wants to join their team. Sitting on the boss's corpse, Charlie notices GM is Korean too. The protagonist studies the group in front of him. Then he spots Dora among them. So this has to be Hargan's team. Since Hargan isn't there, Charlie figures they split up. He also looks at Joyce and realizes he doesn't remember her from his past life. He has no idea who she is. Still, the protagonist guesses she's Joyce, a very strong player since her team is ranked third right behind Hargan. Meanwhile, the woman keeps her eyes closed while somehow checking everything around her. After sizing them up, Charlie decides Hargan picked his teammates well. This group has a lot of potential. Then Geometry impatiently asks for Charlie's answer. Charlie thanks him, but turns the offer down. He plans to stay solo. Geometry says he expected that since Charlie already rejected the captain too. Then Joyce asks if he seriously plans to take on this raid's boss by himself. She points out they have a whole month to finish the tutorial, and this boss was made for a group, not one person alone. Charlie, already annoyed, basically answers, so what? Charlie knows the final tutorial is built around teams. Even so, he can't join one. If he does, he won't be able to level up the way he wants. Then Charlie starts explaining himself. He's about to say what they really want, but he doesn't get to finish. Everything suddenly starts shaking. Dora tells Geometry that Hargan contacted him telepathically. He already knows they found Charlie, and this tremor must mean he's almost here, just like he said. Geometry can tell this is about to go badly. Hargan comes rushing in at crazy speed, zigzagging forward. A moment later, he leaps right up to the protagonist and says, face to face with Charlie, that he finally found him. But Charlie is already fed up. In an instant, he grabs Hargan by the head and cuts him off. Before Hargan can finish talking, Charlie slams his head down hard. He smashes Hargan's face into the dead boss. Geometry, Dora, and Joyce are stunned. Their captain is insanely strong, so if Charlie can grab him that easily, how strong is he really? The others in the back freeze in fear. Charlie doesn't even care about their reaction. He asks them if they want to survive or if they want to become rankers. Joyce is thrown off. How does someone who isn't pure blood know that term? Then the system steps in and explains what a ranker is. A ranker is someone who cleared every test in the tower and conquered every floor. It says a ranker is a being tied to power, glory, and eternal life. But Charlie tells them none of that matters much to him. Becoming a ranker might happen someday, but only because it's one step in the path he's following. Joyce grips her sword, totally confused. As she passes it to Zoe, she keeps thinking about what he said, that becoming a ranker is just a small thing to him. For people who aren't pure blood and weren't chosen by the tower, that goal is almost impossible. Even the king of her people is a deeply respected ranker. Angry now, she asks what makes Charlie so different. If becoming a ranker isn't enough for him, then what is? She stares at Charlie and asks if he's saying he wants to become a high ranker. Charlie points at her and says no, he's aiming even higher. His goal isn't just reaching the top of the tower, he wants to break through its ceiling and go beyond it. Joyce snaps back, calling it complete nonsense. After a short blackout, Hargan wakes up and calls out Charlie's name. He complains, asking what Charlie thinks he's doing. Getting his head smashed into the boss really hurt. Charlie faces him and says Hargan charged at him so hard it looked like he was trying to kill him, so he stopped him first. Hargan, glaring with anger, says he only wanted to catch him. But even Charlie admits that did look pretty suspicious. And he teasingly says that when someone as strong as Hargan comes running straight at him, of course he's going to be scared. Hargan hears that and answers with sarcasm. Oh yeah? Fine then. Sorry for scaring you. He says he heard Charlie talking about breaking the tower's ceiling, but that idea makes no sense to him. Then Hargan tells the protagonist his father once said there's a greater power outside the tower. He goes on about how amazing and powerful his father is. Charlie, who already knows that man and even fought beside him before, thinks it's obvious he's talking about the king of Olympus. Then Hargan asks the protagonist if he really rejected their team offer again. He jokes that Charlie must be saying a little fish can't swim with a whale. Hargan tells him not to see him as some little fish. One day he says he'll become the king of Olympus. Everyone is shocked by that claim. If Olympus heard him saying that, they'd probably hunt him down. The protagonist actually gets excited hearing it. For a direct descendant of Olympus to say something like that takes real guts. Hargan says he'll prove it to Charlie, so he proposes a bet. Whoever beats the boss first and earns more points wins. Charlie can build any team he wants with as many people as he wants, but Hargan's team will be limited to 9 members. Charlie finds the offer interesting. If he were someone else, he could just gather hundreds of people and crush Hargan's group by numbers alone. Hargan then adds one more condition. If Charlie loses, he has to join his team. Charlie sits cross-legged, excited, one hand on his chin, and asks what happens if he wins. Hargan says he'll treat Charlie like an older brother. Charlie immediately rejects that. What? Seriously? I don't want a little brother to babysit. After hearing that, Charlie can only think one thing. The future really does need to change. He knows Hargan could be a very useful card to play in the future. So instead of accepting that older brother nonsense, Charlie says that if he wins, Hargan only has to give him one thing. Hargan asks what it is and whether Charlie is sure that's all he wants. Hargan agrees as long as it's not impossible. He even says he'd hand over his items too if he loses. Charlie has already turned around to leave and just says they'll talk when the time comes. Then he says goodbye. Hargan happily calls back. The bet is set and he's sure of himself. He's never lost one. Like an overexcited kid, Hargan keeps yelling after him from far away, saying they already met on the first floor and Charlie better not pretend not to know him next time. The protagonist just keeps walking, listening to him shout. Hargan really does feel like a loud, energetic child. Charlie knows that same energy is what let Hargan clear the tutorial in only 9 days in the past. Hargan hops onto the boss's body, goes back to his teammates and says they all heard the bet. Time is tight now, they need to earn a ton of points. Charlie still hasn't left the room. He calls back that he doesn't want to ruin their momentum, but they don't need to rush like that. Instead, they should look at this. Hargan notices what Charlie means. The remaining time on the clock hasn't moved at all. He keeps staring at it. The timer is completely frozen and he can't figure out how that happened. So Hargan asks Charlie if the timer really stopped. Charlie explains that Barraganda isn't just an island. It's more like a living myth. Hargan then asks what all the creatures Charlie killed really were. Charlie explains they were parasites, draining Barraganda's life force and wisdom. Barraganda was going to sink because of those parasites. If it sinks, the parasites die. But if the parasites are already gone, then there's no reason for the island to sink. That's why the timer stopped. Hargan asks if the boss Charlie killed was the Parasite King or something like that. Charlie says basically yes, it was the one creating all the parasites on the island. Hargan is left confused, wondering if he should believe any of this. Even the elites don't know information like that, so who exactly is this guy? Cutting into Hargan's thoughts, Charlie says the clock will stay frozen until an administrator or one of their lackeys realizes what happened and resets the timer. Then Charlie drifts into his own thoughts. Odin was the one who told him Barraganda's secret. The 5th tutorial is really a race against time, and the key is how much time is left when you kill the parasite boss. The sooner you kill it, the more extra time you get for the final boss, and that means a shot at a new record. Charlie remembers Odin explaining it clearly. It wasn't that Odin beat the boss in a single week. He killed the parasite boss first, stopped the clock, and gained several extra days to deal with the real final boss. Now Charlie has a new goal. Since he managed to stop time, he plans to use every second of it. He'll keep pushing forward non-stop until the clock starts moving again, and the moment it does, he'll kill the final boss. Far away from there, everyone notices the timer has stopped. The others start thinking it has to be some kind of error. Everyone thinks something's wrong. A veteran extra steps up and tells the others to use this chance. Well, while time is frozen, they should rack up as many points as possible. As soon as time stops, the extras start arguing about it. One of them says the parasite dragon is dead, and this is the first time this has happened since Odin. Another tries to report the bug in the tutorial to the administrator, but someone else says the administrator is in a meeting with Olympus and can't be reached. That sends the others into a panic. They know the parasite dragon is insanely hard to even find, so nobody was ready for this. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, a loud noise sends the birds flying. Bosso spits out his last words, then dies from a deep wound in his skull. The one who killed him is Charles. The O's panic. They can't believe a human just killed their boss, and fear spreads through the whole group. Shaking with fear, they call for the boss's brother and scream that a monster is here. That only makes Charles mad. His gray eyes light up and he glares at them, asking who just called him a monster. One terrified warrior starts shrieking for everyone to run. Charles gives him a flat, almost offended look while the brave orc turns and sprints away as fast as he can. Sometime later, Charles notices time has started moving again. That tells him the lackeys finally fixed the timer. He expected more free time, but he also knew they wouldn't let the same mistake happen twice. Even so, time stayed frozen for 4 days and Charles is pleased with that. He used those 4 days to farm a ton of points. Looking over the great island, he figures out where he needs to go next. Now Charles gets ready to head for the tower where the gods live. To reach it, he first has to climb to the top of the mountain. A huge crater waits at the summit, and plenty of people are already gathered around it. Gayan notices more and more people arriving. Dora quickly understands why they can only earn a high score by beating the boss, so the strong participants are gathering for a raid. Gayan studies the people around them. From the mana they give off, he can tell most of them are above level 20. In other words, a lot of them are strong. Joyce and Delai say that should be obvious. Anyone who made it here has to be at least level 20 to enter the tower. Gayan asks if everyone in the tower can use mana, and Joyce explains that only players can. Most people who can't are just residents of the tower, not players. Since Gayan barely knows anything, he asks if people actually live there. She says they do. Some are born and raised in the tower, like her and the captain. If the tower chooses them, the system blesses them, and they become players. Gayan acts like he gets it, calling Joyce Big Sis. Gayan asks if they can beat the boss. She admits she doesn't know and says she definitely can't beat that boss herself. A little later, Hargan arrives. Joyce adds that she can't even measure how strong her captain really is, so maybe they still have a small chance. The three of them point out that Hargan and his group showed up late. He says he wanted to make the most of the frozen time first. Gayan asks if Charlie isn't coming. Dora, always paying attention, points out that he's already here. Charlie is on his way. He looks around and sees Hargan's team already waiting. He also checks Dora, Gayan and the others, noticing their mana flow is very different now. They've clearly leveled up a lot. Then his eyes move back to Hargan, but Hargan cuts in with a grin, asking where Charlie's team is or if he plans to fight the boss alone. Charlie says yes. Going solo means a higher score. Hargan drops a hand to the ground and laughs, saying people call him crazy, but Charlie might be even worse. The score gap is huge. Hargan is in second, Charlie is in first, and the lead is over 7,000 points. Hargan plans to beat the boss with his team before Charlie can. One extra asks if he's Charlie, then invites him to join their team since they're heading out to fight the boss right away. That sets Hargan off. He slams the area hard enough to shut everyone up. Filled with rage, he calls them insects. In his head, he's already thinking that if Charlie joins any team, it had better be his. Once the extras notice Hargan is serious, they scatter. The mechie wonders if Hargan can really just hit people like that in front of everyone, while the extras run away crying and apologizing. Charlie says he's heading in, tells Hargan to do his best and gets ready to enter. Shocked, Hargan asks if he's going right now. Charlie says yes, time matters in this tutorial. Hargan starts smiling. The tutorial gives them a whole month, yet Charlie wants to finish it in less than 5 days. Charlie steps up to the edge and gets ready to jump. Hargan tells him to wait so they can go together, but the protagonist doesn't trust that for a second and jumps anyway. As Charlie drops down in dramatic style, the system announces that he has entered the first boss room. Inside, he's met by a crowd of monsters. The system tells him his mission is simple. Clear the stage and find the first boss. The monsters stop talking and get ready to fight. They plant their shields and form a solid defensive line with disciplined tactics. Now Charlie stands before an army of monsters, and Hargan's group is right behind him. They're stunned by how many creatures are packed in there. Far more than expected, and the tension spikes fast. Still, the protagonist doesn't hesitate. He knows he has to crush everything here and then find the boss. Charlie quickly realizes every monster on the island has gathered in this place. Races that normally fight each other would never unite on their own, so someone has to be controlling them all. Certain he already knows where the boss is, Charlie decides to cut through these monsters and head straight for it. He pulls his sword from his inventory. In a hurry, he pours huge flames into the blade by stacking 2 skills on his magic sword. The extras are excited. They finally get to see Charlie fight for real. They know he's strong because he's ranked first, even ahead of Hargan. But now they want proof that he truly deserves that spot. Hargan wants the same thing. He pushes forward to watch Charlie in action. He's grinning inside, telling Charlie to show everything he's got. Then in the next instant, Charlie is gone. No one even sees him move. It looks like he teleported. The extras are stunned and have no idea where he went. A moment later, Gayan spots him and, still in shock, says Charlie is up above them. Charlie, after launching himself upward, rebounds off the ceiling and comes crashing back down at full speed into the middle of the monster army. Seeing the giant flames around him, Gayan keeps wondering what kind of power that is. Charlie slams onto the strongest monster there. The impact sends out a shockwave that blasts enemies back and tears through many of them. The strongest one dies instantly, cut apart by Charlie's sword. At that point, Gayan stops calling Charlie by name and blurts out that he's a beast, even stronger than his captain. The moment he says it, he covers his mouth. Hargan definitely heard that Charlie might be much stronger than him. Hargan blushes with anger, then starts smiling. He expected Charlie to be strong if he's ranked first, but now the rivalry just got interesting. He bursts forward like lightning, refusing to lose. He shouts for Charlie to wait because he'll wipe out the beasts too. As he charges in, several spears are hurled at him. Using lightning, Hargan shatters every one of them. Then he counters with a clean slash that spills monster blood everywhere. Nearby, Charlie is doing the same. With his mana-charged sword wrapped in massive flames, he cuts through monsters with ease. Hargan's group watches in shock. Those two are wiping out the monsters by themselves, and their little competition is getting intense. Gayan tells them not to just stand there staring. Still, there is barely anything left to do since the two of them are crushing almost every monster alone. Even then, spears, rocks, and other attacks keep flying in, and Joyce knocks them all away with great aim. She warns Jiam not to relax yet. There are still plenty of traps left. Then the twins decide to step in and join their magic together for one attack. They begin casting a huge spell and tell Jiam to clear a path. Jiam agrees but warns them to keep their heads down. He gets ready to unleash it. Jiam sets off a massive mana blast, opening the way. The attack is so big that it even catches the Mix's attention. Seeing that, he realizes they are skilled enough not to be dead weight. That reassures him, since whatever comes next is going to be dangerous. Hargan rushes forward. He calls out to Charlie saying, "It looks like something is up ahead." Soon they find a huge door covered in carvings. Hargan studies it, trying to figure out what it means, because the images are unlike anything he has seen before. He asks Charlie if the figures show people fighting in a war, and Charlie says that is probably right. To himself, Charlie thinks this is his first time seeing it in person, but he is sure that guy is behind the door. Then Charlie puts a hand on the door and starts pushing. He forces it open with all his strength. Hargan stares and blurts out that Charlie is really going in without saying anything again. Charlie answers that he was supposed to come here alone in the first place. That only makes Hargan madder. He says it does not matter anymore because now they are in this together. Then he asks if Charlie would really die if he just waited a little. Charlie ignores him, opens the door all the way and walks inside. Hargan is left standing there for a moment in front of the massive entrance. Then a loud, horrifying sound bursts out from inside. Xian and the others ask if that is the boss. The moment they hear it, fear freezes them in place and they start shaking. One of them says that scream alone made him dizzy, and he wonders what kind of monster could make a sound like that. Hargan, though, already has an idea of what it is, and he knows it is no joke, so he orders his whole group to go in with him. The second they enter, the pressure in that place is overwhelming. The boss is truly terrifying. Hargan gets ready to fight and tells his group to stay back a little. It is obvious they are scared. They keep asking what that thing is. Then they see a gigantic creature bound by countless shackles and chains. The boss senses everyone who entered and turns toward them. It is a three-headed chimera. The system announces that this chimera is the third boss and that they have entered the third boss room. Next, the system says their objective is to defeat the sealed chimera. Doing that will clear the fifth tutorial. Even though Hargan already knew what the boss would be, he is still stunned by its size and power. At last, they are facing the final boss of the tutorial, or so it seems. Then the system adds one more rule. Only one person can break the seal. That person will become the Chimera's master. Once the seal is broken, the countdown timer will stop for that person, and the 5th tutorial will end for them right away. They will pass no matter what the normal requirements are. It is a nasty setup, clearly meant to turn everyone against each other. The system goes even further. It says the Chimera's master will earn extra points for every participant the boss kills. In other words, whoever breaks the seal becomes everyone else's enemy. John gets nervous fast. If someone wants that role, all they have to do is break the seal right there. Dora understands what this means. They have to kill the Chimera while also protecting the seal crystal. Joyce notes there are 10 people here, so it should be easy for a group that big to watch each other. And even if someone tries to rush the crystal, Captain Hargan is standing right next to it. Except for the person closest to him, no one there is faster than him. The moment she thinks that, Charlie quietly starts walking toward the seal crystal. Hargan grabs his shoulder and asks what he thinks he is doing. Charlie only tells him to let go. Hargan says Charlie cannot betray them after fighting beside them. He even brings up their bet, asking if Charlie forgot it already. Shouldn't he be hunting the boss instead of trying to end the tutorial this way? Charlie looks him straight in the face and says he will win that bet and he will be the one to finish this tutorial. Hargan starts boiling with anger. Lightning like fury begins rising from his body as he demands to know what Charlie is talking about and why he would need that thing. Charlie stays calm and simply says that is exactly why he wanted to come alone. Still staring at Hargan, Charlie pulls his sword from his inventory. Then, with perfect speed and control, he hurls it straight at the crystal and shatters it. Hargan cries out in despair. The sealing crystal is gone, and the Chimera boss is about to be freed. The system announces that the player who broke the seal and became the Chimera's master is Charlie. With that, the objective changes. Now everyone must defeat the freed Chimera. The 3-headed boss lets out an even louder roar and gets ready to fight. Hargan furious demands to know how Charlie could do this. Charlie ignores that and calls out to the Chimera. He points across the room and orders, "Chimera, break that wall." The Chimera charges at full speed toward the wall Charlie pointed at. The giant boss slams into it with tremendous force, and the impact shakes the whole place. Everyone freezes in fear because that monster is unbelievably strong. None of them understand why Charlie made the Chimera attack the wall. The protagonist calms them down saying he is controlling the Chimera and it will not attack anyone there. Then he explains that from now on they are dealing with a very different enemy. Still gripping Charlie's arm, Hargan asks what he means. The protagonist says the Chimera is just a monster made by combining creatures from the island. After smashing the wall, the Chimera stands in front of Charlie. He asks Hargan if he knows who created it. Hargan realizes that if the Chimera is not the real boss, then someone else must be. Charlie shakes off Hargan's hand and tells him to choose, fight alongside him or not. Then Charlie heads for the huge opening the Chimera just made in the wall. John asks Hargan what they should do. Hargan says they need to check first and then they will decide. A little later, everyone in Hargan's group follows the path Charlie opened. What they find is a trail of destruction. There is blood everywhere, along with piles of ruined bodies and twisted remains. The others stare in horror, barely able to tell what used to be human. Hargan has never heard of any secret passage like this, and he keeps wondering what kind of place they just entered. He sees Charlie ahead and remembers there was never any message about a 4th boss in the 5th tutorial. Charlie does not care what the others are thinking. He is convinced this has to be that man's hiding place, and as he moves farther in, the system tells him he has found the 4th boss room. Charlie is already ready for a fight, calling out, "Hey, are you listening to me?" Then the system updates the quest for the 4th boss. Charlie keeps calling out, asking if the boss is asleep or even there at all. At that moment, the boss who had been making another Chimera stops what he is doing. The system reveals that the 4th boss is the creator of the Chimera. Then it states their new objective: defeat the 4th boss, the creator of the Chimera. The mech's Chimera goes wild, ready to attack that boss. The 4th boss, who still has not given his name, finds the whole thing hilarious. To him, it is absurd that the very Chimera he created is now charging at him. He laughs and says the funniest part is that even after taking control of the Chimera, Charlie did not betray the other players. Instead, he came straight to this room to find him. It is more like a lab than a boss room, full of body parts and failed creations. Smiling, he says, "This is very interesting." Then he looks at Hargan and speaks up. He says Hargan looks like a descendant of Zeus. After checking Hargan's wound, he adds that Hargan seems mixed but still useful. That makes Hargan furious, and he is ready to kill him. Hargan yells, asking who that fool thinks he is, calling him mixed. Then he asks Charlie who the idiot up there is. Charlie answers that it is Black Maid Shilden, a ranker who vanished from the tower long ago. Charlie recognizes the name and is shocked. Shilden, the former examiner of the 50th floor tests. Hargan remembers the stories. Shilden used hundreds of players like test subjects and created many chimeras by stitching bodies together. Now Hargan cannot understand why someone like Shilden is inside a tutorial. Charlie tells him not to panic. Shilden was once defeated by a player in a humiliating way, and because he broke many rules of the tower, he lost most of his power. As punishment for his crimes, he was forced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. Even after all that time, his full power never returned. Shilden gets angry and demands to know how Charlie recognizes him, since they have never met before. Charlie answers in a blunt way, asking if Shilden can see this and points at his own face. Then he activates the gray monkey eyes and asks if Shilden remembers them. Of course Shilden remembers. Those monkey eyes belong to someone he could never forget. Shilden snaps and blasts out a huge wave of mana, then curses Charlie as an idiot. Charlie blocks it with a massive wall of fire, while Hargan answers with lightning. Hargan is shaken by the power and asks what kind of mana that is. He thought Charlie said Shilden had lost his strength. Charlie says he did lose it. This is Shilden weakened. If he still had his full rank or power, they'd already be dead from the mana pressure alone. Shilden ignores their side talk and demands to know where Charlie got those eyes. Calling him a bastard, he asks if he's related to that monkey. Charlie casually tells him not to get so mad, which only makes Shilden angrier. Then Charlie says Shilden brought all this on himself by grabbing people without even testing them, and using them for horrible experiments. Shilden takes the bait and screams for the Mactet and answer him. Charlie refuses. He says he didn't come here to chat or feed Shilden's curiosity. Right then the chimera corpses nearby start moving and rush the two of them. With the monkey eyes burning, Charlie says he came because he can't let a bastard like Shilden stay alive. He orders his chimera to attack everyone there except Hargan, and the dragon-like chimera starts crushing the smaller ones around it. The weaker ones fall back while Charlie charges the boss. Hargan's group can barely tell what's happening, but more chimera rush them. Jen says he doesn't know what's coming, but they need to handle it now, right, Captain? Hargan agrees. They have to wipe them all out, and his team gets ready to fight. Then the whole place turns into a storm of attacks flying everywhere. That axe guy shows up again, still swinging like always, and cleaves straight through a chimera. The twins and Jen are tearing through the monsters too. Chimera parts start flying everywhere. While watching, Charlie realizes these aren't normal chimeras. They're the kind that can grow stronger by killing players, the kind that won't appear in the tower for another 100 years. That makes him relieved. Shilden's research still isn't finished, and these creatures aren't complete yet. He's also thankful to Hargan's team for making this easier for him. Then Charlie suddenly senses real danger, and Shilden uses a spell on him. Black Coffin. A dark coffin appears and traps Charlie inside. Shilden laughs. He's a mage and he boasts that the coffin can't be escaped, not even by a chimera. He mocks Charlie, saying that even if he fell and lost his old power, a tutorial player is still nothing to him. Staring at the coffin, he laughs again and says he'll turn Charlie into a chimera. Then the coffin starts to crack. A chimera rumbles from inside and Shilden's smile fades. If this keeps going, the coffin will break. A moment later, Charlie smashes through it with one last blow. Shilden is left stunned, unable to understand how he got out. He stares at Charlie and asks what that arm is and how he escaped an unbreakable coffin. Now we see it. Charlie used incomplete gigantification on one arm, borrowing a giant's power. Only then does Shilden notice it clearly. The sight shocks him. How could a tutorial player have an arm like that? It shouldn't be possible. Looking at Charlie, Shilden realizes that Cursed Brat has strength on Hercules level. That power puts him next to Olympus' greatest hero and raw strength. Still full of questions, Shilden demands to know what Charlie's connection to Olympus is. Charlie remembers the key figure in the Gigantomachia, the war against the giants. It was a son of Zeus, the hero of the 12 labors, the one called the Giant Slayer, Hercules, a hero who punished evil, protected the weak and stood above everyone else in strength. Seeing his giant arm, Charlie thinks again that Hercules was the hero he respected most. He keeps fighting with gigantification focused only in his arm. The system explains that his arm has been filled with a giant's power, but his mastery is still low, and his vitality is being converted into strength. Since the mix and vitality is still lacking, he can't gigantify his whole body, only part of it. Charlie knows this is risky. Even after eating a giant's heart and raising his strength and vitality, this is still his limit. He can't enlarge his whole body yet, but he believes one arm is enough to kill that bastard. Sheldon doesn't care. He says he'll get his answer after he kills Charlie and tears him apart. Then he fires another spell at the Mac, saying that even if Charlie is a direct descendant of Olympus, he's still just a kid. His voice gives it away, he's only human. The Mac brushes that off and tells Sheldon to shut up. As Charlie uses gigantification to block the attacks, he doesn't notice Sheldon is casting 2 summons at once. Then the Black Mage uses triple Black Coffin, trapping Charlie again. But Charlie is even fiercer now, and with one punch he nearly blows the triple coffin apart. Sheldon almost seems excited by the fight. He tells Charlie not to die yet, because there are still many things he wants to ask him. Then he uses a far deadlier spell. Poison-corrupted traps burst from the ground and rush toward the middle. Charlie remembers Hercules' warning. If he couldn't fully control gigantification, he should give up on fighting the creator of chimeras. Even exiled and stripped of his old power, Sheldon was still dangerous, still strong. Charlie had thought that was easier said than done. Even while remembering it, he keeps smashing the poison traps with his fists. He also remembers asking Hercules if he could master gigantification in only a few days. Hercules told him it wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible. And now Charlie proves it by breaking through all the poison traps with his punches. After destroying them, he stays focused, takes a breath, and keeps his eyes on Sheldon. Charlie walks straight at him without fear. Now the Black Mage is the one panicking because Charlie just did the impossible. Even if Charlie is tied to Hercules, Sheldon can't believe it. Charlie smashed through everything with raw strength alone. So the Black Mage gets desperate and starts casting his strongest spell. Charlie is surrounded by the ebony thorn wall. Sheldon thinks this is his greatest defense, and he's sure Charlie won't get through it. He keeps thinking Charlie's hand will never break it. But before he can finish that thought, the ebony wall starts cracking. Charlie drives his giant fist into it with everything he has. Sheldon screams in shock at the sight of that monster of a brat. All that can be heard from behind the wall is thunder. Then the Mick bursts out, bloodthirsty, and leaps at the Black Mage with his giant hand aimed at Sheldon's face. At last, Charlie overwhelms the Black Mage, and the first thing he does is slam Sheldon's head into the ground with all his strength. Sheldon is left on the floor, desperate and in terrible pain. The Mick doesn't let up and punches him in the face again. While the beating continues, Charlie remembers the plan Hercules and Sun Wukong gave him. If he failed to gain both gray eyes and gigantification, he shouldn't fight Sheldon. Hercules had said that getting just one of those skills would leave the choice up to Charlie. But if he gained both, then he would definitely be able to defeat the creator of chimeras. Charlie keeps thinking back on that talk with Sun Wukong and Hercules. He remembers Hercules asking if Sun Wukong had anything to add since he was the one who defeated the Black Mage Sheldon before. Sun Wukong keeps it simple. He says there's nothing to add. The plan is solid. As long as Charlie has both skills, gigantification and the gray eyes, it should work. Then Sun Wukong activates his golden eyes and says that once Charlie awakens his gray eyes, he'll be able to see everything. Now with his power active, Charlie keeps beating the Black Mage even while his mind is somewhere else. Sheldon is covered in bruises and barely hanging on, but he still manages to speak. No matter how hard Charlie tries, he says he won't die. He's immortal. He shouts it again. I am immortal. Charlie snaps back to the moment and says, "What? Were you talking to me? Sorry, I was spacing out. Speak up." Then he cuts him off and keeps talking. They were right about one thing: Sheldon really doesn't give up. Charles says his body was hardened past metal after 1,000 years of experiments and black magic. That's how Sheldon turned himself into an immortal chimera. But the Mick already has the answer. A body stitched together from different parts will always have seams, and with the gray eyes he can find every one of them. So Charles turns on the gray eyes again. Now he can see exactly how Sheldon's body was put together and where it was stitched. He grabs one spot, twists, and rips an arm clean off. Blood flies everywhere, even with the censor trying to hide it. The black mage screams in agony. He can't believe Charles actually tore his arm off, and he starts begging the Mick to stop. But with the gray eyes active, Charles keeps going without hesitation. He just tears through Shilden piece by piece. Shilden keeps screaming for him to stop, and Charles coldly asks why he should. While twisting Shilden's leg apart, Charles asks if he already forgot all the people he ripped up before. They begged him to stop too, but he never did, so why should anyone listen to him now? Then Charles drifts into another one of his mid-fight thought sessions. He remembers the gods telling him he had to defeat Sarepta in the tutorial to get the gray eye. After that, he needed gigantification and the giant's heart. Looking at all those gods back then, Charles thought that if he pulled this off he'd become insanely strong. So strong he'd be almost unstoppable. And just like that, the brutal beatdown ends. The Chimera creator is defeated. The system announces that Charles pulled off an impossible feat, and since it's beyond its calculations, his reward will take time to process. With that, the tutorial is over. The Mac levels up, gaining more strength, agility, and other stats. On top of that, killing the boss raises the completion rate of Skystar Killer by 8.34%. Charles can only think one thing: this reward has to be amazing. Sir Hatra and the Black Mage both count as bosses, and when he beat Sir Hatra he got an S-rank skill. This time he even leveled up twice, which proves just how strong this boss was. He also gains bonus stats because Skystar Killer's completion rate rises again, reaching 10.3%. Then the Mac figures something out. Every 5% completion gives him 1 extra point in every stat. That means at 100%, he'd get 20 extra points across the board. That's completely broken. Basically like jumping 20 to 30 levels ahead of everyone else. Then Charles notices all the chimeras suddenly stop moving and collapse. He had already thought Skystar Killer was great just because of its rank, but now he sees it's even better than he expected. Hargan's team, who had been getting overwhelmed by the chimeras, can't understand why they all dropped at once. They're badly hurt, but they still stay alert. Clearly trained well by Joyce. When Charles walks over, he tells them to relax. The boss is dead, so the chimeras aren't getting back up. John is hugely relieved because he really thought he was going to die this time. Even the healer starts checking for injuries and someone quickly calls her over. Joyce is badly hurt. The moment Hargan sees that, he gets furious. Joyce was almost dead. If the battle had lasted any longer, she wouldn't have made it. Hargan tells the healer to keep treating Joyce while he takes care of something else. Then he calls the Mac over for a private talk. He wants to speak away from the others. Hargan says he won't ask who Charles really is or how he knew about the link between that ranking and the tutorial. But because of the Mac's rushed choice to charge in and fight the boss, someone on his team ended up badly injured. So he asks Charles if it was really necessary to defeat the Chimera creator. They could have cleared the tutorial just by beating the Chimera. Charles says that normally, yes, that's true. That answer only makes Hargan angrier. He says Charles could have set an all-time record without ever fighting the Chimera creator. Then he asks how far Charles plans to go before he's finally satisfied. Hargan's last question is the harshest one. Will he only stop when the Mac and everyone around him ends up dead? Charles looks toward Joyce and repeats the question to himself. How far will he go? His mind starts racing again. He knows the answer is far higher than this. He'll have to keep climbing because one day he'll face outer gods, beings beyond this world. He remembers the war against one terrifying god, despair that reaches the sky, the sorrow that never leaves, the chaos that cannot be born. When that being appears, death follows. Just to kill one outer god, countless rankers died. And the worst part is, they still don't know how many of those monsters exist. That's why Charles has to keep getting stronger without limit. He needs to guide and strengthen the people of this world so it won't meet the same end as before. To do that, how far is he willing to go? Coming back to the moment, Charles looks at Hargan and says he doesn't know. Hargan is stunned. He asks, "You don't know?" Charles repeats that he doesn't. Then he asks Hargan something in return. Wasn't he trying to build a team that could truly fight beside him? That's exactly why Charles isn't looking for one right now. No one here can walk the same path he can. Only people as strong as he is could survive the dangers ahead with him. Hargan starts to realize just how hard Charles's path must be. Charles tells him to forget about teaming up for now. If someone like him joined Hargan's group, it would only put them in more danger. What happened to Joyce would happen again, and next time more people would die. After saying that, Charles ends the talk. Then he notices someone else and says, "Hey, sorry, have you been waiting long?" The administrator says it's fine. They seem to be having a serious conversation. Hargan turns around and asks who that is. Charles answers in a serious tone, "That's the administrator of Toriel." Hargan is shocked that someone so important is standing here in person. He quickly bows and introduces himself properly. "I'm Hargan of Olympus. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Administrator." Seeing Hargan suddenly act so formal, the mech almost finds it funny. The administrator just gives a dry response. Charles notices the cold attitude and tells him to at least accept the greeting, since Hargan has nothing to do with the Olympus situation. Even so, the administrator is obviously furious. He glares at Hargan and starts talking about the mess he now has to deal with because of that bastard from Olympus. He's so mad he says he could rip his own beard out. Hargan is left completely confused. The administrator keeps going, worried about what the other administrators will say after this disaster. The Chimera creator had a 1,000-year contract with Toriel, but now he's dead before finishing his work. Then he glares at the mech's order and angrily says that because of this the next Toriel won't be happening for a long time. Charles looks him right in the face and tells him to stop complaining and hand over the reward already. The administrator opens his hand and a powerful light of magic starts shining from it. He tells Charles he's way too impatient. After summoning the item, the administrator says its use is entirely up to Charles now. Then he warns him to protect it well. That responsibility belongs to him from this point on. What he gives the Mekhane is a divine crystal of darkness. This thing is a huge reward, a fragment holding the darkness of creation itself, filled with mana that has the endless property of darkness. Though it still hasn't been refined, it's classified as a material of creation. With it, Charles can make the cloak of invisibility, convert mana into the darkness attribute, raise resistance to dark mana by 20%, boost dark mana amplification by 20%, and cut dark attribute mana cost by 20%. Charles is stunned. He never expected to get the Crystal of Darkness. To make it simple, this crystal is basically like one of the Infinity Stones from Thanos' Gauntlet. The Divine Crystal of Darkness has another name too, the Fragment of the Helmet of Invisibility. Hades, one of Olympus's 3 strongest gods, used this crystal in his helmet. It was one of Olympus's top items, and a big reason Hades became so powerful. Without it he can't make the Helmet of Invisibility. Now that crystal is in the mecha's hands, not Hades's. The mechas even says this was one reason he came back to the past. He needed this item. What shocks him is how easily he got it. He then thinks about the other fragments. He already knows where the Divine Crystal of the Sea is. That means the only one left is the Thunder Fragment. If the Sea Fragment stays where it is, Poseidon will use it, and the Thunder Fragment is already with Zeus. The mech activates his TDH again. Hargan notices and asks what's going on. But the mech stays focused. If things keep going like this, he'll gather all 3 fragments way earlier than expected. The administrator asks if he's satisfied, then says all the conditions have been met. They'll be sent to the tower right away. With a snap of his fingers, the administrator adds that everyone else will get rewards based on their points. He also says Hargan's reward won't be bad either. As Hargan and the mech start floating up to be teleported, Hargan still finds time to thank him. Before they leave, the administrator tells the mech this will be their last meeting. Then he asks if the mech plans to take responsibility for all the chaos he caused in the tutorial once he's inside the tower. The mech answers with a sarcastic smile that he's not sure. The administrator clearly doesn't buy it. Crossing his arms, the administrator says that after giving the mech that item, he'll probably cause even more trouble inside the tower. Then he smiles, looks the mech straight in the face and says that one way or another, all this mess is his fault. A moment later the two are teleported into the tower. Watching the dimensional gate close, the administrator thinks maybe it won't be so bad if the mech becomes the wave that shakes the whole tower. The time limit for clearing the 5th tutorial ends at 598 hours, 55 minutes and 40 seconds. The mech didn't just break the record, he crushed it. Argon scored only 121,000 points while the mech got nearly 700,000. The system announces that reward calculations are complete and the tutorial is closing. It totals up the mecha's points and says that for setting a new record he'll get 50,000 bonus points. Then the protagonist's inventory opens and he receives an item. The reward is an egg given to the protagonist for earning so many points in the tutorial. The system says he got egg D, but it doesn't explain what it is. That's all it says about the egg. You asked for part 3, so now we move on. The The story now starts on the tower's first floor, where the mech is finally about to begin climbing it. For real. The protagonist keeps checking his inventory. During the transfer he got the mission reward. At first he thought it would just be points, but he got something much better. It was an unknown egg. Once he reads the name, he realizes it's Egg D. But the system still doesn't explain what kind of egg it is. Argon shows up and says they've arrived. But they weren't sent inside the tower itself. They were sent to the beginner camp, an outside area on the first floor. Each floor is basically its own world, not just part of one big tower. Some people nearby are surprised to see so many newcomers appear, and one masked person asks if the tutorial had really ended already. They came back earlier than expected. The mech thinks about how the tutorial participants won't be called participants anymore. From now on, they're players. He also figures a lot of guilds must be here on the first floor to recruit them. Then Argon looks over and notices warriors in familiar armor. He recognizes a lot of faces and realizes Olympus is already here. Argon asks the mech if he plans to join a guild, though he already seems sure the answer is no. The mech says he's right, he doesn't want to. Argon says that doesn't surprise him at all. If the mech won't even make a team, of course he wouldn't join a guild. Then Argon reminds him that since he lost the bet, he'll keep his promise. Even so, Argon is still bothered by one thing. The administrator was furious at him and he has no idea why. He can tell the mech knows what happened, but the mech says nothing about the issue between Olympus and the administrator. Instead, the mech walks up to Argon and says the Olympus Argon knows is probably a place that looks fair and claims to keep order in the tower. Argon asks what he means. The mech tells him that if he wants the truth, who those people really are, he'll have to find out for himself. Even if the mech explained it, Argon wouldn't believe him. As usual, the mech says his piece and starts walking off, leaving Argon there. Argon calls after him asking if he's really leaving again without explaining anything. When the mech gets farther away, Argon shouts that at least he should register as a player once he reaches the city so they can stay in touch. Argon keeps yelling even though the mech is already far away. From a distance, the mech finally answers. He warns Argon to watch out for the jackals, then keeps going. That leaves Argon standing there, completely ignored by the protagonist. A powerful warrior suddenly approaches Argon and introduces himself as Agamemnon of Olympus, greeting the child of that great bloodline. Argon realizes Olympus has finally come. Agamemnon kneels and the Olympus warriors behind him do the same. Argon says he thinks he's seen him before. Agamemnon is glad to hear that. Argon asks if he serves Ares, then asks how Ares is doing since he heard Ares became a high hunter. He tells Agamemnon to pass along his greetings. Agamemnon thanks him but then says Lord Ares values bloodline above all else. Because of that, Ares ordered him not to pass along any message from Argon unless Argon first found his mother, the mother of blood. That hits Argon right where it hurts and he can barely believe what he just heard. Agamemnon keeps going, saying the ruler of the Celts has no real interest in a child like Argon, especially one who doesn't even know who his own mother is. Argon explodes with anger. Sparks start bursting from him and spread over his whole body as he curses Agamemnon. Agamemnon calmly tells him not to hurt himself. He should already know what Ares is like. Then Agamemnon adds that bloodline is something a person builds for himself and says he hopes Argon will someday have a family of his own. Argon is shaking with rage. He reaches for his bag ready to act, but he knows he can't start trouble here. If he fights someone from Olympus, things will only get worse for him. So Argon forces himself to swallow his anger and says Agamemnon is forgiven. After that, Agamemnon asks who the person talking with Argon earlier was. Since that man left alone, Agamemnon knows he wasn't part of Olympus. Argon hesitates, thinking about what to say. Then he settles on an answer. He says that guy is sort of a friend. The story then explains who the Shirkai are. They're people who gave up climbing to the next floor. Instead, they stay around and attack or rob new players. They only do this in the beginner camp. In simple terms, they're a gang that hunts weak newcomers, mostly players without a guild. These scumbags even have a name for the moment. New players arrive on the first floor. They call it harvest time. Meanwhile, the Mick walks through the forest, away from the main path. He quickly notices several Shirkai following him. He doesn't even need the gray glasses. His perception alone is enough. He figures there are about 20 of them. He slips a hand into his pocket and grabs the divine crystal of darkness. To him, the Shirkai are perfect test subjects for the invisibility this crystal can give him. Then the Mick removes his red hat and keeps moving while the men chasing him close in from both front and back. The masked thugs whisper among themselves that the tutorial ended way too fast. That means many newcomers probably don't have good gear yet, so now's the perfect time to steal. That's when their leader Captain Fateo is introduced. Watching the Mick from afar, he notices the guy isn't with any guild and has no teammate beside him. Still, something feels off and he says they might be better off leaving him alone. Another thug immediately disagrees, pointing out the pyromancy cloak the Mick is wearing, an item worth a lot of money. The others get excited the moment they hear that. To them this is a jackpot and they rush in after the red hat. But right in front of them, the Mick vanishes. They panic, wondering how he disappeared when he had just been there. Then blades start cutting through the air and in an instant several heads are sliced off. The captain, still alive for the moment, yells that there's an enemy above them. The others shout for the attacker to show himself. One of the dying men realizes too late that the lone traveler was probably bait all along. While the Mick keeps mocking them, the captain activates Falcon Eyes, but it does nothing. This isn't an illusion he can see through. It's true invisibility from a divine artifact far beyond his power to break. He has no idea what's coming next. One survivor yells that they need to fall back, but the captain is stuck on one thought. How can a rookie on the first floor use invisibility? Dropping the stealth, Charlie reaches for the captain. He saved this one for last. Then he slams him down with all his strength. Pinned on the ground, the captain stares at Charlie and convinces himself this can't be some random bait. He must be someone from a higher floor sent to kill him. Charlie tells him to quit stalling. There's no escaping now, so he'll be caught either way. And then the captain thinks the stranger should be punished for meddling on the first floor. Charlie, clearly mad, says he has a few questions. If the man answers honestly, he'll die fast without torture. Instead, the captain screams for someone to kill Charlie. In the next second, Charlie slices through both his legs, leaving cuts so deep he can't stand anymore. With his sword pinning the captain's hand, Charlie coldly says that if that's how he wants it, they can move on to the torture part. That breaks in fast, and he blurts out that he'll tell everything whatever Charlie wants to know. Charlie gets straight to it and asks where the man named Rookian is hiding. The captain freezes and asks how Charlie knows that name. Charlie catches that reaction right away. He hadn't been sure the captain knew Rookian, so Charlie grins and says, "Bingo, first guess and I was right." He looks pleased because Rookian is exactly the person he wants to find. The story then cuts to the city on the first floor. Charlie is taking a quiet break with tea and a snack. He's sitting in a restaurant in the central part of the first floor, lost in thought. Going back in time really has its perks. He got Rookian's location much faster than expected, so now he has time to rest after the last few fights. As Charlie looks around, he notices how peaceful this place feels. That calm makes him think about his old friends. He wonders what kind of world they're living in now, and his mind drifts back to the days he spent with them. Those were good times, and he still misses them. But Charlie quickly tells himself to stop getting emotional. After that, he takes out the dark divine artifact and studies it. It worked well against the jackals, but this invisibility still isn't as perfect as the Helm of Ares. Charlie knows his skill with items isn't great, and this one still isn't refined, which is why the stealth isn't complete. A lot of people call this thing the Infinity Jewel because it's packed with a huge amount of mana. He's sure that if the fragment of the Helm of Ares gets refined, its power will grow a lot. Invisibility would only be the start, so Charlie makes up his mind. He still doesn't know everything this jewel can do, but refining it comes first. He also remembers why Zeus became ruler of the skies and took over Olympus. He got the fragment of lightning. Hades, on the other hand, fought with this helm of invisibility. Those items helped shape both the Olympus of the past and the one still to come. As far as Charlie knows, only one person can refine this item. Smiling to himself, he says he'll finally get to see that person again, after a long time. The scene then shifts to a blacksmith shop. Someone is working in front of a furnace, forging an item. Later, Charlie gets the basic player gear. One of the most important items in the tower is a phone-like orb, and he uses it after his player registration is complete. He stores it in his inventory and heads through a quiet part of the city. Sure, the place he's looking for should be nearby. Still, without a map or an exact address, finding it is a pain and asking around isn't really an option. Up ahead, a man appears with a kid and starts trying to get Charlie's attention. As Charlie walks by, the man claims his son is starving, but he already has a knife in hand, so he drops the act and announces the robbery, ordering Charlie to hand over everything he has. Charlie doesn't waste time. He moves first and instantly breaks the man's arm and one of his legs. Then 3 more bandits show up and rush him with knives, saying he never should have messed with their group. Charlie crushes one attack, twists another man's arm, then snaps a leg on the next. While beating them down, he tells them that if life is really that bad, they should leave the first floor instead of preying on people. When it's over, the robbers are wrecked, arms twisted, legs broken, and no fight left in them. Only then does Charlie glance to the side and spot something familiar. He finally found it, the blacksmith sign. Once he gets close, he opens the door and calls out, "Hello? Anybody here?" The shop is packed with weapons and armor, and the heat inside is brutal. From the doorway, Charlie starts talking like he already knows the person there, joking about how he was supposed to be working this morning. The smith pauses, confused. He looks up and sees this unknown young man walking into his shop. Without even introducing himself, the blacksmith asks about Charlie's pyromancy coat and says he doesn't look like he's from around here. So is he lost? Charlie says no, he came to the right place. Isn't this a workshop? The blacksmith asks if he's here to buy equipment. He says that if Charlie likes what's on display, he can pick something. Still, he doubts any sword here would be better than the one Charlie already carries. Even so, that blade in Charlie's hand looks worn out, ugly, and basically useless. Charlie answers that every sword in the shop is a failure. Then he goes even further, telling the smith that he isn't nearly as good at ruining things as he thinks. He tried to make that sword worthless, but it's still useful. Charlie then says, "Your name is Volcaro, right? Hey old man, I'm talking to you." That immediately starts to piss the blacksmith off. The smith demands to know who sent him and starts releasing a dangerous aura. Knowing things could get ugly fast, Charlie opens his inventory and tells him not to be so defensive. He explains that he's just a new player who recently arrived on the first floor, then pulls out the phone orb to prove it. The blacksmith checks the orb and realizes the number on it shows the highest floor a player has reached. That means Charlie definitely isn't from some upper floor. Charlie notices Volcaro still has the same weakness as always. He knows this blacksmith is incredibly powerful, and if that hammer had come down on him, the whole place would be a disaster. He also knows that if he had called the smith by his real name, that hammer would have come flying at him for sure. So Charlie has to watch his words. Volcaro isn't the man's real name. After calming down, the blacksmith asks what he wants. Charlie says it's nothing special. Then he pulls the dark divine fragment from his inventory and says he wants to hire the blacksmith to make an item for him. The blacksmith studies it unsure and asks to take a closer look. The moment he examines it properly, he realizes it's an unrefined crystal. Charlie asks if he can refine it, and the blacksmith says yes, but wants to know where he got something like this. Charlie says it was part of his reward for clearing the tutorial. That shocks the blacksmith. He blurts out, "What? You got this from the tutorial?" Then he remembers that's the tutorial happening right now, and asks how many days Charlie took to finish it. Charlie casually says about 5 days and 2 hours. He adds that he got first place too. The blacksmith is stunned. That's a new record. At that point he says it makes sense that Charlie is wearing such expensive gear on the first floor. The person standing in front of him is clearly no ordinary player. The blacksmith says the best he can do is refine the crystal, but the materials he has now are useless for this job. They'd only damage it. Then he asks if Charlie really wants to leave such a valuable crystal with him. The gear in this shop all looks damaged, enough to make anyone think the smith isn't very good. Charlie says yes, he still plans to leave it here. He places the crystal in the blacksmith's hand. Feeling that insane power, the old man blurts out that the person in front of him must be a complete madman. After taking it, the blacksmith asks if Charlie isn't worried he'll just run off with the crystal. Charlie says he's pretty good at reading people, and he's sure that won't happen. Charlie explains that he didn't see greed in the man's eyes. He saw something else. Excitement. Then he says the blacksmith has good eyes, and he's certain this old smith won't destroy the item. Still holding that supposedly useless sword, Charlie can tell that even when this man tries to make a bad blade, he can't fully do it. The balance is just too good. In other words, this is a blacksmith with a ton of experience. Charlie says the smith could smash this sword down and turn it into some awful dagger. Sure, but it's hard for him to get rid of his old habits, especially his habit of making good swords. Then Charlie points out the one thing the blacksmith forgot. If he really wanted to ruin the blade, he needed to destroy its balance. The blacksmith smiles and says the mick isn't pretty interesting. Charlie tosses the sword back into the chest. The blacksmith asks if he's pure blood and what group he's tied to. Charlie says he has no group, though his case is kind of similar to pure blood. The blacksmith starts to question that, then drops it. Whatever Charlie is, he'll still refine the crystal. And since Charlie trusted him, he'll do the best job he can. But he has one condition. He makes Charlie promise never to say where the item was refined or who did. With a smile, the protagonist agrees and says he won't tell anyone. Early the next morning, the protagonist spends 3 points on breakfast. Even with that little, he gets a lot of food. Since he already gave the old blacksmith his phone number, all he can do now is wait. So he decides to sit back and eat. Charlie remembers the blacksmith said the item would take 10 days. But he has no plans to leave the first floor yet. He still has unfinished business here. And from the info he got out of that captain, he knows the jackals will gather in 2 days. He'd rather wipe them out by himself. But right now he's still too weak. Then someone shows up and sits across from him. Annoyed, the protagonist asks Hargan how he found this place. Hargan says it was easy. He had people ask around at every facility for the protagonist's name, so he didn't even need to search alone. Charlie knows Olympus has huge influence even with the blacksmiths, and since Hargan is Zeus's son, finding him was simple. Hargan pulls out his phone orb and asks for Charlie's number. After giving it to him, Charlie jokes that he never expected Hargan to chase after him like this. Hargan fires back that he never thought Charlie had a sense of humor. He seemed like a boring guy who never joked. Charlie admits he's not actually funny, but sometimes he tries. Then he asks Hargan when he's starting his climb up the tower. Hargan says in about 5 days. First, he wants to raise some levels in the outer area of the first floor. He also wants to improve his team's teamwork. The protagonist reacts with a quiet, "Oh?" Then he says if that's the case, Hargan should do a mission with him. Lullet reacts right away, asking what kind of mission. Hargan asks the same thing. Charlie tells him he plans to wipe out the jackals for good. Hargan says that's not easy. They're hard to even find, and they stay hidden. He asks if Charlie really thinks he and his team can pull it off, and whether 10 people would be enough. The angry protagonist shuts that down fast. Not 10, just 2. Him and Hargan. That makes the blonde guy swallow hard. Hargan asks what Charlie is planning and says he needs more details. Charlie tells him it's too early for that and says to come back in 2 nights. Then he'll explain everything. He adds that if Hargan doesn't show up, he'll kill the jackals alone. Too competitive to back down, Hargan immediately says no way. He's coming, and he'll be there the night after tomorrow. At the same time, Hargan stands up and says he's heading out. Charlie asks if he's leaving already. Hargan says yes. Every time Charlie leaves him hanging. So this time he's leaving first, just so he won't be the last one to go. After he leaves, Charlie thinks Hargan must really care about the team he made in the tutorial. Trying to bring them all up the tower together takes real dedication. While he's thinking about that, he notices someone else nearby. Charlie says it looks like he's been waiting a long time. He tells the hooded man beside him that now the talk with Hargan is over. He should finally say what he came to say. The man turns out to be a knight from Olympus. He says he was surprised when Hargan suddenly showed up. Then the hooded visitor reveals himself as Agamemnon, standing beside the protagonist. Since this is their first meeting, Agamemnon politely says it's a pleasure to meet him. He's a member of Olympus. Agamemnon. Hargan smiles warmly at the protagonist. Still eating breakfast, Charlie says. Hargan is a direct descendant of the ruler of the heavens, so Hargan should have at least greeted him. Hargan answers that he couldn't, because the only reason he came was to meet Charlie. He starts by saying he heard Charlie took first place in the tutorial while Hargan second. Hargan adds that the gap between first and second was huge, and people are already saying a monster has entered the tower. The protagonist thanks him for the honest praise and the kind words. After taking a sip of coffee, Hargan says he asked Hargan about Charlie, but Hargan only called him sort of a friend, which sounds pretty strange. Charlie says that is a little strange, but he figures Hargan wants to be his friend, so maybe that's fine. Hargan then says Charlie was wise not to team up with Hargan. After the tutorial, most teams break apart anyway. He explains that many players who enter the tower don't want to climb seriously, and even the ones who do often only want to go up a few floors instead of becoming ranker. looking unhappy as he drinks his coffee. Agamemnon says Charlie has the talent to become a ranker, and maybe even a high ranker, so he offers Charlie a place climbing the tower with Olympus. After another sip, he's much more direct, telling Charlie to join Olympus under Ares. He says they can give him anything he needs to keep climbing. Then Agamemnon starts insulting Hargan, calling him inferior, and saying he doesn't even know his real mother. In contrast, he claims Lord Ares is far above him. Agamemnon goes on to reveal that Hargan is the son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. Zeus is a major figure in the tower, a high ranker, and because of that he says Charlie should join Ares instead of sticking with some stray like Hargan. Upset, Charlie slams his hand on the table and tells him to stop talking. Agamemnon doesn't get why and just keeps drinking his coffee. But Charlie is thinking hard. He knows Olympus is the biggest guild in the tower, and works non-stop to recruit strong rookies. Still, he wants nothing to do with Olympus. Charlie puts his cup down and thanks Agamemnon for joining him for that drink. Then he makes it clear it wasn't coffee talk, he's leaving. As Charlie gets up to go, Agamemnon asks if he's really turning down an offer from Olympus. The protagonist says yes, he never planned to join anyone. Before Agamemnon came, Hargan made the same offer, and he already refused that too. Smiling, the protagonist turns back to Agamemnon and questions him. Agamemnon called Hargan inferior and astray, even though Hargan is the son of Zeus and Hera, not Agamemnon. So if that's what Agamemnon calls Hargan, then what does that make him? Agamemnon shrinks back furious. Looking up at the protagonist standing over him, he tries to explain. But the protagonist cuts him off and says to stop, he only has one answer. He says he refuses to walk with inferior worms like him. The protagonist stands fully, and someone nearby asks Agamemnon if he's okay. Agamemnon just sits there shaking with anger and feeding his hatred. The man calls out again, Mr. Agamemnon. Agamemnon finally looks forward and asks how many jackals they can call right now. The other man is shocked and asks if he's really planning to do that. It's another Olympus member speaking to Agamemnon. He reports that the jackals are currently gathering resources, and only after that will enough of them be in one place. Agamemnon, still furious, snaps that Charlie is just a rookie. Do they really need that much prep to kill him? The subordinate answers calmly. Charlie set a tutorial record and even beat Mr. Hargan, so they should be careful. Then he asks Agamemnon if he really thinks only a few jackals can handle the protagonist. Still surrounded by 3 subordinates and burning with anger, Agamemnon gives the order. Prepare 100 jackals, covering part of his face full of hate. He says that once the jackals finish gathering, they'll kill Charlie. 2 days later, Hargan asks Charlie how the plan to get rid of the jackals is going. Charlie says they first need to visit someone. Took a long time to figure out where that person lives. Hargan asks who it is, but Charlie doesn't answer, he just tells him to follow. Charlie scans the area with his strange eyes. Hargan realizes he's seen those eyes before. He remembers the final boss from the tutorial asking Charlie if he was related to that cursed monkey. Then Hargan understands who the boss meant, the great sage Yu Sun Wukong. The great sage was one of the most gifted fighters in ranker history. He became a ranker king in just 100 years. As Agamemnon watches Charlie, he realizes Charlie doesn't just use fire like Sun Wukong, he uses it like Apollo too. With Charlie carrying that enemy on his back, Agamemnon keeps wondering who he really is. Then he remembers something else. Charlie can grow giant, a power only Hercules is known for. Even Hercules got that skill only after killing 10,000 giants and bathing in their blood. The giants have that power by nature, so Agamemnon starts thinking the impossible. Maybe Charlie is their descendant. That would explain why he doesn't belong to Olympus or anywhere else. Agamemnon is so deep in thought that Charlie has to snap him out of it. Hey, Agamemnon, wake up. Look. Then Charlie adds, make sure you answer the right way. Okay? Agamemnon asks what he means, but Charlie only says, you'll see. Let's go in. Charlie and Agamemnon head inside, and Charlie calls out to the owner. The man at the bar starts to apologize, saying, the place is already closed. Charlie cuts him off with one word, Vaughn. Then he says he's looking for someone named Muvon Zeon. The moment the man hears that name, he freezes. A second later, he throws everything aside and bolts. Charlie asks where he thinks he's going and takes off after him. The mech is way too fast and catches him almost right away. But this man isn't helpless. Even while being grabbed at full speed, he already reaches for a dagger. It doesn't help. The mech gives him no time to react, flips him through the air and slams him to the ground. Using the eyes of the little monkey, Charlie orders him to stay down. When the man tries to get back up, Charlie forces him down again and tells him to stay still. Lying there, the man can't understand how Charlie is this strong. He can't move at all. Charlie already knows Xian Navon is Muvon Xian's real name, and that this man is a player from the Martial Kingdom who gave up climbing the tower. More than that, Charlie is sure this is the king of the jackals, so he keeps him pinned down hard. The tied-up man begs to know why this is happening. He claims Charlie grabbed the wrong person and says he's just a nobody. Charlie doesn't buy it. If he was innocent, why did he run? Shaking with fear, the man says he ran because the mech looked terrifying. Hargan just stands there, not sure what to do. After tying the fugitive up, Hargan starts doubting they caught the right guy. He says this man looks weak, not like someone from the Martial Kingdom, and definitely not the king of the jackals. Charlie pulls out the man's knife, shows it to Hargan and asks if that looks normal to him. The blade is coated in a powerful poison found on the upper floors of the tower. Charlie explains that using poison like this on players is forbidden, and getting it takes special approval. Even then, it's still hard to find. So Charlie asks Hargan a simple question. How would a small shop owner on the first floor get something like that? And why would he hide it in his sleeve unless he planned to use it? Right then the man's body starts changing, his bones shift, his face twists out of shape, and in another language he mutters asking how his identity got exposed. Charlie questions him back. How did he find him, and more importantly, how did he learn his real name? Only now does Hargan notice that the man's voice and face have changed, and he starts sweating. The tied-up king of the jackals says Charlie seems fearless, but he has no idea who's backing him. Hargan stays quiet and listens. Then the man looks at Hargan and says, "Hey you, with that hair and those eyes, are you?" At the same time Hargan remembers Charlie telling him to answer the right way. Now he understands what Charlie meant. So Hargan reveals who he is, letting lightning burst from his hands. The king of the jackals, still tied to the floor, immediately says, "So it's true. Olympus betrayed you." Hargan is stunned and asks what he means by that. Charlie doesn't let the question go further. He tells the king of the jackals that talking about betrayal is a bit extreme. He only wants a favor. Then Charlie asks something Hargan didn't expect. "You're taking orders from Agamemnon, right?" The man says yes. Charlie goes on, saying the ruler of the heavens has been interested in what's happening on the first floor for a long time. Then he asks how long the king plans to stay Agamemnon's dog down here. Agamemnon isn't even important in Olympus. He's just serving a rookie who only recently became a ranker. Charlie says, things are already moving well, and soon the ruler of the heavens will handle the jackals personally. Hargan just listens, completely lost in a conversation he doesn't fully understand. Charlie tells him that if he does this right, he might even earn an important place in Olympus. That's enough to win him over. The king of the jackals asks what favor Charlie wants, and what he should do. Hargan never expected any of this. Olympus getting involved even on the first floor and even using the jackals. Charlie asks how many jackals there are in total. The answer is around 1,000. Charlie tells him to gather every single one of them here tomorrow by midnight, then gives him the address. He adds one more condition. None of Agamemnon's or Ares' followers can find out. After that, Charlie stands up, walks past Hargan and says, "Come on, we're done here." Hargan is boiling inside after learning the jackals were brought in by Olympus. Once they're outside, Hargan angrily tells Charlie he's real good at talking about other people's parents. Then he demands a full explanation, every detail. Charlie keeps it short, just like it sounded. The jackals and Olympus are working together. Hargan's still furious, asks if Charlie really expects him to believe that. He insists it can't be true, and says the man must be using Olympus' name because Olympus would never do something like this. Charlie is forcing Hargan to see Olympus for what it really is. He tells Hargan that whatever image he has of Olympus, he needs to open his eyes and face the truth. Charlie says Hargan is about to learn Olympus' real face. Hargan starts thinking back on everything that happened. He remembers the administrator complaining that those bastards were making his work even harder, and those bastards were Olympus, to the point that he said he wanted to rip Zeus' arms. Hargan also remembers the king of the jackals asking if Olympus had betrayed them, and Charlie's warning that if he wanted the truth, he'd have to find it slowly on his own. First of all, the protagonist's words keep ringing in his head. Even if he told him, Hargan wouldn't believe it. The scene shifts and 2 days pass. Later, Charlie sits somewhere, waiting for someone to show up. Without looking away, he says that if they had come any later, he would have left without them. Then he asks Hargan if he's finished thinking it over. Hargan says he was born and raised in Olympus. To him, Olympus was always his home. His family and his father was his hero. He says he barely remembers his mother. It's been so long since he last saw her that he can't even picture her face anymore. All he still remembers is her voice and what she told him. She told him, "My son, never forget Olympus' pride." Hargan says Olympus is the name of that pride. So he spent a long time wondering if this was the right thing to do or if he was betraying Olympus. The mech asks what answer he came to. Hargan opens his inventory and tells Charlie that whether he's right or wrong, one thing is certain. The jackals need to be wiped out. They're parasites on the first floor. And if this really is Olympus' dirty secret, he puts on his gloves as lightning starts pouring out, then says he'll erase every jackal with his own hands. A little later, the scene moves to a tunnel. It's dark with only torches lighting the way. Inside are hundreds of jackals, the bandits who rob and kill beginner players. One of them looks around in awe at how huge the place is, feels damp, and the floor is slick. Another says he never imagined there were this many of them. There are around 1,000 jackals here, and he explains this is the first time they've all gathered in one place. Usually they stay spread out. The crowd starts buzzing about rewards, at least 10,000 points. Then someone comes in fast. He asks if everyone is here, and tells anyone missing to raise a hand. Only the ones who didn't come would do that. Then the system reveals the speaker is Mu Longsheng, the king of the jackals. At that moment, all the jackals drop to their knees before their leader, but one newbie is still standing out in the open. The jackal king tells him to lift his head. The jackals stare at him, wondering if this really is Longsheng. Most of them had never seen the boss before. One says he heard a powerful backer was protecting the jackals, which is how they stayed out of trouble with the tower's authorities. For the newbie, it was a lot to take in. Then someone grabs a sword and warns that if anybody talks, the blade will start singing. The guy just blurts out that he's never seen a sword sing before. The Jackal King lifts his sword and makes it clear, whoever speaks next loses their head by his own hand. He glares at the crowd and orders everyone to stay quiet. Then he says they have a mission and it starts right now. It won't be easy, which is why he called every jackal here. Raising his fist, the Jackal King promises one thing. After today, the jackals will rise to heaven. The whole group erupts, shouting and praising their leader. When the Jackal King says he wants to introduce two people, he explains that the masked figures are his supporters. Turning toward them, he thanks them for showing up. A second later, he pulls out a stack of cash and says it's just a small token, asking them to accept the favor. These are Asgardian bills, and the system reveals each one is worth 1,000 points. The jackal hands over a huge pile of bills, and the Jackal King tells the two masked guests this is the take from their latest haul. One masked visitor thinks it over. If Asgard issued these notes, their value is guaranteed. This pile is around 100,000 points. The figure asks if all of it is really for him, and the Jackal King says yes, every bit of it. That was the trap. The masked man starts smiling because his plan worked. The payment meant for Agamemnon ended up in his hands instead, and now it's obvious why the jackal switched sides. There are hundreds of thousands of points sitting right there. The slim masked figure calmly thanks him for the gift and stores the money in his inventory. The Jackal King, clearly pleased, says the honor is his. After taking the money, the masked man looks at the Jackal King and says he has something else to say. The Jackal King immediately asks what he wants them to do. He says it's time to offer this place to God and snaps his fingers. The whole area lights up at once. The protagonist unleashes massive flames and they spread through the cave in seconds. Jackals burst into fire and run in panic. The Jackal King turns back, shocked at how fast it spread, and wonders if the liquid on the ground was oil instead of water. But he's sure it wasn't oil. There was no smell. Still, the place is turning into a giant furnace. The jackals panic and scatter, each one just trying to save himself. Hargan cuts one down at blinding speed, while the Jackal King keeps wondering if the stuff was some kind of odorless powder. The Jackal King starts losing it. Then he looks ahead and sees the protagonist pulling off his mask, dropping it and crushing it underfoot. The Jackal King demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Charlie answers for him they're taking out the trash. Only then does the idiot realize they aren't on Olympus' side. From farther off, Hargan shouts, while killing another jackal, that he is from Olympus. The Jackal King can't understand it, If that's true, why attack them? Aren't they allies? Hargan fires back that they are not allies. Hargan fires back that they are not allies. Their Olympus is shame, and he'll wipe them out with his own hands. With fire on one side, Hargan on the other, and the protagonist cutting down everyone in between, the jackals rush them, yelling that they'll kill them. The Jackal King screams for everyone to swarm the two of them. They're only outnumbered by 2. Meanwhile, Hargan keeps slaughtering jackals one after another. The Jackal King realizes they're finished. If this keeps up, none of them will survive to tell what happened. That's when it finally hits him. A lot of them plan to kill every jackal in one shot. He pulls out his phone and tries to contact help, but there's no signal. He can't believe it. A place like this should still have reception. He's standing there annoyed, wondering why his expensive service suddenly won't work. After cutting down another jackal, Charlie answers him. He calls out and asks if he really thought that thing would work in a place like this, basically hell. The protagonist grins and tells him to look around. A lot of players send messages by coding them into mana, and with this much mana filling the area, communication is impossible. All that fire is mana, so the phone is useless now. No signal, no messages. That finally sets the Jackal King off. He gives up on holding back and charges straight at the protagonist. He screams as he rushes in from behind. But like the saying goes, if you're trying to sneak attack someone, don't yell first. The moment Charlie hears it, he already knows someone's there. He turns back with those gray eyes and freezes the Jackal King in place with a skill nobody expected. The Jackal King can't understand why his body won't move. Charlie calls him by name and tells him it's time to say goodbye, then cuts him clean through the middle. Everyone's dead. It's over. The meeting point was a cave inside a huge mountain. Now it's completely wrecked, with nothing left but smoke pouring out. Charlie asks Hargan if he's okay, and Hargan lets out a long, heavy breath. He asks if Charlie seriously thinks he's okay. They just killed 1,000 people. Charlie realizes Hargan isn't tired. What he's feeling is guilt. Charlie looks at him and says that's normal. Hargan has never been through a war, so he's not used to killing people. Hargan asks how Charlie can stay so cold about it. Charlie reminds him what the jackals did for a living: kidnapping, robbery, and worse. That's how they made their money. By killing them, they likely saved dozens, maybe hundreds of people, so why should they regret it? Hargan still hesitates, so Charlie tells him he needs to let go of that guilt. The only ones who died were the worst kind of trash. Hargan stays quiet, staring down and thinking it over. After a while, still shaking with his hands on his knees, Hargan says Charlie has a really sharp tongue, sharper than he expected. He also admits Charlie is smarter than he looks. Charlie walks over and jokes, asking if that was supposed to be a compliment. If it was, Hargan still needs practice. Hargan, holding his head, admits it was. Charlie can tell he's mentally steady enough now to talk normally and work through the guilt. Charlie says Hargan is honestly a decent guy, someone made for a normal life. Hargan replies that Charlie is nothing like he thought. He tells Charlie he didn't expect him to be this good. Charlie jokes again, asking if he's praising him now. Hargan says yes. He adds that it isn't easy to be the first one to act when there's nothing to gain. He remembers that even back in the tutorial, Charlie was always thinking way ahead, looking at the bigger picture in a way Hargan still can't match. Hargan says people have called him a man of great cause since he was young, and now Charlie seems like the one who really fits that title. Charlie laughs and says Hargan's getting better with words. Maybe one day he'll actually know how to praise someone. But one thing Hargan said was wrong. Of course Charlie had something to gain. He opens his inventory and pulls out a thick stack of the Guardian notes. When Hargan sees them, he immediately changes his tune. Now that's something worth winning. Charlie keeps counting and says Hargan can refuse his share if he doesn't want dirty money. But there's a lot of it. Way more money than Hargan made in the whole tutorial. Hargan stares at it and admits he doesn't even know what to say anymore. So Charlie should just give him some. Charlie says that's what he expected. A little for Hargan, a little for himself. Then Charlie changes the subject and brings up the fact that Hargan ranks second in every tutorial. Hargan tells him to stop there, so what? Still counting the notes? Charlie asks what reward Hargan got for that. The scene shifts far away, where someone slams a hand onto a table in anger. It's Agamemnon, furious because he can't contact the Jackal King. His assistant says he doesn't understand it either. He tried reaching him too, and none of the messages came back. Agamemnon thinks it over. Unless the man lost his mind and ran off with the money, there should be no reason for this. Then a second assistant bursts in, shouting for Agamemnon. He says they found the jackals, but Agamemnon needs to come see it himself. Agamemnon enters the cave and finds a nightmare. Agamemnon says no over 1,000 bodies. Burned, crushed, torn apart, and destroyed. The sight rattles him. Agamemnon turns to his assistant and asks if even the Jackal King is dead. The assistant says yes sir, he's gone too. Agamemnon then asks about the money they collected, and the answer is even worse. They didn't find a single note. It's all gone. Agamemnon is furious. His money stream is gone and now he's broke. Meanwhile, the MC checks the haul and finds a total of 340,000 pounds. Yeah, the Chakais were loaded, and that kind of money can buy top-tier stuff in the shop. What's even crazier is that Charlie only kept half. The other half went to Hargan. Looking at all that cash, he can't help thinking it's all thanks to Agamemnon. So thanks Agamemnon. What a generous friend. With this much money, Charlie won't have to worry about food or a place to stay for a long time. Charlie almost wants to head straight to Asgard and trade it all for points. But if he does that, Olympus will know he was the one who wiped out the jackals, so he stores the money for later. He also knows this won't cover every plan he has, but it's enough to get the materials he needs to refine the divine crystal of the stars faster. Out of everything Charlie owns, the divine crystal of the stars has the highest rank, and right now, the best blacksmith in the tower is slowly turning it into something he can actually use. Still, Charlie has another problem, so he opens his inventory. He notices the egg doesn't even have a name, so he has no clue what it is, but it has to be valuable, since he got it as a top reward. Now he's stuck wondering when and where he should use it. The protagonist holds that unfinished reward and tries to figure out what makes it special. He can't remember anyone ever getting an egg as the main prize. The bargain haul who finished second got the King's Lightning Glove, a pretty advanced item that even higher ranks can use. So if that was second place, Charlie knows this egg is no ordinary item. It might be as good as, or even better than, the divine crystal of darkness. The more he thinks about it, the more confused he gets. Then while staring at the egg, he suddenly notices something. There's a pattern on the shell now, and he's sure it wasn't there when he first got it. A second later, Charlie remembers where he saw that pattern before. That realization scares him. The mark clearly belongs to an outer god. Then the egg reacts to Charlie. He tries asking it what it is, but the mark changes again. After that, the story cuts to the blacksmith shop. For several days, Charlie keeps thinking about the egg. He has no idea if what hatches will become an ally or a monster that could destroy the world. He remembers that creatures born from eggs usually treat the one who cared for them the longest as their master, and the first person they see after hatching almost like a parent. That's why so many ranks try to get mythical beast eggs and raise them as companions. Charlie starts thinking about doing the same. If that egg really holds a mythical beast, the payoff could be huge. Still, the protagonist knows overthinking won't solve anything, so he focuses on what he can handle right now. He heads inside and announces himself. The dwarf looks over at him and gets right to business. "Oh, you're here." The blacksmith shows him the divine crystal of the stars and says it's insanely hard to work with. That's why he called Charlie over. Before going further, he wants to know what weapon and armor Charlie uses now. If it's a sword, he wants the type and hardness, and he wants details on the armor too, including its weight. Charlie asks why he needs all that. The blacksmith explains that some extra material came off during the process, crystal powder. He wants to forge something with it because that powder is more valuable than any crystal material he knows. Charlie understands right away. He knows this matters because Hades was made with crystal powder during refinement. Then he asks if the blacksmith already has the right base material. The dwarf says he doesn't have anything on the level of diamond, but he does have something close, since they're only using the powder mithril should work. He shows the MC a massive mithril bar weighing 1,800 kilograms and says it's enough to make a piece of equipment and combine it with the powder. He then goes over mithril's properties. Charlie knows mithril is crazy expensive. Even 1,000 kilograms would be enough for one piece of gear, so using 1,800 means the cost will easily go over 300,000 points. That's a problem because all the money Charlie has is in Asgard notes. Right now, it would only cover about a third of that mithril. Seeing him hesitate, the blacksmith offers another option. He'll put it on Charlie's tab. Charlie asks what happens if he just runs off. The blacksmith says this whole project came from his own greed, not Charlie's request. Even if Charlie took the finished item and vanished, he wouldn't hold a grudge. Then he reminds Charlie of something important. The crystal Charlie left with him is worth tens of times more than this mithril. In fact, it's so valuable that it can't even be measured in points. So if Charlie trusted him with something that expensive, he's willing to return that trust. That gives Charlie a sense of déjà vu. This old man is exactly how he remembers him. So the MC smiles, knowing this blacksmith really can be trusted. When the protagonist opens his inventory and pulls out his sword, he shows it to the blacksmith and explains that he needs a sword, but it can't be too heavy. The shape and length can be similar to this one, so he offers it as the model. That gets the blacksmith fired up. Forging a sword is exactly what he wanted, and he proudly says swords are his specialty. A week later, the story moves to the Olympus branch in Aegila. Agamemnon finishes putting on his gloves, still amazed that a chance like this landed in his lap. The deaths of all the Chikis created a much better opening for him. He believes that if he handles this mission well, his past mistakes will be forgiven. It might even get the higher-ups to notice him. Then his assistant reports that all their players from the 1st through 10th floors have already gathered. There are about 200 men total. Agamemnon thinks that still isn't enough and asks for reinforcements. The assistant says more support has arrived, especially with the administrators stepping in and the tower's revival system in play. Now Agamemnon is sure they can't lose. He gives the order to finish the mission. So the Olympus force from floors 1 through 10 gathers in Solikal under Agamemnon's command. Standing before his men, he tells them they're hunting a criminal, and they're going to capture him. Far from there, Charlie easily cuts down an old snake. That raises the completion rate of Skyslayer Star by 0.0006. Charlie can't help feeling the skill is taking forever. In those 10 days while the crystal was being refined, this is basically all he worked on. He also knows that, on the 1st floor, training this skill is almost impossible. After 10 days of hunting, it only went up 1 level. But that's still better than doing nothing. Then his phone starts ringing and buzzing. He checks it and sees a message from Vulcan saying the refinement is done and telling him to come over right away. Vulcan has just finished refining the jewel and it came out beautifully. He says no matter how many times he looks at it, it still amazes him. He can't get tired of it. Part of him wants to finish the full item right now, but without the right materials he knows he can't. So he picks up the jewel and carefully wraps it. Then Vulcan senses someone approaching. The presence keeps getting closer. He grabs his hammer and mutters to himself. Of all days it had to be today, the day he finished the stone. He sets the wrapped stone back down and reminds himself he always knew this day would come. Then he moves carefully. With hammer in hand, he steps out of his shop. Waiting outside are hundreds of Olympians. Mounted on his horse, Agamemnon tells Vulcan he never expected someone like him to be hiding in a place like this. Looking around, he says he finally understands why no one found him before. This area is filthy. Vulcan tells him to stop bothering the neighborhood and asks what they want. Agamemnon answers that the question is pointless because Vulcan already knows why they're pointing his sword at the criminal. He calls Vulcan by his real name and says, "Criminal, the party's over." Everyone freezes. The Olympian blacksmith? They thought they were chasing the player causing trouble on the 1st floor, not a ranker. One of the men asks how they're supposed to catch someone like that. Even with more people, he's too strong to even touch. Hybe Men tells them not to panic. On the 1st floor, a ranker's power is heavily limited. Hephaestus smiles, lightning crackling around the hammer in his hand. Mana surges out of him as he glares at them. Restricted power? Is that what you think? Don't make me laugh? His eyes flash red with rage, and he promises to crush every one of them. Hybe Men just laughs and advances with the whole army. He mocks Hephaestus saying he was already punished by the regents of the skies, so can he even call himself a ranker now, especially with no gear on him? Then he adds that they have a ranker on their side too. As a man in white rushes forward, a sharp-looking man in red and white appears. The system reveals he's a ranker under Apollo's command, and his name is Chrysis. Hephaestus immediately tenses up. "Chrysis, so you're a ranker now?" Hephaestus warns him that meddling in the affairs of Mirandae brings a harsh penalty. Chrysis raises his spear and says it doesn't matter. They're both rankers, so they'll pay the same price. Gripping his hammer, Hephaestus says they're good at copying dirty tricks. Choking on his anger, he tells Chrysis to come at him. Chrysis doesn't hesitate for even a second, and lunges in. Their clash erupts so hard it can be seen from far away, blowing apart the whole area. Anyone nearby definitely felt that hit. Hephaestus ignores the restriction and goes all out anyway. Their next collision is even worse. The shockwave instantly kills the soldiers closest to them. When the force clears, Chrysis is holding back Hephaestus's hammer. He says he once respected him. Looking him in the face, Chrysis says that after becoming a ranker, 1,000 years ago, Hephaestus stopped chasing power. He chose faith instead, dulled his hammer, and stayed at his forge. That's why he respected him. Hephaestus asks if that's really the only reason. Then he forces Chrysis back with brute strength. As Chrysis is pushed away, Hephaestus bursts forward at full speed and slams into his guard again. Chrysis is sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Hephaestus gives him no time to recover and charges once more. Dozens of soldiers are in the way, and he tears through all of them without slowing down. But after cutting down players from the 1st to the 10th floor, the tower's restriction starts hitting hard. Blood begins pouring from Hephaestus's whole body. Chrysis walks toward him and says, "The penalty will be severe." Attacking players from floors so far below his own guarantees it. Still bleeding, Chrysis says he meant what he said. He really did respect him, giving up everything for faith. That resolve is what he admired in Hephaestus. Tightening his grip on the spear, Chrysis repeats that this is what he respects about him. But even so, he doesn't want to fight him, and he prepares a powerful strike. Hephaestus blocks it with his hammer and tells him to cut the crap. A blast even bigger than before shakes the entire 1st floor. The last of their mana floods the area. Blood covers the ground, and the dust slowly settles. Hephaestus curses Chrysis as his body starts turning to stone. Chrysis used some strange magic on him. Hephaestus realizes it's the shield that's petrifying him. Chrysis confirms it. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's the Aegis, a shield shaped like a face from a jellyfish. Chrysis says it's only a replica, but Hephaestus is so worn out that even a copy is enough to stop him. Temporarily turned to stone, Hephaestus finally collapses. Chrysis and Agamemnon stand over him as the winners. Chrysis thinks to himself that it's finally over. Agamemnon grins, proud that he completed the mission, and sure he'll be praised for it. And he orders the soldiers to seize the criminal at once. But right then Charlie arrives. He says he can't let them take him. In a flash his sword cuts through 2 guards' legs. Their screams fill the air. Bravo demands to know what kind of disrespectful mess this is. The others stare at Charlie and ask if he's the one who broke the new tutorial record. A lot of them had even guessed he might be a ranker or something close. Agamemnon asks Charlie who he thinks he is, barging into their business like this. From a distance, Charlie recognizes Chrysis. He remembers hearing that name in his past life. He also knows fighting 2 rankers here would be a nightmare. Still, Charlie knows if this turns into a bigger fight, and an administrator steps in, Olympus will be the side that loses. Their influence on the 1st floor would take a huge hit. Agamemnon demands to know what Charlie is doing, but Charlie doesn't answer. Instead, he wonders if he'll really need DFS to use Congo and Micaiah here. Agamemnon asks if Charlie plans to stand there protecting DFS until the petrification wears off. Bravo answers, "And what if I do?" And Agamemnon notices time is running out, because DFS's arm starts to move. He realizes the Aegis can only petrify once a day, so Chrysis can't use it again. And since it's just a replica, he doesn't know how long the effect will last. If it ends now, things will get bad fast. Once Hephaestus breaks free, capturing him will be much harder. The stone body of DFS starts moving more, and Agamemnon knows he can't waste another second. So he orders his men to kill Charlie and capture the prisoner immediately. One soldier hesitates and warns that killing a rookie will bring a penalty. Agamemnon answers by drawing his sword and cutting off that soldier's head. Looking at the body, he asks what good that penalty did. But Agamemnon takes 1-2 for killing someone far weaker than himself, and his body starts bleeding right away. Then he shouts to the others, whoever kills the rookie and brings back the prisoner will be given control of the 1st floor. That gets them fired up at once, and they all yell that they'll kill him. Charlie gets ready and coats his sword in colossal fire. The soldiers can't even get close before the flames tear into them. Some of the dying men warn the others not to touch that fire because Charlie is too strong. A smarter one tells them to attack from a distance. But the furious rookie activates his gray eyes, letting him read the flow of the battle ahead of time. Then he cuts through the soldiers of Olympus, one after another, while the whole area is swallowed by flames. Even inside that fire, the gray eyes endure the strain of the flame attribute, leaving the rookie without a single burn. Charlie keeps cutting forward, slicing the next soldier clean through. Suddenly he senses something coming and turns, just in time to see a ball of mana flying at him. He fires one back, and the two attacks collide, sending lightning everywhere. The impact creates a massive explosion of mana. Charlie presses forward and taunts them, telling them to bring everything they've got. Numbers alone don't decide a fight, and they should know that by now. From the rear, Agamemnon keeps shouting for his men not to stop and to box Charlie in. But inside, Agamemnon is boiling. His force includes players who made it all the way to the 10th floor. He knew Charlie was strong after seeing him take first in the tutorial and even beat Argon, but he never imagined he was this strong. Using his gray eyes, Charlie takes control of the colossal fire itself. Watching from afar, Agamemnon can't stop wondering what kind of rookie this is because he feels far beyond that level. Charlie shapes the flames into a towering pillar and burns the soldiers around him all at once. After that, he glances at the blacksmith and mutters that this ugly stone look really doesn't suit him. Casting a spell near Hephaestus, he asks how long he plans to keep sleeping there. Right then, a huge blast drops down on top of Charlie. He's knocked back but stays on his feet. The system says the gray eyes resisted the fragment of the sun, and the mantle of permanence did too. Realizing what hit him, Charlie thinks that Crisis is finally making his move. Crisis starts bleeding from several spots on his body, the price for attacking a participant on the first floor. Even under the tower's restriction, he ignores the pain and asks Charlie what his relationship with Hephaestus is. Charlie answers politely that he's just a customer. Crisis is stunned. What? You're only a client? You jumped into all this for nothing more than that? Charlie puts his sword back in his inventory and studies Crisis, even hurt and held back by the tower's penalty. Crisis is still putting huge pressure on the mech. He knows Crisis is Apollo's right-hand man and Apollo rules over fire. If he slips up for even a second, he's done. So Charlie quickly weighs his options and figures Crisis can probably only attack a few more times before the penalty gets too severe. Because of that, Charlie uses gigantification. If Crisis wants to fight up close, he'll have to keep attacking, and that should make the penalty hit him even faster. Charlie plans to go straight at the one using the fragment of the sun. He trusts his gray eyes and the mantle of pyromancy to help him endure it. He also believes he can survive, since he already lived through Sarutra's annihilation flames. Seeing that, Crisis remarks that Charlie has a skill no normal low-rank player should have. He asks what a newcomer to the tower thinks he can do, then hurls a spear coated in solar fire at Charlie. Charlie raises his hand to stop it. The system reports that gigantification is clashing with the fragment of the sun. It also says the gray eyes and the mantle of pyromancy are resisting it too. Then a huge blast of fire erupts. The system updates again. This time the protagonist fails to fully resist the fragment of the sun and suffers a burn effect. Charlie expected that. He knows raw strength alone isn't enough to block a ranker's attack. He thinks that if he at least had some kind of ice power, his resistance would be much better. Charlie senses another attack coming and mutters, asking if Crisis is really not going to give him even a second to breathe. So the protagonist fires back with mana explosion not once but 3 times. The blasts set everything around them ablaze, and the explosion is massive even for that skill. The smoke starts to thin and the flames begin to calm down. For the moment, the mantle of pyromancy is still holding against the fragment of the sun. But a few seconds later, it fails too. Charlie's burn effect rises to level 2, and he realizes that if this keeps going, he'll be burned alive. Still, Charlie is sure of one thing. The penalty Crisis is taking can't be small after using that much power. And he's right. Once the flames die down, Crisis is covered in blood and clearly suffering from the tower's backlash. Charlie reminds himself that Crisis has already attacked him twice. He struggles to breathe, thinking he only has to hold on a little longer. But then Crisis rushes in at close range. His punch slams hard into the protagonist's chest. Charlie feels all of it, and the hit sends him flying straight into the blacksmith's shop. At the same time, Crisis looks even worse from the penalty. If Crisis keeps forcing attacks like this, the tower's punishment might kill him first. Inside the blacksmith's shop, the smoke and dust slowly settle. The protagonist drops to the ground, shaken by the chest strike. He wonders if he underestimated Crisis just because this is only the first floor. Whether or not, Crisis is still absurdly strong. Charlie knows he can keep fighting a little longer, but beating Crisis is out of the question. His goal now is just to endure 2 more hits. Then he glances to the side and notices something shining under a cloth. A smile spreads across his face. Now he understands where he was thrown. This really is that blacksmith shop. When the protagonist sees the refined divine crystal of darkness, he thinks he might actually be the luckiest guy around. The system identifies it as a pure divine crystal of darkness, a fragment holding the darkness of Genesis, along with mana tied to endless darkness. Then the story cuts to Crisis remembering a talk with Apollo. Back then Apollo warned him about penalties. Crisis didn't understand, and Apollo told him he'd learn soon enough once he felt one himself. He also explained how overwhelming the tower's power is. Now, with his body badly damaged by the tower, Crisis realizes Apollo was right. It feels like the tower is alive. It gives off a force that limits and crushes powers that go too far out of line. Protecting the lower floors, badly injured Crisis finally understands the penalty. It is the tower's will. Agamemnon sees how torn up Crisis is and thanks him for his hard work. Then Agamemnon orders the surviving soldiers to move in and capture the criminal. He also tells them to check the dead and help the wounded. One soldier asks what they should do about Charlie. Crisis tells him to leave it alone, because Charlie is surely dead already. Agamemnon is shocked and argues that if they leave him alive, he'll come after them later. Crisis, already pushed to his limit, says his mission is done. He came to catch the fugitive. He has already broken the tower's law enough by causing chaos on the first floor, and he wants to avoid a pointless massacre. In other words, he knows the tower's counterattack can literally kill him. Agamemnon reluctantly agrees. Then a huge explosion bursts out of the forge, and the protagonist steps forward through the sparks. He has the refined crystal in one hand and his sword in the other. Now Charlie has everything he needs. Agamemnon spots him and shouts that the bastard is still alive. But Crisis tells him to wait. Agamemnon asks if Crisis still plans to spare him. Crisis, sensing the danger, says something about Charlie has changed and now he's extremely dangerous. Crisis explains that dark attribute mana is a special case. Charlie was almost dead a moment ago, yet the mana coming off him now is nothing like someone on the verge of death. Agamemnon thinks Crisis is overreacting. He tells him to rest and says he'll handle Charlie himself, then starts walking forward with his hand on his sword. But the next second, the protagonist vanishes right in front of him. Agamemnon stops and looks around, confused. Then the soldiers carrying Hephaestus start getting attacked by someone they can't even see. After snatching the 2 items, Charlie takes back Hephaestus. In response, Hephaestus starts reacting to the protagonist's mana. The sword begins moving much more strongly, and Charlie realizes petrification doesn't affect the target's mind. That means Hephaestus understands everything happening around him, and Charlie is sure the petrification will wear off soon. Meanwhile, Agamemnon yells at his men for just standing there. He orders all the soldiers to charge the protagonist. Charlie draws dark attribute mana from the crystal. Then he releases a wave of dark mana across the battlefield. Every soldier touched by it dies instantly. Following that, Crisis smiles and says the protagonist is unbelievable. The tower really accepted a monster like him. Agamemnon, stunned and furious, snaps at him, asking if now is really the time to be impressed. Crisis answers calmly, reminding Agamemnon that he said he wanted to handle Charlie himself. Crisis only came for Hephaestus, and this part was never in his contract. Charlie is Agamemnon's problem, so go deal with him. Agamemnon stares back and asks if he's serious. Crisis starts moving again. He tells him to relax, it was just a joke. Even after pushing himself that far, he's still going to fight. While they talk, the protagonist crushes the few remaining soldiers. Then he notices Crisis finally coming at him again. Crisis attacks the protagonist once more with the fragment of the sun. The pressure is intense. After that, Crisis gathers the sun's fire into his hands. As he forms a fireball, he can't help admiring Charlie. Controlling 2 attributes at once is hard, even for rankers, yet Charlie is doing it as a human with darkness and normal human mana together. If someone like that had joined Olympus, he'd have been unstoppable. After Crisis, Charlie is a priceless talent, and that only makes him want him more. His desire to claim that talent keeps growing. Then Crisis calls out, asking if his name is Charlie. If Charlie needs gear, Olympus can give him equipment far better than what he asked from Hephaestus, but Charlie says that's not his real goal, and he already gave his answer about joining Olympus to that guy over there. He points at Agamemnon. With fire and metal in hand, Crisis answers that Charlie already rejected them. What a shame. After that, Crisis releases even more mana. Charlie asks if he really plans to keep fighting. Tritzel smiles, almost amused. He never expected a rookie would push him this far. Still, he thinks that 100 years from now he'll proudly tell everyone about the day he fought Charlie on the first floor. It would be a story worth boasting about, because he's sure Charlie will one day rise far above everyone else. But Tritzel knows he can only tell that story if he survives. So he compresses his energy even further, preparing an even stronger attack. As Tritzel readies one last attack, Charlie realizes something. He came here ready to die. This mission matters more to him than staying alive, all because he wants to drag that old man back. That old blacksmith is Hephaestus. Charlie knows if Hephaestus doesn't return to Olympus, the next Gilgamesh might never happen. Tritzel's blazing like a boiling sun, and the MC knows he has to hold the line and stop them from taking Hephaestus. So the MC plants his feet and braces for the full force of the attack. Then Crytz hurls the fireball straight at him. Cruel son. Charlie is stunned. Crytz looked completely worn out, yet he can still fire off something this strong. As the attack closes in, the MC quietly says, "I knew it. You really are amazing." That catches Crytz off guard. How did he know? Had the MC figured him out already? A second later, Cruel Sun detonates and tears through the whole area, driving the heat up to 16,000 degrees Celsius. Even Agamemnon is shaken. The power behind that blast is insane, far beyond what a ranker should ever use on the first floor. He can already tell Tritzel might die from the backlash. When the explosion clears, the MC is dropping among the rubble, and Tritzel collapsed in front of the blacksmith's shop, covered in blood. Agamemnon starts to grin. Sure, it's finally over. After taking a hit like that, he says not even Charlie could have survived. But before he can finish, something slams into his foot. The hit is so hard, blood bursts from his mouth. He turns to see who attacked him and gets smashed again by a hammer. It's Hephaestus. Fully awake now, he snaps. "It's over? Then take this." Agamemnon screams in pain. Hephaestus, furious and free from the hypnosis, says nothing is over yet and keeps coming at him. Agamemnon gets beaten down and panics, asking if Hephaestus isn't scared of the penalty. Another hammer answers him. Hephaestus makes it clear, no, he doesn't care about the penalty at all. Agamemnon starts crawling away, desperate to escape, but Hephaestus stalks after him and says he doesn't care about the others. Agamemnon is the one he's going to kill. Terrified, Agamemnon begs for help. He looks up and cries for someone to save him, as Hephaestus raises the hammer for a killing blow to the head. At the very last second, just before it lands, the administrator appears and catches the hammer with one huge hand. He warns Hephaestus that he's gone too far. Still boiling with rage, Hephaestus growls, "Why did you have to show up now?" Shaking all over, Agamemnon thanks the heavens that someone came to save him. Now we get a good look at the administrator, a massive, powerful figure. The system identifies him as the administrator of the first floor. He asks Hephaestus what he meant by now, then says there's no way he'd just watch one of the tower's biggest guilds cause chaos on the first floor. If Agamemnon and Hephaestus want to fight with their full power, they can do it higher up the tower. Agamemnon quickly tries to back out, claiming this must all be a misunderstanding and that he never meant to fight. The administrator turns to him and asks, "You're from Olympus, right?" Trembling, Agamemnon answers, "Yes, sir, we are." The administrator flicks Agamemnon in the forehead so hard it blasts his helmet off, then tells him to deliver a message to Zeus. The flick leaves a mark stamped with AGI. Then the administrator says, "Tell Zeus that if he pulls something like this again, I'll come there myself and rip out that stupid beard of his again, just like before." Agamemnon drops to the floor in shock, and the administrator repeats that the message must be delivered exactly as he said it. Hephaestus bursts out laughing and says the role fits Agamemnon perfectly. A messenger boy. With that burn on his forehead, Agamemnon won't be able to change a single word. Hephaestus grins and curses Olympus. Now that the first floor administrator stepped in, he knows Olympus lost badly. The story cuts back to the fight between the MC and Chris. In the middle of that huge explosion, the egg of Mosov reveals its prey and Charlie feels a strange pressure, dangerous enough to put him on edge. He can't tell if the egg is trying to devour him while he's weak or protect him. After showing that reaction, Mosov goes back into hibernation. Charlie slowly wakes up, wondering when he blacked out. Leaning over him is an angry Hephaestus who snaps, "You what? Spit it out." The MC gets up and casually asks, "What's up, old man? You okay?" Hephaestus immediately fires back, telling him to watch his mouth. Hephaestus asks how his body is doing. Charlie says he's more or less fine, then asks how the old man is. That just annoys Hephaestus more, and he demands to know how long Charlie plans to keep calling him that. The MC teases him, asking if he'd rather be called Elder instead. Hephaestus gets even madder and asks if he's seriously not going to stop. Charlie reminds him that he only survived because of him, and after everything he did, the nickname really shouldn't matter. Hephaestus shoots back that he has no shame at all. Still, Hephaestus goes quiet for a moment because deep down he really is grateful for what the MC did. As he starts to leave, he mutters his thanks. Charlie says he didn't catch that, so Hephaestus turns around furious and shouts, "I said thank you. How many times do I have to say it?" The MC thinks to himself that it was only twice. Then Hephaestus looks around, spots the pickaxe, and demands to know who made it. Charlie admits he did, which leaves Hephaestus embarrassed. Getting serious, the blacksmith tells Charlie the truth. His real name isn't Vakara, it's Hephaestus, and he used to be a blacksmith of Olympus. He watches Charlie's face and notices the reaction is way too calm. "What, you're not surprised?" The MC answers that of course he's surprised, but Hephaestus calls him out right away. He's not even trying to sound believable. That confirms Hephaestus's suspicion that Charlie already knew who he was. At first he thought Charlie might be someone sent by Olympus, but after seeing him nearly die to protect him, he knows that's not true. One thing is certain now, the MC is no ordinary player. Charlie says today's mess should keep Olympus quiet for a long time. Hephaestus agrees, and that's exactly why he decided to leave that cramped, ugly place and rent a big, comfortable workshop for a while. Then he tells Charlie that he always repays his debts tenfold. If the MC ever needs a favor, he only has to ask. Hephaestus promises to forge the finest sword in the world for him. Now that gets the MC's full attention, and he breaks into a big smile. Trying to stand, Charlie says he understands that promise very clearly. He thinks that once the sword is finished, he'll start climbing the tower again. So the MC says goodbye and tells Hephaestus he'll be waiting. Hephaestus can tell the MC is in bad shape. He's dizzy and starting to slur his words, so he sends him straight to the hospital. The next scene jumps to another day. The MC is now hunting down a bunch of gorillas with the Dark Knight. He explains that he spent the whole day in the hospital recovering, but now he's feeling much better. In his original plan, he wasn't supposed to clash with Olympus until the 11th floor. Still, things don't always go as planned. Even so, he knows this turned out well for him. Olympus won't be able to meddle on the first floor for years, especially with the administrator watching it closely now. Another good thing came from all this too. His bond with the old man is almost back to what it used to be before he returned, and this time he plans to become far stronger than before. Now he has the crystal of the stars, and he grips it tightly. He knows this crystal will make a huge difference in the second Gaijin Tamaki. Holding the divine crystal of the stars, he realizes it's especially hard to control, and now that it's been refined into a jewel, it feels completely different from the helm of invisibility Hades used before. The power coming from it is on another level, and Charlie wonders if the item itself is different or if it only feels that way because the user is different. Then the MC explains the 3 big changes he noticed after the crystal was refined. First, its description changed. Second, its durability, boost rate, and consumption rate all increased a lot. And third, a new effect appeared, the invocation of Hell. He knows Hell is tied to Hades. It's basically the source of Hades' power. Still, there's a limit on it, so he can't draw out all of Hell's power. Even with that restriction, once he absorbs the mana, he can tell how incredible the divine crystal of darkness really is. Charles also figures out it works like a catalyst. It doesn't hold darkness itself, it calls that power in. After using the divine crystal of darkness all day, the MC starts to understand how it works. Once he gets the hang of it, he's ready to leave, but then his phone rings. The message is from Hephaestus, telling him to come over right away. A little later, the scene shifts to Hephaestus' office. Charles notices the place is huge, and figures Hephaestus must have spent a lot on it. Hephaestus is so good that anything he makes is worth tens of thousands of points. Charles knows he's loaded too, since he kept the profits from the items he made back in Olympus. At this point, he's basically one of the richest people in the tower, and yeah, the Mac gets a little jealous. Staying a bit away, Charles jokes that since it's so quiet, the work must be done. Hephaestus barely reacts and just says, "Oh, it's you, here." Charles can tell he still doesn't waste words and goes straight to business. Hephaestus hands the McFribe two things. One is obviously the sword, the other is a box, and of course Charles does what anyone would do. He shakes it to guess what's inside. Hephaestus immediately snaps at him to stop and just open it. So the McFribe opens the box, and at first it looks empty. He stares at it and goes, "Hey." Charles asks if this is some kind of joke, because he can't see anything in there. Already annoyed, Hephaestus tells him to look closer, and there really is something inside, almost impossible to see. When the McFribe touches it, he feels something soft and realizes it might be a glove. The system confirms it, an invisible glove. As Charles puts it on, he realizes it was made from mitra. Hephaestus points out that he caught on fast. The glove is so light and soft that it barely feels real. Even so, Charles knows making something invisible like this couldn't have been easy, especially with such an expensive material. That makes him wonder why Hephaestus went this far. Then Charles slides his hand in and feels that it fits perfectly. That's when it clicks. Hephaestus made the invisible glove so the Mick could safely use the divine crystal of the stars. Hephaestus says he doesn't need to explain how to use it. He didn't have enough material to make anything fancier, so this is what he came up with. Charles realizes Hephaestus must have been worried when he saw him gripping the crystal directly. Now with the glove, he won't need to hold it with his bare hand anymore. Charles thanks him and says he'll put it to good use. After that, the McFribe turns his attention to the sword, and Hephaestus gives his thoughts after finishing it. He didn't just forge a sword, he made a full item. Charles checks it right away and can't find a single flaw. It's so sharp that he can feel its edge just from holding it. He quickly realizes the sword is amazing. Then Hephaestus tells him to give it a name, and the system prompts Charles to name the weapon. So the Mick studies the blade and starts thinking of a name that fits it. The sword is dark, colored by the powder from the divine crystal of the stars, mixed with the green tone of mitra. Thinking it looks as dark as night, the Mick decides to call it the Blade of Twilight. Hephaestus nearly loses it on the spot, clearly not impressed with Charles's naming sense. And with that we move on. Charles has now obtained the Blade of Twilight. Following Hephaestus' will, the weapon becomes bound to him, which means nobody can steal it. It's a weapon built to kill. Its all-black body stands out most, since Hephaestus coated it with powder from the divine crystal of darkness, while the inside was made with mitra. The full details of the Blade of Twilight are shown here. Charles is thrilled, especially after seeing its effects. The recovery of darkness power is completely absurd. With this sword, he figures he can keep fighting in darkness almost without tiring. It's far better than he expected. Meanwhile, Hephaestus just grumbles that the name is terrible, and he should never let Charles name a weapon again. To Hephaestus, a sword's final touch is its name, so hearing something like Blade of Twilight leaves him annoyed. Still, the one good thing is obvious. Charles is completely satisfied, and Charles is so happy he even starts humming. Hephaestus looks at him and figures the two are a perfect match, him and that badly named sword. After that, Hephaestus calls out to the Mick, and Charles answers. Then the blacksmith asks what he plans to do about Olympus. Charles doesn't hesitate, he says he's going to bring them all down. Going upward, he says it starts from the top, and he finishes by saying he'll tear them down all the way to the bottom. Hephaestus says, "Really?" but keeps thinking Charles doesn't seem worried at all. That's what feels so strange about him. No fear, no hesitation. Then he abruptly ends the talk and tells Charles they're done, so he can leave on his own. So the Mick leaves Hephaestus's office, happy with what he got. He thinks about how Hephaestus has always been like this, always quick to send him off. Even so, Charles is glad he finally got to meet his old friend again. That thought brings back a memory of the sword Hephaestus made for him before he went back in time, a blade forged entirely from adamantium. Charles had once asked how Hephaestus even made a sword like that without proper materials. Hephaestus didn't really answer. He just said Charles complained about losing the old one, so he made him another. With blood still on his fist, Hephaestus speaks to Charles. He says that if Charles is really going to fight those damn outer gods, then he'll need a proper weapon, at the very least something like this. Looking at those bloodied fists, Charles realizes what must have happened. He asks if Hephaestus really melted down his own hammer and forged that sword with his bare hands. He wants to know why, but Hephaestus won't explain. Instead, Hephaestus brushes it off, says he's tired and tells Charles to take it and leave him alone. Charles understands what that meant. To a blacksmith, the hammer is everything, and Hephaestus gave that up to make him a weapon for fighting the outer gods. Now that Charles has returned, Hephaestus has made him an even better sword. Seeing his old friend again makes Charles truly happy, so he bows and says goodbye. The scene then moves to the massive Colosseum. After that, we cut to the administrator's office inside it. The system reveals that the examiner for the Colosseum test is Shuri. She's in a great mood, singing and praying to herself. While eating chocolate, Shuri thinks about the protagonist. It's already been 12 days since this player entered the tower's first floor. Checking Charles's info on her phone, she sees he set a new all-time tutorial record and has S-rank potential. That gets her excited because this time she's got some promising newcomers. She thinks seeing Arganiton in the Colosseum was impressive because of his skill. But if Charles took first place in the tutorial, then he might be even better. Shuri keeps watching for the protagonist, and the first thing that surprises her is what she sees next. Charles came alone to a test that can be taken as a team. As he walks to the center of the Colosseum by himself, Shuri takes it as a sign that he thinks no one on this floor can match him. She gets ready to enjoy the fight. Since the Colosseum is durable enough to handle even ranker-level battles, she tells Charles to do whatever he wants. The mix stands in the middle of the first-floor Colosseum waiting for the test to begin. This test is simply meant to measure the strength of new participants, and anyone who clears it can move on to the second floor. Charles knows it's straightforward. Just beat the opponent in front of you. Then he sees the rankings. He is in first. Hercules is second. Tied with Odin, and Asura is in fourth with another player. What stands out is that he was the only one to clear the 19th floor. Hercules and Odin stopped at 18, while Asura stopped at 17. Charles isn't surprised at all. He is a monster. That makes Charles think about his own old record. Back in his past life, he only made it to the 12th round, and the gap between him and the protagonist is so huge it actually makes his nose bleed. He checks the rankings and notices Hagen reach round 16. That shocks Charles because it's way beyond what he did in his past life. He figures the Thundergloves must have boosted Hagen like crazy. The Mick grips his sword. He pulls the blade from his belly and steadies himself. Charles knows he still hasn't mastered H50, but he plans to soon. Then the system announces the start of the test. The rule is simple: beat your opponent. Charles points out something important. No one has ever cleared every round in this Colosseum. Just then the gate opens and the first enemy steps in. Charles instantly activates his gray eyes. He knows the reward depends on how many enemies he beats, so the faster he clears it, the better the prize. This place is where future rankers push themselves to the limit, and they only get one shot on the first floor. Once they leave, they can't come back stronger and try again. A huge orc warrior appears in front of Charles. The beast charges in, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. Charles is completely unimpressed. He thinks this orc isn't even worth getting excited about. The monster rushes straight at the Mick. The orc closes the gap fast, hungry for blood. It locks onto Charles and pours arcane power into its sword. Then it smashes down where Charles was standing, but the Mick already slipped past at a speed the orc couldn't track. Blood sprays before it even understands what happened. Charles only needed one quick strike. The orc is nearly split in half. It drops dead, and the completion rate of the Skyslayer star rises by 0.008. With that, Charles clears the first floor test and earns the right to move on to the second floor. He swings his sword, satisfied to be done with the first test. But for him, this is just the start. The system asks if he wants to continue to the next round. He doesn't hesitate and chooses challenge. Even after beating the first enemy, he could already move up to the second floor, but Charles wants to push himself further. The elf is left stunned. She barely blinked, and the enemy was already dead. She realizes Charles didn't just cut down one orc. There were several. That alone doesn't shock her, since Hargan did the same. What really stands out is his speed. Charles looks even faster than Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, the victorious fighting Buddha, and that means Charles may be even stronger than Wukong. The Mick stays fully focused and leaps right into the middle of the enemies. With his gray eyes active, he cuts down everything in front of him. Then he keeps advancing through round after round. Now he's up against infernal skulls, and they give him no trouble at all. He tears through them with ease. The elf notices he hasn't stopped fighting for even a... He keeps killing without pause, clearing the 9th round. then the 10th, still climbing. What's even crazier is that he's saving mana and stamina by not using skills at all. He's fighting only with his body. Then he clears the 11th and 12th rounds. The last warrior falls with Charles's sword through his chest. The elf is amazed. He isn't just surviving these rounds, he's crushing them. From everything she's seeing, his goal is much higher. After clearing the 14th and 15th rounds with ease, she becomes sure Charles plans to surpass even the high rankers. Then the demon in the next round loses its head just as easily. The system asks again if Charles wants to challenge the next round, and he doesn't waste a second challenge. He uses his gray eyes to control the colossal fire and rushes his enemy. The flames take the shape of a giant sword, but the powerful warrior in front of him pierces through it. For the first time, Charles is stopped. That alone tells him this opponent is on another level. He knows holding back won't work here, so he decides to use everything. He floods the whole area with colossal fire, burning everything around them. The McDowell's arm fills with the power of a giant. His skill with it is still low, and his vitality isn't high enough for a full transformation. So only one arm becomes gigantic. That extra power drives more force into his sword. The enemy blade can't handle the pressure and starts cracking apart. With one stronger push, the protagonist shatters the enemy's sword and cuts into him at the same time. The strike is so heavy it splits the man's helmet in half. Burned by the colossal fire and slashed by the sword, the warrior drops to his knees, nearly dead. Even so, he still speaks. The warrior tells Charles this is only the second time he's ever lost. The first was against a blacksmith named Yusan. Oh Gong, that man was incredibly strong. The first opponent who kept getting back up no matter how many times he was cut or pierced. Their battle had been perfectly even. Then he looks at Charles and says he's even stronger. Charles answers that if the warrior's sword hadn't been so worn down, the fight would have been much harder. He's being modest though. The kneeling warrior says that praise means nothing. In the end, Charles still would have won. Even so, he's grateful, because thanks to Charles he got to fight seriously again and he enjoyed it. No one else had reached his level. Realizing the warrior has died, the Mechos closes his eye. The system announces that the protagonist leveled up, raising his strength, agility, and vitality. That enemy really was powerful. The completion rate of the Sky Slayer star jumps by almost 5, so Charles has now reached round 19, and that shows just how crazy this fight was. This was the same warrior from round 16 that only Yusen Ogong ever beat. Odin and Hercules both lost to him. As the warrior's body starts to fade away, Charles realizes he has finally matched Yukong's record. That leaves him satisfied because now he can challenge round 20, the round no one has ever cleared. The system asks Charles if he wants to challenge the next round. A countdown appears, and the system warns the mech that, if he doesn't answer within 30 seconds, he'll be sent out automatically. In other words, he'll leave the Colosseum and move to the second floor. Charles knows he's being pressured, and he curses under his breath. There's no time to rest. The timer drops to 19, 18, 17. But he already knows rest, and the Colosseum do not go together. So the mech tightens his grip on his sword, gets ready for the next round and says, "Challenge." The countdown, which had already reached 10 and was about to kick him off the first floor, stops. A system message appears, confirming that he chose to continue, and that round 20 is the final round. The air in the arena suddenly feels strange. Charles stands in the middle, tense, unsure what's about to appear. Then the gate starts to open. A strange hand reaches out first, carrying a murderous aura, and Charles feels a chill run through him. Before the fight even begins, he activates gigantification and gets into position. In his head, he wonders if that thing is really about to appear. Then the final boss appears. Charles keeps staring at the gate, and deep inside, at the very back he sees the final boss clearly. It's no joke this time, no messing around. What stands there is the boss of the final round. Its shadow spreads wide, its eyes burn like fire, and everything about it screams one thing: it's here to kill. Then it charges straight at Charles. He feels that massive pressure crashing down on him, and he raises his sword to block the first strike. The boss keeps pressing forward, forcing Charles back. The thing in front of him is pure rage and Charles is getting overpowered. Even with gigantification active, he's still being pushed back. That's how absurdly strong the boss is. The boss sends him flying across the arena, but the Mick gets angry. He slams a hand into the ground and forces himself to stop. At that moment, he remembers what Yuzunogong told him. In the last round of the first floor, that thing would be MC warned Charlie to be careful. When he faced that monster, its tail hit him once and knocked him out of the challenge. He said Charlie would need at least his level of toughness just to survive, because almost any hit from that boss is instant death. MC also said the creature he saw had only a head and a tail, but he was sure it was the same thing. Charlie still asks if he's certain. Could it have been some other similar monster? MC just looks at him and says, "You really think I'd mistake that thing?" For the first time, Charlie really looks scared, because the monster in front of him is exactly that thing. It's an 8-headed serpent, so huge it could cover 8 mountains and fill 8 valleys. Its power is close to a demonic beast, maybe even a dragon. And what stands before him now is an ancient fragment of an outer god, the challenge of the 20th round. Charlie remembers that this outer god was supposed to be sealed by Susan. He can't understand why it's here in the first floor Colosseum, but he tightens his grip on his sword. Then the fear fades and he starts smiling. In the end, these administrators really do whatever they want, even sealing part of an outer god just to use it as a test. The system gives the goal: defeat the 8th head of Yamada no Orochi. So this godlike serpent, a fragment of a god, is what the 20th round expects him to be. The mech can only think about how insane that difficulty is. Orochi doesn't wait. Fire fills its eyes and it charges straight at him. The protagonist reacts fast and slips past another deadly strike. While dodging, he remembers what he was told. This is only one of the 8 heads, and it's supposed to be the smallest and weakest. Even so, with his current body, one mistake could get him killed. The fight turns into a brutal back-and-forth attack. Dodge, chase, escape without a second to breathe. Orochi, mad with rage, keeps hunting the mechs and throws everything it has at him. Then it switches to its tail. The strike is lethal, but the protagonist barely avoids it with pure skill. Even after that dodge, he almost loses his balance. Orochi gives him no time and swings its tail again right away. One blow comes after another, but Charlie keeps dodging them all. As he watches, he notices something strange. The 8th head's attacks don't feel very solid. That's not how the Orochi he knew before fought. Realizing that, the protagonist decides to go all in and activates the pure crystal of darkness. Using that power, he puts all his strength into his sword and slams it into the serpent's head. But the hit is way too shallow. It barely does anything. Orochi, furious from being struck, snaps back harder than before. It rushes him again, and Charlie answers with a storm of sword strikes. Even with the Blade of Twilight boosted by the divine crystal of darkness, Orochi's scales are too tough. His attacks barely leave any mark. Still, Charlie doesn't stop. He keeps cutting from one side, then the other, looking for any opening. Nothing works. He can't even scratch it, and for a moment he thinks this round might really be impossible. Orochi attacks again, and once more he avoids it by a hair. But even without his monkey eyes active, he knows one thing. The tower never gives a challenge with no answer. So once his eyes are active, he starts searching. He remembers what he heard before, and becomes sure that the key must still be somewhere on Orochi's body. Above the arena, the elf Delisha watches the whole fight. Shuri Delisha wonders why Charlie stopped attacking. It's been a while now. He's only been dodging. She figures he finally understood how hard it is to damage that boss at all. Still, she knows he's already done something unbelievable by making it this far. Looking on, she thinks he could quit now and it would still be amazing. Even that tiny wound on Orochi's head was a huge feat. But then she sees the protagonist mutter, "I found it." That makes her freeze. What did he find? The mech's eyes sharpen. He found what he was looking for, and now he moves to strike. He jumps onto Orochi and starts climbing. He races up the boss at high speed while Orochi tries to crush him. Charlie keeps climbing like the giant serpent is nothing, moving so fast Orochi can't catch him. Once he gets close to the spot he found, he channels gigantification into his arm and drives all his power forward. Watching from above, the elf is stunned. He's really aiming there. A tiny space near Orochi's heart is the only place without scales. Delisha realizes he found the reverse scale, the god's one weak point, and now the protagonist is right there, ready to finish it. Using all his strength, he drops with full speed in a killing blow. His sword hits Orochi's weak point, and he forces the blade in deeper. The boss lets out a scream. Charlie adds the power of darkness, uses gigantification again, and shoves with everything he has. Now Orochi truly feels it. A fire in its eyes starts to fade. Exhausted and shaking, Charlie keeps pushing as darkness pours from his sword. He finally pierced the god's heart. The eighth head of Orochi, which seemed untouchable, collapses dead. Charlie can't help complaining that the boss stayed loud until the very end. Delicia clenches her fists in shock. She can hardly believe it. What he just did should have been impossible, and no one has ever done it before. As Orochi starts to disappear, she remembers what kind of monster it was. A sinister serpent, large enough to cover 8 mountains and fill 8 ravines with strange magic and curses. The one who stopped that disaster was the high-ranker Suzuno. Back then, Orochi nearly wiped out an entire floor of the tower, but Suzuno beat it with an indestructible magic sword. That blade carried a sealing power that trapped anything it pierced. That's how Orochi was sealed, and that wound in its chest never healed. It became the only reverse scale in the beast's body. Looking at Charlie with his sword buried in Orochi's heart, she feels like she's watching a legend come back to life. Part 5 already? That was fast. Guess you're fast too. Be sure to like and share, and let's keep going. Charlie gets a system message confirming he defeated the 8th head of Yamada no Orochi. He levels up again for killing that weakened god, and the completion rate of Skyslayer Star jumps by 12. By far, this is the strongest enemy the protagonist has ever faced. Even that knight who beat Odin gave him less than 5 of Skyslayer Star's completion rate. And with that, the Colosseum records the protagonist as the new first place. Then the system shows his status. He's stunned. He had already leveled up in round 19, and after killing this god, he leveled again. Once you pass level 60, leveling gets much harder, so this is a huge surprise. With no enemies left, he puts his sword away. After doing the math, he realizes only 31 levels remain, until level 100. He's growing much faster than he expected. Then someone calls out, "Participant Charlie." He looks up and sees Delicia, the elf with 6 swords. She got there so fast he never even noticed, which tells him her stealth is incredibly high. Still, he already knows who she is. Shuri, the examiner of the first floor test. She gets right to the point and asks if he knew about Orochi's wound. It's reverse scale. Charlie says the tower doesn't give him possible tests. He looked carefully because the difficulty was way too high even for the final round. With that, he points at his eerie eyes and says he found the answer. She looks shocked. Those eyes are gray, but they carry a golden feel. Yuan replies that they still haven't fully turned gold. That makes him even more interesting to her. Gray eyes and the power of giants. He clearly isn't a normal player. He's carrying abilities tied to 2 high rankers. Thinking it over, she asks if he's from Olympus or the Celestial Kingdom. Then she wonders if he's the great sage's successor. No matter which answer he gives, she says she'll accept it. She also tells him not to worry. The test examiners can't reveal anything about the test or the information they get from players. He realizes she's completely wrong. He doesn't belong to any of those groups. After that, the elf pulls out one of her 6 swords and says she has an extra reward from the administrator. She explains that she was told to hand over this sword to anyone who cleared every route in the first floor Colosseum. It's just a rusty sword, and she never thought she'd actually have to give it to anyone. But now the real owner has shown up, so she hands it to the Mzems. She tells him to check it himself, since even she couldn't figure out what it was. The Mzem takes the sword. It's not just rusty, it's broken too. The elf stares at it confused and wonders if it's defective, but the Mzem knows exactly what he's holding, and that makes him happy. He finally found the sword. The system shows it's only a fragment because it's broken. It also says this was the sword Susan used and that a seal power still remains inside it. To learn what that power is, he'll need to restore the blade first. The mech quickly stores the sword away, pleased with what he got. This weapon will speed up his plans a lot. Shuri asks if there's any problem with the reward, saying she can speak to the administrator if needed. Yuan tells her it's fine. This reward is more than good enough. Besides, he knows this is only a bonus. The real reward is still coming. Then the system announces that he cleared every round on the first floor and gives him 20,000 points. It also confirms he received the broken sword, and despite how it looks, this is no ordinary weapon. It once killed a god. To top it off, the system says he also received Orochi's 8th heart, but the heart contains an extremely powerful poison. The protagonist knows regular people could never consume something like that. Even so, he studies it carefully. If he can remove the poison, the heart could become a top-class elixir, something even elves would want. The elf is stunned. She says she had been wondering whether the heart would really be given to him as a reward, then congratulates him. It's an incredibly rare item so valuable it basically can't be priced. She gives the melon a warning. Don't even think about consuming it. Yuan isn't dumb, so he agrees and thanks her for the advice. For now, he decides to leave it in his inventory. Then a prompt appears, asking the mech if he wants to consume it. He presses the button again. Right away, Mizovo starts reacting. It begins showing hunger, and the mech wonders why it's acting like this. That's when Mizovo reveals its form, and a shadow like Yamato or Orochi appears. Both the mech and the elf are left confused by what's happening. The scene shifts to the city on the first floor. People are buzzing over the news that the Colosseum rankings, unchanged for over 1,000 years, have finally been shaken up. Someone else adds that the new first-place player is the same guy who topped the tutorial. One man, shocked, asks if this means another monster like Yuzin. Ogong has appeared. Then he wonders if the guy is a pureblood and where he even came from. His friend says he heard the mech came from a place called Earth, but nobody there has even heard of Earth. A masked man jumps in and says one thing is clear, the mech keeps taking first place in everything he does. At this rate, in a few decades he might even become a ranker. The story moves to the 9th floor test, the giant labyrinth. Suddenly one of the maze walls explodes. Then the cause becomes clear. It was the mech who smashed through the wall. The system announces that he has just completed the 9th floor labyrinth. The mech is thrilled, especially because he's about to meet the man who loves crafting items, Hephaestus. He greets him casually, saying it's been about a month since he left, and now he's back. Then he asks if it's ready. Hephaestus only answers with a hard stare, still grinning. Yuan says he came to pick up his things. Hephaestus snaps right away, angry that MC is calling him old man again. While hammering away, he tells him to sit down and wait until he's done. MC obediently says yes sir, and takes a seat. The blacksmith keeps pounding at the armor with all his frustration. Finally, he stops and wipes away the sweat. Then he looks over at him, who's just sitting there calmly, and asks if he isn't hot. He lies and says it's only a little warm. Hephaestus can tell the protagonist looks completely fine. The workshop is blazing hot enough to knock out a normal person, but the protagonist has strong fire resistance. What Hephaestus doesn't know is that both the cloak and the eyes give him extra protection. Hephaestus asks why it took MC 10 days to clear the 9th floor test. He says that was way too long and guesses MC must have messed around somehow. While talking, he dunks the armor into boiling oil and keeps wondering what took so long. Of course, we know the MC was opening extra routes and messing with the other players. The blacksmith warns him to explain quickly unless he doesn't want the items he ordered. MC just makes an innocent face and swings his legs from the table. Then he says a labyrinth doesn't have to end with just one exit, so he took his time opening several of them. That only makes Hephaestus more annoyed. He figures he did it all for extra points, and the fact that he said exits plural tells him he went overboard again. The blacksmith asks why he can never do anything normally. He just listens with a smile. Even so, Hephaestus admits he's curious about what he'll pull off in the next test. Laughing, he says he'll tell him all about it when he comes back. Hephaestus then shows him a sword that looks more like a huge machete and asks if this is the weapon the protagonist plans to use in his next test. He goes on to say he's never made anything like it before. Most weapons are built to carry mana well, but this one has terrible mana conductivity on purpose. It was forged from several materials and mana flows through it horribly, though the blade itself is still sharp. MC catches on fast and says that bad mana conductivity means high mana resistance. Hephaestus confirms it, explaining that he used materials he normally saves for armor. MC starts guessing what they might be, thinking of things like aquatron and obsidian. Hephaestus says the weapon's mana conductivity is so awful it could be called his worst failure. But that's exactly what he asked for. A weapon terrible for mana, so he made the worst one he could. Then the blacksmith tries channeling mana through the sword to test it. A second later, the system reports a failure in activating the arcane sword. Some unknown power is blocking the mana. The protagonist had poured plenty of arcane power into it, and it still failed. That tells him the sword turned out even better than he expected. The blacksmith tosses the sword over and MC says he really likes it. Hephaestus says the job was a fun challenge and asks who in their right mind would ever think to build a sword out of armor materials. Before Hephaestus can say more, Yuan transfers 10,000 points to him using guardian notes. The old man loses it. He asks what kind of nonsense this is and whether he is seriously trying to pay him with a check. He calmly says Hephaestus will get into trouble if he gets too used to giving him things for free, so he's paying properly. Smiling, the protagonist tells him, "Old man, I'll be back soon. See you." The scene changes back to the same city. The system says a portal has appeared near the workshop. MC heads to it, and the system confirms he cleared the 9th floor trial. After paying 10 points, he uses it. Once inside, the system tells him to pick a destination. He's excited, he finally made it to the double-digit floors. Without hesitation, he chooses the 10th floor. He wants to go to the martial realm. The system confirms he's qualified and sends him there. A moment later, Yuan arrives at the 10th floor, the martial realm. The system says this is the starting area of the 10th floor, the martial city in the northern region. The martial realm is huge, surrounded by oceans and built on one rule: the strong rule over the weak. The moment the protagonist steps in, the 10th floor test begins. The place is packed with people trying to recruit new players. Every school brags that theirs is the best and promises power, skill, and stronger bodies. Then the system explains the test. The protagonist has to join a martial arts school and pass that school's trial. In short, you enter a school, learn its martial art, and that earns your way to the 11th floor. This floor stops a lot of players. To move on, they have to actually learn the school's technique. Yuan watches the crowd and takes it all in. The whole place feels like a messy market. While he's thinking, someone walks up and asks if this is his first time in the martial realm. There's a man with green hair, looking MC over. He guesses he's skilled and asks if he uses a sword. The man quickly tries to recruit him, saying his school is the best. Its name is the Sapphire Sword School. He just stares at him while the man keeps praising his school. He goes on about the founder being ancient and wise, but Yuan isn't fooled. A major martial school wouldn't normally recruit people this way in a crowded street fair. The recruiter notices the protagonist's lack of interest and snaps, asking if he's even listening. The protagonist politely apologizes and says he already has a school in mind. He tries to leave, but the green-haired man gets mad. To him, MC just disrespected both him and his school. Already furious, the man reaches for his sword. He can tell where this is going. The guy starts insulting him, calling him a bum and saying he probably only made it this far by luck. Then he demands to know if the protagonist understands how great the Sapphire Sword School is. Yuan thinks the guy is unbelievably annoying. Still, he quickly figures out what's happening. This man is trying to scare new players by showing off his strength. MC asks if he isn't worried about the penalty and points out that starting trouble with a newcomer won't help his school's image. The recruiter fires back that the martial realm has rules and he can't let his school's name be insulted. Then the man gets even angrier and warns him that it's too late to beg. The protagonist clenches his fist and answers that he has no plan to beg or apologize. Since the man won't back off, he says there's only one way this ends. He gets ready to strike. For the first time, the green-haired man hesitates. Something in Yuan's eyes tells him this won't be easy. MC closes the distance, grabs him by the face with one hand and slams him to the ground. One move is all it takes. The people watching instantly start mocking him. They laugh at the Sapphire Sword School for losing to a rookie and call the whole school weak. Soon everyone nearby is gossiping. Some say the school must be desperate if this is who they send to recruit people. Others say no one would want to join after seeing such a pathetic display. While the crowd talks, he is already gone, leaving the defeated man behind. The green-haired man explodes in anger, shoves through the crowd and runs after him. As he chases him, he keeps cursing and swearing he'll kill Yuan if he finds him again. The scene shifts. The protagonist is running at top speed, and the system tells us 10 days have passed since he entered this floor. He knows exactly where he's headed, but the martial realm is absurdly huge. In 10 days, he's already covered more than 4,000 kilometers. That kind of distance is normal here. Travel is a problem in the martial realm. There aren't any good ways to get around, so if you want to go somewhere, you run. Up ahead is Mount Paradise, the place Yuan has been aiming for. The system confirms he has reached Mount Paradise in the western region. MC says he needs to hurry now that he's close. Though close is relative in this world, he keeps running until sunset. By then he enters the forest around Mount Paradise and notices night has fallen. So he slows down and starts walking. A place like this is bound to be dangerous. Yuan moves carefully, sensing everything around him. He already knows he's being watched, he's counted about 20 people following him. That isn't a huge number, but every one of them is staying cautious. That tells him enough, these aren't normal fighters. The people on Mount Paradise all feel like monsters. Voices call out from hiding, asking who he is and why he came here, knowing what kind of place this is. He calmly tells them he's not an enemy. Then he asks if this is Mount Paradise in the western region. If it is, then he's in the right place because the celestial demon cult should be based here. The hidden watchers suddenly surround him, several with weapons drawn. It's clear they know he came prepared. The situation reminds Yuan of the time he was surrounded by jackals. But this is completely different. These people are all high-level martial artists. The story explains the celestial demon cult. They have always stood against the martial alliances, and now they're trapped on Mount Paradise. And so, they may be the strongest martial arts school in the entire martial realm. The system introduces Guang Hammock, a pure blood of the celestial demon cult, who climb past the 40th floor. Guang Hammock tells the protagonist that just from the energy coming off him, it's obvious he's no ordinary person. They ask where he came from and say that if he wants to join them, he has to give his name and say what floor he's on before they can test him. Yuan tells them they've got the wrong idea. He introduces himself as the player MC and says he came to take the entrance test for the Celestial Demon Cult's martial arts school. Right away, the system announces that the test has begun. They tell him it's been a very long time since a player came to take the Celestial Demon Cult's test. As they walk, Hammock says the protagonist must already know why players avoid their trial. MC acts like he's guessing and says it must be because the pass rate is low. Hammock says that's not it. The problem isn't a low pass rate. The real reason is simple. The test is impossible, so nobody comes. No player had ever cleared the Celestial Demon Cult's trial. So players made a rule among themselves: never take it because it's impossible. Charlie figures they do take in strong veterans, just not new players. And no matter how powerful the cult is, staying cut off for so long has made its influence fade. Hammock leads him deeper in and tells him this is the only way to pass. The system announces that Charlie has entered the barrier and he tries to fight its effect, but he can't resist it. The system warns that if he leaves the path, he'll be hit with hallucinations. Charlie realizes this route is nothing like the one he knows, so he wonders if he should make his own path instead. Hammock warns him to watch every step. One mistake will leave him totally lost in the illusions, and if that happens, only the celestial demon can find him. Before moving on, Hammock looks back and tells Charlie again to be careful and stay on the path. Then Hammock suddenly notices Charlie is gone. Instead of following, Charlie heads off to find his own route through the forest of countless paths and heavy illusions. To find the right way, he uses his gray-eyed ability. With those eyes, he tracks the flow of mana and keeps moving, searching for the true direction. After passing more than 10 different paths, he stops and wonders how much farther this goes. He passes as Charlie keeps walking through the forest of illusions. Still, the Micus hasn't left the path or fallen for the hallucinations. He just keeps searching for the right route with his gray-eyed power active the whole time. When the Mick reaches a clearing, he stops to study the paths ahead. His gray-eyed skill shows that both paths are real, right and left. Neither one will trigger the barrier's hallucinations, but only one is the true path. So Charlie focuses even harder and trusts his senses. Then he feels wind coming from the left path and takes that as a good sign. He chooses the left. The Mick keeps going through the night, still trying to find the way out. The left path drags on, and Charlie notices the surroundings keep changing the farther he walks. The barrier is clearly meant to trap anyone who strays. Then the Mick spots a house at the end of the path. Seeing that, he heads straight for it. Inside, Charlie finds someone sitting on the floor with his back to the door. He instantly knows who it is, the legendary ruler from martial arts stories. The high ranker who entered the tower while still alive. The man speaks to Charlie in an angry tone. The system identifies him as the celestial demon of the celestial demon cult. Then it announces that Charlie has passed the first test. Charlie notices wind blowing through the place even though the doors are shut. He also realizes this room feels different from what he knew in his past life. It seems too small for that much wind, so this room may be an illusion. Right after that, the celestial demon asks when Charlie figured it out and reveals that this was also a test, the second one. The Mick says he knew from the start. Charlie explains that a real test wouldn't be as simple as just following someone, and says he already knew the celestial demon was there before he even entered the barrier. With a strange aura rising from his body, the celestial demon tells Charlie. He seems like someone who knows his own path, someone who can find his own way. That aura suddenly swells and the Mick raises a hand to shield himself from the violent wave of power. Then he hears, "You passed." A moment later, he's somewhere else. A lonely hill in the middle of nowhere. The illusion is gone. Charlie notices no system windows appeared. Since the celestial demon called it a test, he realizes it must have been a personal test, not one from the system. Now he wonders if the celestial demon approved of his answer. Charlie admits to himself that understanding what the celestial demon wants and living up to it is going to be tough. Then he sees the same two doors marked with a demon symbol, and keeps thinking about how other martial schools claim a demon lives in the cult. Charlie walks on and enters a village. It looks nothing like the rumors, just a normal village. Then someone cuts into his thoughts and shouts for him to stop. It's Hammock. Shaking in shock, he points at the micron keys and asks how he got there. Charlie knows explaining that he met the celestial demon himself would be a pain, so he casually says he just arrived. Hammock is stunned and asks if he came on foot. He can't believe Charlie crossed the barrier alone and got there faster than people who already know the route. Charlie brushes it off, saying the way he got there doesn't really matter. Then he turns and keeps walking, saying he's exhausted from all that travel. He asks Hammock if the celestial demon cult gives a place to stay for people taking the trial. Hammock freezes, not sure what to say, while his assistant can't believe a stranger crossed the barrier and beat them there. Hammock says he spent 50 years memorizing the path there and back, but this guy made it through by a completely different route. He goes silent, frowns, and wonders who this guy really is. The scene shifts to a bath. The mech is finally soaking after more than 10 days without bathing, brushing his teeth or combing his hair. He relaxes and starts really enjoying it. As he looks around, he takes in the place. Then he realizes the room the celestial demon cult gave him is tiny. He thinks that if the trial were even a little easier, way more people would want to join, and the cult would have a much better chance of connecting with the other martial schools. But Charlie knows the celestial demon has his own reasons for keeping things this way. One thing is certain, almost nobody knows what goes on in this place, because the cult keeps to itself. Still, the mech is sure none of this will be for nothing. Then Masovo appears in the inventory window in front of Charlie. The egg sways around like it's completely at ease here, and its hatching progress is at 13.58%. Watching that, Charlie realizes it's been restless ever since they entered the celestial demon's territory. This thing hasn't settled down for even a second, so we jump right into part 6. On this YouTube channel, things move fast. Last time Masovo seemed really comfortable, and later Charlie gets mad at the egg for what it did. At first I didn't even remember the egg doing anything, but after checking again, including the Chinese version, since some images were missing in translation after Norak died, I found what happened. After the 8th head of Yamada no Orochi, Norak was killed. The egg's evolution was at 12.35%. Then all that stuff with the elf happened, and by the end I said the egg revealed its form. In the Chinese version, the egg actually appears around them like a strange presence. The elf is terrified and pulls her sword when she senses a weird presence and an eerie breath nearby. Charlie thinks the egg hasn't hatched yet and still has a long way to go, so he wonders what kind of form it's showing now. Then Zoe is left completely shocked because the egg really did take shape. It appears like a ghostly being with dozens of eyes, and starts devouring Noraka's body, basically turning a dead god into a snack. Meanwhile, the Mick just watches, while the elf grips her sword and gets ready to fight. She can tell that presence belongs to an outer god, and that makes no sense to her. This place is protected by the tower, so how did something from outside get in? She rushes in to strike the egg, not understanding what it is. The Mac quickly stops her and tells her to wait. Don't attack, this thing belongs to him. Meanwhile, the egg keeps eating like a dog guarding its food. Charlie asks her to hold on for just a moment. At the same time, the system announces that the egg is consuming the 8th head of Norak, and the egg doesn't stop snacking for even a second. Honestly, for it, this is the best meal possible. A true little gourmet. The elf is stunned. She tells Charles this thing is eating the whole corpse, and she's never seen anything like this before. A god's body is being devoured right in front of her. Looking at Charles, she says he killed Norak, so the body is his to deal with. She won't step in, but she wants to know if this is one of his abilities. Sweating a little, Charles says more or less yes, it's basically one of his skills. Of course, the elf has no idea Mazovo is the one doing it. Charles admits he doesn't fully understand what's happening, but whatever this is, it came from him. Meanwhile, Mazovo keeps eating through the god's remains. By now all the flesh is gone, and he's moved on to the bones and skin. Then Charles wonders what kind of creature Mazovo really is. Mazovo glances over, but goes right back to eating. Charles asks if he's finally full. Mazovo, looking weirdly intense, says he's very satisfied, then starts humming happily. Watching him finish, Charles notices how odd Mazovo acts. Still, the way he behaves feels almost childlike. So Charles asks again what he really is. Mazovo doesn't answer at all. His belly is full, instead he falls asleep. With his inventory open, Charles thinks about how Mazovo ignored his question, then suddenly showed up after the fight just to eat the entire body of Yamada no Orochi's 8th head. Charles checks the egg stats and sees a huge jump. It was at 12.85 before, and after eating that body it rose to 13.58. After that, the elf asks Charles if he understands what just happened. He says he understands, at least a little. She had once thought Charles might be a descendant of Yuseno Gang, but after seeing his power now, she realizes she judged him too lightly. His strength is far beyond normal, and the Celestials above the tower would never accept power this impure. Then she reaches out her hand. The elf says Charles is hiding many secrets, and she promises not to tell anyone. Still, she hopes that one day on a higher floor of the tower, he'll tell her the truth himself. Charles notices she hasn't changed at all. Even her goodbyes are still blunt and straight to the point. Of course he remembers this elf well. She's stubborn, honest, and incredibly strong. For maybe the first time Charles truly admires someone. She places her warm hand in Charles and greets him properly, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. Then the Colosseum rankings appear. There's been a change in the score. McCharles and Ozavito are now in first place in the Colosseum after reaching round 20. Kim Yuan is in second with round 19. In third is Hercules, possibly tied with Jean. After that, the story cuts back to the people gossiping in the square from earlier. You probably remember that Mick is relaxing in the martial realm, enjoying the hot water with Mazovo. Then chapter 37 shifts to one of Charles's memories, back when he was with the gods fighting the externals. He sat on a log, listening as gods and demigods talked about a place with insane difficulty. Some even said clearing it was almost impossible, but if the rumors were true, the rewards would be huge. They were talking about the celestial demon. The problem was that the celestial demon died in the first half of the war, before Kronos clock was even made. That meant they had no real information about the celestial cult or what the celestial demon was actually like. So their only option was to go in blind and find out for themselves. One of the gods tells Charles that when he reaches the martial realm, he should remember there's a major martial arts tournament there. If he wins, he'll get a powerful scarlet medicine sphere, something extremely rare and valuable. On top of that, he might earn a top-secret technique from the Shaolin clan or the Nangong clan. A fully armored warrior adds that the reward sounds great, but winning is only easy in theory. Charles asks the gods around him if any of them actually won that tournament. Then he looks around and realizes every one of them did. He turns to Wukong with a grin, clearly baiting him. Wukong keeps asking about the tournament, shocked no one told him. He can't believe something that fun existed and he missed it. One scarred, blood-covered god tells him that maybe he shouldn't have rushed up the floors without learning what each one had to offer. That only makes Wukong puff up like a kid caught doing something dumb. All he can say is that he really didn't know a tournament like that was there. Back in the present, Charles smiles in the bath as he remembers it all. He laughs even more thinking about Wukong whining that he was the only one who missed such a great tournament. With his personality, that clearly still bothers him. As Charles soaks there, he admits he doesn't know what will happen next, but he's sure visiting the celestial demon cult won't be a waste of time. Moseville also seems completely at ease in the hot water. Even so, Charles stays curious, because ever since they got near the celestial demon, this little guy hasn't calmed down for even a second. That makes Charles think back to a few days after he cleared the Colosseum's first floor. By then he was already on the second floor, holding Masovo in his hand. Lying in bed, he noticed Masovo had grown much larger than before. That bothered him, because this wasn't just any egg. It carried the mark of an external god. And after watching Masovo consume a piece of Orochi, Charles couldn't shake the strange feeling it gave him. He starts wondering if Masovo is actually the egg of an external god. And he remembers that terrifying image, dozens of eyes and rows of sharp teeth, and wonders if that's what will happen. Still, he knows there's no point guessing. External gods don't have fixed forms. They're mysterious beings, and when they appear they often reflect the emotions of the ones seeing them, usually that person's fear. Holding Masovo, Charles asks if he's asleep. The egg says nothing. Charles thinks that if the other gods were here he could at least ask them about it. Then Charles closes his eyes and tells the egg he's seriously considering whether to let it live or kill it. The moment Masovo hears that, he shakes. Charles opens his eyes. Shocked, the egg actually reacted. Since eating the roach's head, Masovo had been acting asleep the whole time. That makes Charles mad because it means the egg heard everything and only responded when its life was threatened. The egg starts turning cold and Charles gets even more annoyed. He tells it there's no other choice now. So he opens his inventory, pulls out his sword, and says it's nothing personal but he's going to kill it. At that, Masovo starts trembling. Then the protagonist swings at Masovo with all his strength and the egg lets out a desperate scream. It was a powerful strike aimed straight at Masovo, but nothing happened. Masovo reacted fast and slipped into the inventory, where he became untouchable. Inside there he's basically intangible, so Charles can't hit him at all. That tells the protagonist something important. The egg has real physical power, since it was able to devour Orochi's body completely. So now he wonders if it sees him as its master, because it ate the 8th head of Yamatano Orochi without asking permission. Charles still can't tell if the egg is an ally or an enemy. If it could eat Orochi's body, then it might be able to attack him too. So why hasn't it? Does it recognize him as its master, or is it simply unable to? With all those doubts, Charles decides the only thing he can do now is keep watching the egg. On the 10th floor, Masovo is happily soaking in warm water. Holding the egg, Charles asks if it likes it. Masovo actually answers yes, and that catches him off guard. Then the egg slips back into the inventory and acts like it's asleep again. That just annoys Charles even more. Masovo slept for a whole month, woke up for a moment, and now it's back to pretending again. Charles still has no clue what's going on, but it's clear the outer gods and the celestial cult are tied to something bigger. Masovo's strange behavior only makes him worry more. Those thoughts finally end, and the story moves to the next day at the celestial demon cult. The 4 lords of the cult gather to talk. As direct disciples of the celestial demon, they don't meet for just anything, so today's topic matters. The Spear Lord announces they have a new challenger, the first one since Zizong Jair Yang, who challenged them decades ago. Beside him stands the Tao Lord. Then the Fist Lord adds that it's been exactly 34 years since the last challenger. None of them know who Charles is. Since they've been stuck in the paradise world for centuries and can't leave, they've lost touch with what's happening in the tower. The Sword Lord cuts off the complaints and tells them to get to the point. Someone reports that Charles has been topping the rankings on every floor since the tutorial. The Sword Lord, basically the mustache guy, says that's hard to believe. But if it's true, word about Charles will spread fast, and everyone will learn what he's really capable of. They explain that the tower's records don't lie. Charles is smashing them. Talk alone won't settle this, so they decide they need to see him for themselves. In the end, they choose the Sword Lord to begin testing Charles. Not long after, the whole cult starts heading to the testing grounds. There they wait for the challenge to begin. The cult members line up before their masters like an army and shout in one voice that they're ready. Then they bow before the 4 lords. Right then, the Maquis arrives and immediately draws everyone's attention. Seeing him, the Spear Lord asks if that's Charles. Everyone notices that even in front of countless martial artists and all 4 lords, Charles shows no fear at all. He's calm, confident, and clearly bold. Charles studies the group and picks them out one by one. The Sword Lord, the Tao Lord, the Spear Lord, and the Fist Lord, these 4 stand at the top of their fields in the cult. To Charles, it looks like these disciples of the celestial demon are handling the second test themselves. The way everything is arranged tells him they're the best the cult has. Then the Fist Lord breaks the silence, asking if he's the one who passed the first test. He says Charles does seem different, and hopes the rumors aren't overblown, then moves to start the second test. But just then, someone runs in shouting for them to wait. The system identifies him as Vice Captain Zai and Jair Yang of the Black Storm Squad, the same challenger from 34 years ago. He quickly apologizes to the 4 lords for barging in. Then he makes a request. He wants to test Charles first. The 4 lords talk it over for a moment. They reach a decision and allow him to face them at first. He thanks them at once. When he turns toward Charles, the penalty flow around him starts rising sharply. The hostility is obvious. Charles can tell right away that Jerry is strong. Jerry walks straight at him with heavy pressure pouring off him, making it clear this won't be an easy fight. Looking at the situation, Charles figures out that this isn't an official cult test. The Sword Lord agrees but says a test should come with a reward, so he decides on one. If Charles wins, he'll receive the cult's Scarlet Blood Medicinal Sphere elixir. Then he asks what Charles thinks. Charles knows exactly how valuable that elixir is, and he can't hide his grin. He draws his sword and says the reward is more than good enough. The system announces that Charles has accepted Vice Captain Jair's test. Jair, already full of hate, gets even angrier when the system says his request was only partially approved and his penalty was only partly reduced. Then the mission appears. They fight Jair and earn his recognition. The Scarlet Blood Medicinal Sphere is shown as a rare and highly valuable elixir. Now the two stand face to face, ready to fight. Charles notices the penalty has been adjusted to match the 30th floor. For a quick test on the 10th floor, that's brutal. If this is the improvised version, the real one must be far worse. With the four lords present, Charles figures the celestial demon is probably behind this setup. Whatever this welcome was supposed to be, it turned into something much bigger. Jerry Yang asks if his name is really Charles. Then he shifts his stance and asks if Charles is the one who passed the celestial demon's first test. Charles says yes. Jerry says he can't understand why the celestial demon would recognize someone like him. Before he can keep going, Charles cuts him off and says he's talking too much. Sounds like someone who never got chosen. The Mickish Paishink basically telling Jerry you weren't picked, I was. That only makes Jerry's hatred boil over. He bursts forward at top speed, rushing Charles with clear killing intent. Jerry Yang throws everything into one attack, trying to end it in a single blow. He slashes at Charles with full force, but Charles slips aside cleanly. Tracking him with his eyes, Jerry Yang spits out an insult. Meanwhile, Charles stays loose and relaxed, just waiting for the next move. Jerry Yang unleashes a non-stop flurry of attacks, but Charles keeps dodging every single one. Jerry Yang spots an opening and shifts his footing. He goes for a decisive strike, but Charles deals with that one too. In the middle of it, Jerry admits he wasn't recognized by the celestial demon. He shouts for everyone to hear that he gave his life to the celestial demon cult and spent his whole life trying to pass that test. He says he risked his life climbing the tower to become a martial artist who could bring glory to the cult. He mastered many martial arts, trained as hard as he could, and still failed, yet an outsider like Charles was chosen. Still attacking with rage, Jerry demands to know who Charles is to be recognized when he wasn't. Charles gives him a simple answer: it's because Dronzer is still like a child. After dodging for so long, Charles finally stops, just avoiding the blows, and moves to answer back. Their swords crash together as they test each other's strength. Charles's blade grinds against Dronzer's arm. The weapons break apart, sending both fighters a step away from each other, but they're still close. Charles keeps talking, asking Dronzer if he really wants to know why the celestial demon didn't choose him. Dronzer stares at him, confused by what Charles is doing with his hand. Charles has already let go of his sword and cocks back a punch. The system says his arm is being infused with the giant's power, but because his vitality is low, the gigantification is only partial. Then Charles drives a punch into Dronzer's ribs and slams him into the ground. One hit is enough to show the gap between them. Dronzer crashes down, bleeding from the nose and writhing in pain. Standing over him, Charles gives the real answer. The reason he wasn't chosen is simple: he's weak. Charles even asks the four lords if what he said isn't true. The Sword Lord watches him with a hard, careful look. Then a small smile appears. The mustache Sword Lord says that, for the first time in a long while, he's seen something truly interesting. Charles proved his strength clearly. Even without relying on his sword, he beat Dronzer with raw power alone. The Tao Lord wonders how this fight would have gone without the tower's penalty. The Fist Lord just shuts that down. There's no point thinking about it. Charlie is clearly way above Dronzer. The Sword Lord, in a great mood, says Dronzer's reward will be the Scarlet Blood Medicinal Sphere. Then the system announces that Charlie passed Dronzer's test and received a Scarlet Blood Medicinal Sphere. They tell Charlie it isn't some amazing treasure, but he should still take it. The MC answers that since he barely had to try, the reward is actually pretty good. The Fist Lord asks if Charlie even knows how valuable that trash is. Most players who just reached the 10th floor never even get to see something like it. The Tao Lord adds that Charlie acted like this test was child's play, so he can't tell if he's just immature or truly fearless. The Sword Lord asks if Charlie learned a martial art somewhere, because he couldn't place that fighting style. Still, he says it was impressive, especially the way Charlie stopped Dryer's sword. The Angry Lord says Charlie was only copying. The Sword Lord says Charlie's performance genuinely surprised him. Right after that, he moves on to the next test. But before he can finish, the Fist Lord cuts in. Grinning wide, the Fist Lord announces that the second test will be a fight against him. The system reveals his name as Peng Bai Clin. From here on he'll be called the Fist Lord or Bai Clin. The Fist Lord says the test won't be a normal duel. Charlie only has to survive 3 of his techniques and the match will happen in 3 months. Aside from elixirs and high-level martial arts, Charlie can have anything he needs: training space, food, clothes, whatever. He just has to ask. When Charlie looks at the Fist Lord, he knows this man's skills are the weakest among the 4 celestial lords. Even so, each attack is so overwhelming that it can match the others. And even with the tower's penalty helping him, he'd still be facing a rancor. The protagonist thinks about how absurd this challenge is. Getting into the celestial cult is clearly meant to be nearly impossible. Still, he focuses on one thing. He only has to avoid or block 3 techniques. Then, with Gyrer still unconscious behind him, Charlie looks at Bai Clin and asks why not start right now. Everyone there goes cold the moment they hear that challenge. The Spear Lord harshly warns Charlie that the captain he beat is nothing like the Fist Lord, who is a rancor. Talking like that makes it sound like he's looking down on them, and he tells Charlie not to underestimate the celestial demon cult. Charlie apologizes and says he never meant to disrespect the cult. Hearing that, the Fist Lord says it's fine, and if Charlie wants it that badly, they can do it. He starts to raise his hand, but the Sword Lord stops him. He reminds him this test was set by the celestial demon, and it isn't the same as the one that just happened. With a serious look, the Sword Lord says only the celestial demon can change the rules. After that, the Fist Lord accepts it. They'll fight in 3 months. He advises Charlie to use that time to train and figure out how to stop those 3 techniques. Charlie sits down and realizes he has no choice. He'll have to wait the full 3 months. Then the scene shifts to a huge room where several people are already talking about Charlie. They point him out as the outsider who's making it through, and one of them calls him a fool for daring to challenge the Fist Lord. As Charlie walks by, they admit he doesn't actually look crazy. But after what he said to the Fist Lord, they decide he must not understand the power of the 4 celestial lords. Charlie walks past all of them with a blank look, and thinks the celestial cult feels more like a gossip club. Everyone just loves to talk. On the other hand, the Sword Lord, that slim mustache guy, is second in command. The fact that he's personally guiding Charlie is a huge honor. Charlie can't tell if the Sword Lord is driven by curiosity, pity, or pure hostility. So he asks if escorting him was an order from the celestial demon. The Sword Lord says no. He's doing it because he feels like it. He says it has been a long time since he met a foreigner, and after seeing Charlie fight in person, he now has high hopes for him. He even says Charlie might really pass their test. Hearing that, Charlie starts to think the Sword Lord actually wants him to pass the cult's test. As they keep walking, Charlie realizes that's the opposite of most martial schools. Usually they want challengers to fail. But this man seems to want him to succeed. After a long walk, they finally reach a large door, and the Sword Lord speaks to Charlie. He says that if Charlie needed equipment, he should have gone to the weapon storehouse or the martial arts library first. Then he asks why Charlie came to the doctor's house instead. Charlie bluntly says he'll check the weapons and books later. As he heads inside, Charlie asks if what they said before was true, that he can have anything except elixirs and high-rank martial arts. The mustached lord tells him yes, that's right. Charlie answers that they'll regret saying that. And then the trouble starts. We're taken into the doctor's house, where people are busy preparing medicine and treatments. Among them are dozens of rare, high-grade items. The system tells us the man treating the MC is the head doctor of the celestial demon cult, Jean Ielvan, whom we'll just call the doctor. The doctor remembers Charlie demanding everything in sight be sent to him. He starts cursing, because Charlie is basically draining his whole stock of medicine. Charlie figures there's at least 100 kilos of medicinal herbs there. That's enough medicine to support the demon cult and its war with the Martial Alliance. Even the doctor can't understand how Charlie plans to use all of it by himself. Still, the doctor keeps repeating the rules after 3 months. Anything left must be returned. Only Charlie can use it, and both the leftovers and anything damaged have to be brought back. If anything gets ruined, Charlie says he understands and will pay for it himself. Then Charlie turns back and says that's it. He got everything, emptied the stock, and he'll be back in 3 months. The doctor is left behind, nearly crying, begging him not to forget to return whatever remains. Charlie thinks the doctor can keep saying that, but there's no way anything will be left. The scene changes to an isolated place nearby, still in paradise. Then it moves to a cave lit by torches. The system explains that this is the training chamber of the celestial demon cult. Wearing gear provided by the cult, the MC thinks this place is perfect for shut-in training. Once he's inside, no one should bother him. Without wasting time, he pulls the 100 kilos of medicine from his inventory. Then Charlie sits on the ground in the middle of the pile and starts eating the herbs. The system says one of them boosts poison resistance for 24 hours. After that he eats poisonous root, then Bangkok flower. By the time he's done, the protagonist has resistance to 98 kinds of poison for 46 hours. He's cursing the whole time and nearly throwing up. Charlie thinks he's never eaten this much medicine in his life. It tastes awful, and he'd honestly rather get beaten in a fight than keep swallowing. With his stomach feeling all that medicine mixing inside him, Charlie knows that if he combines the wrong things he could die from poison on the spot. Even so, with strong will and a tough stomach, he gets ready for the next step. Then he pulls the 8th heart of Orochi out of his inventory. Now it's clear why he needed so much medicine. He's about to try consuming the 8th heart, which carries a terrifying poison. The protagonist had already been wondering where he'd find enough medicine to counter something that deadly, and now he has his answer, thanks to the celestial demon cult. Charlie is thrilled, he really got lucky. Then Mazifo starts to open his mouth. Charlie snaps, "What? You're opening your mouth now?" He keeps going, calling him an idiot and warning that if he even thinks about trying that again, Charlie will fry him and eat him. Mazifo instantly gets scared. The egg shrinks back down and goes quiet again. With that handled, Charlie gets ready for another round of torture. The system announces that the angry mech has consumed Orochi's 8th heart. Right away, its poison spreads through Charlie's body. Then the real torture begins. At that point, death almost sounds merciful. Even stuffed with medicine, Charlie struggles to hold on. Thanks to all those herbs, his poison resistance goes up by 1. At the same time, the protagonist's arcane power, which had been at 70, starts rising fast. The mech starts cursing because the poison is way stronger than he expected. Throwing up blood, he still forces himself to endure it. He realizes one thing right away: he needs more medicine. While his body keeps boosting his arcane power, he starts shoving down handfuls of medicine because dying here is not an option, and his arcane power keeps climbing. The pain gets so bad that the mech slams his head against the floor. Even so, he keeps eating medicine, keeps vomiting blood, and keeps gaining arcane power. Through all that pain, Charlie notices something strange. The increase in arcane power is way beyond what it should be. Then he remembers the master mana ability he gained. That has to be why he's taking in far more arcane power than normal. Charlie finally understands what that power really means. Mana is moving toward him on its own and pouring into him. Now he's sure of it. With master mana, he can absorb all the mana inside Orochi's heart. So with both hands full of medicine, he keeps eating. Charlie never thought it would come to this. Even while his arcane power keeps rising, he wonders how long this is going to last, because it hurts like crazy. Still, it keeps going up. One more, then another and another. A month later, we're at the cave entrance where Charlie has been staying. The 2 guards talk about how he's been inside for a whole month without doing anything else. One of them says he expected Charlie to come out at least to get some secret martial arts technique. Guan keeps thinking that anyone who reached the 10th floor would jump at a chance like that, but Charlie just stays inside. Still, Guan knows he's smart, so he wonders what Charlie is really doing. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Fist shut himself in another training room and has been training so hard that his strikes shake paradise every day. Compared to that, this challenger Charlie is a total mystery. He's been in there so long they're starting to think he died. The other guard, Yero, the one Yuan attacked before, asks Guan what he thinks Charlie is doing with all those medicinal ingredients he took. Then suddenly the door starts to open. Both of them stop talking. After a full month, the chamber door finally opens. Charlie steps out and asks if they came to welcome him. Both guards are shocked by what they're seeing. Why? Because things have changed a lot. The mix is eating like a monster, tearing through everything in front of him. He's eating enough for 10 people. The guards just stare, wondering where all that food is even going. One asks if he went the whole month without eating. They point out there were grain balls inside the chamber, so he could have eaten those. Charlie says he planned to leave the room only once, so he wanted something good for a change. Guan is so stunned he wonders if the mix has 3 stomachs. Yero, being sharper, asks the real question. Did you spend that whole month just eating medicine? Why? The protagonist just smiles and says, it went badly. Guan studies him and says there are no wounds on him and he doesn't look poisoned either. Then something clicks and he's stunned. Poison, that's it. He realizes Charlie must have been dealing with an antidote problem. Some rare elixirs are incredible, but they're hard to use because they carry deadly poison. Most people would never risk their lives on them. But if someone had free access to a huge amount of medicine, then it starts to make sense. Guan wonders what kind of elixir Charlie took. One that needed over 100 kilograms of medicine just to survive. Now that they're the ones asking questions, Charlie doesn't answer. He just says he's heading somewhere else. Guan asks if he's going back to the training room. Charlie says no and asks where the martial arts library is. The scene shifts to the martial arts library of the celestial demon cult. Charlie quickly notices the security is intense. Everyone there feels strong. He wonders if they're all players since many seem as skilled as Renjin. Still, Charlie knows the martial arts library is the most important place in any martial arts school. This is where a school's roots and core teachings are kept. The cult of the celestial demon produced the strongest martial artist among them all. As Charlie thinks about that, the library attendant asks if he is Mr. Charlie and says he'll guide him from here on. Then the two of them start walking through the huge library. Inside, the guide begins explaining the place to Charlie. Charlie asks if he can read any book there, and the guide says yes, almost any book. Then he points to a door and explains that the books beyond it are off limits. As long as Charlie stays out of that section, he can read anything else here and take as much time as he wants. Now standing in front of thousands of books, Charlie has no idea where to begin, so he starts with the nearest one. He knows this area only holds lower rank martial arts, mostly meant for outsiders like him. Even so, the collection here is massive, about 4 times bigger than the Nangun clan's library. Charlie is searching for one specific book. There are only 2 months left before the fight with the Lord of the Fist, and he needs to find it within 1 month, so he starts reading. First book, not it. Second, not that either. Third, still wrong. He keeps going because if he can't find that book, stopping the Lord of the Fist will be incredibly hard. In the martial world, that man is one of the 10 strongest. Charlie moves to another shelf and keeps searching. He knows the book he wants is somewhere in this very room. That book contains the roots of the celestial demon's curse. It also holds the beginning of the martial art mastered by the current celestial demon. At last, the Mick finds the book, Spirit of the Celestial Demon. The scene changes and some people are talking. One reacts in surprise. What? A whole month? It's the guide speaking with a man who has a slanted mustache. The guide says yes. Charlie spent an entire month in the training room, then another full month reading in the martial arts library. He adds that Charlie looked like he was trying to read everything in the place. The guide says that's impossible, even 3 years wouldn't be enough, much less 3 months. What he doesn't know is that Charlie was only looking for one specific book. The mustached man says Charlie's actions are very strange, just like when he took all those medicinal herbs. The guide agrees and says it almost looks like he's wasting time. Because of that, he concludes there's no real reason to worry about Charlie. Holding his tea, the mustached man says he also can't understand or predict Charlie's actions, and that's exactly why he has even more hope. Charlie is unpredictable. The guide remembers a talk he had with Charlie. Around midday, he saw him passing through the library and asked, "You're leaving already?" Charlie said yes, and that he had actually been looking for him. The guide found that odd, since Charlie had left at midnight the day before, and now he was leaving again at noon. With a big smile, Charlie says he finally found what he wanted. After that, the mech went back to the training room. He stayed there for another whole month. Elsewhere, rumors spread that Charlie spent 1 month in the training chamber, and another in the library. Now we see who's hearing that report. The scar-covered, heavily built Lord of the Fist and his assistants. They tell him Charlie spent the last month in the training room, and that's basically all he's done for 3 months. The system tells us they're in a waiting room near the martial arts arena, close to the ring. The Lord of the Fist asks his assistants if they think he might have wasted these last 3 months training for nothing, because while he locked himself away to prepare, his opponent barely seemed to train at all. That makes sense. As he finishes getting ready, the crowd gets fired up, like a new star is about to appear. The Lord of the Fist quietly vows to go all out, but not kill Charlie. Now the scene moves to the martial arts arena. The twin figures say this is going to be an amazing match. They know it's rare to see the Lord of the Fist show his full skill. Other onlookers add that Charlie is famous too, and the top guilds all want him. Then the Lord of the Fist starts walking down the stairs, hearing the crowd buzz around him. People can't stop shouting. The Lord of the Fist really came in person, and his presence alone is crushing. Looking over the audience, he feels the celestial demon cult has grown soft and weak, so he shouts for everyone to be silent. He declares that this is not a normal duel. It's a test of the celestial demon. Because of that, everyone must show respect and stay quiet. With that, he steps into the center. But the mech makes an entrance of his own. He drops in at crazy speeds, so fast it's hard to follow, and dust flies everywhere. Then he stands there, ready to fight. Charlie shows up, wrapped up, and jokes about the weather. As from him, the Lord of the Fist calls him out for being late. Charlie just laughs and says the man's got jokes. Then he tells him to start already. He wants to see how much he improved over those 3 months. The system announces that the second test of the celestial demon cult has begun. Charlie says the Lord of the Fist will regret giving him 3 whole months to prepare. The system explains the test. Charlie must dodge or block the Lord of the Fist's 3 techniques. Pung Biklam wastes no time and charges straight at the mech, leaping in at full speed. Lightning gathers as he prepares the first strike. The mech draws Zoi and instantly activates the Eye of the Gray Monkey. The Lord of the Fist throws a punch, and a burst of lightning tears through everything ahead. The system names the attack Celestial Destructive Lightning. The strike tears into the floor, leaving a massive crater. After deflecting it, the mech lets out a heavy breath. He thinks that if he had tried to block that first move, it would have been dangerous. Pung Biklam notices right away that Charlie deflected the blow cleanly. He tells Charlie that if he had blocked instead of redirecting it, he would be dead. The mech thinks it through. In martial arts, they call mana ki. For a ranker like Pung Biklam to use that much power, he must be drawing on everything he has, while still taking some backlash from the tower. This is the second ranker the mech has faced, but this time is different. Pung Biklam accepted the challenge, so the tower's penalty is much lighter. Back when he fought Chris, the penalties hurt Chris badly. Here, that won't save him, and Chris was far weaker than the Lord of the Fist. Pung Biklam doesn't wait around. He gets ready for his second technique and taunts Charlie. He tells him to try deflecting this one too. Then he barks that if Charlie is scared to die, he shouldn't have come at all. Right after that, he unleashes a storm of punches at the mech. It's basically a lightning-fast 100-hit barrage, but by then the mech already has his gray eyes active. He reads the fight ahead of time, sees every punch coming, and barely manages to deflect all 100. It all happens so fast that you can only really catch the first punch in the last one. The Lord of the Fist is thrown off. Charlie deflected everything again. Now he realizes the boy isn't just fast. It's like he's reading his moves. Staring at Charlie, he figures it must be connected to that eye skill. A power that can read attacks would explain why Charlie is this confident. Still, the Lord of the Fist laughs, calls it a cheap trick, and gets even more fired up. He prepares the third attack and says the martial world is far too big to be beaten by one prediction skill from the protagonist. Then he raises a hand and starts casting. This one isn't instant. He keeps building up a huge amount of Kia. While doing it, he tells the protagonist that as long as he stands under the same sky, he won't be able to dodge. The weather starts changing fast. The watching lords realize this magic could even hit the spectators, and a thick storm cloud forms overhead until everything goes dark. One of the lords quickly warns that they need a barrier for the audience. Another says he'll handle it. As that happens above, Charlie notices the strange movements from the lords of the celestial demon cult. That alone tells him the next technique will be completely different from the first two. He looks up and sees clouds and lightning twisting together. Charlie realizes the next attack will cover the whole field, so dodging won't work. Still, he figures an attack spread over such a wide area should be weaker than the first two, so the Mick decides he'll have to block this one. He uses gigantification to endure it, and the system notes what's coming next. Seeing Charlie change his stance, Lord Pongbai Klim asks if he's given up on dodging. Then he says that's probably the smartest choice, but he adds that Charlie's end has come. His green eyes glow even harder as he prepares the finishing blow. He calls out the third technique, aiming at the Mick. Then a rain of lightning crashes down on the training field, followed by thousands, maybe tens of thousands of bolts, spreading deadly power across the entire area. That attack is complete madness. When the blast finally ends, the arena is still filled with lightning and sparks. Even the spectators are badly shaken. They're stunned by the level of power a celestial lord can unleash. At the same time, they all wonder what happened to Charlie. Then they see him still standing, smoke and electricity all over him. The system confirms that he blocked the Lord of the Fist's third technique and passed the second test of the celestial demon cult. Charlie is honestly impressed. That kind of power is exactly what you'd expect from a martial artist who climbed the tower and became a ranker. He's satisfied that he managed to block it at all. Mixing martial arts with skills is incredible, and even the Lord of the Fist is surprised Charlie really stopped the attack. The Lord of the Fist expected Charlie might survive it, but not this easily. What shocks him is how calm Charlie still looks. That makes him smile. Now that he knows Charlie is the real deal, his desire to fight grows even stronger, and the tower's restrictions on his body tighten more. The Lord of the Fist asks Charlie if he wants to keep going. The system asks whether he wants to continue the test. Charlie looks at Pung Baklam and sees the tower's penalty flaring around him. The more Kenya he raises, and the more he wants to fight someone far below his level, the harsher the punishment gets. Charlie knows that if he agrees, things are about to get serious, but that's exactly what he wants. So the protagonist activates a strange mana around his whole body. The Lord of the Fist is shocked and curious. He asks Charlie how he got the spirit of the celestial demon, since no one but the celestial demon should have it. Charlie says what he's using now isn't good enough to truly be called the spirit of the celestial demon. It's only an incomplete shell. Hearing that, the others realize what Charlie gained from all that time in the library, and both the Lord of the Fist and the other Lord are stunned that Charlie obtained something they never did. The swordmaster we call Little Beaver recognizes it right away. It's the basic form of the celestial demon spirit, also called materialized mana, a kind of mana with its own shape and will. Watching from a distance, he can tell it's still just the starting stage. Even so, it's beginning to form, which means it still counts as the celestial demon spirit. Seeing Charlie bring out even that basic version leaves him stunned, and he starts wondering how far Charlie can go. Charlie notices the Lord of the Fist hasn't moved and calls out, "You're not coming? Then I will." Then Charlie shoots forward like lightning straight at Pangbaklam. Both of them are shocked. Charlie by the power behind those fists, and Pangbaklam by the stolen sword. Using the celestial demon spirit technique, Charlie realizes it works really well. If it were complete, he thinks he could beat Pangbaklam with ease. Once again, Charlie blocks another technique. The Lord of the Fist starts cursing under his breath. Even if this is only an unfinished shell of the celestial demon, facing that art still feels deeply wrong to him. Pangbaklam also notices Charlie's technique isn't the same as before. Little by little, its power is fading. The Lord of the Fist tells Charlie to fight fair. Smiling back, the Mick says he never thought he'd see a player and a ranker trading words like this. Pangbaklam strikes with both fists, trained in the celestial demon cult, while Charlie drives his sword between them. Their clash turns the arena into a battlefield, with blasts going off everywhere. Even so, Charlie manages to block the Lord of the Fist's 49th technique. For the first time, Charlie starts getting pushed back. Fatigue is finally catching him because the Lord of the Fist is a monster. Charlie is amazed by how strong his opponent really is. As the fight drags on, the Lord of the Fist is finding his rhythm, and Charlie starts wondering if he's used to fighting the celestial demon spirit, or if Charlie himself is weakening. Along with that spirit, the Lord of the Fist is breathing hard, furious that Charlie blocked another move, especially the 49th, which was a heavy one. His bloodlust flares up, His ki surge is even higher, and the tower's restriction gets harsher as his power keeps rising. Looking at Charlie, he asks if this can really keep going much longer. He raises his fists and boosts his power again, even shocking the others watching. Then he throws out a challenge, betting Charlie can't endure it. Charlie sees the penalty building up and knows the next hit will be brutal. He doesn't act reckless. He uses gigantification to guard against what's coming. Pangbaklim doesn't waste another second. He rushes the mech and swings with everything he has. Charlie takes the hit and gets knocked back, but as he falls, he throws 3 mana explosion spheres over the Lord of the Fist. But the Lord of the Fist is a lot smarter than Saruptra was at the start of the story. Now Pangbaklim's eyes change, and with pure hatred in his face, he goes on the attack. Using his famous rapid strikes, he knocks away all 3 mana spheres. 1, 2, 3. But once they're knocked away, they still explode, filling the whole arena with compressed power. As the smoke starts to clear, the Lord of the Fist is still standing. He keeps staring at Charlie. Even with an incomplete celestial demon spirit, Charlie is still just a rookie who only recently reached the 12th floor, yet he's fighting at this level. At that moment, the Lord of the Fist realizes Charlie may be the strongest outsider of the celestial demon, so he gets ready to launch an even stronger attack. Pangbaklim keeps thinking how strange he is himself because he's enjoying this fight far too much. He pulls in a huge amount of power around himself. The Lord of the Fist is fighting seriously now, and he's having fun. Even the tower's restrictions feel easier to bear since Charlie accepted the duel and the penalties have been reduced. With full fighting spirit, Pangbaklim tells Charlie to come on. Charlie, already exhausted, realizes he's up against a real monster. Knowing things are about to get ugly, he charges straight at him. The Lord of the Fist is confused. Why is Charlie suddenly taking the fight to him instead of just defending? But he's not about to stand there and take hits. He readies a serious deadly punch. Charlie wasn't expecting that burst of speed and instantly knows he can't stop it. The blow slams into his chest with enough force to tear through concrete. The system says Charlie blocked the Lord of the Fist's 89th technique, but let's be honest, he blocked it with his chest. With his prediction skill active, Charlie notices another attack flying straight at his face. And this time, if it lands, he dies. The punch tears past him with so much speed and force, it nearly takes his head off. The Lord of the Fist realizes he has the advantage now. His physical stamina is way above Charlie's. Charlie also knows he can't keep the celestial demon spirit active much longer. After taking that chest hit, he understands one more punch like that could kill him. Sweating and bleeding, he admits this fight stopped being fun a while ago. Still, he's not losing to just anybody. He's up against a ranker who climbed 100 floors while he's only around the 10. Even so, the Lord of the Fist says Charlie shouldn't talk like a weakling. In his eyes, the fight has only just begun. Charlie knows he still can't land a clean hit, and he definitely can't afford to take one. All he can do is dodge while the Lord of the Fist keeps attacking without pause, asking if that's all Charlie plans to do. The pressure from the Lord of the Fist keeps building. Charlie starts thinking fast. If this keeps up, he'll lose for sure. He needs a way to close the gap, stop his opponent's movement for just 1 second, and create an opening. With battle prediction active, he reads where the next attack will go, and uses gigantification to try to stop the Lord of the Fist's punch. Having already taken one of those blows, Charlie plays it smarter this time. He focuses all the power of gigantification into his right arm, and that lets him catch the Lord of the Fist's punch. In his mind, he knows he only needs one opening. So Charlie converts everything he has into raw vitality just to survive the impact. The shock from the stopped punch is so huge it cracks the ground around them. Charlie knows he only needs a single second. With everything he's got, he holds the Lord of the Fist's attack in place. But it's not easy. His whole body is shaking from the force. His fist starts bleeding, and the Lord of the Fist is stunned that Charlie actually blocked that strike. At this range, he can hardly believe it's possible. But the Mick tricked Pangbaklim. The moment Pangbaklim notices Charlie switch the sword in his hand, he knows something's wrong. Then Charlie drives the hit into his chest. Pangbaklim doesn't even know what to think. If the Mick had been just a little stronger, that might have decided the fight. Eventually worn out, Charlie realizes he landed a near-critical blow on the Lord of the Fist's chest. Now Charlie is left standing there with his arm basically wrecked. The impact did serious damage, and moving it normally won't be happening anytime soon. The Lord of the Fist can't believe what just happened. He actually got hurt in this test against Charlie. Charlie starts smiling and Pung Baklim understands why. He thought he had given the Mick an opening, but it was the Mick who created that opening himself. Pung Baklim admits that if this were a real fight, and if Charlie had a little more time along with better stats and levels, then the result could have changed. But this is only a test. In the end, he lowers his head and sadly admits defeat. Then the system announces that the Lord of the Fist, Pung Baklim, has accepted defeat. The whole arena erupts when the Lord of the Fist admits defeat. People are stunned. Some can't believe it, and others barely understand what just happened. Everyone knows they just witnessed a miracle. A player from the 10th floor actually won. Biggidino Salienti realizes this really is a miracle. This young guy may truly have what it takes. One of the lords says the test went beyond the rules, but Biggidino shuts that down. Their job is only to watch. He also says the celestial demon is personally watching everything right now. The system announces that Charla cleared the second test of the celestial demonic cult perfectly. Then it gives him a new skill, celestial demon spirit, another broken power for the Mzenthath. The scene moves inside the cult. The lords ask Biggidino if they should leave things as they are. The Lord of the Spear points out that after the match, everyone rushed to the martial arts library to look for the celestial demon spirit. Biggidino says there's no problem. He explains there must be a reason the celestial demon spirit stayed in the low-rank section of the library all these years without anyone noticing. At first glance, it just looks like a basic breathing and cultivation method. Biggidino asks how many people could really tell it was the celestial demon spirit just from reading it. And actually bringing that technique to life is even harder. Lord Dudo says he gets it. Just finding and learning the celestial demon spirit is already a test by itself. The Lord of the Sword agrees and says Baklim has no reason to feel ashamed. The technique sat there all this time and nobody noticed it. They're all impressed that the Mick found it and learned it in only 2 months. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Fist just keeps grinning. Then he starts laughing and the other lords can't figure out what's so funny. Baklim says Char kept searching for an opening and in the end he found one. He's sure of one thing. Someday Char will become a high ranker. He even thinks Char may one day surpass the celestial demon himself. Then he admits that fighting that young man was the most fun he's had in years. Lord Dudo warns him not to throw around words like that so casually. The Lord of the Spear also points out that Baklim doesn't look like someone who just lost. Baklim only asks the others what they'd think about fighting Char, saying it would be an honor to duel their future lord. That annoys the other lords who call him loud and irritating. But the Lord of the Sword's second-in-command of the celestial demon cult figures it won't be long before the celestial demon calls Char for the final test. Now we get the mixed polyarch count. Before consuming the heart of Eros, he had 70. Now he has 98. Char is still recovering from the fight, with his arm bandaged so it can heal faster after taking that beating from the Lord of the Fist. And somehow the Mix is disappointed because his arcane power still hasn't hit triple digits. People would need a lifetime to raise it this much, and he did it in a month, yet he's still complaining. He remembers that the cut he gave Baklim was only shallow. If the Lord of the Fist hadn't accepted defeat, Char knows he would have lost. The gap between them was still huge, and it wasn't just about raw power. If he wants to beat rankers, he'll need skill and technique too. Sitting on his bed, Char feels relieved. He passed the second test, and he figures his arm should be healed in at most 2 days. He remembers the doctor wrapping that arm while complaining the whole time. The place was so remote that even lackeys barely came by, and Char had already used up all his fast-working medicine. Still, Char innocently thanks him for the treatment. The doctor says all he has left is that bandage, so Char better be satisfied. Char is secretly happy though. If his arm heals this fast, he'd have to keep coming back and hearing those complaints every time. Anyway, he got a crazy skill, Celestial Demon Spirit. This thing can create a clone, and that clone has its own awareness. It can think for itself and it's made of mana. It's an A-rank skill too, and this time he didn't get it from some extra reward. He earned it himself. Char knows he brought the Celestial Demon skill close to perfection. While thinking about the final test, he wonders if he'll meet the Celestial Demon in person this time or only through another illusion barrier. Then someone knocks on the door. Char, you there? The Celestial Demon is calling for you. Get ready. The scene shifts to the Celestial Demon's mansion. The guy tells Char that the Celestial Demon ordered him to enter alone, so he'll have to wait outside. After hearing that, Char steps inside the Lord's mansion. It's pitch black and he starts wondering where the Lord is, because he can't sense him at all. He starts moving forward thinking that maybe this is normal. He still can't feel any sign of a high ranker. Then Mazu appears on the left, trapped. Looking ahead, Char spots someone seated on a throne. Now he's sure he's in the right place. The celestial demon starts moving his keel, celestial demonic keel. Then he welcomes Char, and the system confirms this is the true celestial demon Xian Majuan. Char respectfully says he came in answer to the summons. Majuan asks about his arm. Char shows it and says it's doing fine. At that moment, the Twilight Blade activates. After the power of the night, the mix healing speed jumps up even more, reaching a ridiculous 102. The celestial demon glances at the sword and hums in interest. Then he tells Char it's a fine weapon, good enough to make him want it. Char thinks that even a high ranker can still be greedy. But this sword is different, it's bound to him, so he apologizes and refuses, thinking that if he lost it here, a certain old man he knows would kill him for failing to protect his own weapon. Majuan asks if the sword was made by F. If so, he says Char has every right to answer like that. Majuan says yes, and asks if Majuan knows him. The celestial demon says no, but he has used several swords made by that old man before, and they were all incredible. Then he cuts the talk short and says it's time for what really matters. He says they'll begin the final test right now. Char is caught off guard. Right now, he protests and points to his injured arm, but the celestial demon calls him out. Didn't Char just say his arm was fine? Char explains he can move it, sure, but he can't really fight like this. The celestial demon says it doesn't matter, because he won't need that arm for the next test. Char realizes the celestial demon is going to do whatever he wants. Still, he had hoped to take the final test in top condition. Char starts to complain, but the celestial demon is already gone, swallowed by the darkness. Then Char notices another illusion barrier appear. From inside it, the celestial demon calls out, asking what he's waiting for. He tells Char to come in and even teases him, asking if he's scared. Char isn't afraid, but as he studies the barrier, he realizes it's far more complex than the last one. Standing outside, he activates his gray eyes, but even they can't break down this barrier. Char feels something is off and complains that his eyes can't read it at all. Then a hand suddenly reaches out of the barrier and calls him over. The celestial demon grabs Char and pulls him inside. The system announces that Char has entered the celestial demon's cave, and the final test of the celestial demon cult is about to begin. At first, the mech struggles to adjust to the barrier's strange effect. Not long after, he starts getting used to it and can see better again. Soon he notices that the celestial demon is already far ahead. The lord of the demonic cult tells Char to follow. So the lord walks through the darkness, and Char goes after him. The celestial demon asks Char if he mastered the celestial demon's spirit. Char says yes, and that he got it as a reward. The old man tells him that using it will be much easier from now on, especially in this world full of skills and power. Then the celestial demon praises Char, calling him a great fighter and telling him to take good care of it. Char has no idea what he means. He keeps wondering, take care of what? In his head, he grumbles that this old man could just say what he wants already. At that moment, Mazovo reacts in shock and starts drooling. The mixer realizes it's because something strange is right in front of him. The celestial demon has brought him to the place of the final test. There, a pink and black fire burns by itself. Char has fought outsiders thousands of times, so he knows this power came from outside the tower. He only feels it for a moment, but he's sure. Now he understands why Mazovo has been acting weird ever since they entered the celestial demon cult. Even his huge flame power trembles in front of this energy and almost goes out. Looking at Char, the celestial demon says, "This is the sacred fire." Then he decides to explain its history. Long ago, the celestial demon cult found this fire on Mount Paradise. They chose to stay there because the cult exists to protect it, and more than that, to find its true master. He says the first celestial demon, the second, the third, the fourth, and even his own master all search for the master of the sacred fire. They lived for that goal, and they died for it too. He says he's no different. He protects the fire while waiting for its owner to appear. Char asks if he really believes in a prophecy like that. The celestial demon answers that the cult was a religion long before it became a martial school. Yes, he believes. Religion only ends when people lose faith, and his people still have it. He goes on to say that after a very long time, many powerful groups appeared, some even stronger than the celestial demon cult, so he had to come up with a way to keep the sacred fire safe. That method was simple. Anyone who wanted to join the cult had to take its test to prove their worth. Char asks if he built the test with the sacred fire as the reward, and the answer is yes. By hiding it inside the trial, he kept it protected. That's why the test became nearly impossible. First, a barrier almost no one can pass. Second, a fight against the cult's ranks. And third, the final stage they've reached now. Char asks if anyone else ever made it this far. The celestial demon says yes. The Lord of the Sword, Mostek V, reached the third stage and even saw the sacred fire. But the fire was too strong and he couldn't overcome it, so he failed the last phase. Then the celestial demon raises his hand toward the sacred fire and says the final test will begin now. The flames start spreading through the cave. He explains the trial. Char must endure the sacred fire and be accepted by it. The system announces the same thing. The mech must withstand the sacred fire. If Char gives up, the test ends in failure. Even the celestial demon knows how cruel this is. He's sending Char into a raging fire that devours everything. He remembers the legend of the great sage. At the start, he endured this fire for 40 days. But in the end, even he couldn't conquer it and threw it down to the lower floors of the tower. That's why the legend says this fire was once a trial from the upper floors. Watching Char, the celestial demon wonders if he can survive. Resisting this fire is nearly impossible after all. Not even the protagonist could truly defeat it. And if that's true, then Char's earlier feats getting the celestial demon's spirit and blocking the Fistlord's attacks may mean nothing against this mysterious power. This fire and its test are almost impossible. In front of it, anyone looks small and helpless. Then the celestial demon notices Char walking straight toward the flames. Full of confidence, the mech passes him and steps into the sacred fire as it flares up even more. Char is used to fire, so he activates his gray eyes and they hold against the sacred fire. His pyromancy mantle holds up too. Char understands that this isn't normal fire, it's a power taking the shape of fire. He also knows how it works, it burns up the people who fear. So Char walks all the way in, until the celestial demon can't see him anymore. Inside the flames, Char tells himself one thing: this fire is not hot. If he accepts that, he can overcome it. But then Mazovo opens his eyes and shows interest in the flames. Char quickly tells him to stay quiet and back off, because this fire is his. He knows that if Mazovo devours at all, there will be nothing left for him, and Char needs this power. He places a hand on his chest, realizing this feeling is one he hasn't had in a long time. He knows it well. It comes from the outsiders, beings that create fear greater than death, monsters beyond common sense. They're the whole reason he came back in time. As he resists the fire, he remembers every battle against the outsiders, how fear and despair followed them every time. Clenching his fist, he thinks that if he fears this power, then he has no right to break it. The fire starts sinking into Char, and his eyes begin changing from gray to the colors of the sacred fire. He shouts at the flames that he doesn't fully know what they are, but he has seen the outsiders more times than he can count. He's certain this is their power. Then he walks deeper into the center, thinking that the only thing that got weaker when he returned to the past was his body. The war he fought against the outsiders lasted a very long time, and he survived by holding on to his sword. Back then the world had already fallen apart. But through all those battles, Char's fighting spirit grew again and again. After thousands of fights against the outsiders, he became a savage warrior with one goal: to destroy them. Nothing in this world will stop him. He remembers the despair, the grief, and the chaos those beings left behind. Worst of all were the outer gods, fighting them over and over beside his comrades. Watching blood spill across the battlefield, Char made a choice deep in his heart. That's why he came back to the past, to climb the tower again from the bottom, with a purpose stronger than ever. His body may be weaker now, but one thing became far stronger: his will. Char declares that there's only one reason he came back. Staring into the sacred fire with pure anger, he says, "I return to defeat all of you." The sacred fire erupts even harder. Black particles and dark rays spread through it, and that pure darkness starts mixing with the flames. Char feels horrible pain, but he keeps enduring it. Little by little, the damage and violent force of the fire begin to weaken. At the same time, the pure divine crystal of darkness reacts to the sacred fire. Soon after, the system announces that Char has passed the celestial demon cult's test. Then Char receives the title of vice leader of the celestial demon cult. Now the rewards come in fast. The system says Char gets 100,000 points, his strength, agility, vitality, perception and arcane power all rise and he gains a much higher tier skill, the Colossal. Then that ability changes. Looking at the 3 flames floating over his head, Char realizes it's transforming. The system updates again. Char has obtained the sacred fire. Since he cleared the cult's test, he now has the right to go to the 11th floor whenever he wants. Even now the mechaparid can barely believe he passed. A moment ago he thought the fire was fighting him, but now he understands it was testing him, and he truly claimed the sacred fire. On the other side of the cave, the celestial demon sees the flames slowly dying down and wonders if Char gave up. The celestial demon starts to think Yuan might have died in the sacred fire. As the flames keep shrinking, he watches from a distance and wonders if MC made it out alive. The fire is acting strange. Then he notices something important. The sacred fire still hasn't gone back to normal. That tells him he wasn't burned to death. Still, he has no idea what happened in the test, so he asks the mech how it went, but right away he can tell something is off with Yuan. The protagonist walks past the celestial demon, gets dizzy and nearly drops to the floor. The system then announces a new skill, Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult. It's a B rank title ability, and the protagonist is stunned. He also gets another skill, Sacred Fire, an S rank power. It's insanely strong on the level of an Outer God's power, so the mech just got another huge boost. Part 8 begins here. The celestial demon keeps replaying everything that happened the day before. He's passed like that, and now he's left wondering what he should do with his life. His whole purpose had been to find someone worthy of the sacred fire. Now that he finally has, he doesn't know what comes next. He stays lost in thought. Then the door to his room starts to open. It's Yuan. The old man greets him, asking if he finally made it. A little later, they sit outside with tea. The celestial demon says MC looks perfectly fine. No burns at all, and he recovered much faster than expected. MC says he's all right, and now there's no reason for him to stay in paradise on the 10th floor. And he asks if the celestial demon's job is over now that the sacred fire has a new owner. The old man says it's hard to let go of old habits, and he doesn't feel ready to head somewhere else just yet. He then mentions the title he received, Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult. The celestial demon tells him to accept both the title and the sacred fire, because he earned them. The protagonist bluntly says that once he reaches the next rank, he won't be coming back. The celestial demon already expected that, so he tells him to do as he wants. There's nothing left on this floor tying the protagonist down, and both the fire and the title were rewards he won through that brutal test. Then the old man brings up a new goal. The celestial demon cult may be far from its glory days, but it still has enemies in the martial realm. He explains that MC's title gives him authority over everyone below him in the celestial demonic cult. MC realizes the system gave him that title. It wasn't the celestial demon choosing a successor that actually makes him feel relieved. Then the old man stands and says he'll accept this result gladly. The cult lord asks if he is leaving already, and he says yes, he's finished what he came to do. After all, he plans to return for the great martial arts tournament. The celestial demon asks if he plans to compete, and the protagonist answers modestly that if he gets the chance, he will. After Yuan leaves, the celestial demon sits alone with his tea. His duty as guardian of the fire is finally done, and the chains binding him to the cult on that mountain are. For the first time in centuries, he's free to go wherever he wants. He closes his eyes and wonders what to do next. Then he opens them again. Serious. Now, there's still one thing left he's wanted for a very long time, even before the sacred fire appeared. That will be his next goal. He calls the others to get ready. It's time to return to the martial realm. The story then moves to the 11th floor to a place called Taklam. Everything there seems quiet and peaceful. A man stands there with his hands together, begging over and over, please, please, please. The system identifies him as a player named Halamon, and he keeps praying under his breath. Suddenly a system message appears. The test for the 10th floor has started, and the teams were assigned at random. There are 416 participants total, split evenly between two sides. Halamon gets excited at first, but when he checks his group, he freezes. The team is packed with names he doesn't recognize, and his reaction is basically, this is bad. To him, Team A looks awful. The list is full of total unknowns, and even worse, Some players are on the blacklist for trolling during events. Seeing that lineup, he starts panicking, so he decides to check Team B instead. The first name he sees is Roll, a rare healer. Then he notices Hun and other famous players. Just those names alone are enough to make him nervous. And as he keeps reading, it gets worse. Team B is made up of well-known strong players. Staring at the status window, he starts talking to himself. His luck feels terrible. He can't believe he ended up on a team this bad. He's already failed this test 3 times, and now this happens, certain something must be wrong. He starts checking the list one name at a time. Most are nobodies to him, until he spots one standout. That name is Yuan. The moment he sees it, he recognizes it right away. He's heard of MC before, and he knows that name carries weight. He admits he is incredible, but even that doesn't calm him down. One strong player can't fix a team this week, especially against a side packed with elites. He even thinks he must have terrible luck, too. Then the scene cuts to a man slamming a table and yelling about a drink costing 30 points. He argues with the bartender, saying the price is ridiculous. The bartender shrugs and tells him that's normal on this floor. If he doesn't like it, he can leave. Meanwhile, Yuan is walking around with his system window open, checking everything as he moves. He compares both team lists and quickly sees the problem. Team B is stacked with powerful players who will become famous later, including Roazil and Hun. Team A, on the other hand, is full of names he's never heard before, not even in his past life. That tells him almost all the talentless players got dumped onto his side. Then he remembers the 11th floor examiner is Hypnos, one of Olympus. The protagonist realizes this setup is probably payback for what happened before. It's a trap. They don't just want him to fail, they may want him dead. To him, that proves the Olympians are completely corrupt. After that, he walks up to the counter once the bartender is free and asks if there's any room left. The bartender says the only one available is on the rooftop, and it costs 100 points. MC says it doesn't matter and pays anyway, while the bartender barely even bothers to look at him. The worker barely reacted, but Charlie knew how to change that. He dropped a stack of Asgardian bills on the table and asked to trade them in 2. The guy jumped up right away and turned polite fast. There were 374 bills, and each one was worth 1,000 points. Charlie says he wants to cash in all of it, even after the exchange fee. Seeing that much money, the attendant almost melts on the spot. He instantly agrees and says he'll handle it, however Charlie wants. The system shows Charlie gained 366,320 points. That pushes his total up to 931,000 points. At the same time, he opens the service system and it asks if he wants to call an assistant. Charlie agrees. A tiny fairy-like helper appears. All smiles and asks how it can help him. This happens after Charlie gets to his rooftop room. He notices this kind of creature is the sort the 11th floor administrator hates, but Charlie still prefers it over those creepy blood clowns. Then he tells the little helper he wants to use the store. From here on, he mentally calls it Pink Pingo. Pink Pingo tells Charlie to name whatever he wants, saying it has everything except what it doesn't. Charlie figures the creature is acting so nice because it already sensed his money. He says he just wants to browse, and Pink Pingo happily agrees to open the shop. The store panel pops up in front of the McBiker. Charlie checks one section after another but can't find what he came for at first. So he keeps searching because what he really needs is adamantium. He wants it to finish the divine crystal of the stars. After a long search, he finally finds it. 1.5 kilograms of adamantium. Not a tiny amount either, but a solid chunk. Keeping his usual blank look, Charlie asks how much it costs. Pink Pingo perks up right away. It confirms Charlie wants adamantium and calls it an excellent item. Then Pink Pingo starts asking questions. Why buy unfinished material when there are better items already for sale? Charlie answers simply, the finished ones are too expensive. He wants cheap raw materials so he can make what he needs himself. Pink Pingo says it understands. It goes on to explain that adamantium is different from normal materials. It doesn't break, it connects well with mana, and it can even boost mana. Pink Pingo excitedly says almost nothing in the world compares to it. Charlie keeps his poker face, but inside he's thinking this little scammer knows way too much about items. Pink Pingo says that if Charlie can get it refined, it could become an amazing item. And Charlie knows that's actually true. The problem is that adamantium is so hard to work with that fewer than 10 blacksmiths in the tower can refine it. Because of that, it's known as every blacksmith's dream. Pink Pingo adds one more thing. It knows Charlie is connected to Hephaestus. The protagonist finally asks why that matters if they're just talking about a purchase. Pink Pingo says it matters a lot, because with this material Charlie can take it to Hephaestus and get a top-tier item made. Keeps pushing the point. Most people can't even find a blacksmith capable of handling adamantium. And even if they do, refining it costs a fortune. Now Pink Pingo shows its real side and starts raising the item's value as high as it can. Then it gives the price 1.5 million points for the 1.5 kilograms of adamantium. Charlie says he doesn't have that much. Pink Pingo quickly offers a loan, acting like it's doing him a favor. The weekly interest would be 11.5% or 10% if he borrows a lot. With sparkly eyes, Pink Pingo keeps pushing, telling Charlie he's making the right choice. But Charlie shuts that down and says he has other options. Pink Pingo keeps smiling and insists the loan terms are great. The Mac doesn't buy it at all. That catches Pink Pingo off guard. It hurriedly changes course and says maybe it can offer Charlie a discount instead, since the item is rare and hard to find elsewhere. Charlie says it's fine. He doesn't need it right now. He's only on the 11th floor, and there are other stores on higher floors. He even mentions Light and Shop, hitting Pink Pingo right where it hurts. Pink Pingo starts panicking, while Charlie calmly says he'll just buy it somewhere else. The little merchant hovers around him, trying not to lose the sale. Charlie tells it the deal is over and it can leave, but Pink Pingo begs him to wait a second. Now Charlie is getting annoyed. He tells Pink Pingo to stop bothering him, because he already said he isn't buying. Pink Pingo calls him cold, then starts dropping the price fast. It's 1.3 million, then 1.2 million, then 1 million. Charlie still refuses every time. Finally, since Pink Pingo is so desperate to sell, Charlie makes his own offer. 850,000 points. Pink Pingo nearly chokes. It knows Charlie is great at bargaining, and the adamantium has been sitting unsold for over 100 years because almost nobody can afford it. It also knows it may not get another rich buyer anytime soon. So after thinking it over, Pink Pingo agrees to 850,000 points. Even then, it tries one last time with a cute act, asking if Charlie can do 900,000 instead, since 850,000 would mean a loss. Charlie's expression gets even colder. Realizing it can't squeeze a single extra point out of him, Pink Pingo gives up and accepts the lower price, begging him to stop looking at it like that. The trade is completed. 1.5 kilograms of adamantium for 850,000 points. Even so, Pink Pingo is crying inside because the item should have sold for more. Charlie thinks to himself that he got the adamantium well below market price. Pink Pingo asks if he wants anything else, and Charlie says that's all. Then Pink Pingo disappears, saying Charlie can call again anytime. Charlie is sure the creature hated this deal, especially after losing over 50,000 points on it. After storing the adamantium in his inventory, Charlie says there's only one thing left to do: take it to Hephaestus so it can be refined. And his thoughts shift back to the test, and whatever Olympus is planning, one thing is clear: he can't walk into that situation unprepared. Refining adamantium is hard even for that old master. It could take anywhere from 1 to 3 months, and Charlie doesn't have that kind of time. So he decides to deal with the test first and bring the adamantium to the old man later. The test starts in 1 week. With that settled, Charlie keeps planning his next move and waits to see how things play out. The system introduces Hun, a pureblood from the Nangoon clan. His father is an executive in a mid-sized martial guild. The guild has plenty of strong fighters, but Hun stands out as a genius. He's talented, skilled, a strong leader, and he works incredibly hard. The scene shifts to a cave some distance away, where a group of spiders is getting wiped out. The system explains that this is the hardest dungeon on the 11th floor, the Labyrinth of Yakria. Someone inside questions whether this is really just hard, because the party is struggling badly to clear it. The others keep complaining, but the truth is they can't do much on their own. The one carrying the run from the back is Hun. The system introduces Captain Nangoon Hun. He tells the two with him to hurry. They need to clear the dungeon before the 11th floor test begins. One of them smugly says he barely needs to prepare. Since the team balance is a mess, the other points out that Charlie is on the other side, and he's strong. Captain Hun agrees and says Charlie is one of the real standouts. He even heard he passed the Celestial Demon's Shield test. Another guy complains that their luck is awful, because that terrible bearded fighter is on the other team. Captain Hun cuts him off and tells everyone to stop joking around and focus. No matter how bad things look, they still have to do their best. They move through the dungeon, trusting their captain completely. Since he's strong enough to handle any beast that shows up, the others follow his lead without question. Still, one thought stays in his mind. Who is Charlie? He's never even seen him, but he keeps hearing that name over and over. He doesn't know where Charlie came from either. All he knows is that the guy must be incredibly skilled, and he hopes they get to face each other in the test. Then something strange catches his eye deeper in the dungeon. It looks like an odd flame pink, with dark green-black sparks swaying back and forth without going out. Right away, he realizes something is wrong. He raises a hand, stops the group, and tells them to move much more carefully now. As they look up, they notice the ceiling is covered in that same pink fire, and none of them knows what it is. They keep moving while wondering if it's even fire at all. Captain Hua keeps staring at it. Then he notices something hanging from the ceiling, and wonders if it's dead. He points it out to the others. After that, he goes closer to check what it is. Getting close to something unknown is risky, but he does it anyway. He strikes the creature stuck to the ceiling. The body drops down. Everyone wonders if that charred thing is Gria, the dead boss. Looking closer, the shape and those small jaws full of teeth make it clear it really does look like Gria. One of the others asks if someone already cleared this place. Another says Gria wasn't just burned, she was completely roasted. But there are no signs of fire anywhere else, so they start wondering what kind of power could do that. Captain Hua studies the corpse and realizes Gria didn't simply burn to death. From the wound, he can tell she was finished with a single sword strike from a blade around 1.3 meters long. That means whoever fought her first trapped her with that fire, then ended it in one blow. Now he starts wondering who could have killed the boss so easily. The only answer he can think of is a hunker, but that makes no sense. Hunters like that rarely come to lower floors. Still, his conclusion doesn't change. Someone powerful came here and killed the boss. With the boss dead and the pink fire fading from the corpse, the choice is obvious. He tells the others to leave. The dungeon is already cleared. Not far away, the system announces that someone collected Gria's threads. Gria wasn't just any spider. She was a spider queen. Her thread is tough like metal, carries mana well, and stretches a lot. And of course, it's the maca. He stores it in his inventory. Good thing that inventory has no weight limit. Charlie knows that thread is expensive too, around 1,000 points. Holding that pink flame in his hand, he says it worked even better than he expected. Still, he doesn't fully understand how to use the fire yet, so Gria and her children ended up as his test subjects. Charlie explains that the fire isn't at full strength yet, because his skill level with it is still low. But that's not the important part. This flame grows by feeding on the target's emotions. Since emotions are hard to control, anyone ruled by fear becomes the perfect victim. The protagonist says this kind of outside power used to scare him, since the rankers all seem to have abilities like that. Now he has one too, and Charlie admits he couldn't have asked for a better power. To him, it's perfect, and as his arcane power and mastery grow, it'll become far stronger. Charlie says he's also raised the completion rate of the Skyslayer's star a lot. The system shows it's almost at 92%. He's happy with that. He got a lot done on this floor, and even though he still has a long way to go, he's growing faster than he expected. Then the scene shifts. After a peaceful week, the Mickey hopes things can stay that way. But on the way back to his room, a bunch of strangers suddenly block his path. One green-haired guy calls out, asking if he's Charlie. Charlie doesn't recognize any of them, so he answers coldly, yes, why? The green-haired guy introduces himself as Halamoon. He says everyone there is from Team A, and they've all heard a lot about Charlie. He brings up how unfair the team split was, then admits that half his team gave up before things even started. The rest, though, are still hanging on. Charlie quietly listens while the nervous group stands behind Halamoon. He says they stayed because they heard Charlie is famous and strong. Charlie bluntly asks, so what? Halamoon keeps going, and says Team B has plenty of talented people, but he's sure Charlie is stronger than all of them. The others admit they haven't given up because they're counting on him. Charlie answers right away. He knows the real reason they stayed is because they don't have points. Giving up costs a lot, anywhere from 100 to 1,000 points. On the lower floors, that's huge. Charlie looks them over and says they all seem broke. He tells them they probably figured quitting would waste too many points. Halamoon gets even more uneasy. Charlie says they're all trying to avoid saying it, then asks if he's wrong. Halamoon calls him rude, but still works up the courage to ask for a strategy to pass the test together. Charlie keeps walking to his room and tells them that if they value their lives, they should give up now. Nothing up there is worth dying for. That crushes Halamoon's last bit of hope. Charlie adds that what they did wasn't exactly great either, waiting outside his room when he doesn't even know them. Once inside, Charlie asks Halamoon if he's going to give up. Halamoon says no, he's still taking the test. The others are shocked. If he's not quitting, why tell them to? Charlie looks at them like the answer should be obvious and says that advice only applies to them because they're weak. The weaker members leave angry after Charlie refuses to team up with them. Nearby, some complain that Charlie is a jerk. One says he'd rather give up than die, and another asks if the rest feel the same way. Halamoon snaps back, saying only Charlie gets to look down on him, not them. He calls them weak and says they came here hoping to cooperate, only to walk away humiliated. And just like that, the hope he had in Charlie is gone. All that's left is disappointment. The scene changes to Hypno's room, where he's looking over the group list. He knows the gap in level and skill between Group A and Group B is huge. One thing is certain, they're going to hate him for this because the test setup is plainly unfair. He keeps thinking about Charlie, someone with a bright future who is now being targeted by Olympus. The system then tells us that Hypno is the examiner for the 11th floor test. He keeps thinking about the order from Olympus, kill the player Charlie, and if he does it well, he knows a big reward is coming. Hypno smiles, genuinely happy to carry it out. He can't wait to kill the man, so he gets on his bowl and gets ready for the test. While waiting, he checks a tablet, handles a bunch of contracts, and ends up with 50 points. Then his phone suddenly starts ringing and buzzing. Annoyed, he mutters, "Who is messaging me right before the test?" He checks it and sees it's from Hera. Whatever she says stays between the two of them. The scene shifts to the Black Forest in Alila. Everything is set up in a very uneven way. Team A has 51 people, while Team B has 200. Then someone notices a person gave up. Charlie is surprised his team still has that many members. After what he said earlier, he thought even more people would quit, but 51 is still a lot. He already knows this test is a trap aimed at him, and he's worried innocent people on his team will get dragged into it and killed. Suddenly a loud voice echoes out to everyone, telling them the test is about to begin. Hypnos appears and introduces himself as the examiner for the 11th off-floor test. He points out that Team A has far fewer members, but the setup won't change. It will stay 51 against 200. Then he says he'll skip the fluff and explain the rules. Pulling a flag from his inventory, he reveals that this test is capture the flag. Next, he goes over the basics. A person holding one flag has 1 point. If someone gets a second flag, the two combine into one marked with the number 2. So by looking at a flag's number, you can tell how many flags that person has. Then Hypnos points toward the two teams and answers the next obvious question. Where do the flags come from? He explains that the forest was created long ago by the 11th off-floor administrator. It's huge and packed with monsters of all kinds. Flags are scattered throughout the area, mostly carried by monsters, so beating one gets you its flag. A few can also be found in random spots, but monsters are the best source. Hypnos brags that placing all those flags took a lot of work, especially hiding them on the monsters. Someone from Team A asks where exactly he put them, but Hypnos just grins and says that's a secret. Their job is to collect as many as they can. Another person asks if the team with the most flags at the end wins. Hypnos smiles like he's been waiting for that question. He says this isn't about just collecting flags, it's about capturing them. That means players can take flags from enemy teams and stolen flags count as their own. How they do it is up to them. They can steal, kill, threaten, anything goes. Hearing that, one person on Team A freezes up. Hypnos then reveals the last rule. Each team will have a king chosen at random. Any flags in the king's possession will count double. He explains this is in chess. If a king is lost, the team doesn't automatically lose. The match keeps going, but that team won't get a new king. So luck matters. If the king is strong, no one will dare target him. If not, he'll be easy prey. Hearing that, the protagonist thinks luck has nothing to do with it. He's sure some weak player on his team is about to get picked. Then Hypnos uses his power to officially start the test and choose the kings. Huge circles appear beneath the participants. The system announces that the 11th off-floor test capture the flag has now begun and will last 24 hours. Then the score display appears, 200 on one side and 0 on the other. A random golden light suddenly shines, and someone wonders what it means. It turns out the green-haired guy has been chosen as Team A's king. Somehow he's the lucky one. He's not a total coward, though. He quickly asks the others what they're supposed to do, while the brave one thinks this was exactly the kind of thing he expected. Charlie has already cleared 10 floors, so he knows how hard that is. It makes him wonder how someone as weak as that guy even reached the 11th floor. Charlie starts walking off, and the green-haired guy runs after him, yelling that he needs protection since he's the king. Without even looking back, Charlie tells him that's not how you ask for help. He keeps moving and says he's going to find flags. Then he warns the guy that if he wants to live, he should stay right there. If he doesn't move, he probably won't run into Team B. With that, the Mika looks away from him and decides it's time to get started. The scene cuts to another part of the forest, where Captain Hush from Team B is also thinking this team split feels suspicious. Most of his teammates already see the test as an easy win. They're stronger and their team is 4 times bigger, so they head out like the hunt is already over. But Captain Hush notices they're way too relaxed. Having the numbers advantage doesn't mean they should drop their guard in a test like this. He's clearly unhappy about how one-sided it is when a woman asks if he's feeling nervous. Captain Hush turns to see who's talking to him. It's Roll. He already knows who she is, a support player famous for healing, so people call her an angel. A moment later, Roll covers him in buffs, and he's stunned by the sudden rush of power. He realizes she's not just healing him, she's boosting him too, and that impresses him right away. Now he understands why people call her an angel. Her skills are rare, and among support players, she's clearly one of the best. Roll tells him not to worry. She says the gap between Team A and Team B is ridiculous, which is why everyone on their side is so calm. Captain Hush asks if that doesn't seem strange to her. If the teams were truly random, why did all the strongest people end up on his side while the weaker ones landed on the other? Robert says she doesn't think it's a coincidence at all. In her world, there's a saying, in the world of the strong, there are no coincidences. Then she asks if he knows who their team's king is. It seems nobody really does, so that person is probably just some ordinary player who shrugs and says it shouldn't matter. Their team is far stronger anyway. Still, one thing keeps bothering him. He remembers seeing someone shine earlier, but he can't remember who it was. That's what feels wrong, because he almost never forgets anything. He can recall nearly everything that's ever happened in his life, yet he still can't remember that person's face. He only remembers someone passing by in a flash, and to him that makes no sense at all. The one Captain Hush can't remember is Team B's king. He's hidden under a cloak, completely covered, so even after seeing his face, Hush still can't recall it. Elsewhere in the huge forest, Team A's king watches the flag gap between both teams. The target mark on his clothes makes him stand out so badly you could hit him even in the dark. Someone walks up and reports that there were fewer flags near the road than they expected. Most of the flags were being guarded by monsters, but they still collected a lot. If they turn in what they have now, they can move up on the scoreboard. He also knows one person on their team is carrying hard. So far, they've found 59 flags, and he's sure that player has a big share of them. That player is Char. The green-haired king remembers Char didn't seem willing to work with them at first, but now he's sure Team A can't beat Team B without Char risking his life. The green-haired king knows Char went off alone, but Char told him to stay put, so that's what he plans to do. Then another teammate comes over, complaining that the forest is way too big and hard to search, so they start moving through the woods at night, talking as they walk. One asks where Team B first spawned, but nobody knows. They stop to rest for a bit, tired from walking past midnight, and it becomes clear Team A's plan is falling apart. Then a noise comes from the forest, and they panic. Thinking it's a monster, one of them yells, "Who's there? Show yourself." But it wasn't a monster, it was the enemy. A team player rushes back to the hideout, warning them he told them to be careful. The system announces that enemy players have entered the area and orders them to protect their flags from being stolen. One of the invaders admits he had a bad feeling the moment he saw Charlie on Team A. Still, he figures Charlie can't do much now without his king, and capturing the enemy king gives a ton of contribution points. A bald fighter pulls a mace from his inventory and tries to rally everyone. It's 10 against 11, he says, convinced they can still win. Then a dagger slices his throat. He doesn't even get a chance to scream. The killer stays hidden and finishes him before he can defend himself. Seeing Johann get cut down like that, the king freezes in shock. The assassin calmly corrects them. Not 10, I counted 9 still alive. And with that, the slaughter begins. The killer's point was simple. There were only 9 left now. After that, everything fell apart. There may have been 9 people, but at least 6 ran. 1 hesitated. And the king just stood there like a target with only 1 brave ally beside him. On the enemy side, there was just that blood-covered psycho, and he mocked them, asking where they thought they were going. The one loyal fighter near the king notices someone coming from behind and warns him to turn around fast. A blade flashes past, nearly brushing the king's face, and he just stands there stunned, not knowing what to do. The enemy warrior shouts for him to move and swings at the king. The hit is so strong it tears through the defender in front of him and drops him in one blow. As that body hits the ground, the attacker declares the king is his. The green-haired king is still down, too scared to stand, his legs refusing to move. Now the blood-soaked enemy stands right in front of him, ready to finish it. Instead of fighting back, the king just screams. He shuts his eyes, already sure he's about to die. Then he hears a strange sound, opens one eye slowly, and tries to see what happened. What he sees is the MC right beside him, and the enemy split apart so cleanly it looks like more than one body hit the ground. Charlie glares at the king and snaps that he told him to stay still instead of wandering off. He adds that their starting point was probably a safe zone. The green-haired king doesn't know whether to cry, thank him, or keep shaking. He's too terrified to even speak. Charlie stands there like a hero, while the king keeps silently thanking the MC for saving his life. It all happens so fast the enemy's body is still falling. One teammate asks if this is the real Charlie. The answer is obvious. Who else would leave their friend behind like that and still come charging back this hard? The remaining enemies try to run using the oldest survival plan there is. Even so, one of them stays behind, wanting to stop the MC. Charlie tears into them at such crazy speed that all anyone can catch is a blur passing by. They don't even have time to react. 3 are already down, and the MC keeps pressing the rest without mercy. The biggest coward finally shouts for everyone to turn back and gang up on Charlie, hoping they can kill him for good. But that plan falls apart the second the MC closes in again. Charlie swings once. The slash is so fast, the dying man still has time to speak before he falls apart. Charlie keeps the lesson going, 1 becomes 2. Watching that, another enemy starts shaking so badly he nearly wets himself. The MC is running on pure rage now. His sword comes down on the terrified enemy next. Just before dying, the guy drops to his knees at the MC's feet, laughing in panic. Charlie glances over and says that one's done. When he's told to keep fighting, the terrified survivor can't even answer. He just trembles and cries for his mom. Then they ask Charlie what they should take. And since families aren't part of this game, only the flags matter, so the angry MC grabs the flags. From this spot alone, he collects 8. The green-haired king is stunned. At the same time, he's deeply thankful he's on the MC's team. If the MC were on the other side, he'd be dead for sure. Charlie then tells the king they've finally reached the halfway point of the game. The king is confused. Halfway already, only 4 real hours have passed. But inside this game world, 12 hours have gone by. Charlie asks the green-haired king where the rest of their teammates are, and he explains they split up because they thought searching separately would get more flags. Charlie says that was actually the best choice they made. If they'd stayed together, their flags probably would have been stolen. Then the king looks at how many flags Charlie's holding. There are 27, and he's shocked by how many that is. He asks how Char gathered so many, and Char brushes it off like it's nothing. He says Team A has 64 in total, and with his own haul added in, it's around 67. Charlie realizes they've finally reached the next phase. Now it's time to steal flags. He already knows how the other teams will think because he'd do the same. Once the game is halfway over, robbing enemy players is much easier than hunting monsters, so he warns the king that from now on, way more people will come after him. The king points at himself and grumbles, "Me?" Then the brave ally steps closer and reminds him that yes, he's the king here. He can't just wander around alone anymore. Char warns him not to get more than 20 meters away. He also says that even if the enemy king disappeared, winning would still be hard because the number gap is too big. Charlie steps in and asks, "Your name's Harimu, right?" Harimu politely confirms it. Then the MC makes himself clear, Don't leave his side by more than 20 meters or he'll die. The real game starts now. In another part of the forest, the group that escaped from Char meets up with their teammates and says they only got away by handing over their flags. The one explaining it is Power Range Rosa. He tells Captain Hook that Char's skills are insane. He's not making excuses. There was just no way to fight someone that strong. Power Range Rosa adds that even Kyle and Mark, who are much stronger than him, got taken out in a single hit. Now there are 2 Kyles and 2 Marks, split clean in half. Another teammate says Char's sword moved so fast you couldn't even see it. Captain Hook listens with his eyes shut, piecing it all together. Then Power Range Rosa adds one more thing. The mech's eyes looked like a ghost's, and that alone was terrifying. Hearing all this, Captain Hook thinks it's pathetic. Team B is packed with gifted, powerful players, yet 10 of them still got crushed by one guy. Just how strong is Shark at power range? Rosa says they still can beat him, even if he stays with a group, but Shark is insanely strong. Another player backs him up. Yeah, there were 10 of them and it still changed nothing. Running was the only option. Right then Rosa arrives and asks if it's true. Shark already met Team A's king. Anya says that, if so, those 2 will likely stick together from now on, since Shark will guard his king. Rob Roll immediately orders them to contact every talented player on Team B. They're going to build a plan to catch Shark. Captain Hook asks if she really wants to use that plan. She says there's still plenty of time left and they can't keep avoiding Shark forever. Team B only lost a few members, while their side is still basically an army full of strong players. Calling them the strongest ones there, she starts buffing everyone around her. In her eyes, they're the key to turning this around, so they decide to go after them. While powering everyone up, she asks Captain Hook if he has a better idea. Nobody says a word, because they all know she's right. With that, she makes the decision for everyone and tells them to start the plan right away. Fueled by all those buffs, Adalisha says they finally have something to do. Then someone says they're going to kill King Shark. The other pauses, confused. Kill who? Then he gets it, the king and Shark. The system announces that 12 hours have passed since the test began, and Shark keeps collecting flags. He grabs one here, another there, and the same thing keeps happening. Enemies show up, hand over their flags and run. Green-haired Kika says this doesn't even feel like a team battle anymore. It's more like 200 against 1, and that one is the monster called Shark. He also notices the king isn't doing much at all. Back to the story. By now Shark has reached 100 flags, which is a huge number. He knows 100 flags means 1,000 points, but he still doesn't plan to turn them in yet. Looking at the king, Shark realizes this is going to be a pain. He doesn't just have to fight others. He also has to keep this dead weight alive. Even so, he keeps moving, because if someone kills the king and steals all those flags, it's over. That would be impossible to recover from. So Bravo decides he'll only hand his flags over to Kika's head at the very end. Kika's head points out that the enemies are so scared they don't even fight anymore. They just give up their flags and run. Green-haired Kika says he can't tell if that's pure survival instinct or if someone is giving them orders. Shark starts thinking the same thing. It's been happening for a while now, and it's way too strange. He wonders if Team B knows exactly who he is and keeps sharing his location. Kika's head just looks lost and admits he doesn't understand any of it. Shark figures Team B already knows he's traveling with the king. That means they're probably passing his location around in real time. They may even have a deal. The second they see him, they surrender their flags and run so they don't die. The king chimes in, asking why they do that if it means losing. Shark says he's sure they're planning something bigger. Then Shark notices something. Even while talking, he never lets his guard down, and his senses sharpen at once. In a flash, Bravo catches an arrow aimed straight at the king, moving at insane speed. He immediately looks toward where it was fired from, while the king nearly loses his mind. Shark stops the arrow just an inch from the king's eye, making it clear he isn't messing around. Kika's head freezes in fear and can only tremble. The shock is so bad that Kika's head drops to the ground. Shaking, he asks Shark what just happened. Shark snaps the arrow in his hand and finally understands. The enemies were giving up flags to stay alive and keep as many Team B members in play as possible. That way they could keep their formation intact. Shark recognizes it as an old combat tactic. He stretches his senses farther to scan the area. That's when he realizes he's surrounded from all sides, like a giant web has been cast over him. It's the web of heaven and earth. Shark sees the trap clearly. Now, If he had killed everyone instead of letting them run, they wouldn't all be here waiting to ambush him. Green-haired Kika turns ice cold. Shark scares him that much. People are trying to kill him, yet they aren't targeting the king first. Shark doesn't like hearing that. He lifts his sword. Kika's head is still on the ground, panicking and begging him not to do it. Without hesitation, Shark swings at the ground around him. He finishes the cut. Kika had both hands over his face, too scared to look. He only heard the sound of the blade. Once Shark stops, Kika, drenched in sweat, looks down and realizes it's a circle. Shark orders him to stay inside it no matter what happens. The second he steps out, he's dead. Green-haired Kika blurts out, asking if Shark is telling him to die there. Shark stares at him and says he never said that. He only said to stay in the circle and not leave. Shark reminds him that he already warned him once before, and Kika ignored him. If he keeps wandering around and refusing to listen, then yes, he'll die for sure. Kika swallows hard and asks if all he has to do is stay inside the circle. Shark says yes, stay there and live. Step out again and nobody will save him. Even then, Kika still asks for confirmation and Shark repeats himself, just stay there. Shark turns to leave, but the king calls after him again, asking for a promise that he won't die if he stays put. Shark doesn't even bother answering and keeps walking. Then green-haired Kika runs after the mechs, trying to leave the circle, yelling for Shark to come back. Shark whips around and points his sword at him. Kika freezes and stammers, asking what it is. Shark warns him one last time, don't leave the circle. If he steps out and follows him again, Shark will kill him himself. Nearby, several enemies talk among themselves. One asks why someone already tried to kill the enemy king. Another says they sacrificed 55 people just to create this chance. That's exactly Shark's style. Keep him busy while he's badly outnumbered and force him to fight while protecting the king. 3 players are talking together. One of them is someone who showed up before, the same guy who once lost the nerve to fight, but now he's much bolder after getting a royal buff. He says Shark is heading into the forest. One of the others spots Shark coming alone and asks what he's doing after leaving the king behind. The answer comes back fast. That's right, the king stayed behind. Then the third player, who hadn't spoken yet, tells the other 2 to move aside. They turn and realize he's fully fired up and ready to fight. This player isn't named, but his face says it all. Coxcomb. He thinks Team B is full of famous players and the big guilds are probably watching this whole event. Anyone who stands out here could land a great sponsorship. Convinced he's strong enough, he raises his spear and lines up a killing blow. He's over 500 meters away from the mic, but throwing a spear is his specialty. He lets it fly. The spear shoots out at terrifying speed, even faster than sound. In his mind, arrows are too weak. The spear is what will change everything. He imagines becoming a star, admired by everyone as the man who killed Shark, and his spear races straight toward the mech bull. But then Charlie suddenly drops low and the spear keeps flying straight ahead at full speed. A second later, they notice the spear has stopped in midair. Crista di Gallo freezes, totally lost on how that even happened. Then the spear shoots back just as fast. It moves so quickly they don't even see the return, only hear it, and the warrior beside Crista di Gallo is killed on the spot. Crista di Gallo turns around, but his body locks up when he hears cries behind him. People screaming that they're dead. The bald warrior is hanging in the air, held by an invisible force. That means the MC is here using the Crystal of Stars. Its stealth can't be found with detection magic, and it also wipes out the user's presence and keel. Unless you're within about a meter, the only things that can spot it are the eyes of the monkey or the eyes of truth. Charlie finishes off the bald guy with an easy strike and coldly says they're nothing but weak trash. He saved Crista di Gallo for last, since that guy tried to kill him. Seeing the protagonist step out of invisibility, Crista di Gallo is left stunned. Charlie doesn't joke around. He grabs him and demands, "Tell me where Nangung Rung is." Now, in the direction Crista di Gallo pointed, another group is gathered, talking about how Charlie vanished again. One of them says Charlie's stealth is on another level. He can't catch even a trace of him. Another guy doesn't get it and asks if it's really that good. The watcher says yes. Even if Charlie stood right in front of him, he still wouldn't see him. Then someone wonders if Charlie is an assassin using 1,000 miles of white eyes. The answer is no. Assassins don't use long swords and they usually dress in black. Right then, Someone steps out of invisibility beside the observer and says, nice, you're using 1,000 miles of white eyes, right? Pretty cool. I like it. Everyone is shocked because Charlie is already standing in the middle of them and no one noticed him arrive. He says the scouts who came ahead did well by attacking instead of only watching. Because of that, he figured out their strategy. Heaven and Earth formation. It's a smart plan, but with so few people, it's full of openings. The player using 1,000 miles of white eyes snaps back, what openings? We don't just have a few people. Look around. Charlie, who had been keeping watch the whole time, realizes the rest have finally arrived. Then Captain Hu and Anya show up, who already has his sword out and asks if Charlie really left his king behind like that, or if he gave up on the test just to fight. Captain Hu says he's sorry. It had to come to this. Charlie just stands there not following what he's trying to say. Hu explains that this wasn't the plan, but he ended up with an excellent team while Charlie's team is awful. Still, he says he isn't ashamed of it, this is a game. He goes on saying the game is partly luck and this time luck isn't on Charlie's side. Charlie cuts him off and tells him to stop talking in circles and get to the point. Hu actually likes that and says he prefers being direct too. So he says it plainly, Charlie, give up the test. I don't want to fight you, just surrender. Charlie starts laughing because now he finally sees the plan, wants to scare him into giving up since he's surrounded and boxed in. Charlie tells Captain Hu he's nothing like the story said. He heard Hu was quiet, but the guy talks way too much. Then the protagonist raises his sword, making it clear he has no plan to surrender. Hu expected that, but he's still surprised Charlie won't back down even now. So he draws himself up and decides he'll have to fight. Full of confidence, he orders everyone else to stay back. He'll face Charlie alone. Charlie mocks him saying if Hu wants a duel, fine, but he doesn't care if everyone jumps in at once either. Hu refuses and says he'll handle this by himself. Then he suddenly bursts forward. He charges at the protagonist while Charlie waits with his special eyes activated. The moment Hu gets close, their swords crash together with explosive force. Charlie lights up right away. Finally, a strong opponent. He likes this and gets interested in Captain Hu's real stats. Hu stays calm, then readies an even stronger strike. Their clash turns fierce. Captain Hu is going all out because he wants to defeat Charlie himself and crush his pride. He's using the Nangoon clan's Imperial Sword, a huge heavy weapon that creates intense pressure just by being swung. It's hard to block because every hit carries massive weight, but then Hu starts sweating. Something is very wrong. He's the one getting pushed back. Charlie's sword feels even heavier. His blows are stronger too. The protagonist is overwhelming him with raw power. The gap is huge and Charlie isn't even sweating. He's smiling like he's just having fun. Hu can't believe it. Even with the Imperial Sword and all its power, he's still losing in a straight strength match. Then a green light wraps around Captain Hu's body, boosting his speed and power. Even so, Charlie keeps forcing him back. The system reveals that Hu has received the Archangel's blessing, raising all his stats: strength, vitality, speed, and regeneration. Hu angrily looks back, his sword shaking a little, as the protagonist shouts at the one supporting him, "Hey, what kind of cheap move is that? I told you to buff me." She fires back that she already did and the effect is still active. If he's still losing after that, then isn't the fight already over? She tells Captain Hu to look at Charlie and ask himself if Charlie looks like someone who thinks the fight is over, because Charlie is still pressing forward. Hu gets even more annoyed and snaps back that the fight isn't over yet. But while he's talking, a pink flame starts rising around the protagonist. The moment Captain Hu sees it, fear hits him. He stares at the purple-pink fire and thinks, I've seen those flames before. Then he remembers Gria, the boss of the hardest dungeon, was killed by that fire. Looking at Charlie now, Hu realizes it can't be a coincidence. There can't be two people on this floor with the same flames, so it had to be him. Charlie stands there perfectly calm, not even breathing hard, like he just woke up. And Captain Hu finally understands it wasn't Hank. He was Charlie who killed Gria. Still, something doesn't add up. The power Charlie is showing now feels very different from the strike that sliced through Gria. While those flames circle his body, Hu keeps thinking the one who killed Gria almost seemed like a different person. With the attack power Charlie is using right now, Hu can't imagine him killing Gria in a single blow. So he keeps staring at that strange fire, trying to figure it out. To him, there are only two answers. Either someone else killed Gria, Or Charlie has been holding back this whole time, and only now does who truly understand how bad this is. Off to the side, the support is still casting buffs on the others. Confused because no one seems to be making a move, she wonders why the fight has stalled. Then a telepathic message reaches her. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Anya is startled by the message in her head. Captain Who tells them there's no point in continuing. If they keep fighting Charlie, they'll be wiped out. The people around them are shocked. Is Captain Who really admitting defeat? The battle looked pretty even from the outside. Then Who breaks the silence and asks Charlie one question. Were you the one who cleared Gria's dungeon? Charlie boldly answers. And if I was, what's that to you? Captain Who says Coram wouldn't understand. Charlie can already tell Who Charlie has lost the will to fight. And he really has. Hutra lowers his sword, rests it on his back and gives up. As Who troops starts to leave, the others are left stunned. They whisper about Gria, that impossible dungeon they challenged this week. And now they're asking the same thing in disbelief. Was Charlie really the one who cleared it? As their captain starts leaving, the others stop him and ask what's wrong. One of them says he knows Charlie is strong, but giving up before the real fight even starts makes no sense. If they all attack together, they might still have a shot. The captain says, a win like that means nothing. Sure, this is supposed to be a team game, but right now it's basically 200 people jumping one guy. And even then, Charlie is still keeping up. If anyone deserves to pass, it's him. Then he tells everyone else they can fight if they want, but he and his team are leaving. As he calls his group to move out, Rock says he's nothing like the story she heard about him. She says he looks less like a brave man and more like a coward. Captain Who doesn't even argue. He tells her to call him whatever she wants, but he values his life and his teammates' lives too much to throw them away in a fight they can't win. Some of his own people feel ashamed and still want to challenge Charlie, but they also get why their captain made that choice. He's thinking about the whole team, not just his pride. With that, Captain Who leaves with his 8 members. Bufenta, though, is furious. More than 40 people are still on her side. She steps forward and gets ready to fight. That's when Charlie remembers what the gods told him before he went back in time. Hercules had warned him that this was basically an adult fighting kids, so he should avoid needless slaughter. Another god agreed and said some of these people would become important allies in the future. So when Charlie came back, he was told to spare as many lives as he could. Some of the people he meets now are meant to become rankers, and there's no reason to lose future allies for nothing. Charlie thinks Hercules would have found a way to avoid killing anyone. That's who Hercules is, a real hero who keeps his word. Charlie respects that, but he also knows he's not a hero. And if someone is reckless enough, he won't hesitate to kill. The Max smiles and calls out to the crowd. He thought they were all going to retreat with the others, but now it looks like they want to keep going. In his head, he decides he'll try not to kill them, but if it comes down to them or him, he's choosing himself. Bufenta starts casting a holy blessing and intense light spreads through the area. She stacks buff after buff on her side, then yells for everyone to rush him at once. More than 40 fighters charge the mech together with sacred fire circling his body and a grin on his face. Charlie tells them it's about time they all join this little kid's fight. Then he releases the sacred fire and sends it pouring across the field. The flames spread right in front of Rule's side. The fighters freeze, confused by what kind of skill they're looking at. Then they realize that strange fire has shut down their abilities. Rule screams that Charlie is still alone on the other side and all they have to do is push through. Hey you, if you're watching this video and that came off wrong, I'm not trying to offend anybody. What I mean is never mind, back to the fight. The buffs are still active, raising everyone's stats, but what they really need now is courage. That's because the sacred fire takes shape through people's fear. To them, the fire looks like a giant demon. The terror is so strong they can barely move and the whole group starts panicking, screaming that a demon is right in front of them. Charlie finds that interesting because to him the sacred fire also looks like a demon. The flames keep growing as they feed on everyone's fear. Still, one fighter forces himself forward, shaking the whole way. Charlie realizes the fire is getting too big and if it keeps spreading like this, controlling it will get harder. He needs to finish this fast. One trembling guy makes it right up to Charlie, wrapped in the flames only because Charlie hasn't let the fire consume him yet. Shaking badly, he says he has to kill Charlie and raises his sword. Seeing that 2 of them managed to get this close, Charlie realizes they only pulled it off because of the buffs. He stays still and lets the fire do the work for him. From a distance, Charlie watches roll and notices she has way more than just 1 or 2 support skills. She keeps raising her hands and calling out buff after buff, powering up everyone around her. Then she pours everything she has into one last enhancement. Charlie immediately notices this buff is different from the others, so he knows he can't let it finish. He grips his sword and finally moves to attack. Roji watches in shock as the mech cuts through her buff with a single swing. She can't understand how he did it, even knowing his sword is coated with star crystal. To her, it should have been impossible, but it's real. The mech completely blows apart the massive buff covering the battlefield. A moment later, only the support caster and a few stragglers are still standing. Charlie has completely taken over the fight and her strongest buff was crushed by raw force from his sword. She looks around and sees all the fighters beside her trembling in fear. Then Captain Hook's warning comes back to her. If they keep fighting Charlie, they'll all die. She also remembers calling him a coward and how he answered that pride didn't matter more than his teammates' lives. Now her anger is gone. She knows there's no way to beat a monster like this and Captain Hook was right to retreat. Dozens of people have already been taken down by the fire, but they're still alive. Through telepathy, the support angel tells everyone they have no chance and they need to fall back. She says dying here over a few flags makes no sense. Even if some of them have kings, it's not worth their lives. So she orders a full retreat, while the mech silently watches their faces and figures out what they're planning. Realizing they're about to run, the mech shouts that if they want to leave, they need to drop their flags first, otherwise he'll take their lives instead. Terrified, the support caster asks if he heard her telepathy. Charlie says no. He can just tell from their faces that they're scared and ready to bolt. Trying to act tough, she asks what he'll do if they leave without handing anything over. Charlie tells her he's serious. He's not joking and he's not letting that happen. He warns them not to test him, hand over the flags and go. If anyone tries to leave with one, he'll kill them. So the flags start piling up in front of the mech. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bufenta has 8 flags and gives them all to the mech. When she does, she asks if he really won't kill anyone. With more than 40 people there, Charlie ends up collecting a huge haul. After that, she tells him that losing their flags now isn't the end. They can still gather more later, while he's alone and doesn't even have a king. Over time, her team could still outscore his. Charlie stares at her and asks what exactly she wants. Does she want him to kill her? If she's trying to provoke him, she better say it clearly. Then she says she heard he turned down offers from major guilds, but Zion is on a whole different level. She promises that if Charlie joins Zion, he'll be treated far better than she is. Charlie shuts it down right away. No thanks. To him, this is just another guild trying to recruit him, and he's not interested. She's clearly not used to hearing no, so the rejection hits her hard, especially because it came so fast. Even so, she doesn't give up. She asks for his phone number instead, and Charlie refuses that too. Anya, who's used to getting her way, asks Charlie why he's acting like this. She says she's only thinking about his future. To her, it makes no sense that he went through such an unfair test and still refused to quit. That tells her he has a clear goal, even if she has no idea what it is. Still, Anya won't drop it. She keeps pushing, saying no one climbs the tower alone. You need strong allies and a powerful guild, and Zion can fully back him. Even with that kind of support, she says, climbing is still hard. Someone at Charlie's level should already know that strength and skill alone aren't enough. Then she gets straight to the point and asks why he's trying to climb the tower by himself. Charlie can tell Anya has no idea how to back off. She keeps staring at him, trying to win him over. He even thinks that stubborn drive is probably how she climbs so fast. But none of that changes his mind. To Charlie, joining a guild would only get in the way of what he came here to do. Guilds are always fighting each other in the tower, and he knows their pride, greed, and distrust can ruin everything. That's why he refuses to belong to anyone or take their help. He has to walk the hardest path alone. He's carrying the tower's burden on his back so that when the worst time, he can become the one everyone gathers around. Charlie snaps out of his thoughts and asks Anya why everyone is so interested in him. Is she trying to learn why he chose to walk this path alone? He answers for himself. There's no big reason, nothing special. He just knows he can climb the tower alone, and he doesn't need a team or a guild. Anya thinks that's impossible, but Charlie disagrees. What he needs to do can only be done this way. And just like that, we're already at part 10. The chapter shifts to a forest where someone curses in frustration, wondering when he's coming back after being gone so long. It's the king, nervously waiting and too scared to go deeper into the woods. Every little sound puts him on edge, and the forest at night is getting to him. Fear keeps building in his head. He's completely terrified. Hours pass while he waits there, wondering how much longer it'll take for the protagonist to return. Then he spots a golden light rushing toward him through the forest, and he has no idea what it is. As it gets close, the light turns into a fireball. At the last second, he barely dodges it while staying inside the circle. Then he hears voices. The enemies are close, talking like they've already found him. The green-headed king panics, but he can't run. He has to stay inside the circle. 6 enemies close in and mock him, asking if he wants to die. They can't believe he stayed put after a fireball was launched at him from far away. One of them says they'll finish this quickly. Even with Captain Hu and Anirecap on their side, their team is still struggling because of Charlie. Another says Charlie must be insanely strong if he's giving that group this much trouble. The king stays inside the circle, realizing Charlie is really fighting Team B by himself, and he knows that team has plenty of dangerous crafty people. While he waits, he remembers the protagonist's warning. If he left again, he wouldn't be able to help him, so he had to stay inside the circle no matter what. The king knows running won't work. He stands out too much in the dark, and if he fights all these skilled enemies head-on, he's sure to lose. Even so, he clenches his fist and refuses to give up. He tells himself he'll stay in the circle and buy time for Charlie to come back. He fully trusts the protagonist. Pulling out his sword, he gets ready to fight from inside the circle. Trying to act brave, he shouts at them to come at him if they've got the guts. One enemy laughs and calls him a joke, saying he's way too weak to stop any of them. Another tells the others to ignore him. He probably lost his mind when he saw them coming and didn't even try to run. Then he reminds them they're here to split the points fairly. The others agree and turn their full attention to the king. An enemy suddenly yells, and 2 kunai shoot straight at the green-headed king. He reacts fast enough to block both, but the force is so strong it knocks his sword loose. The impact is much worse than he expected and nearly sends him out of the circle. He manages to keep from losing completely, but the kunai were only a distraction. The attacker is already right in front of him while his guard is still broken. A kick slams into his face. This time he really loses his sword and crashes to the ground. Still, he lands inside the circle. His enemy stands over him like it was almost too easy. The attacker grabs him by the shirt and the king trembles while repeating that he won't leave the circle. As long as he stays inside, he can hold on. The enemy tells him to speak up because he can't hear his muttering. Then he says it's nothing personal, he just needs to win the game, so he has to kill him, pinning the king down with a dagger in hand. He tells him to blame his bad luck and his bad team. He's about to strike when smoke suddenly starts spreading through the area. In the next instance, something hits the attacker so hard he's sent flying and killed in one blow. The rest of the enemies freeze, shocked that their ally died that easily. The king stares in confusion and looks over, asking what that thing is. The others are just as shaken, wondering if they're looking at some kind of ghost. The system reveals the answer: celestial demon spirit. It's a man who made copy of the protagonist, left behind to protect the king inside the circle. The king has no idea what he's looking at, but he knows one thing: he survived. For that, he's thankful. Far away, the protagonist feels his skill activate and immediately realizes something is happening on the other side of the forest. That makes him think back to his talk with Anja. He admits that, in a lot of ways, she's impressive. He even says that, if they meet again, he hopes they'll be on the same team next time. After that, he leaves her and heads through the forest toward the king, thinking the conversation lasted way longer than he wanted. Still, he's glad things ended peacefully and no one had to die. He also believes that as long as the king kept his promise to stay inside the circle, he should be safe. Then Charlie glances back, feeling like one last thing still needs to be dealt with. He looks into the forest and calls out, telling the hidden watcher to come out now that everyone else is gone. A golden aura appears just like the one around the king. The invisible person asks Charlie when he noticed him. Charlie answers that it's been a while. The masked figure finally drops his invisibility and praises Charlie's sharp instincts. Turns out this masked man is Team A's king. The masked man studies Charlie in the area around him. Charlie used a massive fire attack, but it left no burn marks anywhere except on its target. That shocks him. He can tell this flame chooses what to burn on its own, and now he wants that skill for himself. Charlie looks at the masked man and asks why a test examiner is here. The question clearly catches him off guard. Shaken, he asks, "Can you see my face?" Charlie says yes, plain as day. That surprises the masked man even more. He starts wondering if Charlie has some way to see through his illusion. Now he realizes the warning about Charlie wasn't exaggerated at all. Charlie really did break through his skill. The enemy king tells Charlie he's impressed. He expected Charlie to go after him first, and Hypnos is nearby laughing at the whole thing. Hypnos says he didn't expect Charlie to be alone against Team B. Then he starts spreading dark magic through the area and Charlie tenses up right away. He knows the attack has started. Charlie recognizes Hypnos at once. He knows he's an Olympian and famous for illusion skills, and if someone like him interferes in an official test, the punishment will be huge once the administrator finds out. Charlie is sure Hypnos must have a death wish. Even so, he releases Sacred Fire to push back the dark mana and tells Hypnos they set a clever trap to catch him. Sacred Fire wraps around Charlie completely while Hypnos keeps pouring out power. Hearing Charlie still talk startles Hypnos. A normal player would have fallen asleep the moment that mana spread. Since Charlie is still standing, Hypnos figures either his stats are absurdly high or he's forcing himself awake through sheer will. Then we get the message Hypnos received earlier from Lady Era. Kill Charlie no matter what, by any means necessary. At first, Hypnos thought sending an Olympian after an 11th EF floor player was overkill, but after seeing Charlie himself, he understands why they're so nervous. Hypnos' darkness spreads even farther, clashing with Charlie's Sacred Fire. The skill is called Dark Night. Charlie grows wary as that mana presses down on him. Hypnos explains that Dark Night puts every living being in its range under an illusion and forces them to sleep. Since his first attempt didn't work, Hypnos uses a much stronger version. This time, Dark Night crashes down on the mic with far more force, and Hypnos asks if he really thinks he can resist it. Charlie starts getting drowsy. Hypnos tells him to stop fighting it and give in. Hypnos promises him a beautiful dream, and the mech finally drops asleep. With Charlie under the spell, Hypnos walks toward him. As he pulls out a dagger, Hypnos talks to the sleeping Charlie. If a low-rank player claimed he fought someone from Olympus, nobody would believe him. Skilled or not, Hypnos says Charlie would still be called a liar. Someone like him should never have had the chance to meet one of the great Olympians. Then he presses the dagger to the mech's neck. He adds that Charlie could have bragged all he wanted if he somehow made it out alive. But Hypnos knows that won't happen. As he holds the dagger to Charlie's throat, marks of the tower's penalty begin appearing around his body. The killing intent behind this attack is triggering a heavy punishment. Then the mech suddenly draws his sword and stabs Hypnos in the chest, catching him completely off guard. Hypnos stumbles back in pain. Holding his wounded chest, he snaps, "You bastard, you were faking it?" Charlie notices his strike was only shallow. Charlie fires back that Hypnos has no right to complain about dirty tricks when he was the one using them first. He also says he never cared about bragging that he fought a hacker. Still, Charlie says he wouldn't mind telling the story of how he fought a cowardly Olympian who played dirty while acting as a test examiner. Hypnos refuses to take the bait. Nothing changes because Charlie is still going to die. Charlie looks at his bloodied sword and says, "No, it will change. I thought so." Then the blade starts giving off the power of the star. The system announces that under Dark Knight's effect, Charlie's vitality recovery has increased by 200%. Smiling, Charlie says it will change. The system adds that the mech's immune recovery has also risen by 200%, and his mana amplification has jumped by another 100%. Staring straight at Hypnos, Charlie says, "The night doesn't belong to you alone." Dark mana starts flowing from both his sword and the divine crystal of darkness he has equipped. Charlie smiles because this situation is perfect for him. Under Dark Knight, the synergy clicks perfectly and this sword is at its best here. He knows Hypnos is a close-range mage who uses dark attribute mana, which makes illusion tricks even stronger. Charlie also knows that beating Hypnos would be a huge step forward, but Hypnos is still an Olympian ranker. He stands there furious while the tower's restriction keeps growing stronger around him. Charlie gets serious. With Sacred Flame and Gigantification ready, he prepares for the real fight. A close-range enemy who uses darkness is exactly the kind of opponent he's suited to face. The two stare each other down, waiting to see who makes the first move. Hypnos charges first, aiming to kill the mecha. Charlie moves in two, matching him. Then Hypnos suddenly bursts into a run and swings with all his strength at Charlie's body. Charlie braces himself and sets up a counter. The two meet head-on and the real battle begins. Their swords crash together with a huge blast. The impact tears up the ground and chunks of stone fly everywhere. Hypnos ignores the tower's restriction and comes at the mecha with everything he has. Charlie pushes forward too. Blade in hand, Hypnos goes for a lightning-fast slash at Charlie's neck. Charlie dodges and readies a stronger counter-attack. He lands what should have been a killing blow, but it was only a clone, leaving Charlie open. Using battle foresight, he senses an attack coming from behind. It's Hypnos, rushing in for a deadly strike to his back, but the mech has already turned to face him. Hypnos' sword closes in on Charlie's neck, but Charlie blocks with sacred fire. The flames surge so hard they spread through the whole area. Hypnos immediately realizes how dangerous that attack is. He feels the heat at once, far hotter than expected, and starts taking damage. He retreats, but the fire swells and chases after him. Hypnos can tell this flame is anything but normal. At the same time, he figures out that its strength changes based on how much fear the target feels. So he calms himself and his eyes sharpen. Knowing this skill is a huge problem, Hypnos pours out dark mana to split the flames and keep them away. Charlie sees what he's doing. Hypnos is creating a vacuum. The sacred fire can't pass through, but Charlie expected that. He knows Hypnos climbed the tower year after year and became a ranker. Even so, he didn't think Hypnos could shut down sacred fire this easily. So Charlie switches back to closed combat, leaps in with battle prediction active, and raises his sword to strike. With their auras flaring at point-blank range, they try to settle everything in another decisive clash. Their blades meet evenly for a moment. They're both that strong. This time, though, Hypnos gets pushed back because Charlie is overpowering him physically. Still, Hypnos refuses to yield. He's a ranker, and Charlie is only an 11th E floor player. Hypnos starts pressing him with a rapid chain of sword strikes, forcing the mech backward. Even in the middle of that exchange, the fight stays balanced enough that Hypnos can't help being impressed by Charlie's power. With battle prediction active, Charlie keeps reading Hypnos and enjoying the fight. Meanwhile, Hypnos realizes something terrifying. If Charlie becomes a ranker this early, what kind of monster will he turn into? He's only on the 11th floor and already fighting an Olympian. That's exactly the future Olympus wants to stop at any cost. Hypnos decides to end it and uses his strongest move, Moon Sun. A huge fake moon forms above them. He knows Yuan has to die here before he grows any stronger. The spell kicks in and that moon starts cracking all over. Then the fake moon explodes, turning into a storm of giant falling rocks. He is right in the middle of it. Even with the attack coming down, the protagonist looks at Hypnos and asks if he isn't afraid of the administrator. Hypnos says no, his loyalty is only to Olympus. MC calls that out right away. He says Hypnos is obviously lying and that fear is written all over his face. Hypnos snaps back that MC can say whatever he wants. He's doing this for a greater cause. And one day MC will understand. As those moonstones crash down like meteors, he thinks about that so-called greater cause and laughs. Hypnos has no idea what kind of burden he is carrying after coming back in time. He remembers Kronos giving up his own existence to send him back. Anyone who returns to the past has to carry the weight of the whole tower because millions died in the war against the outer gods. The protagonist came back to change all of that, and he recalls the warning he was given. The one who returns must be able to bear that weight and still keep moving. That weight is everything inside the tower, hundreds of worlds, countless lives, whole civilizations. All of it ended in despair before everyone died. MC's only goal is to become strong enough to stop that ending and face the outer gods. That's why Hypnos makes him furious. Someone like him has no right to throw around the words greater cause so lightly. He tells him maybe he doesn't know the cause Hypnos means, but there's one thing he does know. You only get to talk about a greater cause when you're the one making the sacrifice, not when you dump the cost on someone else. Because of the tower's limits, Hypnos can't even understand what the protagonist really means. But Yuan does. He came back to live through that hell again and carry all those memories one more time. That is a greater cause. Then he says it straight. His cause is better. At that moment, the full attack comes down. The stone rain slams into MC and buries him under the shattered moon. Watching the pile of rubble, Hypnos starts laughing. He thinks he finally won. He mocks him, saying he never understood Olympus's great will and had no idea what he was talking about. Still, Hypnos knows exactly how serious this is. Trying to kill a player inside the tower is a major crime, one that should never be forgiven. Even so, he shuts his eyes and tells himself it was all for Olympus. Then everything changes. Hypnos is suddenly struck from behind as Yuan drives his sword into his back. Blood pours from Hypnos's chest and mouth. He grabs the blade in shock and realizes the protagonist was the one who landed the hit. MC is burning with anger now, fully locked in on finishing this fight. But Hypnos is still a rancor. Even badly hurt, he uses a huge burst of mana and force to blast him far away. The area is torn apart by that power. Clutching his chest, Hypnos curses the protagonist and thinks through what happened. His skill, Dream of the Moon, turns the target's fear into reality. Even if the protagonist could see through illusions, Hypnos believed that attack had to affect him. He can't believe MC felt no fear with all those rocks falling on him, staring at him. Hypnos asks what kind of eyes he has. MC just answers that they're good eyes and tells him to quit whining. Hypnos curses and refuses to give up. If illusions won't work, then he'll find another way to win. He shuts that down immediately. No, you can't beat me, the protagonist says. Hypnos's eyes are still incomplete, not fully awakened. Even so, they're amazing for illusion skills, and that's exactly why he was so sure of himself. Then the protagonist tells him the fight is over. Hypnos refuses to accept that. He raises his sword to attack again, but freezes. Someone has appeared behind him, and he hadn't even noticed. His sword won't move. Something is holding it in place. When Hypnos looks back, he sees who it is, the administrator, ready to strike. Fear hits him instantly. His body tenses and he quickly drops to his knees. The administrator coldly tells him to explain everything and explain it right. Hypnos glares at Yuan, furious, then starts giving his side of the story to the administrator, but in his head, he already knows what happened. MC set him up. He had dragged this whole mess right in front of the administrator. Now the administrator stands there with arms crossed, listening. Hypnos starts by apologizing, and the administrator asks if this was an order from Olympus. Then he presses harder. Who gave the command? Ares? Hera? Zeus? Hypnos lies and says it wasn't Olympus. He claims this was his decision alone. The administrator stares at him. So you're taking all the blame yourself? Hypnos says yes. He alone is responsible. The administrator isn't buying it. Even if Hypnos acted alone, Olympus still wouldn't be free of blame. Meanwhile, Hypnos is somehow still standing there talking despite the sword wound through his body. Then the punishment starts. The administrator strips Hypnos of his role as test examiner and removes the authority Olympus had on the 11th floor. In other words, Olympus is being punished too. Hypnos panics and begs him not to. The administrator roars back, asking how dare he raise his voice. He makes it clear Hypnos is already as good as dead. With one brutal strike, the administrator sends Hypnos flying. Hypnos crashes to the ground hard, but the punishment still isn't over. The administrator grabs him by the face and slams him into the ground, calling him trash for attacking a participant during the test while serving as the examiner. He says the crime is unforgivable and he already knows the perfect punishment. Hypnos will suffer for thousands of years in a state between life and death. After grinding his face into the ground, the administrator lets go. Hypnos lifts his head and desperately begs him to stop. The administrator ignores him and crushes his back with another merciless blow. Hypnos starts screaming in agony from pain, unlike anything he's ever felt. Through all of it, he glares at Yuan and curses him for being the one who wounded him first. Covered in blood, Hypnos shouts the protagonist's name. The protagonist just tells him goodbye. Once the beating ends, Hypnos passes out and is sent away to serve that punishment. Countless years trapped between life and death. After that, the administrator turns to MC and says, "So it's you again." He stands in front of him with his arms crossed, repeating it, "You again." He tells the protagonist the rumors were true. He's definitely not normal. The administrator starts saying he doesn't know why the protagonist thought he could take on a rancor, but the protagonist cuts him off and says, "This only happened because things weren't handled properly." That gets a real reaction. MC can talk like that because he knows the administrators control the tower and have power on the level of top rankers, but he also knows that as long as he hasn't broken the tower's rules, he has nothing to fear from them. So he points out the real issue. From the start, the team split was unfair. He adds that, if he remembers right, the test examiner is basically supposed to act on the administrator's behalf. The administrator asks if he is saying this is his fault. He answers that someone has to take responsibility. The administrator barks at him for being bold, but then admits the protagonist is right. He promises that when the test is over, the protagonist will get a proper reward. With an innocent look, Charlie presses the administrator for the reward he promised. That only makes him mad, and he snaps that Charlie should show him some respect. The administrator says they've talked enough already, especially with so many people around. Then Charlie notices someone standing behind him, but the administrator had already sensed everyone there. As he steps into a portal, the administrator laughs and warns Charlie that a huge storm is coming to the tower. When Charlie turns around, he realizes Captain Hook heard everything. Captain Hook had stayed because he thought he saw his team's king there, but what he found was way bigger than expected. He asks Charlie if the whole thing was rigged. Everyone is shocked to hear Olympus may have been behind it. And another participant points out that even if it was just the examiner's doing, this is still a major problem. Someone else argues this clearly wasn't one person's crime, and says Olympus higher-ups had to be involved too. While Captain Hook stays quiet and watches, people start arguing over whether this should be kept secret. One says no way, another warns that if word gets out, the tower could fall into chaos. Then Captain Hook steps in. He warns everyone that if they talk, the Martial Kingdom could end up at war with Olympus and asks if that's really what they want. He points at Charlie and reminds everyone that Charlie fought a test examiner strong enough to hold that position and survive. Charlie just stands there wondering why they're saying all this right in front of him. Captain Hook knows this isn't the first time that examiner was beaten by a student. The sage of Hongsan, Ogong, had done it before, but Charlie didn't just beat any examiner. He took down one from Olympus. That makes Captain Hook think Charlie may cause even more trouble than Ogong did. After that, he finally asks Charlie what he plans to do now. He warns him that Olympus will be watching closely from here on out, and the entire guild may treat him as an enemy. So how is he supposed to face that many enemies? Charlie answers without hesitation. He'll fight until he brings down Zeus, the king of Olympus, and wipe them all out. Captain Hook is stunned that he says it so boldly right in front of everyone. Captain Hook asks what kind of grudge Charlie has with Olympus. Charlie says it started when he helped a blacksmith who refused to make weapons for them. And since then, Olympus has been after him. Captain Hook keeps thinking about which blacksmith that could be, then gets nervous when he realizes Charlie might mean the legendary one. He remembers all the rumors about major incidents across the tower, and now the person at the center of them is standing right in front of him, Charlie. At that point, Captain Hook feels like he finally understands him. As he turns to leave, he warns Charlie to be careful. No matter how amazing his strength is, he's still up against Olympus. Then he walks off and someone asks where he's going. He says he's gonna call his father and pass along the news, especially with the big tournament getting close. Captain Hook tells his subordinate he's heading back to his clan. The scene shifts to Team A's king. Shaken up, he tells Charlie he really thought he was gonna die because things got so rough. Charlie bluntly answers that he didn't die. Did he? The king agrees, and even though Charlie is as direct as ever, he stayed in the spot Charlie told him to hold the entire time. Then Charlie looks at the king with a serious face and starts to speak. The king immediately gets nervous and asks what he did wrong this time. Instead, Charlie smiles and praises him. He says the king did well, held out, and never gave up. He stayed put the whole time just like Charlie told him to. After that, Charlie hands over his flags. The total is 618. And the king is shocked by how many there are. He had already failed this floor 3 times before, so if Charlie gives him those flags, the points and rewards will be huge. He's both proud and overwhelmed, knowing Charlie pulled off something almost impossible. The king trembles as he reaches out to take the mixed flags. Holding them tight, he's sure this time he'll finally pass the 11th floor test. With the king's bonus, the flags double into 1,236 points. The system then announces that Charlie transferred 618 flags to him. The rest is mostly system messages, but the important part is simple. Team A earns 12,360 points. More windows pop up, and the 11th floor test officially ends. The final results show Team A with 1,236 flags, while Team B only has 2. Team A wins, and the king, Rally Moo, is overjoyed. Then the system announces that, for unknown reasons, Charlie gets bonus points. He receives 10,000 extra, and even he is shocked that amount is massive. More system notices follow. The 11th floor rankings are updated. Charlie now has permission to move to the 12th floor, and he also unlocks access to the points shop. The ranking now shows Odin in 4th with 8,000 points, Hercules in 3rd with 8,500, and Zeus in 2nd with 8,800. But Charlie takes first by a huge gap with 22,360 points. Now on the 12th floor, Charlie is still stunned by how many points he has. He changes into a new black outfit and keeps thinking that 10,000 alone would have broken records, so getting over 20,000 is way beyond anything he expected. He quickly figures out the bonus must have come from the administrator since he promised Charlie a proper reward. As Charlie checks the rankings, he notices Haramune is in 36th place, which is still impressively high among so many gods and high rankers. Charlie feels the reward makes sense. He risked his life and earned it. Then he looks for the others. Yokong only placed 11th, which feels low for someone that strong, but Charlie knows why. Yokong doesn't work well with others and prefers doing everything alone. Next he checks Hargan's place and sees he's all the way up in 6th with 7,860 points. Charlie already knew Hargan was talented, but after getting the glove for placing 2nd in the tutorial, he became even stronger. Now Charlie wonders if Hargan's growth was pushed by what happened back then. For now, that thought ends there. Still, Charlie is very curious to see just how strong Hargan has become. The story now starts a new part with the Nangung clan. The Nangung clan pavilion belongs to the 2nd biggest group in the martial realm, with the celestial demon cult in 1st. But since the celestial demon cult stayed in the Mountain of Paradise for centuries, the Nangung clan became the real center of power on the 10th floor. They lead the martial guild and are famous for raising many rankers. The man seated there is the one who brought the clan back to glory. Before him, the Nangung clan was falling apart, but now it stands among the best in the martial realm. The system identifies him as the head of the Nangung clan, Jin Hun. Captain Hun tells his father everything that happened in the 10th floor test. After hearing it all, Jin Hun says the whole thing was a complete mess, and his son agrees it got so bad that the administrator had to step in personally. Captain Hun says that's why he came in person instead of calling. This wasn't something he could talk about over the phone, even if it meant showing up earlier than planned. Jin Hun also learns that Olympia met Hephaestus while getting ready to join the Machia, and the only reason he didn't take Hephaestus along was because of Charlie's interference. Jin Hun calmly pours himself more tea, clearly enjoying the talk. The guild master decides Charlie has become a real problem for the Olympians. Then Jin Hun asks if one of his son's teammates is backed by Asgard. Captain Hu says yes, the guy is named Gibbons. From that, Jin Hun figures it's only a matter of time before Asgard learns what happened on the 11th floor. Thinking it over, Jin Hun says Charlie is a new star, rising right in the middle of a storm. One thing he's sure about, the Astro Martial Tournament this year is going to be pure chaos. The scene cuts to something in the sky getting blown apart by the protagonist's sacred fire. Charlie wraps sacred fire around his spear, then target after target appears in front of him. The protagonist speeds forward and throws the spear at them. To pull it off, he uses his cheat-like skill to hit dead center, and he lands it every single time. With one throw, Charlie destroys all the targets. Each one struck right in the middle. More targets appear, and Charlie keeps tearing through them with insane accuracy. The bystanders are stunned. One says this guy never stops hitting the center and hasn't missed once. Another points out that he's throwing faster and faster, but still landing every shot right in the middle. Charlie keeps blowing up target after target, and the count has already reached the hundreds. One shocked spectator asks how many targets Charlie plans to destroy. The other says he has no idea, but if this keeps up, Charlie's gonna break the record and set a new one. The protagonist looks irritated, but he keeps dropping perfect hits on every target. The system announces that Charlie has destroyed 1,000 targets. He thinks this place is perfect for aim training. He was already skilled with a spear, but this is his first time using one while controlling sacred fire through it. Then he learns he passed the 19th floor test. That clears the stage and raises the protagonist's level. His strength, vitality, and perception each go up by 1, and he also earns 50,000 points for destroying 1,000 targets in 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Charlie realizes he still has 5 minutes left, but no more targets appear. In other words, he crushed the all-time record. Still, he isn't happy with the reward. The test only required 100 targets, and he destroyed 10 times that, so he expected something much bigger. Back in his room, Charlie visits the store and spends 20,000 points. The saleswoman is shocked. It's been a long time since she's seen a regular with that many points. We don't get to see what he bought, but Charlie is pleased. He made a lot of points, and that boosted his growth way more than he expected. As he walks, Charlie thinks about how every 10 floors the tests get much harder, but the rewards also get much better. He's sure that after the 20th floor, his points will rise fast. Even so, the 20th floor test sounds like a pain, so for now he decides to stop climbing. The system shows that Charlie has 99 arcane power. He knows he'll need a lot more if he wants to keep going, and this is the perfect time to raise it. Charlie already knows a very effective way to boost arcane power. The easiest method is taking a high-level elixir, but the kind he wants normally cost millions of points. The one he's after is made once every 3 years in the martial realm. The Great Medicine Sphere Scarlet. That item goes to the winner of the martial arts tournament held on the 10th floor. After breaking yet another record, Charlie realizes there are only 3 days left until the martial arts tournament begins. Since the tower is huge, he has to start heading down right away if he wants to make it in time, and that's exactly what he does. The scene shifts to the martial realm on the 10th floor. One day before the great martial arts tournament starts, at the center is the martial realm arena. The whole place is buzzing. People from many floors of the tower have gathered for the great tournament, and everyone is celebrating because this is the biggest event in the martial realm. The gossip starts right away. One person says the favorite to win is Nangung Hun, the great genius of the Nangung clan. Another agrees he's a monster, but says the martial guild isn't the only big force here. Other, even larger guilds are sending representatives too. Their little food argument keeps going, but the real focus stays on the tournament talk. Then someone says, maybe the real favorite is that guy from Olympus. They heard he already reached the 25th floor and only stopped because no one past that point can join the grand tournament. So he stayed there just waiting for this event. That alone shows how scary he is. If he keeps climbing like this, he could become a ranker in less than 10 years. Suddenly someone rushes over in a panic. She slams the table and blurts out some hot news. Charlie is entering the tournament. The others can't believe it, but once it sinks in, they realize this event is about to be incredible. Now everyone starts talking at once. One person says he thought Charlie only cared about climbing straight up the tower without stopping. It feels strange that he's interested in this tournament, but they don't know the truth. Charlie wants the winner's reward. Another says, maybe Charlie can actually win the whole thing. One thing is always true. Whenever something big happens, Charlie's name ends up right in the middle of it. They even start betting on how many guilds will rush to Charlie once they hear he's on the 11th floor and joining the tournament. The mood turns wild as everyone digs back into the food and drinks. Then the scene changes and Charlie is already turning people down. He flat out tells one guild no and sends him away. Another stranger tries his luck, but Charlie shuts him down too. He says he already gave his answer and wants no part of that guild. Even when the recruiter keeps pushing, Charlie doesn't budge. He repeats that he has no interest and tells him to leave. Then another man steps in, and Charlie rejects him too. This one turns out to be the guildmaster of the 12 earthly gods. His name is Bronel. Bronel calls Charlie rude for dismissing people without even hearing them out. He starts lecturing him about manners and proper behavior, while Charlie stands there thinking this guy is unbelievably annoying. Then someone cuts in, mocking Bronel on sight. He jokes that if Bronel himself had to come recruit one person, things must be going badly in his guild. Bronel turns and sees who interrupted him. Suriel. Bronel is clearly surprised. Suriel steps forward, full of confidence, introduces himself as being from the Lion Guild, and asks if Charlie plans to send him away too. Seeing Suriel here, Bronel realizes Charlie must be a huge talent. If even an archangel who's close to becoming a high ranker came personally, then Charlie is no ordinary regular. Charlie though just says yes. Suriel is the 13th person he's turned down today. Suriel keeps his cool and politely hands over a Lion Guild card, saying Charlie can contact him if he changes his mind. On the outside, he stays classy. Inside, he's furious. Charlie takes it with the same attitude and says that even with the card, he still has no plans to reach out. All of a sudden, someone snatches the card from Suriel's hand and says he knew Mac would react like that. That's exactly why he likes him. It's Hargan. He grins at Mac and asks if he's gonna send him away too. Then Hargan flicks the Lion Guild card, burns it up and greets him like an old friend. Mac still tells him to leave too. Hargan is stunned. He asks if Mac is serious, and Mac says yes. Hearing that, Hargan starts doubting the rumor that they became friends back in the tutorial. Then Mac breaks the act. He tells Hargan it was a joke, and of course he can come in. He's a friend. Hargan complains that Mac's jokes are way too hard to read. After that, Mac and Hargan head into Mac's room so they can talk without being bothered. Bronel's assistant complains that Mac was rude and should have at least invited them in for tea before turning them down. Bronel tells him to drop it. Their guild wasn't the only one rejected. Suriel leaves too, clearly unhappy. The scene shifts to Mikyu's room, and Hargan is impressed right away. He says the room is huge and asks how much it costs. Mick explains he made good money climbing the tower, so he decided to take a break and enjoy it. Then someone starts pounding on the door, calling for Mick. Hargan gets nervous, thinking it might be urgent, but Mick tells him to ignore it. If it were a real emergency, people here would just break the door down. Hargan wonders what the point of paying for a fancy room is if people keep bothering him all day. Makik says that's normal here, and it gets even worse when the tournament is close, since all the guilds are on this floor. Hargan says finding Mac was easy because he's famous now. He just asked around a little and found him. Makik says Hargan could have simply asked him. Hargan shrugs and says surprising a friend is more fun. Then Mac asks about Hargan's teammates. Hargan says they're all doing great. Mac agrees and says they're all capable people with what it takes to go far. Then Hargan brings up the trouble Mac's been causing. He asks if Mech was the one who stopped Olympus from taking that party, and Mech is surprised by the question. Hargan says he may not be Olympus's favorite son, but he still hears about most of what happens up there. That whole mess reached him too, so he asks when Mech decided to make Olympus his enemy. Mac looks at him and asks why he still came to see him. If he knows all that, Hargan says he doesn't care much about the chaos around Olympus. What really bothers him is how the gods act, so he wants to hear the truth from Mac about what happened at that event. Mac asks if Zeus knows about any of this. Hargan laughs and says Mac is the only person he knows who talks about his father that casually. He explains that Zeus knows nothing. He's been on the tower's top floor for a long time, fully focused on the final round, so he's cut off from Olympus's problems and probably has no idea what's happening below. That makes Mac think about the final round. Back then, everyone believed the 100th floor was the top of the tower because no one had ever cleared it. That's why people called it the final round, and anyone who reached the 100th floor became known as a ranker. Mac keeps thinking about how they'd react if they learned there was still something far beyond the 100th floor. Mac gets up and Hargan warns him that Olympus is after him for rescuing a criminal. He tells Mac to stay calm for now and says he'll talk to his father later to see what can be done. Mac fires back by asking if Hargan really believes that old man is a criminal. Hargan is caught off guard. Mac doesn't explain. He just says there's somewhere he needs to go and asks Hargan if he wants to come. Hargan agrees and asks where they're headed. Mac says they're going to see the so-called criminal. Hargan's answer isn't shown. Then we learn the criminal is Faestio, the same smith who refined dark crystals for Mac while he was climbing to the 19th floor. The scene cuts to Faestio's workshop. He's been hammering away non-stop, looking exhausted, so he sets aside the heavier hammer and grabs a lighter. Even tired, he keeps swinging hard. After a long stretch of work, sweaty and worn out, he finally finishes shaping another piece of armor. He puts it back in the furnace to heat, then starts working on other parts. While he works, he thinks about how his hands only feel calm when he's forging something. Faestio was born to make weapons, but he chose to stop. If he followed his real urges, he'd forge a new weapon every single day. Even so, he tells himself he made the right choice. He believes he should never make weapons again. The sword he gave his savior will be the last one of his life. All around him are piles of armor, and every piece there is at least S rank. He remembers Mac promising to come back soon. Since Mac left the first floor, Phaestio has kept hearing news about him, so he figures Mac is climbing the tower in style. Then he suddenly senses someone at the door. A voice calls out, asking if anyone's there and saying they're coming in. Phaestio recognizes it at once. It's Mac. Phaestio greets him in his usual rough way, telling him to just open the door instead of standing there knocking and asking if anyone's home. But Mac isn't alone. Hargan is with him, looking around the workshop. He resembles his father so much that it's hard to miss who he is. Phaestio immediately gets suspicious and asks who this guy is. Hargan introduces himself, and Phaestio realizes he's heard of him before. Then he says, "So you're one of my father's sons." Hargan gets annoyed and asks if it's really that hard to call him brother. Phaestio answers honestly. Things between their brothers are too tense for that kind of warmth. Then Phaestio raises a hand like he's ready for a fight and asks if Hargan came to capture him. Hargan quickly denies it. He says that even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it anyway. He only came because he wanted to meet him. He says he's just started climbing the tower and was curious. Phaestio asks why. Hargan says he doesn't trust Olympus. That shocks Phaestio. Out of all people, a son of Zeus saying that makes him even more curious. Hargan explains that ever since he was born, he's heard that Phaestio was a criminal. Then he heard the Olympians say his friend Mex had saved him. Mac made him start seeing Olympus differently, so he wanted to meet Phaestio himself and judge what kind of person he really is. Phaestio may be Zeus's son, but he looks nothing like Zeus. Hargan, on the other hand, looks a lot like him. Phaestio thinks Hargan may have inherited more of Zeus's blood than any of his other brothers. So Phaestio asks what Hargan thinks of him. Hargan says he can't say yet since they just met. One thing stands out though, Hargan doesn't seem bothered by the heat in the workshop at all. Then Hargan looks around and points out that Phaestio is only making armor. There aren't any weapons anywhere, even though Olympus still has hundreds of weapons made by him. Phaestio says Hargan has a sharp eye. There really aren't any weapons there. Hargan asks when he stopped making them and why. Phaestio lowers his head and turns to Mac, asking if he knows what's coming. Then he tells Hargan to wait because he'll explain what happened. Mac looks down too, already knowing this is a painful story. Phaestio says it all started after the Ganutamia, the war where the giants were slaughtered. The giants ruled the tower for a long time because they were born with overwhelming power. They were huge and everyone feared them. Even so, Olympus only became what it is because of the giants. That's why Olympus stayed close to them, and the giants treated Olympus as allies. But to us, they were more than allies. They were friends, and I saw them that way too. Then I watched my friends die right in front of me, killed like cowards. The Olympians struck them from behind. And it wasn't just one giant, almost all of them were pierced through by the weapons I made. Olympus called that slaughter the Ganutamia. Zeus gave it that name, and with my weapons as the foundation, the giants were pushed aside and wiped out. The whole war happened for one reason: politics. The Olympians wanted the giants' land, and once the giants were gone, Olympus kept all that power for itself. And it wasn't only in Olympus. Asgard also exterminated its giants, and other guilds started fighting over the empty territory. That was how the war began. It kept spreading day by day until it swallowed the whole tower. Everywhere, steel crashed like thunder, and the ground was soaked with blood. Hephaestus says it all began with the sacrifice of his giant friends, and the worst part was the reason behind it. That massacre happened only to expand Olympus' influence. The Olympians betrayed their own friends, and never even gave them a fair fight. Hephaestus tells Hargan that this betrayal disgusted him so much that he, the blacksmith of Olympus, refused to work for them anymore. That's why they branded him a criminal. It was also when he stopped forging weapons. Nearby, Charles listens in silence. He remembers that in his past life, Hephaestus told this story through tears. Now he isn't crying, probably because Hargan is here, but Charles can tell he's forcing himself to hold it in. He still acts tough even though that war shattered him. Then Hephaestus says the Olympians came back a few decades ago. They wanted to force him to forge weapons again, and he's sure those weapons would be used to finish off the remaining giants. Hargan asks if they're planning another Ganutamia, and Hephaestus says he's almost certain this is preparation for a second one. He ends by saying that's his side of the story. Hargan can believe him or not, maybe he'll even think Hephaestus was wrong. Still, Hephaestus believes he made the right choice. Hargan stays quiet, eyes closed, taking in the brutality of it all. Even though he's Olympian, Hephaestus says he'll still stand against Olympus, because they betrayed their own. Then he turns to Charles and says he clearly didn't come here just to make an introduction. He tells him to come along. There's something in the warehouse he needs to see. Charles checks on Hargan before leaving. Hargan is still lost in thought over what he just heard. So Charles follows Hephaestus, knowing Hargan needs time alone to process it. Hargan keeps turning over the genocide Olympus carried out. His fists clench in anger. He's proud to be Olympian, but what Hephaestus described goes against everything Olympus claims to stand for. Then the scene shifts to sunrise. Hephaestus tells Charles that Hargan seems like a good kid, and he still doesn't get why Charles brought him there. Then he asks if Charles plans to keep traveling with Hargan. Charles says he isn't sure, but hearing praise from someone as harsh as Hephaestus makes him think about it. The two start bickering. Hephaestus says Charles overthinks everything, and Charles fires back that Hephaestus does the same. He still doesn't fully trust Hargan either. Hephaestus says Hargan is too extreme and could be pulled in either direction. Since no one knows which way he'll go, the only choice is to keep watching him. Then he grumbles that Charles is annoying to talk to because he always tries to control the conversation. After that, Hephaestus breaks the seal on the chains and opens the heavily protected space. As soon as he does, a being of darkness starts coming out. Hephaestus tells Charles he followed his instructions, but something troublesome was created in the process. Then he explains the real problem. Charles is terrible at naming things. Because of that sword incident, Hephaestus swears he'll never let him name anything again. So he chose this weapon's name himself. Its name is Kini, and instead of a helmet, Hephaestus made Charles a glove. The jewel of the stars was turned into one. Kini is the Greek name for the helm of visibility, and when you look into the meaning, it can also be tied to fury or rage. Charles is shocked because that was the same name Hephaestus once gave the helmet before he went back. Now it has a totally different form, which makes it even more interesting to him. Hephaestus explains that he used all the adamantium Charles brought, about 1.5 kilos. The divine crystal of darkness was spread through the whole outer layer of the glove. Even though it can't be seen with the naked eye, the glove itself is still wrapped in chains. Charles asks if he can use it. Hephaestus tells him of course it was made for him, and it's ready. The glove is incredibly thin, almost too fine to believe. Charles puts it on. Hephaestus knows Charles has faced rancors since the first floor, so fear isn't the issue. The real question is whether he's worthy of the crystal. That leaves Hephaestus wondering if Charles can truly handle it. Then Charles turns to him and asks how he compressed so much adamantium into a glove. But before he gets an answer, Charles notices the space around him has changed. Darkness closes in from every side, so thick that Hephaestus disappears, as if Charles has been moved somewhere else. Then, in the middle of that darkness, a giant eye starts to open. It fixes its gaze on him. The huge eye hangs there in the dark, staring straight ahead. Charles is shaken by the sight. Surrounded by darkness with that massive eye in front of him, he has no idea what to do. Then it speaks, asking who he is. Charles thinks he should be the one asking questions, but he quickly realizes this must be Kini's test, so he introduces himself instead. I'm Charles. Nice to meet you. The eye responds, another strange one. Charles is instantly alarmed. He wasn't expecting that at all. Another one that makes him think of his return from the future, and he freezes for a second. Then he asks Kini what it is and what it wants. The answer comes back, I am the eye. Then it adds, not speak. Charles stares, confused, and asks if it means it can't really talk because it's an eye, not a mouth. Charles can only think about how frustrating this is. The whole situation is insane. He keeps thinking about how little is known about Olympus' 3 sacred treasures, including Kini, which was made from the divine crystal of darkness. Those weapons vanished during the invasion from the outside, and the only information he has about them came from Kronos. That's all he knows. In the past, Kini was Hades' helmet. Now it's become a glove. Charles starts wondering if the thing in front of him is sealed inside the crystal of darkness, or worse if it is the crystal itself. In his head, Charles decides this was supposed to be a chance to learn more about Kini's power. But with the eye talking in broken words, a normal conversation feels impossible. Then the eye suddenly says one name, Muzovo. Charles is startled again. Who is Muzovo, and why is this strange being asking for it? At that moment, Muzovo, still in its shrunken form, rises up. Even without being summoned, Mazovo appears in front of Charles like usual. It looks stronger somehow, but its incubation rate is still stuck at 13.58%. Suddenly Mazovo lets out a shout. Keeny's eye reacts at once, and the pressure in the darkness grows even heavier around the protagonist. For the second time in the story, the protagonist feels completely cornered. The darkness is so dense that standing still could get him killed. He knows even a touch from it might crush his body. Charles quickly raises his defense with divine fire. He knows he has to avoid the darkness no matter what, but it's already so close that he fears he may be too late. So he pushes his sacred fire out as far as he can, trying to block it. It doesn't work. The darkness keeps coming straight at him, but then it suddenly passes by him. Charles turns around, trying to understand what just happened. Only then does he realize it was never attacking him. The wave of pure darkness pours into Mazovo instead, and the system announces that Mazovo's incubation rate is rising. It jumps to 14, then 15. Mazovo keeps swelling up and the number keeps rising, 17, 18, 19. Then Mazovo's incubation rate shoots all the way to 41, leaving Charlie completely stunned. Meanwhile, Mazovo looks weirdly happy, almost like it's celebrating. Charlie realizes the incubation rate rose by 30 in an instant. That was way more than when Mazovo ate Orochi's body, and he just stares at it. He asks if Mazovo woke up because it was happily humming after finally filling its stomach. That makes Charlie even more sure this egg came from an outer god. He even starts wondering if Mazovo might know where the outer gods came from. After that, Charlie turns back to Kenzai. He asks what the egg really is, and the eye answers that it left it in the void. Charlie keeps pushing, begging for anything, any clue at all about the egg. The eye finally says yes, it will answer, but then it starts to close and fade away. The eye shuts deeper into the darkness until it's almost gone. And just like that, Charlie is left in the void with no real answer. He yells for Kenzai to wait, since he still has a lot to ask. But in that same moment, Charlie gives up on calling after it, because a lightning-covered hammer suddenly comes flying at his face. He panics and shouts, "Old man, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" The hammer stops just 1 centimeter from his face, and the mick almost jumps out of his skin. Hephaestus had been gathering a huge spell to smash that area, and he barely stops in time. Even so, the force of that magic still shakes everything around them. That's when he asks, "Are you there, Charlie?" Hephaestus checks if Charlie is okay, saying the whole area suddenly filled with evil energy, and he couldn't see anyone. Charlie, meanwhile, is still a complete mess. He knows death just passed way too close to him. Hephaestus laughs at his face and asks again if he's fine, while Charlie can only think that he almost died. If that hammer had hit him, it would have been over. After that, Hephaestus asks the protagonist how Ken feels in his hand. Charlie says it feels great, like it was made from amazing material, almost like wearing nothing at all. Still, Charlie can't stop thinking about his meeting with Kenzai. What really sticks with him is that the eye said it had been watching him, and honestly, he barely understood most of what it said. Looking at the glove on his hand, Charlie says the divine crystal of darkness is also called a fragment of Ken. That shocks him because he had no idea the crystal was hiding a secret like that. Then he remembers there wasn't just one crystal. There were 3 fragments. He already wanted this one, but now he's even more sure he needs to gather all of them to understand what's happening. And Charlie already knows which fragment he's going after next. While the Mika jokes around for a moment, his mind is somewhere else entirely. The next fragment he wants is Poseidon's trident. The two head back up, where Hargan keeps asking what happened. The whole office was shaking like the world was ending. Hephaestus walks by and casually says he has no idea. He just did a little hammering. Hargan is left staring in shock. Hammering, Hargan repeats, totally confused. Charlie just brushes it off. Hargan looks between them, then asks Charlie if he's okay. His brother told him to check on him, but Charlie gives the same answer Hephaestus did. Who knows? Hargan points out they're both saying the same thing and asks if they fought. Charlie immediately says no. He tells Hargan that if he fought Hephaestus, he'd go straight to hell. One hit from that hammer and he'd never survive. Hephaestus agrees if he had landed the blow, Charlie would already be done. Hephaestus tells Hargan not to worry because even he doesn't know exactly what happened. That's why both of them answered like that. Afterward, Charlie asks if Hargan has processed all the information he got from Hephaestus. Hargan says not yet. There are still things he doesn't understand, so he needs to meet his brother and sister. Charlie asks which siblings he means. Since Zeus has plenty of children, Hargan says he's talking about Apollo and Artemis. Charlie remembers them well. Like Hargan, they're children from Zeus's affairs, and both are among Olympus's top ranks. They also played key roles in the first Gaijin to Makia, so Charlie knows those two have a lot they can tell Hargan, since they're directly tied to that war. Seeing his friends struggle to make sense of everything, Charlie stays quiet. Hargan then changes the subject and says that for now he's going to focus on the tournament. There's a prize on the line and it's a big one. He says he needs more fame to gain more influence in Olympus. Charlie asks if he really cares that much about fame, and Hargan says yes. Unlike his brother Ares, who built his own faction in Olympus, Hargan doesn't have that luxury. He has to keep proving his worth. He goes on to say that this year's tournament has stronger competitors than usual, which means more high-ranking people and guilds will be watching. He can't waste a perfect stage like this. Then Hargan starts smiling with excitement, almost trembling from it, and asks Charlie if he knows that more than half the ranks will be watching. Charlie can tell he's seriously fired up. After that, Hargan shares a secret. He says someone very important is supposed to compete this time. When Charlie asks who, Hargan drags it out dramatically. The Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult. Hargan asks Charlie if hearing that got his competitive spirit going. Charlie just thinks to himself that this Vice Lord is actually him. And once again, the system gives information about the Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult. That leads us into part 12. The Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult is the position just below the Lord, with authority over the other players in the cult. For centuries, the cult stayed hidden in the Mountain of Paradise, guarding the sacred fire. Now that promise has been fulfilled, they're free to move again, and they could become a major force in the martial world once more. The Celestial Demon, being the master planner he is, chose the great martial arts tournament to show the tower that the Celestial Demon Cult is active again. Charlie realizes that Old Man is even more dangerous than he thought, but he's sure the cult's return will be a huge help against the gods of Silster. Back in the office, Hargan explains that the Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult must be someone amazing. But then he looks at Charlie and remembers Charlie shouldn't even be able to enter this tournament under that title. Charlie finally tells him the truth. He's the Vice Lord. Hargan freezes. What? You? Charlie confirms it. Yes, him. Then Hargan lets out a scream so loud it feels like the whole office shakes. He expected anything but that. Even while thinking Hargan is way too loud, Charlie listens as he asks if Vice Lord is like being vice leader of a noble clan, and whether that was the reward for clearing the Celestial Demon Cult's trial. Charlie knows the true reward was the sacred fire, though the title technically counts too. He doesn't bother explaining that, and Hargan just sulks, wishing he had tried the test himself. Then Hargan says that once people learn Charlie is the Vice Lord, his value will skyrocket even more. Charlie answers that he's still planning to stay independent and not join any group. Hargan points out that even if Charlie feels that way, the other guilds definitely won't see it the same way. Smiling at Charlie, Hargan says tomorrow is going to be very interesting. The next day arrives, the opening ceremony of the Great Martial Arts Tournament, a contest to decide the strongest out of 10,000 players. The crowd is packed with excited players. Rising stars are about to compete, so everyone is betting on who will become champion, especially on who might win the item worth millions of points. A bunch of players are already hyped up, ready to turn this event upside down. Then the announcement comes, the tournament is starting now, and the preliminaries officially begin. The arena is enormous, surrounded by rows and rows of spectators on multiple levels. The system announces the rules. 10 players enter at once, and only the last one standing moves on to the main tournament. Anything goes in this match. There are no limits on how you fight. Then it starts calling the contestants, ending with Charles. All 10 contestants step into the middle of the arena. A lot of them immediately focus on young Vonal from the Sapphire Sword School. He's famous, strong, and carrying a huge sword, so the others get nervous fast. Vonal gets annoyed because people keep using the nickname he hates, but he lets it go for now. The prize matters more. He reminds himself that he's already reached the 18th floor. Since only players up to the 25th floor can join, he's sure he's above most of the competition. To impress the head of his school, Vonal swears he'll place high and raise the school's name. Then someone in red walks past him. That outfit and face feel familiar. A second later, Vonal realizes exactly who it is. the guy who crushed him before. It's Charles. Right in front of everyone, Vonal yells and calls him a bastard, making the whole arena notice the man in red. Charles reaches the center of the ring and the mood changes right away. Even Vonal, who was acting confident a second ago, almost loses it after seeing he's stuck with Charles and the preliminaries. The judge begins the countdown. As it ticks down, Vonal points at Charles and shouts that he's going to beat him. Charles just looks back at the big talker. Before the count hits 0, Vonal grabs his sword and starts pulling it free. He asks Charles if he remembers humiliating him on the 10th floor. Then the countdown ends and the match starts. Vonal charges in while yelling something dramatic about enemies meeting again. Charles doesn't move until the attack is already coming. Then Vonal feels something slam into him at insane speed, and his mind starts going blank. He thought he was rushing past the protagonist, but it was the Miku flash past him instead. The blow crushes his chin like a truck hit him. Before he can figure out what happened, he's already flying toward the ground. As Vonal drops, Charles casually asks who he is and says he honestly doesn't remember him. That hurts even more. Vonal can't believe the guy who destroyed him twice doesn't even know his name. Still burning with anger, Vonal blacks out on the floor. The others stay frozen in place. One woman studies Charles and quickly puts the clues together. Black hair, black eyes, that flame-covered cloak. She realizes this has to be Charlie. Nearby is Chong Silman of the Silman clan, one of the favorites in the tournament. Charles looks ready for a fight and tells everyone they can come at him together. He doesn't care if it's one at a time or all at once. He'll finish them either way. Then he pulls out his weapon and warns them that if they won't come to him, he'll come to them. That alone is enough to scare the rest. He doesn't wait. Charles rushes them and the problem is simple. He's way too fast for any of them to follow. They don't even see him move. They only realize they've been hit when they collapse. In less than a second, 3 are already down. The remaining players panic, trying to track him. One thinks he's back. Another says, wait. Another yells left or right. But none of them can keep up. Chong quickly understands the real issue. Charles is moving so fast that even his eyes can't follow him. He watches players around him get struck and dropped one after another, but he still can't tell where Charles is. All he can think is he coming for me next? Chong thrusts his sword forward, trying to hit something, anything, but he swings at empty air. Now only Chong and Charles are left. Charles finally stops, but by the time Chong notices, he's already right in front of him. Instead of cutting him, Charles flips the blade and lightly taps him with the flat. As Chong starts to fall, he realizes Charles didn't even bother using the edge of the sword. He wasn't fighting seriously at all. After taking that hit from the back of the blade, Chong understands the truth. Charles is treating them like kids because they're all too weak. Then he goes flying dozens of meters. Just 2 seconds after Charles started moving, all 9 other players are already on the ground. Chong is tough enough to stay barely conscious, but he's coughing up blood and can't do much else. Lying there, he can't even move. Charles dropped everyone without killing a single one, which makes Chong realize how insane his control really is. He watches Charles walk through the fallen contestants like it was nothing, and starts thinking, this can't be chance. This monster had to have been holding back before. The announcer declares that Charlie advances to the main stage and the crowd erupts. Now Charlie is fully in the spotlight. Meanwhile, he calmly thinks about the next preliminaries, remembering that Hargan's group should be up next. The scene shifts to the following group, where Hargan is tearing through everyone with ease. 5 seconds later, every opponent is down. Hargan stands alone in the center and is declared the winner. After watching the whole fight, Charlie can tell Hargan has gotten much stronger while climbing the tower. His growth rate is crazy. Charlie knows Hargan is only on the 15th floor, but skill-wise, he already looks like someone from much higher up, and his future potential is even bigger. Charlie keeps admiring him. Hargan has talent with mana, strong control, real skill, and even the kind of looks that stand out. Charlie starts thinking it might be worth keeping someone like that close. Once Hargan's match ends, Charlie starts heading down the stairs. Then someone points him out. Charlie looks ahead, and someone calls out for him to wait. They want to talk. It's Vonal. Charlie stares at him and says he looks familiar but can't place him. Furious, young Vonal introduces himself properly as a member of the Sapphire Sword School, reminds Charlie they just fought and also met on the 10th floor, then demands to know how he could treat him like that. Before that can go any further, another person walks up, grabs Vonal's shoulder, and apologizes to Charlie. The newcomer says his disciple acted rudely. It's clear right away that this is Vonel's master. Charlie feels the man's powerful presence and wonders if he's a Hank. The man politely introduces himself as Baek Moon, leader of the Sapphire Sword School. He explains that he came because he wants to recruit Charlie. Charlie realizes this is yet another martial group trying to bring him in. This time, though, the head of the Sapphire Sword School came in person. That alone tells Charlie the man is important. Probably a Hank too. Even so, Charlie says he isn't interested. Baek Moon says he expected that answer, since Charlie already turned down several major guilds. Charlie asks why he came anyway if he knew that. Baek Moon explains that the Sapphire Sword School isn't really a guild in the usual sense. They're tied to the martial side, but first and foremost, they're a martial school. He starts talking about the school's long history, its tradition, and the legacy of the Sapphire Sword. Charlie, though, thinks he's never even heard of them, which probably means they aren't that important, and maybe this man is the school's only real powerhouse. So Charlie turns around and starts to leave, saying he'll keep going on his own. But Baek Moon reaches out, grabs Charlie's shoulder, and stops him. Looking the protagonist straight in the eye, he makes one thing clear. This isn't an offer. Charlie had already figured that sooner or later someone would stop asking and start trying to force the issue. So he asks Baek Moon if he understands what will happen when the Nangung clan finds out he's interfering with a tournament participant. Right in the middle of the tournament, Charlie asks if Sobuk really isn't worried about the Nangung clan. Sobuk just laughs it off and says that's why Charlie is acting so sure of himself. Then he reveals that the head of the Zoom clan is his blood brother, and since that clan is just as strong as the Nangung clan, he has nothing to fear. Charlie figures Sobuk's confidence comes from having the Zoom clan behind him. Then he asks if the Zoom clan leader even knows Sobuk is throwing his name around like that. Sobuk tells him not to make such a big deal out of it. He claims he just wants to be on good terms with Charlie, all while wearing a fake smile. Even then he keeps pushing, saying Charlie should join the Sapphire Sword School because it's a place where he can grow a lot. But before he can keep going, pain suddenly hits him. Charlie lowers his voice and makes it clear he already refused the offer. Then he grabs Sobuk's arm and yanks it off his shoulder. Sobuk immediately realizes Charlie is much stronger than he expected. He had heard rumors about Charlie before, but the real thing is on another level. Now he knows beating him won't be easy, and he starts bracing for the damage this fight could bring. Charlie then says that if Sobuk had asked whether he trusted the Nangung clan, then the answer would be no. Charlie twists his arm even harder and says he doesn't trust the Nangung clan at all. He only trusts himself. With that, Charlie completely forces Sobuk's hand away. Sobuk jumps back, pulls his sword, and gets ready to fight. He still plans to take Charlie with him, even if he has to use force. His wrist still throbbing, Sobuk admits Charlie is pretty strong. He now knows controlling him won't be simple. Since the tournament is going on above them, he figures nobody will get there for a while. So he decides to pretend this can still be settled with words, while secretly planning to finish it in a single strike before things get worse. Then Charlie cuts into his thoughts. He says there is one more thing he trusts. At that moment, the Lord of the Fist appears, one of the strongest people in the whole martial realm. He tells Charlie he was starting to worry because Charlie was taking too long. As he passes by Sobuk, he greets Charlie with, "Welcome, Vice Lord." That shakes Sobuk even more. One of the martial lords of the celestial demon cult is treating Charlie with respect and calling him Vice Lord. Sobuk had assumed Charlie didn't belong to any martial school, but now it all clicks. A title like that only exists in the celestial demon cult. He can hardly believe it. Is Charlie really the cult's Vice Lord? After all, Charlie was the only person in centuries to pass the celestial demon cult's test. The Lord of the Fist then asks Charlie if that guy has been causing trouble and what should be done with him. Cracking his knuckles, the Lord of the Fist even asks if he can kill Sobuk right there. Charlie points out they haven't even started fighting yet, then shrugs and tells him to do whatever he wants. Sobuk starts trembling. He knows the Lord of the Fist is far beyond an ordinary rancor, and if they fight he'll lose for sure. Even if he somehow won, making an enemy of the celestial demon cult would be a disaster for a small school like his. So he drops the tough act, lowers his sword, and hurriedly apologizes. He says he never meant for this to happen and didn't know Charlie was the Vice Lord of the celestial demon cult. He quickly adds that if he had known Charlie was already tied to another group, he never would have approached him. The Lord of the Fist snaps back that the celestial demon cult is not some martial school and Sobuk's little school shouldn't compare itself to them. Now sweating hard, Sobuk turns to leave while stumbling over apology after apology. He keeps saying it was all a misunderstanding and backs out as fast as he can. Charlie just watches him go. Sobuk is the type who only acts bold when he thinks the other person is weaker. After that, Charlie asks if it was the cult that spread word that the Vice Lord would be joining the tournament. The Lord of the Fist tenses up right away. He admits a lot of members of the celestial demon cult are excited to be back in the martial realm, so some of them may have let it slip. Charlie quickly realizes the rumor really did come from them. Then the Lord of the Fist blurts out that he spread it too, saying he was just so excited and asking Charlie to let it go. Charlie looks at him and seems willing to overlook it. As they move on, Charlie tells him to investigate the Zone clan. Since the head of the Sapphire Sword School acted that way with their backing, Charlie thinks both groups need a deeper look. The Lord of the Fist agrees. Then he mentions they'll be having dinner with the Nangun clan. If Charlie wants to come, that's where they'll be headed. Charlie adjusts his glove and says no. It sounds like one of those events meant just for socializing, and he has no interest in that. Soon he reaches his destination. A voice tells him to come in. Inside, the celestial demon is already waiting for him. He tells Charlie he did well, then lifts a container to pour him a drink. Charlie asks if he watched the preliminaries. The celestial demon says no. He already knew Charlie would pass, so there was no reason to watch. Then he changes his mind and says maybe he should have gone after all. Charlie doesn't answer. The celestial demon simply holds out the cup, waiting. As Charlie starts filling it, he says the celestial demon was right. There really was no need to go. But then something changes in the room. Charlie feels the celestial demon's energy spreading through the room and crushing everything with insane pressure. He also notices that same force is pouring into the cup along with the tea. It feels like standing under a waterfall, and the cup in his hand suddenly seems to weigh a ton. Charlie wonders if this is some kind of test. If it is, it's a hard one. He knows he has to endure it, especially since the cup is fragile and his own strength could easily shatter it. So he realizes the real challenge is simple. Hold on without breaking the cup, even under that massive pressure. Then the energy in his glove starts leaking out too. It reacts to the protagonist's emotions and pushes back against the celestial demon's force. The celestial demon takes the cup from him and sets it back in place. Then he says that confirms everything. Charlie has no idea what he's talking about, and honestly nobody seems to. After that, the celestial demon asks why Charlie is even entering the great martial arts tournament. Someone with his skill shouldn't need to bother with a childish event like this. Charlie answers that he needs the winner's prize, the Great Sphere of Medicinal Scarlet. He explains that unlike someone as powerful as the celestial demon, he still depends heavily on system stats. The celestial demon understands and says the Great Sphere of Medicinal Scarlet is a fine elixir for boosting a Vice Lord's attributes. In his eyes, that's the real reason the tournament matters so much. Charlie then asks what the celestial demon is doing there. The answer is serious. The celestial demon cult is preparing to leave the world of paradise and come down into the martial realm. They plan to accept new cultists and test them so the cult can grow stronger, put down deeper roots, and return to its old glory. In other words, they'll settle in the martial realm instead of staying in the world of paradise. And this time the test will be fair hard, but not impossible. Charlie asks if it's really okay for him to stay as Vice Lord. He reminds the celestial demon that once he becomes a ranker, he has no plan to return to the celestial demon cult. He brings it up again because he thinks the cultists would naturally object. After all, he'd be keeping the power and title of Vice Lord without actually carrying out the role. But the celestial demon tells him nobody will dare oppose it. Since he personally chose Charlie, that decision stands. Charlie pushes further and asks if that would still be true, even if his actions ended up destroying the celestial demon cult. The celestial demon asks him to explain what he means. So Charlie brings up the Gaijintamachia. The celestial demon says he never saw the Gaijintamachia himself. He was cut off in the world of paradise for a long time. Still, even there, everyone in the tower heard about it. Then he asks Charlie if he plans to stop the Second War, and Charlie says yes. That means Charlie will end up against Olympus. Since he's the Vice Lord of the celestial demon cult, that could drag the whole cult into the fight. That's what worries him. So he asks again if the celestial demon is really willing to make Olympus an enemy. The celestial demon answers calmly, fear of the storm can't stop them from setting sail. If the storm is coming, they have to face it. Charlie knows he's still an outsider in the celestial demon cult. He also knows this path won't be easy. Why would the whole cult follow a foreigner into a war that isn't even theirs? Charlie keeps wondering why the celestial demon is trusting him so easily as Vice Lord. Then the celestial demon tells him to remember one thing. He says it's the most important thing of all, and nothing matters more. Charlie needs to keep it in mind at all times. From this point on, Vice Lord Charlie is the celestial demon cult. Charlie finally understands. He isn't just one member of the group. He now stands for the whole cult. The scene shifts to a room packed with jars, parchments, and books. Someone there sips a drink and asks Solbeck why he looks so down. After another gulp, he makes a face like it tastes awful. They start talking about this year's tournament, saying it's much better than usual because the new contestants are more impressive. One lists the standouts: the Prince of Olympus, a descendant of Asgard, a Zion angel, and then Charlie. They all agree Charlie is especially tempting, and talk about trying to recruit him into their martial school. While Solbeck drinks more of the nasty stuff, another half-drunk guy says Charlie even passed the celestial demon cult's test, which means he's the real deal. Then they try to make a bird drink it too, but even the bird refuses. Solbeck drops a bigger bomb. Charlie is the vice lord of the celestial demon cult. The others are stunned and demand to know how he found that out. He says he saw Charlie called that in the cult's ranking. Then he plays the victim, whining that he only went to introduce himself and got hit with overwhelming killing intent before being chased off. One of the others actually feels bad for him, and Solbeck keeps acting innocent, saying he only wanted to talk. He adds that everyone knows how that evil cult is. Another man in the room grumbles that the celestial demon cult never changes and never will. To him, the Martial Alliance and that cult will always be like oil and water. Solbeck stays alert. He knows the celestial demon cult is a direct threat to the Martial Alliance. He keeps smiling to himself because his little act worked. Nobody there is going to think Charlie is one of the good guys now. Then Solbeck pushes harder. He says Charlie is the top favorite to win the tournament. So how can they allow the vice lord of such an evil cult to take the title? One of the others asks if he has a plan. Solbeck says no, but then someone throws a knife into a chicken and says he does. His idea is to use his influence on the main stage and change the tournament rules. 2 days later, Charlie is out walking. The main stage was delayed, and on top of that, the tournament was suddenly changed into a battle royale. Hargan brings it up and says the martial realm feels like it's changing. He asks Charlie what he thinks. Charlie says he doesn't care much. If anything, this is better because it'll end faster. Hargan disagrees, saying one-on-one matches would have taken forever. Charlie asks where Hargan's team is and why he's tagging along with him again. Hargan says his team went off to enjoy themselves, eat, travel, and have fun since it's the last day of the tournament. Charlie asks if they aren't joining the main stage. Hargan says of course not. Once they heard about the format change, they all gave up because they thought they had no chance. Then he starts running, saying they made the smart choice, unlike him, who actually does have a shot. Checking his orb, Hargan sees there are 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. He tells Charlie it's almost time, so they should get moving. As they prepare, their tournament clothes equip automatically. Charlie notes how useful that is. He tells Hargan to come on and notices how fired up he is. Hargan has been waiting for this day. The system announces that the Great Martial Arts Tournament has reached the day of the main stage, with 1,000 players entering. Charlie and Hargan head into the crowd of competitors. Charlie notices a lot of people staring his way. At first he figures it's because Hargan stands out so much. Hargan is usually loud and full of himself, but since they left the room he hasn't said much. Charlie realizes that means he's completely focused. Then someone calls out, asking Charlie if he remembers him. The system identifies him as Captain Hu, a noble member of the Nung clan. Charlie says he remembers him. His face is hard to forget. Captain Hu then asks who the guy beside him is. He explains that he and Charlie took the test on the 11th floor on opposite sides. Hearing that, Hargan reacts in surprise and jokes that he's amazed. Captain Hu made it out alive after being Charlie's enemy. The introductions continue. Hargan gives his name and proudly calls himself the great successor of Olympus. Captain Hu says he's heard plenty about him. Hargan cracks a joke, and Captain Hu awkwardly says he gets it. Charlie can tell Captain Hu isn't exactly great with people either. Still, Captain Hu keeps watching Charlie deep in thought. Everything lines up too perfectly for him to ignore. The timing fits, and the celestial demonic cult only started moving after Charlie passed their test. Now that cursed cult is aiming to win the tournament even though it isn't part of the martial alliance. Around them, people keep talking trash about the cult and insulting Charlie. Some are even saying the tournament format may have been changed because of the demonic cult. Then a voice cuts in, asking if they can say something, and everyone turns around. It's Captain Who. He asks whether the celestial demonic cult actually broke any rules or used dirty tricks in the tournament. He keeps going. What's wrong with strong people winning? You can't gang up on someone just because they aren't from the martial realm. That's not fair. Someone mocking him says Captain Who is being too soft. The speaker adds that if Captain Who is scared of Charlie, he should just leave. The system identifies the man as Mr. Zub Jinxerin, a noble member of the Zub clan. Captain Who knows this man as a snake. He's sure this attitude comes from the Zub clan itself. And if the second biggest clan in the martial alliance is moving like this, the others are probably backing them too. Even so, Captain Who believes all their schemes will be crushed by Charlie without mercy. Charlie notices Captain Who is staring at him and snaps him out of his thoughts by asking if he wants to say something. Captain Who hesitates, unsure if he should warn him. In the end, he says he personally isn't too worried, but Charlie should still be careful on the main stage. Charlie doesn't understand the warning. Right then, the announcement says the main stage is about to begin and orders everyone to head to the arena. Charlie turns and starts toward the arena. Harjan asks what Captain Who meant by telling him to be careful, but Charlie ignores the question and just tells Harjan not to fall behind. Soon, all 1,000 competitors take their places in the arena. Harjan grins and tells Charlie he finally gets what Captain Who meant. Then he tells him to look. Charlie looks ahead and sees that every single person there is focused on him. Harjan jokes that he's really popular. Now Charlie understands the warning. Everyone is working against him. Harjan pulls on his gloves and tells Charlie that in this place, Charlie is the only one he wants to beat. So Charlie better not lose to anyone else before facing him. With his sword in hand, Charlie tells Harjan not to worry about him and to worry about himself instead. The two shake hands and get ready for the battle royale. Harjan talks big and Yuan answers with confidence. He's not losing to anyone here. Then the scene cuts to someone walking quietly through a long hallway. The people talking seem to be the tournament organizers. They say the new format should stay this way, faster, rougher, and permanent. The system reveals the speaker is Sun Jin, head of the Sun clan. Beside him Sobei keeps flattering him, saying they almost let the celestial demonic cult steal the spotlight in their precious tournament. The arguing keeps going with threats flying back and forth. But off in one corner, one man sits apart from the rest. While the others laugh and celebrate their plan, that man quietly shifts even farther away from them. Turns out he's the leader of the Gun clan. Listening to them, he decides everyone in that room is rotten. The martial guild has fallen apart and the martial world now rewards sweet talk instead of sword skill. To him, Jean gaining more and more power is proof of that decay. And the head of the Gun clan can't stop it, because Sun Jin's influence keeps him boxed in. So he decides to change the whole tournament and stop this kind of thing from happening again. He wants to restore the event's honor. The mana begins filling the room, though no one notices at first. A second later, the pressure spikes hard. Now everyone feels it and they realize a terrifying amount of mana is pouring in. Only one person still hasn't noticed the powerful newcomer. Everyone else is already on their feet, staring at whoever just walked in. The man with his back turned keeps talking, asking how they still failed to beat one boy. Then someone in front of him freezes as the celestial demon finally speaks. He calmly says his vice leader seems to be causing the lords a lot of trouble. That alone terrifies the room, because the celestial demon himself has arrived, the strongest figure in the martial world. He apologizes for being late and says he came because Canon Gung invited him. The scene shifts back to the main arena. Yuan stands surrounded by battered bodies and blood. Even after all that, he's still alone against hundreds inside the arena. At the same time, the celestial demon has entered the organizer's room. There, he introduces himself as the lord of the celestial demonic cult, Shao Mujin. I stayed up all night working on this, but I still made the video for you. You wanted part 13, so here it is. Everyone in the room is shaken by the celestial demon's presence. Sobuk, trembling, repeats the celestial demon's name and asks why the celestial demonic cult is here. From the back, Canon Gung welcomes him, saying he had been waiting for his arrival. He sincerely thanks him for coming all this way. Meanwhile, the others slowly begin reaching for their weapons, ready to strike the celestial demon. He walks straight towards Sobuk and stops him cold. In a firm voice, he warns that if that sword comes out, he'll kill him with his own hands. Sobuk, still shaking, lets go of the sword. The celestial demon pats his back and says he made the right choice. Good chicken. And he looks around the room and points out the obvious. If the lord of the celestial demonic cult had stayed in the original format, he would have won this event easily. He asks if that would have been such a bad thing, then repeats their own complaint. How dare the celestial demonic cult defeat the great martial arts tournament, run by the martial guild? No one knows how to answer. They're too scared to move, and the celestial demon starts to toy with them, asking why they look so frightened. He even smiles and tells them to relax. He says he doesn't look angry, and he's not here to kill them, so why would he be mad? With burning eyes, he says there's no reason for anger. After all, the scheme they worked so hard to set up will be completely crushed by the cult's vice leader. Back in the arena, an axe tears through the air at insane speed, but Yuan is faster. He tracks the weapon as it passes, and when it hits the ground realizes the attacks have begun for real. From here on, he'll need to be even more careful. Looking toward where it came from, he first thinks it's a sword strike, then remembers it's a martial skill called materialized ki. Anyone who can use that is highly skilled, and MC knows the whole crowd is about to come at him, so he activates Battle Forecast. At once, he senses another attack coming. A warrior swings at the MC from behind with everything he has, but he turns in time and blocks it. The attacker thinks he can overpower the mic, until he pushes back much harder and forces him onto the defensive. With ease, the protagonist throws him away, flips back and lands ready to fight. Then he calls out to the crowd, asking if they're all really coming just for him. From what he sees, nobody's attacking each other, they're only targeting him. So he asks if they're making this personal. Trap answers that the celestial demonic cult and the martial alliance have been enemies for a long time. Hearing that, the mech braces for the next wave. Trap studies the mech more carefully. Now, realizing just how strong he is, he was the reason the rules got changed in the first place. Trap notes that he's a man. He's pleased, because this plan is simple and effective. Gang up on one target with a crowd of strong fighters. All around them, chaos breaks out as other fighters start clashing too. Trap notices hundreds of people are now caught in separate battles, which helps hide the real goal, bringing down someone stronger than the rest. That means the martial alliance's setup will be buried under all the confusion. As Trap keeps watching MC, thinking about how much effort went into killing one person, MC cuts through his thoughts and tells everyone they're free to attack. He won't take it personally. Then the mech calls them inferior worms and pours mana into his huge sword. The system announces that Arcane Sword has been activated, but a strange force is suppressing most of his mana, badly weakening the skill. Even so, he still forms a giant mana sword. Seeing it, Trap finally understands why the mech is so famous. Making a blade that large would normally require around 60 arcane power. From that, Trap decides the rumors were exaggerated. The protagonist isn't at the level people feared, not even close. After sizing up the mech, he becomes sure they can win. The protagonist keeps his sword raised in the middle of the crowd, waiting for someone to make the first move. Trap finishes his judgment and gives the order. He commands everyone to attack the mech at once, and they rush in with their weapons drawn. Then lightning crashes down at crazy speed. Everyone near MC gets hit and dropped instantly. Hargan arrives in style, blasting open a path with his lightning and yelling that 150 against 1 is just pathetic. MC stays quiet, but now things are getting interesting. Trap asks if that means Hargan is on MC's side. Hargan shoots back, asking what business that is of his. Someone reminds Hargan that their clan wanted good relations with him, but he says whoever came up with this ambush is an idiot. That makes Trap's face stiffen. Hargan notices and mocks him, asking if he hurt his feelings. Then he says the Zoom clan is famous for forked tongues, and now he's sure they've got Trap doing their dirty work. Some Zoom clan members protest, but Hargan says he's only speaking in the language they understand, the language of worms. Then he bursts forward at top speed. By the time Trap sees him move, the air of Olympus is already right in front of him, pulling back for a huge punch. The hit lands so hard that Trap is launched several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust where he crashes. Shaking badly, Trap can only think about how overwhelming Hargan's power is. Right then, Trap drops the classy act and yells for his men to leave Hargan to him. Beat Charlie fast, and then come help. Hargan mocks him, asking why his voice suddenly got so deep. Then he slams a heavy punch into Trap's chest and follows with a kick. That one really lands. Even so, Trap proves he's no pushover. After getting blasted back, he gets up ready to keep fighting. Trap tells Hargan he heard Olympus and Charlie were enemies. Hargan asks how he knows that. That makes Hargan think Olympus and the Zoo clan must be working together, and all of this is probably happening under Olympus orders. He figures Charlie already noticed. To him, both sides look completely rotten. Then Hargan rushes Trap again at top speed. This time Trap shows real skill. He keeps his cool and dodges several of Hargan's attacks. Still, his elbow starts giving out from the force of the hits. Trap can't understand it. Sure, Hargan is Zeus' son, so being strong makes sense. He's also a martial arts genius who could lead that world one day. But even knowing all that, Trap realizes Hargan is still way above him. Meanwhile, Hargan keeps piling it on chest, chin, side, one blow after another. Trap grows more frustrated, wondering why he can't fight back. Hargan drives another hard punch at his chest, but Trap blocks with both hands. Even so, the impact sends him flying back. Once again, Trap forces himself up. He snaps that if Hargan hadn't interfered, they would have taken Charlie down easily. Hargan stops and laughs that off. Does Trap really believe that? He points out Trap's so locked in on this fight that he hasn't even looked behind him. When Trap checks the dust cloud, Charlie steps out with his sword in hand. Charlie is tearing through the attackers with ease, smashing them down with the flat of his sword like it's a giant hammer. He's actually enjoying himself, not even a drop of sweat. He doesn't give anyone time to recover. One guy gets slammed into the ground, another takes a hit to the face, another gets his knee kicked out. Hargan says their whole plan is pathetic and tells Trap to look. Charlie's crushing them without even trying. Trap answers with a kick, showing he's still in fighting shape. Trap demands to know what Hargan means. Hargan answers with a stronger blow, breaking through Trap's lightning defense, then drives another punch into his chest at top speed. As Trap is launched back, he realizes he can't beat Hargan. What he really can't understand is why Hargan keeps saying Charlie is even stronger. Trap had judged Charlie as weak. Now, while flying through the air, he admits Hargan is a monster. But if Charlie is above him, then Charlie is on a whole different level. Then Trap crashes down hard, blood spraying from his body. Trap lies there defeated and bleeding. The warriors who came with him start begging Charlie to stop. They're tired of getting beaten by the back of his sword, so they throw down their weapons and surrender. One by one, every fighter attacking Charlie gives up. To them, he's just a monster. Then everyone starts running for their lives. In the middle of the arena, only Charlie, Hargan, Trap, and one other fighter remain. Charlie looks at Hargan and says it seems they're the only two left, so they can finally begin. Hargan bangs his fists together, full of excitement. He says he's been waiting a long time for this, and promises to tear Charlie apart. Grinning wide, Hargan says the sweetest fruit is the one picked only when it's fully ripe. Fired up, he cracks his hands and walks toward Charlie. Charlie tells Hargan he knows he's been waiting for this, but first he wants to ask two things. Hargan, still pumped for the fight, tells him to hurry up and ask. First, Charlie asks if Hargan regrets turning against Olympus. Hargan says no. He knew exactly what would happen, so he has no regrets. Patient but eager to fight, he tells Charlie to ask the last question. Charlie then asks if he forgot their last battle, when Charlie beat him with a single punch and sent him flying. That memory hits Hargan right away. The day the protagonist dropped him in one blow. He could never forget it. It was the first time he lost to someone who wasn't a ranker. He also remembers Charlie using a different sword back then, and he notices the arcane sword in Charlie's hand now seems weaker than the one he used before. From that, Hargan realizes Charlie has been holding back. He digs into the ground and says he remembers it perfectly. How could he forget the only loss he ever took from a player? Hargan strides toward Charlie with total confidence and asks if he still looks the same as before. Charlie, holding his sword, says no, he actually looks smaller. Hargan likes that answer, but he still believes Charlie is hiding his true power. So he decides to hit hard enough to force it out. He bursts forward and Charlie charges too. Hargan throws a blow like Charlie once did while Charlie blocks with his sword. The clash explodes with power, blasting the arena and shocking everyone nearby. Fighters at the edges stop what they're doing just to protect themselves, stunned that two players could unleash power like rankers. Charlie keeps blocking Hargan's attacks with the arcane sword. Hargan throws even heavier punches and Charlie keeps stopping them with his blade. Furious, Hargan yells for him to use more power. He pours even more strength into his attacks, trying to force Charlie to reveal everything. Charlie still doesn't sweat. He just keeps defending while the pressure of Hargan's blows starts warping the ground. By now the last bystander has hidden and Trap tries to crawl away in his wrecked condition. The center of the arena belongs to those two alone. Their power keeps colliding, sending huge shockwaves through the whole place while Hargan's lightning spreads farther and farther. Everyone outside the corners feels Hargan's attacks, and except for the one hiding, they all surrender, Trap included, begging to be let out. One fighter in the corner insists he still hasn't surrendered, and neither has the other one hiding nearby. Watching the arena shake from those collisions, Captain, who realizes this is the real final match. He'd heard plenty about Hargan before, but he never knew he was this strong. Hargan looks like a monster. Captain, who remembers hearing that, besides being Zeus' son, Hargan was called the genius of his generation. He admits he once felt competitive toward him, but after seeing this power, he knows he has no chance. So Captain, who lowers his sword. From a distance he watches Hargan's attacks and realizes that even several fighters at his level together couldn't beat him. So Captain, who gives up and leaves the arena. From where he stands it looks like Charlie is struggling. Hargan keeps attacking wildly and Charlie only blocks with that ordinary sword. Even as he leaves, Captain, who still wonders how Charlie ever defeated a ranker with skills like that. Then Hargan fires another high-speed punch at Charlie's face and Charlie raises his sword yet again to block it. He blocks again, but Hargan's punch is so heavy it sends Charles sliding back. Hargan instantly rushes in with the next attack. Charles realizes Hargan is insanely fast. He starts wondering just how far Hargan's speed can go. A moment later, Hargan flashes in like lightning and Charles blocks with his sword again, this time turning the blade so Hargan hits the edge. Hargan follows up right away and a huge blast rings out. In the middle of the clash, Charles suddenly grabs Hargan's head with one hand. Hargan curses, shocked that Charles caught him so easily. For the first time, Charles smiles like he's finally enjoying himself. Hargan hates that and unleashes even more power, firing off a massive burst of lightning that would have hit anyone nearby. Charles notices the attack cracked his sword badly. Still calm, he tells Hargan he's pretty strong. Hargan looks at the damaged blade and asks if Charles is really okay with that weapon. Then he questions the protagonist. Charles set records up to the 19th floor, so why isn't he showing that same level of power now? Then a cut suddenly opens on Hargan's arm and blood sprays out. That's when he realizes the protagonist hit him so fast he didn't even see it. Charles says he wasn't just standing there taking hits. He struck back once. That only makes Hargan madder. He starts paying closer attention and realizes Charles came out of that huge lightning attack without a scratch. As frustrating as it is, Hargan has to admit Charles's physical strength is way beyond his. Still, Hargan believes his arcane power is much higher than anything Charles has shown. He stops overthinking, loosens up, and tells Charles they should keep going. Whenever Charles is ready, he's waiting, but Hargan already has a plan. First, he's going to destroy Charles's weapon. He plants his foot hard to brace himself. Then Hargan closes the gap, pours arcane power into himself, and throws a full-force punch at Charles. The hit is so violent it creates a vacuum. Then a shockwave tears through the area. This time, the protagonist's sword starts giving out. The cracks spread fast as Hargan keeps hammering it without stopping, his blows smashing even past the blade's guard. On the 43rd punch, Hargan finally breaks the protagonist's sword. He bursts out laughing, thrilled that he actually did it. The blade flies from Charles's hand, but Charles just praises him, saying that was impressive and Hargan's power has grown a lot. Hearing that calm response throws Hargan off. He should have the advantage now, yet Charles seems even more relaxed. Something feels wrong. Then the protagonist releases a huge wave of mana. It's so dense that it wipes away all of Hargan's lightning. Hargan realizes the electricity covering the area is gone in an instant. For the first time, Charles finally attacks, enlarging his hands with gigantification. Before Hargan can react, Charles is already in front of him, so fast it happens in less than a blink. Hargan curses to himself, knowing the punch is already too close to dodge. Charles slams Hargan in the face and sends him flying across the arena at crazy speed. One punch is all it takes to end the fight. Hargan had been attacking non-stop, thinking the protagonist was already fighting seriously. But Charles had barely used any of his real power. He hadn't used Ken the Sacred Fire or even his true strength skills. Then he turns toward the last person left and calls out to him, "Hey, you're the only one left. Come on, we don't have time." The unsubscribed guy gets so scared he drops to the ground. That leaves Bravo alone in the ring, while the other 999 fighters are down. Even Hargan, the strongest of them all, lost with a single punch. The system then announces the winner of the Great Martial Arts Tournament. It's Charles. Giant panels show him as the only one still standing in the arena. He picks up his nameless sword, thinking it served him well. He's a little annoyed it broke so quickly, because it was perfect for controlling mana. The sword was actually made with terrible mana conductivity on purpose, just as he asked the blacksmith to do. His plan was to suppress his power against Hargan, so everyone would think he was only on the same level as the others. He wanted to win while hiding his true strength from the rankers watching. The problem is, he may have overdone it by knocking out Hargan with one punch. Then the tournament announcer appears and declares Charles, also called Bravo, the winner of the 834th Great Martial Arts Tournament. Right after that, he asks Charles how it feels to win. Charles just says it was fun. The boy doing the interview is stunned. Huh? That's it? Charles confirms that's all. Without wasting time, the boy brings out the grand prize and thanks Charles for the interview before handing it over. The moment Charles takes it, he knows it'll boost his arcane power. The boy explains that the reward is the Great Scarlet Medicinal Sphere, and this year's version is nearly perfect. Holding it, Charles can feel the massive power inside and realizes it's going to take real effort to absorb it all. Now everything Charles needed to reach the 20th floor is finally in place. There's only one thing left. Draw out the full arcane power from the medicinal sphere. The system gives the full details on the Great Scarlet Medicinal Sphere. The scene shifts to the administrator's room, where the celestial demon is listening to Charles's interview. The others there can barely stop trembling from fear of him. Trap and his father, the head of the Zug clan, are there too. Trap's father is totally confused. Hargan teamed up with that bastard Charles, even though Hargan is Zeus' son and Olympus is supposed to be Charles's enemy. So why would they form an alliance? At the same time, the whole room suddenly changes its tune. Now everyone is laughing and cheering because the favorite won and secured the result they wanted. The same people who were acting hostile before are suddenly clapping and praising the tournament's success, saying it was a victory for the Martial Kingdom. The celestial demon sees right through them. They were just insulting the celestial demonic cult, and now they're acting friendly. Trap's father asks the leader of the canine if he plans to join the evil side. He gets corrected right away. That's not the proper name. It's the celestial demonic cult. And no, he's not just jumping over to their side. He offered a real official alliance. Trap's father snaps back that this is exactly the problem. The Martial Alliance is going to ally with the demonic cult. Jinwoo, the leader of the Kanangung, fires back that it's still better than what Trap's father is doing, working with Olympus. That hits him hard. Jinwoo says matters of the martial realm should be handled by the people of the martial realm. Then he asks if Trap's father plans to hand their whole world over to Olympus. The room erupts right away as people start whispering in shock. Olympus? They were allied with Olympus this whole time. Jinwoo presses the point and openly says that yes, they are allied with Olympus. He tells Trap's father he should be ashamed. The celestial demon pieces it together. This was Olympus' way in, and now they're trying to take over the entire tower. Trap's father starts thinking this really might be the end for him. A man like him, the head of the Zug, leader in the martial army, and top strategist of the martial realm, never imagined it would end like this. Watching all this, the celestial demon says it's the worst family infighting he's ever seen. Then he addresses everyone and says he has one last question before he leaves. His eyes flash with anger as he asks who the man from Sobiek is. The room grows even tenser. Sobiek knows he's finished. Everyone is staring at him, and all he can think is that he's dead. 2 days later at the Nangoon clan training room, Yuwon is already inside, ready to begin training. He looks around and knows he got lucky. Renting a place like this for 10 days would cost a crazy amount of points. He remembers Captain who saying the tournament winner could use it to absorb the elixir safely. Back when he first entered the tower, joining Nangoon felt like a huge dream. Now that clan feels too small. His goal is far beyond the gods of this world. He sits down, opens his inventory, and takes out the great scarlet medicinal elixir. His arcane power is at 99, but he needs 100 for what waits on the 20th floor. Getting another point won't be easy. In his past life, he heard this elixir affects everyone differently. In the martial world, people talk about energy flow and breathing, but for this elixir, the key is focus. He puts the elixir in his mouth, knowing the real problem is how much mana his body can hold. Then Yuan clears his mind and starts focusing. Mana begins gathering around him. The elixir pulls in all the mana nearby and sends it into the mucks. He feels that pure mana spread through his whole body, and he tries to absorb it as well as he can. Because the mana is so pure, it's also wild and hard to control. The protagonist notices that the mana is refining his body. He figures it's thanks to his talent as a mana master, but that alone isn't enough. So he pushes everything else out of his head and focuses even harder, but his concentration starts slipping. He knows this was already close to a coin flip, and if he loses focus now, he'll fail. He also knows he won't get another shot at arcane power from this elixir. At that moment, Yuan forces every distraction out of his mind. Dense, pure mana covers his whole body like a river flowing inside him. His arcane power stays at 99, but the power keeps surging through him. The story shifts to the 20th floor, the maritime kingdom of Porcoja. An axe slams into the ground and blood splashes from someone it just cut. This kingdom has 12 islands, and we're on Neptune Island. 2 giant children beg for mercy, asking what they did wrong. The men tormenting them mock them for crying. Even though the kids are only 10 years old, they're already 4 meters tall. Their attackers sneer that giants should have behaved while the Asgardians were helping them. Instead, they chose to fight the demons. The bullying keeps getting worse until one pirate orders the others to finish them off and kill the brats. Then they demand the boys say what they want to hear. The one leading them is Orang, a member of the Wolf Guild. He asks the children where the Stone of the Sea is, the treasure from the legends of Porcoja. A famous story says whoever finds the Stone of the Sea will become the god of the sea. But the giant boy insists it's only a rumor, just a myth. The attackers don't buy it. They've heard another rumor too, that the giants are hiding the stone somewhere. Since Olympus spread that story, they think it must be true. The giant boy argues that anything from Olympus can't be trusted, because the giants are their sworn enemies. Orang says he knows that, but he'll keep them alive only until he gets an answer. Pointing his weapon at them, he says every part of the 20th floor is under Olympus control, so nobody there would care if a couple giants died. The girl hides behind the boy. Orang gives them one last warning, talk now or die. Then a voice suddenly shouts from far away that evil is running wild these days. Everyone turns toward the voice and spots a figure coming closer. Orang yells at him to get lost and stop trying to play hero. Then Orang goes tense. He realizes who it might be, that guy with the red cape. It's Yuan. The system announces that MC activates gray eyes and uses battle prediction. His senses jumped by 10%, then 25. He remembers what happened in the cave back then. While fully focused, all his senses had risen by 25%. At the same time, an enormous amount of mana was pouring into him so fast he couldn't slow it down. It was forcing itself to become his power. Then the MC finally gains one more point of arcane power. The system announces he has reached 100. That unlocks a special skill, the kind people gain when a stat reaches a certain mark. For arcane power, that mark is 100. Now Yuan's enhanced vision rises again. What used to be 10 and 25% becomes 30, then 50% stronger senses. With that, he gains a new ability, sensory field. It lets him detect every object and living thing within a 50-meter radius. Everyone on the 20th floor recognizes that face. They're sure this is the champion of the martial arts tournament, and the mood shifts fast. The giant children stare at him, and everyone there realizes it really is the protagonist. MC draws his sword and answers, play hero. Is that what this looks like? Then he moves so fast he almost vanishes. With battle prediction active, he charges the group at top speed and makes it clear he's not here to joke around. The system announces the big sensory field, and that's where the first season ends. Now it's time for Season 2, Part 14. We pick back up as Yuan rushes in to face the men who were about to kill the giant children. All of them immediately go on alert. One pirate grabs his huge axe and gets ready to fight the protagonist. He clashes with him and instantly feels how strong this player is. Yuan wonders why a so-called rookie is this powerful. These fighters clearly aren't normal 20th floor players. They're far above that level. The pirate, still not recognizing the protagonist, curses at him and demands to know what guild he's with. He says that no matter what group someone belongs to, this kind of thing crosses the line. Even the worst groups have rules. But before he can name his own faction, his boss starts studying MC closely. Not sure if he's mistaken, he suddenly stops the fight and orders everyone to quit attacking. The pirate obeys it once and pulls back. His boss asks if this is really him, but the protagonist keeps his sword up and the pirate keeps hold of his axe. Then the boss speaks, shocked because he never expected the vice lord of the celestial demonic cult to be here. The giant children shrink back a little. The one standing before them is the infamous the protagonist. The system notes that the two giant kids seem afraid of him. The pirate mocks Yuan, calling him just a kid who barely made it to the 20th floor. He says the people here aren't weak like the fighters from the arena, but his boss cuts in and tells him to back off. In a low voice, the boss calls him crazy. If this really is the vice lord of the demonic cult, then he can't be alone. There could be hidden cult guards waiting to ambush them. They need to retreat. This has to be a trap. Hearing that, the pirate starts trembling. Just the thought of the celestial cult backing MC up is enough to terrify him. The three of them leave and Parada tells the young giants they got lucky this time. Someone showed up to save them. Their leader stares at Charlie, thrilled to find him here. Charlie has been a huge problem for Olympus, so turning him in could earn a lot of favor. Gritting to himself, the leader already knows his next move. He heads for the Olympian's office on the 20th floor, planning to ruin Charlie's standing there. The place is massive and full of untamed wilderness. The giants are supposed to be around 13 feet tall, but these two are only Charlie's height because they're still kids, just 10 years old. The shy girl thanks Charlie for saving them. Charlie tells them that even at their age, two giants should have had no trouble beating a few humans like that. Then he asks why they didn't fight back. Boar clearly doesn't trust Charlie. He says the mech seems to know something about giants and asks who he's connected to, Olympus or Asgard. The girl cuts in and reminds her brother that Charlie just saved them. Boar admits that but says Charlie is still human, and no human helps giants for no reason. Charlie just smirks and says he's smarter than he looks. Boar snaps back saying that's exactly what he thought. He guesses Charlie is after the sea stone too, then angrily complains that people keep coming after them for the same rumor. He says nobody believes him when he says they don't know where that stone is. Then he asks why everyone wants to attack them over stupid gossip. Charlie answers that he isn't there for the stone. He came to talk to Urfa. Both giants are shocked that this human wants to meet Urfa right away. Charlie says he wants to see Urfa, their elder. That only makes Bar matter. He says Urfa doesn't meet just anyone, especially not humans, and tells Charlie to leave. He adds that, like Charlie said, he could have crushed those men himself, and if more show up even in groups he'll wipe them out too. Charlie already knows giants are far from weak. They're born with overwhelming power. He realizes these two held back on purpose. If a real fight broke out here, it could grow into something much bigger and lead to another massacre of their people. That makes Charlie respect Boar. He may be young, but he thinks ahead. Then Boar calls to his sister, telling her it's time to go. She stops him and says she still has something to do. Boar gets annoyed. He asks if she contacted the elder. She says yes, Charlie saved them, so the least she could do was send a message. Nair is surprised because the elder actually replied. At the same time, she explains that no one gets to contact the elder whenever they want. Only he decides when to answer, and she shows Boar's message to Charlie, and from a distance he watches the elder's reply. The message says Charlie is allowed to come because the elder wants to meet him. Then it adds a goofy note. Only someone beautiful and cute can read the message. If you're staring and see nothing, then you're not. The scene cuts to someone racing ahead at high speed. Several wolves appear, and the two young giants chase after them. These wolves are giants too. Boar is confused. He can't understand why the elder wants to meet a human like Charlie. Meanwhile, the mix is riding a giant wolf like it's nothing. Anywire is shocked and asks if Charlie can tame beasts, or maybe if it's some kind of illusion skill. Either way, she's amazed that the giant wolf obeyed him so easily, while Boar just keeps grumbling. The joke here is simple. It feels like Charlie somehow sweet-talked the wolf into helping him, like he promised it something exciting, and that's why it obeyed so fast. Still, Muir thinks Charlie can't be normal. She's heard stories about what he did in the great martial arts tournament. Boar brushes all of that aside. He says he doesn't care, doesn't like Charlie, and finds him suspicious, especially because somehow he knows the elder. Boar stays stubborn about it, but Muir knows her brother well. She tells him he's frustrated because he wants to fight Charlie, even though he knows he can't win. Boar admits it with a bitter look. Meanwhile, they keep moving at incredible speed. Soon they reach a cliff. The path continues on the other side, and the wolves don't hesitate. They leap across. Once they land, they're already in giant territory. Hidden watchers are everywhere, even if they're doing a terrible job of staying out of sight. At last, they reach the giant's hideout. Boar goes on ahead and tells the mech they've arrived, so he can get off the wolf now. But Boar nearly jumps when he sees the wolf acting affectionate toward Charlie. He yells at it to stop and calls Charlie dirty. Charlie looks offended, while the wolf seems more interested in whatever reward it thinks it's getting later. Charlie knows the next part is critical. What happens from here could affect how they deal with the enemies outside. Then they arrive at their destination, not just a giant tree, but a truly colossal one. The system identifies it as Adam's giant tree. Boar tells Charlie it's impressive, and says the tree never burns and will never fall. He adds that the elders say this tree came from the world tree, though he doesn't know if that's really true. Charlie remembers that story well, and knows it isn't the whole truth. Before his regression, even this tree, said to be impossible to burn or destroy, was reduced to ashes during the second giant massacre. When all the giants died, Charlie pauses staring at the tree. Boar calls out, asking what he's doing. Charlie answers that he's coming. Boar warns him to watch his step, because one wrong move could get him trampled by a giant. They keep going. Then the scene shifts to the city inside the tree. The giants are stunned to see a human there. They start whispering at once. Some think he must be a guest since Boar and Weary brought him, while others insist that's impossible because no human has ever come here before. Boar tells Charlie to ignore them. Since he's the elder's guest, nobody will dare touch him. The scene moves to the elder's home, higher up. Even without seeing him yet, the giant scale of the place makes it obvious who lives there. From outside, Boar seems nervous, as he calls out to the elder. The elder opens the door and tells them to come in. Of course he's home. Charlie is glad he'll finally get to meet the giant elder. He knows this is a high-ranking being, someone who existed long before the first giant massacre. Charlie also knows exactly who he is. This is Urfa, the living history of the giants. Once inside, the system confirms it, sitting with him as a giant wolf about the same size as the one Charlie rode. Urfa greets him warmly. He calls Charlie a human child. Charlie returns the greeting and notices just how enormous the house really is. Urfa asks for his real name, saying he's gotten old and his memory isn't what it used to be. Charlie introduces himself. Urfa remembers right away and says he's heard a lot about Charlie from Hephaestus. Charlie is caught off guard by Urfa calling Hephaestus that boy, since the guy is nearly 400 years old. Urfa goes on, saying he's heard about Charlie standing against Olympus. For someone who isn't even a ranker yet and only just reached the 20th floor, that's impressive. As he talks, he keeps petting the giant wolf, but then Urfa turns serious and says what Charlie did wasn't bravery, it was recklessness. He warns the mech to give up on fighting them if he values his life. In Urfa's eyes, Charlie is so far below that level that even the smallest thing could kill him. Charlie answers right away, saying he knew Urfa was a pacifist. What he didn't expect was for Urfa to be a coward too. He says it while looking straight at the giant. Urfa's expression hardens and he stares back. The MC releases even more mana. Urfa, a high ranker, glares at Charlie and snaps, asking how he dares speak to him like that. Without even getting out of his chair, the giant crushes the whole room with even heavier mana. And this time Charlie really feels it. Everything starts to blur. The pressure gets so dense that Charlie is forced to the floor, his feet sinking in. Even then he looks at Urfa and says the giant must already know Olympus is preparing for the next gigantomachia. With his fists clenched, Charlie keeps staring him down and asks if he's really gonna just sit there and wait for his people to be wiped out. All at once, the pressure vanishes. Charlie realizes Urfa is no longer trying to overpower him. Urfa admits he's right. If they keep hiding, their destruction is only a matter of time. Could happen in 10 years, 100 years, or even tomorrow. No one knows. Urfa adds that unlike humans, the giants don't have the sea stone. Then he says he knows where it is. Charlie immediately asks why he's giving that away so easily. Urfa says there are 2 reasons. First, someone he trusts spoke very highly of Charlie, so he believes Charlie isn't with Olympus. Then he says there's a second reason, and turns his gaze toward Charlie, his eyes starting to glow. Charlie notices exactly what Urfa is staring at. Urfa's eyes are locked on Kenny and Charlie's hands. Charlie quickly hides his hand because Kenny starts glowing even brighter under the giant's stare. Then he walks outside Urfa's house. Charlie leaves with Kenny and heads down the giant's steps. As he walks, Charlie keeps thinking about how hard Urfa stared at Kenny. Felt rude enough to bother him. He remembers Urfa's second reason for helping him. Urfa believes Charlie is the strongest player of this era, and an era means 1,000 years. Charlie knows some of that praise comes from his connection to the old group, but he still thinks Urfa is rating him way too high. He starts to wonder if everything inside Urfa's house was a test to see if he was worthy of the sea stone. Still, one thing is certain, he's going to find it. For anyone wondering, Charlie is heading to a specific part of Adam's tree, and getting there is dangerous because of all the obstacles. Looking around, he can tell everything here is enormous. That also means he has more room to move. At his current level, he can't damage this place even if he goes all out. So Charlie summons a dozen sacred flames above his head. He's using them to train, since he still can't fully control that much sacred fire at once. Soon the flames will slip out of control and fall at random. That's the whole point of the training. Dodge the fire. Charlie activates gray eyes to read the path of the falling flames. Then he plants himself upside down to keep his balance and focus. Since he's already using gray eyes, Charlie adds another skill, sensory field. Now he's stacking 2 strong perception abilities at once. With both active, he can track the path of the sacred fire much better. His awareness of everything around him jumps by half. Charlie starts weaving through the flames he created himself, turning the whole thing into solid training. He's actually enjoying it. The dodging, the sacred fire control, and the mix of those 2 perception skills all work together. The training is paying off and his perception keeps improving. But then the backlash hits. A sharp pain pounds through his head, and the MC realizes he's getting dizzy from using 2 high-level skills at once. Half out of it, he drops a hand to the ground to stop himself from falling flat. He flips and lands back on his feet in a clean recovery. But the sacred fire comes at him from behind. The flames curve back hard toward the MC. Even so, the branches aren't burned. This fire has a will of its own. It only targets one thing, and that target is the MC. Charlie barely manages to avoid it, still a little dazed from how close that was. Even with that risk, he's excited. Gray eyes and sensory field together let him see the world more clearly than ever. The 2 skills work perfectly as a combo. The only problem is the overload. His brain can't handle that much information for long. So now the MC has a new goal. Keep training this combo. Then someone shows up behind the MC and calls out saying, "So this is where he was hiding." The giant who arrives is furious. He calls Charlie a worm and makes his hatred clear. The system identifies him as Cavante. Cavante tells Charlie he's heard the rumors and knows he's getting famous, but he's not convinced Charlie is really as strong as people claim. One of Cavante's friends tries to calm him down, reminding him Charlie was invited by an elder and escorted by Boar. Cavante brushes that off like it means nothing. Charlie notices right away that this giant has no respect for him at all. Then Cavante says it plainly. All humans are his enemies. The scene cuts to Urfa's house. Urfa's asleep in his chair, glowing faintly as he falls into the same strange dream again. In it, countless voices repeat that humans are the enemy. The dream keeps pressing the same words into his mind. Humans are enemies, every last one of them. Then he sees water swallowing the whole forest. In the dream, Adam's tree stands behind him while floodwaters cover everything. Thousands of giants lie slaughtered. Urfa sees himself screaming at the killer, calling them cursed for destroying his people. While the roar of rushing water gets closer, a giant wave rushes toward him. Even inside the dream, Urfa trembles as he realizes it's a tsunami, and the surviving giants scream for everyone to run because they're coming again. Then he sees the god of the sea riding that massive wave. It's Poseidon, leading the massacre of his people. Urfa jerks in his chair and wakes up in fear. This giant wolf is lying calmly across him, but the dream still leaves him shaken. He pets the wolf and quietly says, "It's okay. telling it to go back to sleep. Urfa can't remember how many times he's had that dream, but this time it felt more real than ever. He starts wondering if that has something to do with the human child. Urfa fully gathers himself, but his thoughts are still stuck on Charlie, Olympus, and how their futures might be tied together. Suddenly, the old wolf roars outside, and voices start shouting that there's a fight going on. Everyone starts asking who's fighting. The answer comes fast. It's Charlie, the human who just arrived in their village. Urfa realizes it's already started, and he knows Charlie may become their greatest gamble, especially if fate is pulling all this toward Poseidon. The scene shifts back to the tree where Charlie is. From the silhouettes, it's clear there are more giants there now. Another one has joined them. A giant fist is raised, and then it's revealed that Charlie is stopping it with ease. Cavante starts shaking because Charlie's strength is the real deal. Charlie isn't even trying that hard, he's smiling. Cavante snaps and yells for him to let go. He demands to know if Charlie thinks this is funny. Charlie tightens his grip and says no, but if Cavante rushed in, then he should handle the pain. Then Charlie twists his arm, and Cavante cries out. Furious, Cavante asks how an insect like Charlie dares do this to him, and he tries to force more power into the clash. Charlie uses that against him, gives him a little push, and sends the giant crashing to the ground. After dropping him, Charlie coolly says he's counting to 5, so Cavante should go call all his friends. The other giants freeze in place. If someone stronger than them just got slammed that easily, they don't want to move. Charlie tells them to stop trembling. Then he says he can play with them as much as they want, so they'd better bring everyone. Before long, another powerful giant arrives, and the gossip spreads fast because Charlie has already beaten several giants. Boar and Nuir are left stunned when 2 especially strong giants, Tool Angel and Vulcan, join the fight against the MC, and even they start getting pushed back. Nuir can't figure it out. Charlie is just that strong. Then we see Charlie grab a giant by the kimono. Using that grip, he lifts the huge giant off the ground and gets ready to throw him. Charles slams the giant down so hard his head smashes into the ground. That wasn't judo at all. It was pure power. Even flat on the ground, the giant keeps raging and cursing at Charles. Charles doesn't like that. He crouches and places a hand on the giant's shoulder. Then the system says Charles has infused his arm with the giant's power, though the giantification is only partial. He gives the giant's shoulder a slow, almost gentle squeeze, but the pain is so insane. The giant nearly passes out. Charles snaps at the crowd. There are plenty of giants here, yet they keep coming one at a time. If they still don't get it, they should all rush him together so he can crush them at once. By now 6 giants are already down, and there are still dozens more gathered around. Nuir is there with Boar. She reminds him she told him not to fight Charles. But now Charles is openly calling everyone out. Even she's starting to lose patience. Her brother says Charles clearly wants all of them to attack, so they might as well give him what he asked for. After hearing him out, Naira agrees they'll fight, so the 2 of them head toward the Miquit. The crowd immediately starts buzzing. Those 2 are really stepping in. One giant is shocked to see descendants of the giant gods joining the fight. Charles, though, has never heard of them, so they're probably not well known or they vanished during the giant war. Still, one look at them tells him they're far more dangerous than he first thought. Boar steps up and tells Charles he's wanted to smash him ever since they first met. Now he'll see what the famous Charles is really made of. Charles just tells him to come try it. With his gray eyes active, Charles laughs and says Boar won't last long anyway. Then he tells the giant to come on. Boar grins, making it clear he actually likes Charles's nerve, and he bursts forward at crazy speed, circles behind the protagonist, and throws a brutal strike. But Charles's gray eyes have already read the path of the attack, and his sensory field backs that up. With battle prediction active too, Charles already knows where the hit is coming from and how to avoid it. He steps back at the last second, and Boar's fist crashes into the ground instead. Boar doesn't pause. He instantly rushes behind the protagonist again, and Charles stays locked in on him. This time Boar plants a hand and swings a fast kick toward the protagonist's face, but Charles blocks it with one hand. Even so, the protagonist realizes Boar is stronger and faster than he expected. That kick actually stung. Then Boar says, now. Charles already knows what that means because his sensory field has been active the whole time. Netch Wire is right behind him. She throws a heavy punch at the protagonist, but he gets Twilight in front of it and blocks. Even blocked, the hit is way stronger than Charles expected, and it shoves him back. While thinking it through, Charles realizes fighting this pair with raw strength alone and without mana will be rough. Still, he treats this like training, so he keeps going with brute force only. Well, brute force plus a couple broken abilities. He wants the practice. Boar's fist flashes past Charles's face again at high speed. As he attacks, Boar tells Charles the reason he can't switch places with his sister is simple. She's stronger than he is. Boar presses from the front while Nor charges in from behind with everything she has. Charles is stuck between them, one punch from one side, one kick from the other. Their attacks collide with huge force, blasting the area and sending debris flying everywhere. Nor realizes she punched the tree instead of Charles, and Boar sees that he only hit the ground. Both of them are confused. He was just there, so where did he go? Then Charles appears above them in the air. He's hanging there overhead, while the two giants look around in confusion. The system explains that he's using Hermes' footsteps, a stolen item that boosts jumping by 50%. It lets the user double jump in mid-air, move faster during jumps, and use step from the sky once per day. Charles remembers buying the boots back on the 11th floor, but he never really used or trained with them. Since this whole fight is training anyway, now is the perfect time to get used to Hermes' footsteps. He's already tried the double jump, so only one move is left. He activates step from the sky and rockets downward with massive speed, causing a huge shockwave when he lands. The giants feel the impact immediately. Charles came down like a missile, and Nor takes the worst of it. Her arm gets cut before she even sees what happened. Charles moved that fast. Her brother asks if she's okay and she says yes. By then Charles is already diving down again at high speed. Boar curses him, calls him a disgraceful traitor, and tells his sister to help box Charles in. The two move together like they've done this countless times. Charles streaks across one side, while Boar charges from the other. Both are moving with terrifying force. They tear through the middle of the battlefield, trading blows at insane speed. And it's not just Charles and Boar anymore, Nor is right in it too. The other giants can only watch in fear because the speed and pressure are way beyond them. At last Boar and Nor corner the protagonist, but he's still having fun. Right before their attacks land, he leaps up again and slips away clean. Boar yells for him to get back down. Dr notices her brother is getting serious now. The tower's penalties have started appearing on his body, and she tells him to stop, but he doesn't listen. Charles sees just how impressive Boar is. He's forcing out so much mana that the tower's restrictions are kicking in on him anyway. Charles uses his gray eyes again to read the coming attacks, and he can tell from Boar's movements that this next blow will use everything he has. Boar pours a huge amount of mana into his fist, ready to hit Charles with full power. Charles sees it coming and makes his choice. He'll stand still and take it head on. Even then, Charles keeps analyzing the situation while Boar thinks he's found an opening. The gray eyes stay focused because Charles already decided to take this hit. Boar's fist closes in, and Charles understands exactly what's about to happen, but he still doesn't dodge. He wants every giant here to see that he's much stronger than they think. Boar throws a punch so powerful it looks like lightning bursts from his hand. The strike explodes forward. Boar was sure the protagonist would dodge. Instead, he freezes in shock when he realizes the protagonist chose not to move. That's when it hits him just how far below Charles he is. All he can do is curse. Newire saw the whole thing. Her brother put everything into that blow, so much that even the tower punished him for it. But after taking it head on, Charles comes out completely fine. Charles reaches a hand toward the giant and calmly praises his strength, saying it was decent. He even says he'd be happy to take more hits like that. Newire drops to the ground, already convinced they can't beat Charles. Boar knows Charles is unbelievably strong, but being called merely decent fires him up instead. He swears that tomorrow he'll fight Charles again, and next time he'll crush him. That promise puts a huge grin on his face. He loves fighting, and he's sure tomorrow will be the day he finishes Charles. So he greets the protagonist, and says the pleasure of hitting him again tomorrow will be all his. Boar knows Charles is absurdly strong. 10 days pass with the protagonist staying among the giants, and by now they're all fired up, waiting for their turn to fight him. One day they ask Charles if he's sick of meat yet, since giant meals are basically meat every single day. Then one giant slams the table and says that once they're done eating he wants a rematch, and this time he's sure he'll win. Boar tells everyone to hurry up and finish their food because he can't wait to fight Charles again. Another giant worries that battling right after lunch is terrible for your health. Charles cuts in and tells them to forget it. There's no fight today. Boar is stunned and asks why not. Charles says tomorrow is the test they've been preparing for. So he needs to stay focused, get proper rest, and be ready. Everyone at the table keeps acting like this is normal, but Newire can't let it go. When she and her brother first fought the Mick, they really believed they could win. Even now, part of her still thinks one more match might change everything. But deep down she knows that's not true. The last few times it was 5 against 1 and they still couldn't do anything. They're all young giants, sure, but someone who can crush 5 giants in under a minute is on a whole different level. What scares her most is that Charlie still isn't even fighting seriously or using mana, and she can't stop wondering how strong he really is. Charlie notices she's lost in thought and asks Newire what's wrong. She brushes it off and says she was just thinking about their fights with him. She tells him he's way stronger now than he was 10 days ago. Charlie answers that he doesn't feel like he's changed that much. Then he says he still hasn't fully gotten used to the skill he's been training against them. That shocks her even more. She asks if that means he'll come back after the test before moving to the next floor. Charlie says no, before he moves on he's going to find the stone. Boar is stunned and asks how that's possible when the test is tomorrow. Another giant cuts in with a question. He asks if the sea stone is tied to the next floor's test and whether the elder wolf knows that. Charlie says the elder knows some of it, but he's sure the wolf isn't the only one. The giant gods probably know where the sea stone is too. Looking at Boar, Charlie reminds him that he said he comes from a giant god's bloodline. If that's true, then his father likely knows where the stone is and just never told him. Boar's face drops. He asks if that stone is really that important. Charlie says it is. Boar says that if it's so important people could use its power for themselves, then why would the elder ask Charlie for help? Charlie admits he doesn't know for sure. Maybe, he says, it's because I'm the strongest player he's ever met. Boar, who had been stuffing himself with meat, slams it down on the table. He can't believe the elder stayed quiet while all this was happening. Another giant joins in and gets mad too, saying everyone kept silent while they suffered over some stupid legend. Newire tells Boar to stop, but he's too worked up. He says people have been coming after him his whole life because of that cursed stone, and he's nearly died because of it. Boar looks around at the others and asks if he's really the only one who's gone through that. Of course he isn't. They've all suffered for it. He keeps venting, asking how that stupid stone could matter more than his life. As long as he can remember, he's had to watch his back every time he stepped outside so he wouldn't get jumped over it. And the worst part is having to stay quiet and bow his head whenever someone comes after him. He's shaking with rage as he demands to know what could be so important that the elder would act this. That's when Charlie finally speaks up and says, the elder made the right call. Boar glares at him and asks how that could possibly be the right choice. Charlie tells him that if the people hunting for the stone had gotten it already, every giant would have been wiped out. Then he asks Boar if keeping quiet isn't better than seeing his whole race destroyed. Boar slams the table and curses at him. He storms up to Charlie, demanding to know what Charlie thinks he understands, and who he is to say that to his face. If the moment passes fast, you already know what comes next. Charlie grabs him by the shoulder and flips him straight to the floor. Boar hits hard, then looks up and tells Charlie to let go. Still angry, he asks what Charlie even knows about the wolf. Charlie says not knowing isn't a crime, but refusing to admit it is. At the very least, Boar should recognize that and stay quiet. Then he lets him go and asks, what do you think now? Boar doesn't answer, he just gets up and brushes the dirt off himself. As Boar starts to leave, Noir sighs that it's a shame. Another giant grabs him and points out the obvious. He's been fighting Charlie for days and still doesn't get it. Charlie is far stronger than him. Boar is still furious and says none of that matters. He wants to talk to the old man right now and get answers. But another voice tells him to stop. They don't even know yet if Charlie is right, so they'll wait for the truth in tomorrow's test instead of causing more trouble. Boar sits back down, still cursing under his breath. But inside he's stuck on one thought. If this is true, then both the elder and his parents hid the truth from all of them. And that leaves one question: how much does Charlie really know? He shifts to the place where Charlie is staying. He drops a hand onto the bed and thinks about only one thing now: rest. After joking about the tiny bed, he pulls off his boots, lies down, and lets out a long breath. His head is pounding. He's been using gray eyes together with his sensory field for 10 straight days, and now all he can do is recover before the test. Then Kenny suddenly reacts again. and Charlie notices something's off right away. He realizes Kenny is responding to the sea crystal, the weapon Poseidon once used to become the god of the sea. That crystal is also called the trident fragment. Charlie thinks Kenny has been reacting like this ever since he reached the 20th floor, but now it's stronger than ever. The mix figures the trident fragment must be similar to Kenny's origin, the divine crystal of the stars. That leads to another thought: maybe the fragments are responding to each other because they were once a single whole. If that's true, then Kenny's reaction could help him track the next fragment like a compass, and that could be the key to passing the next test. The mix closes his eyes and focuses. If he wants to use Kenny properly, he has to wake that power up on command instead of waiting for it to act on its own. Charlie believes that presence is Kenny itself. As a thick band of stars spreads through the room, he becomes more sure the fragment is trying to find the others. So he starts speaking to Kenny in his mind, telling him to open his eyes. He keeps repeating it over and over. Then the mix wraps Kenny in sacred fire. He wants to wake that being no matter what. Finally, he stops thinking and says it out loud: "Wake up." At the same moment, an eye appears near him, so now we're moving into the next part. Kenny opens its eye, still looking half asleep like always. After that, the story shifts to the test site on Triton Island on the 20th floor. It's a rough island packed with monsters and wild creatures. When Charlie arrives with the giants, he notes that the island is small but dangerous. Boar says it reminds him of Tutorial Island and thinks that place may have been based on this one. Newire laughs and brings up how Boar almost died to a chimera there, saying he screamed the whole time. Boar is completely embarrassed. She said that in front of the Mick. Boar tells the Mick they only came to guide him to the test site, though he doubts anything here can really threaten Charlie. He adds that he and Newire both took this test before and it was rough. Charlie just sighs and says this one might be different. Newire explains that even the giant leaders are watching this test, but they didn't come in person. If they all showed up, this place could turn into a battlefield. That makes Charlie think this test may matter far more than usual. Charlie realizes the giant elder made a huge choice. The giants survived this long by hiding and buying time. But now through this test, they're finally stepping into the open. Charlie knows Olympus had to notice this sudden shift. If things go bad here, the giants won't just lose trust. Their whole race could be wiped out, no matter what he has to find the sea stone. The system announces the test will begin in 10 minutes. Charlie says goodbye to the giant brothers and heads out, leaving the rest to them. He can tell the tribe's situation has changed a lot. Ulf the Elder even sent 2 giants from his home to guide the Mick. Before leaving, Charlie warns them if things turn ugly, hold nothing back. Boar gets fired up and says they can count on him no matter what happens. After Charlie leaves, several warriors show up to stop him. Boar boldly tells Charlie not to worry and just keep going to the test site. One of the attackers mocks them and orders his group not to let Charlie out of sight. They need to finish him before he gets there. Then he looks at the giants and says they should be easy to deal with, so everyone should focus and grab Charlie. He doesn't even finish the sentence before Boar slams into him so hard he drops to his knees, clutching his stomach. Right after that, a huge blast erupts, and all the warriors finally realize this fight won't be simple. Even pinned down by Boar, the attacker still runs his mouth, calling the giants cowards and asking if they want to die. Boar shuts him down, saying he's got it backwards. They're not backing off. Then the man glances to the side and sees Naya. She's way stronger than Boar, and with one casual hit she wrecks the enemy near her. Naya coldly asks who he was calling a coward. She wipes the blood off her face like it means nothing. The look in her eyes is different now. Not a captive, but a hunter. In that moment she proves that even young she's still a giant. The attacker starts shaking even harder, asking what kind of look that is. Just her stare is enough to scare him. He finally realizes that the giant girl he thought was weak is nothing like before. Boar tells him they're done talking, so he'd better get ready to be crushed. Then Boar yanks him back up and says they might as well have some fun before the beating starts. The scene shifts to another mountain farther away. News is spreading fast. A man with a 16 ball gets word that Charlie saved 2 giants earlier, and the one who brought that report is Rorag, an executive from the Wolf Guild. The system introduces the test examiner, Theseus, son of Poseidon. His assistant says that's true, but there's more. The same giants Charlie saved are now protecting him on the way to the test island. Theseus is sure that no matter how capable that wolf is, Charlie won't go down easily. He knows Charlie is both strong and clever. Standing atop a strange mountain, Theseus orders his assistant to send people from the examiner's office to keep Charlie busy and away from the test site. The assistant points out how strange this is. Giants helping a human. Most giants hate humans because of the giant's magic, so he wonders if Charlie's saving one of them changed that. Theseus says he doesn't know. Still, he remembers something his father once told him. The giants are hiding on the beach. They're supposed to help him search for the stone while he works as the test examiner. In return, Poseidon promised to acknowledge him as a son, even if he was born a bastard. Theseus is convinced the giants are hiding the stone. He trusts his father's information network, and he knows Poseidon is obsessed with that stone, obsessed enough to defy even Zeus. He keeps thinking about how strange Charlie is, a human mixed up with giants who hate humans. And for the first time since the giants' magic, the giants have left the forest right when Charlie appeared. That makes Theseus wonder if Charlie is tied to the sea stone. No matter how he looks at it, he can't find any other reason the giants would move. Suddenly, his communication device goes off. Someone reports that they failed. Charlie escaped and reached the test site. Hearing that, Theseus freezes in shock. Charlie made it just in time. The system announces that the test for the 21st floor has begun. Charlie thinks there were some problems on the way, but he's still reached the site. He's sure Nea and Boar can handle themselves, and he bets they're actually enjoying the fight after holding back for so long. The system explains the test. Many sea monsters live around the small island of Triton, and for the next 12 hours he has to kill them and collect hearts of the sea. The more hearts someone gets, the more bonus points they earn. Charlie notices this test is a lot like Capture the Flag on the 11th floor, except there's no limit on how many people can pass. Anyone who gets a heart clears it. Most people probably think teaming up will make this easy. Charlie already knows they're wrong. With that, he jumps off the mountain, convinced that aside from him, no one is passing this test. He dives into the sea and sinks deeper and deeper. The mech keeps moving underwater without trouble. As he goes down, he remembers what Ufa told him. Eiffels had contacted Ufa and said Charlie was searching for the sea stone. But Ufa said the rumors were wrong. They don't have it. What they do have is its location. Remembering that Charlie activates his special eyes to search for the place Ufa mentioned, Ufa had told him that to wake her, he needs to look at her stomach, not her back. Deep under the sea, with strange creatures nearby in the dark, Charlie keeps heading for that spot. Ufa also warned him that the bottom of the sea is filled with monsters far worse than fish. Even if Charlie gets through them alive, that would only be the first obstacle to reaching the stone. Once surrounded by sea creatures, Charlie recalls Ufa asking if he really thought he could do it. Using his eyes, he spots a golden point in the distance. His vision stretches farther and farther until it closes in on that golden light. He remembers Ufa asking one last time if he could truly bring back the sea stone. After all that, Charlie finally reaches the place Ufa told him about. The scene cuts to a Triton with blue markings across his chest. The system says there are 6 hours and 18 minutes left in the test. One team has just taken that Triton down, and their leader checks if everyone's okay. Gerald says they're fine and happy because they now have 15 stones, one for each member so everyone can pass. Holding a heart of the sea, the leader notes that half the test time is already gone. Still, if they keep this pace, each person might earn 2 hearts. He's thrilled because that would mean bonus rewards for everyone. Then a strange fire-like signal appears in the sky. Theseus is using it to send a mental order, telling everyone to find Charlie and take him out. The team leader figures this only matters because Olympus ordered it. There are plenty of them here, and he's sure they'd have the numbers to deal with Charlie. He even smiles, thinking he got lucky because Charlie isn't here. Getting cursed out by his superiors later would be annoying, but fighting Charlie in person and getting crushed would be way worse. So he prays Charlie stays hidden until the end. That's exactly why Charlie doesn't like joining groups. People like this get dragged into things they never wanted. Soon after, the leader says they've rested enough and decides to split the team in 2 to gather more hearts. Then a huge column of water shoots up from the sea, and everyone there panics. Their leader has no idea what's happening as the ocean suddenly erupts. Some think it might be a sea monster, but whatever it is, it's heading straight for them. Something bursts from the water at high speed and lands behind them. It's Charlie. The group jumps in shock and starts trying to make sense of it. First they think it's just some player, but then they realize he came from underwater. Charlie rises from the sea and takes a breath. The group leader recognizes him at once and realizes exactly who just showed up. Charlie lifts his head, looks right at them, and asks if they're with Olympus. Everyone instantly tenses up. Their leader is rattled, wondering how Charlie figured them out and whether someone leaked information. The group leader realizes Charlie and Olympus are enemies. Since Charlie is insanely strong, he starts panicking about what happens next. Then the MC says, "Hey, I was only guessing, but looking at your face, I'm pretty sure I was right." He blurts out, "What? You were just guessing?" Charlie nods. Then he adds, "If that's true, why are you trying to run?" The MC tells them he's not here to fight them, so they don't need to panic. What they really should worry about isn't him. Right then, the whole island starts shaking. In the ocean, several whirlpools form as a strange pressure spreads through the area. Then a giant creature bursts out of the sea, and everyone freezes in fear. The MC meanwhile stays calm. The narrator jokes and calls it a bug, then quickly corrects himself. It's actually a huge moray eel. The giant moray turns back and basically gives the order, "Kill them all." More monsters start pouring out of the sea, including several other morays. The Olympus group leader realizes they're exterminators, but he can't understand why so many are here. Then one of his men warns him they have an even bigger problem. Caillou snaps that nothing could be worse than this, but the man tells him to turn around. A massive wave of monsters is charging straight at them. Caillou immediately orders everyone to run as fast as they can. He says those beasts are known as exterminators, and if they wait any longer, they'll lose their way off the island. One of the others protests that leaving means failing the test. Caillou says the test doesn't matter anymore, something is seriously wrong here, but the MC cuts in and says nothing is wrong. He says the test is finally being set the way it was supposed to be. Then he draws his sword, ready for what comes next. The system announces the test is being updated. At that moment, Charlie remembers Orpha's words. Erase the sun and moon mark on her stomach, then break the seal. Once the seal is broken, her true form will appear, and the test difficulty will completely change. Everyone gets the update, and Caillou realizes everything they did before was pointless. Someone screams at him to run because the exterminators are coming, while the brawler and the protagonist are useless to rely on. To them, those two are deadweight now. Charlie recalls Orpha saying the test would get much harder, the system might even demand that they defeat it, and only then would the reward become the sea stone. If that happened, the test would no longer be under Olympus control, the administrator would take over personally and Olympus wouldn't be able to interfere. At the same time, a swarm of exterminators races toward the group. Even with all those exterminators nearby, Charlie keeps thinking about what Orpha told him. Orpha explained he knew all this because he was the one who created the turtle, made it swallow the stone and then put it to sleep. While remembering that, Charlie casually cuts through the exterminators like he's doing simple math. Two split into four as he tears through them, sending some one way and some the other. They're way too easy for him. Even while fighting, his mind stays on Orpha's warning. The old giant promised that while Charlie was in the test, the giant tribe would not let Olympus attack him. He also said Charlie's job now was to keep the sea stone out of Poseidon's hands. Orpha made it clear, Charlie has to claim the stone and stop Poseidon from getting it no matter what. And while that sinks in, Charlie keeps slicing through monsters from every angle. Charlie understands why the monsters are going wild. They sense the sea stone, now they're all rushing toward it, and if even the monsters noticed it, then Olympus definitely has too. By now Charlie is sure Olympus has realized the test is no longer under its control. The system announces the update and the yellow turtle appears. Charlie stands in the middle of the shaking ground as a massive strange form moves across the area. Charlie thinks about how long it took after he broke the seal. The turtle stayed asleep for a while, but now that she's appeared on the horizon, he knows exactly where to go. The system declares that the turtle's body is now the new test site. So the battlefield has moved. Everyone has to head onto the turtle. Then the system states the new goal: defeat the turtle and obtain the sea stone. When the scene shifts to the administrator's area, he reads a message and realizes Charlie still hasn't been found. This happened a little earlier, and Theseus is stuck wondering why Charlie was soaked when the island is so small. He knows Charlie couldn't have escaped the island, which makes the whole thing even stranger. The ground has been shaking for a long time now. There's been a full earthquake and the monsters are all agitated. The Nisik grows more and more irritated, wondering if Charlie is behind this, but around that same time, the people at the beach also receive the update that the test is changing. Nisik gets the same message, and there's nothing he can do about it. He and his assistant are thrown out of the test site. A moment later, they're teleported far away, and Theseus is furious. From there, he watches the ground keep shaking and notices something massive rising in the distance. He can see part of the turtle, but he can't approach anymore. That's because the entire island is the turtle itself, and now she's waking up and moving. The system explains what happened from another angle at the same time. The turtle has appeared and her body has become the official test area. So the new rule is simple: beat the turtle and take the sea stone. Simple on paper, maybe. The turtle is kilometers wide. The system identifies her as a sea turtle that failed to become a black turtle, the ruler of the 20th floor, and one of the strongest beings in the sea. Theseus realizes the test became so difficult that it rose to administrator level, which is why he got kicked out. The administrator will now oversee it personally. He's furious. He never imagined there was a sealed turtle here, or that the stone he wanted so badly would become the reward for killing. Since she's such a colossal being, that explains why the reward is the sea stone, and he knows this is all Charlie's doing, so he pulls out his phone and messages his father, asking for reinforcements because the sea stone has finally appeared. He keeps thinking that once this test is over, he'll rip Charlie in half. Right then, an older man lands in front of him. The Wolf Guild members are there too, beaten, tied up and dumped on the ground. Theseus looks at the ones who captured them and says it's the first time he's seen him since the Gaijin Tamaki. It's been a long time. Suda. The system announces that Suda has appeared, a high-ranking giant, the first son of Surat. He isn't alone either. Several other powerful giant warriors are with him. While the Crimson Wolf Guild lies defeated on the ground, Suda shuts down the greeting right away, saying they're not friends. Then he asks why Theseus is here, if he makes his living as a test examiner, and the test is happening right now. Theseus says he came because of the chaos, then asks why Suda is stirring up trouble so close to the test site. The fire giant explains that some kids from his tribe had trouble with those men. He says the adults there picked a fight with giant children as if they were equals, wanted a real battle, and still got beaten badly. Even the kids were overwhelming them. Then he asks Theseus if he has a problem with that. Theseus grits his teeth, realizing the situation just keeps getting worse. Still, he boldly tells Suda that if he wants a fight, he won't refuse. At that moment, the reinforcements Theseus called for arrive at full speed. He warns Suda that the giants will not interfere with this test, and everyone draws their swords. Theseus' side gets ready to fight. No matter who stands in his way, he says he'll stop anyone from interfering with the test. Suda just laughs. He finds it ridiculous that Theseus is throwing a tantrum over this, and asks if he really thinks the giants came here to ruin the test. Then he slams his swords into the ground and says, "Not a chance. We're here under Elder Orfa's orders." From this point on, they'll be backing player Charles. And Orfa didn't come alone. Other extremely powerful giants are on his side too. Meanwhile, someone is running away from the chaos. He leaps high into the air, and where there was one sea serpent, there are suddenly two. He keeps treating the fight like a math lesson. Then he jokes, asking what one blackberry divided by 4 equals right before slicing it apart. Is Charles causing all this? His sword cuts through everything in his path, spraying Fantalifa everywhere, and one huge slash wipes out the monsters at once. From high above, Charles only now notices it happened far away. He looks toward the island and spots those little green squares, figuring out Suda's on the continent. He can tell that slash was insanely strong, and he knows Orfa is betting everything on him to claim the sea stone. Right then, Charles makes a massive jump. He can't let Orfa down, and he definitely can't fail the giants. More than that, he can't let Olympus take the sea stone. While flying through the air, Charles keeps thinking the sea stone will be his. Then the giant turtle Colossus tries to swallow him whole. The turtle's mouth is hundreds of meters wide. Compared to it, even the other giant creatures look like ants. Charles lands on the turtle's tongue, then leaps straight into its throat. He goes all the way inside the colossal beast, and the nearby sea creatures get swallowed too. Inside, it's pitch black, and the twilight mud effects kick in. Under the darkness effect, Crota's HP recovery goes up by 112%, his mana recovery by 56%, and his mana boost by 56% too. Charles starts cutting down every creature that got swallowed with him, and the Fantaufa festival keeps going. Nothing beats grilled fish. Charles pulls out his sacred fire and starts burning the creatures too. With sword slashes and sacred fire together, those sea monsters don't stand a chance against Crota. Then the system reminds Charles that killing small fry won't get him the sea stone. To claim it, he has to kill the sea turtle itself. Charles locks in on that goal and keeps tearing through anything in his way. The next chapter opens by saying, "Whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the seas." Charles keeps pushing forward, cutting through the giant sea creatures inside the turtle. He knows this story has been passed down as a legend since the 20th floor. And he knows it isn't just a legend, it's completely real. Charles fights sea monsters in total darkness. He manages by using the eyes of Haki, and when he lights up the bodies with sacred it helps him see even more. Good thing for the turtle that fire isn't burning her from the inside, because that would be a whole different problem. After chopping everything up, Charles jokes that this isn't sushi, it's grilled fish. Still, he knows this turtle is treated like the god of the seas, and that puts him deep in thought. Then he hears a huge scream. Crota lights up the area to get a better look ahead. Charles realizes some monsters followed him drawn by the sea crystal, also called the divine crystal of the seas. He's puzzled by that scream coming from the entrance side, and after fighting so many creatures this place doesn't even feel like a stomach anymore. It feels like a dungeon. Suddenly Crota senses something coming, and activates the eyes of Haki. The turtle takes a giant gulp of water, and Charles immediately knows this is bad. That gulp brings in a flood of sea monsters too, all rushing toward him with shrieks and whistles. Charles decides he's not about to drink somebody else's water, so he runs. Now Crota has a giant wave behind him and a wall of monsters in front. The system says Crota coats his sword in sacred fire, and the Haki sword becomes wrapped in that flame. Crota shows off like a perfect teacher who still hasn't finished math class, jumping over a sea serpent in style. One slash cuts through both at once, sending ketchup and Fantahufa flying everywhere. Charles is basically playing around now. Jump here, slash there, jump there, slash again over and over, but the monsters keep coming, and Crota keeps cutting. Good thing he has that stolen sword. Charles tells us he's using Kane's invisibility. It's not as good as the supreme stealth Hades had, but it's still really strong. While hidden, his blade flashes through the crowd, dropping every monster around him. As some fall, the others look around, trying to find Crota. Then one snake crocodile creature finally tracks him down. It climbs onto Crota and attacks at crazy speed. Charles manages to hold it off and realizes they found him by smell. He's invisible, but his scent didn't vanish. That makes him wonder if these monsters see him like some kind of virus. Too bad for them. Charles is a very violent virus, and he cuts down every beast that comes at him. These monsters aren't weak either. Each one gives 0.01% progress toward the Star of Sky Killing. Charles looks annoyed because he thought this test would let him finish the Star of Sky Killing. If the monsters give so little progress, he decides to focus only on the strong ones and ignore the weak so he won't get thrown off course. Still, he keeps wondering where the divine crystal of the seas is. Probably wouldn't just be lying around somewhere, so he figures it has to be kept in the most important place. That place would be the core of this giant creature, the source of her mana, her heart. Charles is sure the crystal is there. He starts using Kenny like a compass and notices the vibration getting stronger the farther he goes. That tells him he's close. Whether it's the mana heart or the divine crystal of the seas, he knows the turtle must have set up a defensive zone around it. The turtle has already fought plenty of monsters, but she has no way of knowing how many are still behind Charles. While thinking through all this, he keeps moving. Then he gets an idea. Since entering this dark place, he's been using the eyes of Haki to see, but if he stops relying on sight, his other senses should get even sharper. He decides that might help more than battle prediction right now. So he switches to his sensory field and uses sacred fire to check what's around him. That reveals countless monsters in the distance. Charles decides it's roasted fish time again and throws sacred fire at them to heat things up. Right after that, he hears screams of pain and says the place sounds like some cheap nest because there are hundreds of monsters packed in there. Proto keeps pushing forward, killing one beast after another without wasting time on the weaker ones. The turtle has some truly bizarre creatures inside, and one of them looks like an even uglier version of something he's seen before. Proto gives it some brutal surgery with his blade and fixes it right down the middle. Charles is physically exhausted now. Even with the sword and darkness buffs, this place is worse than any dungeon he's ever faced. He's seen monsters for so long that there might be more here than in his whole journey so far. Still, Bravo ignores the weak ones, kills a strong one, jumps to the next, kills another, and keeps advancing. With Sacred Fire active, it gets even easier, because these monsters are simple to cut apart once they've been cooked. He knows he's only managing this fight because of the Twilight Blade's buffs. To save time, Charles starts using even more sacred fire, basically burning straight through, and moves on to the next pack of monsters. After that, he feels like he's almost there, but his hand is reaching its limit. That makes Kenny try to wake up, like she's telling him to open his eyes. Charles doesn't know how much longer he can keep fighting. He's already been going for over an hour at full intensity. Even so, he runs toward where he believes the sea stone is, while mentally begging Kenny to wake up before his hand gives out. So he keeps slicing through the dark, with Proto charging through thousands of monsters. In that endless battle, he keeps calling out to Kenny in his head, telling her to show up. Then Proto throws his sword and rushes forward at extreme speed. Suddenly, after turning a corner, he sees something that nearly brings tears to his eyes. He stops at once because he finally found the place. Now he doesn't have to keep stumbling around anymore. There's a huge light in front of him, and that much light should not exist inside a turtle. Then he sees the boss's heart. It's colossal, like a mountain, and thousands of giant sea monsters are gathered around it. Next to that heart, they look like dirt. Proto realizes there are more monsters here than anywhere else he's been, and the smaller ones already sense him and turn his way. Staring them down, he straightens up and asks, "What is this? A party?" At the same time, Kenny starts giving off an intense dark mana. At that moment, Charles remembers what Hephaestus told him, that everything he made was for one purpose, to create an item, a channeler that could use those powers through Kenny. He also remembers Hephaestus saying Kenny was the best creation he ever made, something worthy of being compared to Zeus's lightning. Now Kenny's eyes begin to appear and the creature starts waking up. At last she fully opens her eyes and Charles activates Hell, a skill that comes from Kenny. Bravo waits for the giant sea beast to come at him, with Hell active in his hand. Then he commands them to move. Now that he has found the sea stone, there is no reason to hold back. He stops saving mana. At the start of the new chapter, Charles thinks about Hephaestus's great creations like the roads of Earth and Eastern Athena. He also remembers Apollo's sun chariot, more proof of Hephaestus's skill. Still, if you ask what Hephaestus's greatest work is, most people would say Zeus's lightning. With one strike it can destroy an island, or even control the weather. Thinking about that, Charles realizes just how amazing Kenny must be, since Hephaestus put him on that same level. Instead of Bravo, thousands of giant creatures stand between him and the human heart. He moves forward and they part for the lightning, even while hissing and trying to close in. Charles recalls Hephaestus saying that adamantium can channel the power of the star, sea, and sky crystals almost perfectly. Kenny was once made for AI by one of Hephaestus's disciples, but the version Charles is now is forged by Hephaestus himself. That makes Bravo even more confident, because he knows his Kenny is far better than AI's. Just then thousands of creatures rush in to block the protagonist's path. At that moment the human heart lets out a sharp sound, and the creatures that had stopped change at once, opening their mouths toward the protagonist and charging together. Watching this, Charles realizes the human heart is controlling all of them, so he pushes through and calls on Hell again. The spell he releases is so huge it looks like space itself is tearing open in front of him. Every monster in its path vanishes. They are completely swallowed by that wave of mana. Seeing that massive power, Charles wonders what it really is, since anything it touches disappears instantly. But then the backlash hits. The hand holding Kenny starts pouring blood, because that attack used far too much power, and the protagonist's body still cannot handle it. The pain feels like his hand is being ripped apart. Charles is shocked. It should not hurt this much with his arcane power over 100. Even so, his body still cannot endure it. With thousands of monsters left, he forces himself to hold on just 2 more times. Then Charles activates the R steps and makes a huge leap toward the heart of mana. More giant monsters jump in front of him, while the system says the jump's power rises by 50 with R steps. Bravo gets close to the heart of mana, but more giant creatures rush in to kill him, so he uses Hell a second time. Everything touched by Hell is gone, dead or erased. It does not matter. They are no longer in his way. Then he activates Celestial Space, letting him walk through the air and boosting his thought speed by 100 for 5 seconds. The protagonist plans to use that short window well, because thousands of giant creatures are still there. Bravo gets even closer, but he knows his hand is almost done. He only needs one more strike, so he prepares to use Hell again. But the protagonist has to hit the exact right spot, so he activates the eyes of the rack to find it. From the air, he stares at that mountain-like mass, the heart of mana, and searches for the target. And the eyes of the rack do their job. Deep inside the heart of mana, he finds the sea stone. The moment he sees it, Kenny reacts to the fragment, and the protagonist knows that is where he must strike. With Kenny's eyes open, he becomes sure of the target. Even with the eyes of the rack active and blood pouring from his hand, he knows he has finally found it. He only needs one more hit. Now right in front of those creatures, Charles fires hell straight into the heart of mana. The impact releases an intense flash, bright enough to nearly blind the nearby creatures, like staring at the sun. Charles blasts a huge hole through the heart, and blood sprays everywhere. That massive heart explodes and breaks completely apart. The creatures that were being controlled snap out of it and start shaking in fear. Bravo has shown them who rules this place now. One curious creature creeps closer to check what happened. It moves in for a better look at the hole and the blood pouring out, still trying to understand what it is seeing. But then hell cuts through again and slices the poor thing in two on the spot. Covered in rage, Bravo pretty much tells it nobody invited it. Charles stands there drenched in blood from the giant heart, wearing a furious expression. Then he grimaces in disgust at the mess all over him. The creatures farther away tremble even harder after seeing how easily he cut one of them down. Charles looks at his hand and knows it is badly damaged. One thing is clear: if he wants to use Kenny again without suffering like this, he will need to raise both his arcane power and vitality with genes. Only then will he be able to use Kenny properly. The protagonist starts walking out, passing the creature he split in two, while the others shake in fear. Charles already knows his next goal: level up until his stats are high enough to use Kenny without wrecking himself. Then Charles warns the monsters to move out of his way because he is already exhausted. As the king of the seas, he calls forth the sea stone now under his control. The scene shifts nearby, where the groups of Theseus and Suda are waiting. Theseus calls one of the giants a fool and asks if they really believe Charles will return with the sea stone. Suda answers without doubt. Charles will come back because the old man already decided it. Theseus thinks they are all idiots. In his mind, Charles has no chance of passing this test or defeating the Sea King, so he waits. But once the test is over, he plans to kill everyone there. Then the sea turtle rises from the ocean with a loud cry, and everyone sees that giant monster over a kilometer long emerge from the water. But right away the light fades from its eyes. Its huge mouth starts to shut and its body goes stiff. When it falls back into the sea, leaving everyone confused, it appeared, lost its light and collapsed again. The system announces that Charles de Silva Azevedo has passed the 20th floor test and Theseus is left stunned. That shock quickly turns to anger. To him, this should be impossible. There is no way Charles, just a 20th floor player, killed that monster. So he orders his men to find Charles and bring him there at once. But Suda slams his sword to the ground and stops him, saying no one will touch even a single hair on Charles's head. Theseus threatens him, asking if he really wants to drag the giants into this and risk a second giant disaster. Suda fires back that Theseus is already preparing for that anyway, so he should drop the empty threats and get to the point. With a nasty look, Theseus calls Suda and the other giants fools, saying history always repeats itself. Then he grips his weapon and the tower's restrictions start shaking violently around them. Holding his water trident, Theseus summons Apollo's chariot of fire. The chariot doors open and warriors covered in flames step out. Theseus asks Suda if he remembers their third battle. When Suda did nothing but run, then Theseus turns to face Suda and closes the distance. Suda sees Theseus coming at him with everything he has and curses him as a bastard. He asks if Theseus is not ashamed to fight so cowardly while being Poseidon's son. Theseus answers that his father was never truly honored anyway. The god of the seas never was. The warriors from Apollo's fire chariot look seriously strong, and they're ready to jump in. They attack at once, combining their power into one huge blast aimed at the giant. The fight starts hard, with powerful strikes flying from both sides. Still, the giants begin to lose ground because Theseus's human fighters are highly skilled. Suda realizes Theseus has blocked him again. Watching his people get beaten, he starts to fear another gigantic Machia. He remembers the first one, Theseus standing above a hill with countless giant corpses left behind by Olympus. Then a deafening sound cuts through the battlefield, and everyone pauses wondering what caused it. They turn and see a massive wave rushing toward them like a tsunami. The battle stops right away. On the beach, they'd all be swallowed by that wave until they notice this isn't a normal tsunami, but something far stranger. Dozens of giant sea monsters rise from it. Among them are two especially feared ones. One huge beast in the distance and the deadly Dr. Alligator, an elite monster known for its savage strength. But then the creature in the back lifts its head even higher, and everyone realizes it's far bigger than they first thought. Compared to that monster, even the giant sea beasts look tiny. The system identifies it, a high-level sea monster, the legendary Leviathan. Fighting the sea monsters was already bad enough, but facing Leviathan on this floor is almost hopeless. The Olympians are stunned, wondering why a monster like this is even here. Then they realize it's a named boss, far stronger than the giants in front of them. The wave of monsters closes in behind the Olympians. They're shocked to see so many high-level creatures charging together, since sea monsters normally don't move in order like this. That makes Theseus remember the legend of the skin of the sea, that whoever finds it becomes the god of the sea. His face goes blank as he finally understands. This is why his father was so obsessed with finding the skin of the sea. Theseus keeps asking himself if the legend was real while that army of monsters rushes straight at him. A few seconds later, the giant wave reaches the shore. Then Charlie appears from the middle of it, sarcastically apologizing for interrupting while they were all so busy. He also says he's exhausted. Now holding the crystal of the sea in one hand and his sword in the other, Charlie tells the Olympians to get out of his way. It becomes clear that the skin of the sea doesn't just rule the ocean, it commands all sea monsters too. Using that power, Charlie boosts the sea's strength even more. Theseus glares at Charlie and spits out an angry insult. Then he demands the skin of the sea be handed over immediately, already starting to shape water magic as he speaks. With a shout at the mix, Theseus uses his control over water and charges in at full speed. Charlie, still drained from fighting the turtle, calls on the skin of the sea once again. He calls out to Theseus, making it clear he now holds more than Kenny. He has the power of the sea god too. A moment later, Theseus rides the water straight over Charlie, ready to strike. Charlie activates the skin of the sea's power, though nobody can tell what he's planning. Theseus doesn't wait. Gripping his trident tightly, he gathers all the water into a single point. Then he fires a crushing blast at the protagonist, strong enough to shatter stone. But Charlie blocks it, even worn down from the turtle fight. Charlie still taunts him, saying, "Theseus looks like you can't do anything without water." The mech keeps mocking him, saying he looks like a fish out of water. That only makes Theseus angrier. He snaps back that Charlie has no right to talk to him like that. Theseus is a powerful ranker, while Charlie is only a player who reached the 20th floor. But deep down, Theseus knows Charlie is right. Without water, his options are limited. That's when he notices something is wrong. Something is interfering with his control. Fear starts to creep in. The power of the sea stone is far greater than he imagined, enough to even shut down the water attribute itself. Theseus realizes it has to be the sea stone's effect. His hatred grows and the tower's restrictions tear through his body even harder. Charlie may not remember everything, but he stays alert, seeing Theseus' pressure rising. He knows another full-force attack is coming. So he activates the eyes of the hacker. His gray eyes read the flow, and he pairs that with the dimensional field. Right now, Charlie's probably grateful for those 10 days of training with the giant children. Theseus rushes him at extreme speed. The protagonist barely manages to dodge because Theseus is no ordinary fighter. Still, the mech doesn't just evade. He fires back right away with a counterattack, and Theseus sees the hit coming. Theseus blocks Charlie's sword and the force of it tears into the ground nearby. But he's a veteran warrior, so he immediately answers with another attack at Charlie. The protagonist manages to defend again, while the impact tears up the ground around them. Charlie is exhausted, but he knows he has to hold his ground. If he slips even once, it's over. Using his trident, Theseus traps the Micama's sword and tries to rip it from his hand. Filled with hate, Theseus remembers his father's words. Find the sea stone no matter the cost, and he'll finally be acknowledged as Poseidon's son. Even while the tower's restrictions tear him apart, he keeps going. He doesn't care what happens to his body as long as he earns his father's recognition. Then he activates his arcane lance to take control of the fight. In Theseus' mind, If he gets that stone, he'll finally stop being the unwanted son. So he puts even more force into every strike while the tower's restrictions punish him harder and harder. With the protagonist's sword still pinned by the trident, Thysus drives the blade of his weapon toward the mixed leg. But when the strike lands, Charlie is already gone. He used Ermi's step and vanished. At this point, the only thing really taking a beating is the battlefield, because every exchange between these two carries insane destructive power. Thysus, badly worn down by the tower's restrictions, coughs up blood, while Charlie stands at a distance. Thanks to Ermi's step, he escaped another deadly attack and is still hanging on. But then Charlie drops to his knees. After killing thousands of high-ranked monsters, then the mythical turtle, he's nearly out of strength. He came out of that impossible battle only to face Thysus right away. For the first time, he falls from pure exhaustion. But this still isn't the end. Charlie has never been the type to give up. He had thought Thysus' weak point was his mind, but Thysus is still calm and careful in every move. Charlie understands what this fight means to him, and he knows one thing for sure. Thysus is giving everything he has. Even covered in blood, the mix forces himself back up. Full of confidence, Thysus threatens Charlie, saying that once he beats him, he'll kill all the giants. As he says it, the tower's restrictions surge through his body even more fiercely. Thysus almost feels like the main character himself, as he declares Charlie picked the wrong opponent. Then he takes his stance again and proudly names himself the son of great Poseidon. Charlie rises too, showing his grit as he gets ready to face this Olympus rancor again. He grips the sea stone tighter, regretting that he still hasn't mastered Cain the way he wanted. His hand took too much damage in the battles inside the turtle, and now that weakness matters, even against an enemy far stronger than him, Charlie readies himself once more. He tells Thysus he'll end this fast and then keep climbing the tower. After that, he points his sword at him, ready for another round. While giants and Olympians keep fighting in the background, the battlefield starts breaking apart from the force of Charlie and Thysus alone. Dust and mana fill the air. Neither side can afford to watch for more than a second. Losing focus here means death. And the same goes for Charlie and Thysus in their brutal clash. Once again, Thysus uses the same old move, locking the protagonist's sword with his trident so he can finish him. But this time Charlie lets go of the sword, pulls out his sword lock and tries to strike Thysus, who reacts fast and blocks the mix attack. Now they're face to face again. One is burning with hate, the other with pure rage, and both are coughing up blood because this fight has pushed them hard. Neither of them is doing well. Every clash tears up the ground with huge shockwaves. Then Thysus changes his approach, setting a trap instead of repeating the same attack, and Yuan catches the shift right away. To avoid the trick, the protagonist uses the steps of Hermes again, pulls back, and gets out of range of the spear. That only makes Thysus more annoyed. He's realized the protagonist is a nightmare to fight, since he keeps slipping past almost every attack. Still, Thysus knows it's not just speed. After watching closely, he notices Yuan starts dodging before the attacks even come. Since the start of the battle, his eyes have been glowing bright red, and Thysus can't stop wondering what those eyes really are. He keeps those eyes active and uses the sea stone to interfere with Thysus' water mana. Even so, Thysus still hits with insane force. He can tell he's nothing like the other Olympians, and the gap in level and stats between them is huge. By now, the giant sea monsters are nearly past the barrier that was holding them back. Using the sea stone, the protagonist keeps calling them in to help. Thysus notices he's stopped attacking and mocks him, asking if he finally understands who's stronger. The protagonist just tells him to shut up and steps forward. Even exhausted and close to his limit, he keeps walking toward Thysus. Then he throws it back at him, saying Thysus should be the one worried, now that the sea monsters are almost here. Thysus snaps, calls him insolent, and threatens to cut him to pieces. Right then, someone grabs Thysus by the shoulders and calls out to him. Thysus gets angry and tells him not to interrupt an important fight, but the warrior warns that things have gone bad and they need to retreat. Thysus fires back, insisting he's beating Yuan and that the giants are the ones trapped. That Olympian doesn't get to argue much longer. Now it's clear why he was panicking. He was up against Sarotra, the strongest giant there. With the protagonist's arrival, Sarotra realized the Olympians could be beaten. He orders all the giants to charge, not let anyone escape, and cripple the enemies so they can be taken as trophies. At the same time, the sea monsters have already broken through. Thysus' allies beg him to think. With their current forces, they can't keep looking down on the giants anymore, and once those monsters arrive, winning will be impossible. Retreat is their only chance. Thysis just stands there, frozen with anger, saying nothing. The warrior beside him shouts his name, trying to snap him back to reality. All Thysis can think is, "Run away, you want me to run?" When he looks ahead and sees Yuan holding the very item Poseidon has searched for over 1,000 years, the sea stone is finally right in front of him, yet his men are telling him to leave. That's when the protagonist starts laughing. At last, Thysis' mental balance is broken, and there's no way he can keep fighting at the same level now. The warrior keeps pressing him to wake up. Finally, Thysis gives in and says they're retreating. Even so, rage is boiling inside him. He truly believes that if the fight had continued, he would have beaten MC. Grinding his teeth, Thysis forces himself to make the choice he hates most. He summons Apollo's sun carriage and orders everyone to fall back. Since the command came from their leader, the Olympian warriors obey. Swallowing their pride, they board the sun carriage and pull out of the battlefield. But Saraftra isn't satisfied just watching them flee. He never expected to see the day proud Thysis of Olympus would run. So he shouts that this is the price for thinking he had already beaten him, because the giant still hadn't even gone all out. The fire giant launches one last attack at the retreating enemy, a massive firestorm, and roars at the Olympians not to run like fools. This strike slams into the spot where the carriage was, or where it used to be. When the smoke clears, the carriage is already far away, carrying everyone safely. The sun carriage burns across the sky like a second sun. Below, the fire giant stands on the ground, while far off the sea still churns under the power of the sea stone and its monsters. After that, Saraftra asks if they won. Yuan clenches his fist and says yes, they beat the Olympians in this battle. Then he adds, I think, because he knows Olympus is far stronger than what they faced here. Still, for now, a win is a win. Saraftra says he gets it. Giants don't give up and they sure don't run. Then the fire giant shouts at the top of his lungs that the giants truly defeated Olympus. The next scene jumps to a celebration, cheers, drinks, and victory songs everywhere. They're back in the giants' village calling for more barrels, because tonight they want to celebrate as hard as they can. Inside Adam's tree, the whole city is full of joy. For the outcast, this is long-awaited revenge. Then the scene cuts to a glass of water. The person drinking it makes a face and says it tastes awful. It's Yuan. He says everyone started celebrating the second they got back, and honestly he can't blame them. They've waited a long time for this victory. The giants are thrilled, but he isn't. He knows that if the battle had kept going he would have lost, and without the sea stone he wouldn't have lasted nearly that long. He goes over every hit and every choice in his head. He already knows their losses against the giants were small only because of a miracle. If the fight had continued, many giants would have died. They only pulled off that hard-earned win because of mistakes from the Olympians. Then the protagonist looks at his injured hand wrecked from using cane and realizes he still has a long way to go. One day he'll have to face the top Olympians, and Theseus doesn't even compare to the strongest enemies waiting ahead. He closes his fist. He's already reached this point much faster than he expected, since he originally thought it would take at least 5 years. Now with the divine sea crystal in his hands, he's sure he can move even faster. So the protagonist opens his inventory and pulls out his phone. He already knows what he has to do next. He starts smiling because he's about to call someone. Far away, Hephaestus suddenly takes a deep breath and shivers. He wonders why a chill just ran down his spine when he's standing in front of a blazing furnace. The old man starts asking himself if he's coming down with something, or if this is a bad sign. Then his phone rings. Startled, he blurts out asking who could possibly be calling him at a time like this. On the other end, Yuan cheerfully says he'll be visiting soon and that he got his hands on something amazing. Something Hephaestus is going to love. After spamming him with cute emojis, he leaves the old man thinking one thing. This feels even worse than a cold. The next chapter opens with the sea stone, won by the protagonist through blood and sweat. Hephaestus tells MC he honestly has no idea how he keeps getting his hands on things like this. Then he points out that Poseidon has been searching for that stone for over 1,000 years. So how did he get it? He just smiles and says it was probably luck. But Hephaestus isn't buying that at all. To him, this doesn't look like luck. Not even close. With that sea stone gone and the giants defeating Olympus, Hephaestus warns Yuan that Olympus will definitely make a move against him. Hephaestus says he must be fired up after hearing that, but the protagonist stays pretty calm and just smiles. Hephaestus thinks Zeus will be busy dealing with Poseidon's anger. MC may not know all the politics inside Olympus, but he still turned a bad situation into one that helps him. Hephaestus watches him with real respect. He always seems insanely lucky, pulling off the right move without even trying. What he doesn't know is that the protagonist already knows everything, because he came back in time. Then Hephaestus gets ready to inspect the jewel more closely. He never expected the protagonist to bring him something this valuable. He lifts the stone and confirms his guess. It looks almost exactly like Zeus' lightning stone. The only real difference is its element. Its power is water. Yuan asks if Hephaestus can refine it, and Hephaestus says refining it isn't the main issue. What's more important is having the right materials to use the stone properly. MC cuts to the point and asks how long the refining will take this time. Hephaestus tells him about 10 days. Hephaestus adds that there's nowhere nearby to get the diamond he needs. He says he'll bring the diamonds himself as soon as he... Confused, Hephaestus asks how he's supposed to do that. The protagonist only says he'll handle it. Hephaestus then asks if he's secretly rich enough to buy diamonds. MC says no. He spent everything making cane. Hearing that, Hephaestus asks how he'll get them with no money. MC just smiles and says he'll find a way, even if it takes time. Hephaestus knows that's not empty talk. When MC says he'll bring something, he brings it. After that, Hephaestus asks where he plans to go next. He says he'll keep leveling up. Since Olympus won't mess with him for a while, he'll take Radai with him to train. As the protagonist gets ready to leave, Hephaestus asks if he really plans to stand against Olympus head-on. The protagonist says that might be exactly what he needs to do. That answer makes Hephaestus break into a sweat. He asks what MC means. Does he really not plan to do anything else first? He doesn't stop. As he heads out, he tells Hephaestus to take care of the refinement and not worry about payment. The money will be in his account soon, and then he leaves. That's it for today's video, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Leave a like,